Sasori, Orochimaru, and Conan defeated. Before Orochimaru could complete a single hand seal, Hyuga Shiratori's palm struck him directly in the heart with terrifying precision. Thump. Yet, Orochimaru's response was equally swift. His mouth opened unnaturally wide, and from within, a new body slithered out, leaving the damaged shell behind. The infamous Orochimaru body substitution technique. By sacrificing his outer body, Orochimaru performed one of the most advanced escape techniques known. Splat. But Hyuga Shiratori wasn't about to let him recover. A giant golden claw, formed from the immense chakra of the nine tails, materialized and crushed Orochimaru's newly formed body. However, instead of blood and flesh, his remains dissolved into countless snakes that rapidly reassembled into his humanoid form. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled, though sweat glistened on his brow. Apologies, but survival is my specialty. Despite his outward bravado, he knew he had narrowly escaped death. One misstep, a single moment of hesitation, and he would have been obliterated. Nearby, Tiandao moved swiftly, summoning a barrage of black rods imbued with yin-yang release. Each rod hummed with destructive energy, capable of disrupting chakra flow upon contact. Boom. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori deflected them all with a sweep of his crimson fishing rod, sending shards flying. The rod's hook shot forward, aimed directly at Tiandao. Summoning jutsu. In an instant, Tiandao disappeared, reappearing beside the animal path. Around him, the defeated human and predapath stirred and stood once more, fully resurrected. You cannot defeat a god, Tiandao declared, his voice resonating with power. The six paths of pain formed a defensive formation, with Hell Path guarded at the center. But Hyuga Shiratori simply smirked. A pawn dares to call itself a god? Allow me to show you true divine power. His Byakugan transformed, the white fading into crimson, and within the red gleamed six spiraling tomo. Rinnegan. Tiandao's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This power rivals, no, surpasses my own. Hyuga Shiratori vanished in an instant using Hiration. The six paths reacted swiftly, shifting into a five-pointed defensive star with Hell Path protected in the middle. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere deepened as a dark portal appeared within their formation. Crack. Hell Path's head was crushed by Hyuga Shiratori's bare hands, silencing its ability to resurrect the others. Predapath lunged forward, hands glowing as it activated chakra absorption. Sealing technique. It was like an ant attempting to drain an ocean. Hyuga Shiratori's chakra reserves were simply too vast. Human Path followed suit, aiming to tear Shiratori's soul from his body. But once again, it was like a flea attempting to topple a mountain. Gentle fist. A flurry of devastating strikes silenced both the Preda and Human Paths, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. The battle intensified as Animal Path summoned a massive rock panda to block Hyuga Shiratori's path. Boom. A single strike from his nine tails infused claw obliterated the beast and sent Animal Path flying. Above, Tiandao pulled Shura Path into the sky using gravitational manipulation. From there, Shura Path's arms transformed into massive cannons, charging with raw chakra energy. Sura attack. The colossal chakra blast hurtled toward Hyuga Shiratori. With a flick of his claw, he caught the blast midair and hurled it toward Conan, who soared above the battlefield. Boom. The explosion engulfed Conan. Her paper wings disintegrated, and she plummeted to the ground in a flurry of burning fragments. Conan! Tiandao shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. Hyuga Shiratori wasted no time, hooking her chakra with his rod before turning to Sasori. Sasori unleashed his strongest technique, Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets. 100 puppets, each linked by chakra threads, swarmed toward Hyuga Shiratori. Simultaneously, Orochimaru transformed into the massive eight-headed serpent using his forbidden Yamata no Jutsu. The battlefield became a chaotic dance of puppets, serpents, and raw destruction. Too many pests, Hyuga Shiratori muttered. I'll end this in one move. Releasing the full power of the nine tails, he formed a complete golden fox avatar. The sheer pressure of its presence brought the battlefield to a standstill. Tailed beast bomb. The condensed chakra sphere obliterated everything in its path. Puppets disintegrated, and the eight-headed serpent was reduced to ash. When the smoke cleared, Sasori lay motionless, his puppet body shattered. A single hook pierced the chakra core in his chest, ending his resistance. Orochimaru, reduced to a small white snake, tried to slither away unnoticed. Futile. With Byakugan's unparalleled sight, Hyuga Shiratori spotted him instantly. The crimson hook struck once more, extracting every ounce of Orochimaru's chakra. The battlefield fell silent. Pen is gone, Black Zetsu and Kakashi emerge. The battlefield lay in ruins, the dust settling as the golden chakra shrouding Hyuga Shiratori began to dissipate. The Nine Tails' power. Temporarily exhausted, Shiratori muttered, observing the fading glow of his chakra cloak. While he had not fully depleted the Nine Tails' chakra, the immense power had been pushed to its limits in the relentless battle. A fraction of the chakra remained, enough to begin recovery, but Shiratori's attention was already shifting. He turned toward the lone figure of Tiandao, the last remaining path of pain, who stood unwavering despite the devastation around him. Tiandao's Rinnegan locked onto Shiratori, his voice cold and commanding. You may have destroyed the others, but I am still here. Do you think you can defeat a god? Shiratori smirked. A god? All I see is a pretender. Save us both the trouble and surrender now. Without waiting for a response, Shiratori stomped the ground with immense force. Asterisk boom. Bang. 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 Asterisk. From the earth, enormous octopus tentacles erupted, surging toward Tiandao. Asterisk Shinra Tensei. Asterisk. Tiandao spread his arms wide, releasing a wave of repulsive force that blasted the tentacles away. The sheer power sent cracks rippling through the ground. Nearby, Shurapath revealed its true form. Shedding its black cloak, its mechanical body gleamed with jagged armor and lethal weaponry. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk. With its 6 arms and spinning saw blades, Shurapath shredded the tentacles with ruthless precision. However, the ground trembled once more as an enormous bull's head burst forth, a manifestation of the 8 tails. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. The bull rammed Shurapath with devastating force, its horns piercing the mechanical body and rendering it useless. Tiandao soared into the air using gravitational manipulation, narrowly avoiding the 8 tails charge. Can you run forever? Shiratori asked, snapping his fingers. Asterisk water style, water array. Asterisk. Jets of water erupted from the ground in every direction, creating towering columns that surged toward Tiandao. With his Rinnegan, Tiandao perceived the chakra signatures within the water and deftly evaded the attack. However, his sharp senses detected something unusual. This chakra. It's not ordinary, he muttered. From the water emerged a human-sized figure, a miniature version of the 3 tails, its tough shell glistening ominously. 3 tails. Tiandao exclaimed, his expression hardening. The miniature 3 tails curled into a ball and began rolling at high speed, its shell crashing through the terrain with destructive force. Asterisk Shinra Tensei. Asterisk. Tiandao unleashed another wave of repulsive energy, holding off the relentless attacks of the rolling 3 tails. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Blood seeped from Tiandao's eyes, ears, and nose as he strained to maintain his technique. The overwhelming force was taking its toll. At last, the 3 tails were repelled, but the effort left Tiandao vulnerable. Shiratori seized the opening, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. The crimson fishing rod pierced Tiandao's body, siphoning what little chakra remained. This is odd, Shiratori muttered, inspecting the chakra flowing into the hook. Why is it so little? Realization dawned on him. Of course. The 6 paths of pain are merely puppets. They don't generate chakra on their own, they're conduits for someone else's. Reaching into Tiandao's body, Shiratori pulled out several black rods and reversed their chakra flow. A hidden cave, 100 kilometers away. Nagato, the true master behind the 6 paths, gasped in shock. This chakra. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Through Shiratori's Byakugan, Nagato's hidden location had been discovered. His crippled body, weakened from his fight with Hanzo of the Salamander, was now in grave danger. I found you, Shiratori declared, his Byakugan's vision piercing the vast distance. Using Hiration, Shiratori prepared to cross dimensions and end the battle. As Shiratori vanished into a different space, a shadow emerged from the ground nearby. Black Zetsu. Ataki Kakashi's struggle. Black Zetsu moved swiftly, approaching a weakened Kakashi who had been drained of chakra during the earlier fight. You, who are you? Kakashi rasped, his voice trembling. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. A mere shadow. But for now, I'll be borrowing your body. Countless black tendrils erupted from Zetsu, stabbing into Kakashi's body. Asterisk Kakashi's agonized scream echoed across the battlefield as Zetsu's essence merged with him. Inyong release, spiritual possession. Half of Kakashi's body turned black, his face twisted with pain. When he spoke again, it was Zetsu's voice. A mortal body, yet it contains remarkable potential. Let's make it even better. Zetsu reached into a pouch, retrieving the bloody Sharingan he had taken from Uchiha Obito's corpse. With a sickening squelch, he replaced Kakashi's right eye, pairing it with the Sharingan already in Kakashi's left. Instantly, the wounds healed, and the power of dual Mangekyo Sharingan surged through the body. A perfect host,
Hello everyone,
Black Zetsu Kakashi
and welcome
declared,
to another video
flexing his newfound
of
power.
Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Huangquan Hirasaka, freely travel through space. Hyuga Shiratori easily reached the hiding place of Nagato. I clearly arranged the barrier. Nagato's face became very ugly. Enchantment? Are you talking about the paper-like membrane? Hyuga Shiratori chuckled lightly. You are not human. Nagato Rinnegan looked at him firmly and said firmly, anything is fine, my goal is to collect chakra anyway. Hyuga Shiratori shrugged and flicked the red fishing rod in his hand. Nagato's lower body was in the middle of the heavy machine, moving slowly. It's almost a fixed target. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Ding. The powerful repulsion bounced off the hook. Tisk, are you still stubbornly resisting? Hyuga Shiratori shook his head. Zi. Thunder flashed. Lariat. Hyuga Shiratori slashed with a cross arm. Boom. Cut open the machine on Nagato. At the very moment, Nagato used universal pull's gravity to fly, avoiding the beheading blow. Hyuga Shiratori held the red light fishing rod and drew it upwards. Chang. Nagato holds a black stick to block. Both weapons are made by the power of yin and yang, so they will not be easily destroyed. Head, just because you cripple wants to fight me hand to hand. Hyuga Shiratori hit the opponent with an elbow. Heavy current violence? Sealing technique sucks the mark? Nagato used the power of Hungry Kido to absorb the power of lightning style from his arm in an instant. But unable to absorb the body art, he was hit and flew out with an elbow blow. Cough. Nagato vomited blood. Even if it is just ordinary physical skills, it has considerable attack power. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori also does not use ninjutsu, and directly advances with physical skills. Instant technique? So fast. Nagato's pupils suddenly tightened, but with Rinnegan's pupil power, he could still capture the opponent's movement. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori punched the opponent again. Even if you can see it, you can't stop it. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori continued to pursue the victory. Shura Road? Nagato summoned the mechanism armor and stretched out two mechanical arms from his shoulders. Boom. The robotic arms blocked Hyuga Shiratori's fists. But you can stop your fists, but you can't stop your kicks? Nagato's lame legs were bruised, and he was swept across by the opponent and tripped to the ground. Hyuga Shiratori raised one foot and stomped on the opponent's face. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Boom. Under the astonishingly huge repulsion, both sides were shaken out. Oh, the power used by the body is much stronger than pen. Hyuga Shiratori moved the soles of his feet that were a little numb, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Nagato's face remained heavy, because he found that even the Shen Luo Tianzhang sent by the body, it's just barely contending with the other side. Under the reaction force, he himself was also shaken out. Interesting. Come again. Hyuga Shiratori hasn't encountered an opponent for a long time and can fight him. Nagato in front of him is somewhat qualified. However, compared to Hyuga Shiratori's interest, Nagato is very aware of his shortcomings. The probability of winning is almost zero. The only thing he can do is run away, raise a robotic arm and stretch out a muzzle. Boom. Penetrated the ceiling of the cave. Summoning technique. Nagato was riding a three-legged strange bird flying towards the open sky. Hello, are you too scared? Hyuga Shiratori snapped his fingers. Under the influence of chakra, countless white snakes emerged from the earth, biting towards the three-legged strange bird in the sky. Shulking snake hand. It is Orochimaru's ninjutsu. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Nagato released the repulsive barrier again and bounced all the white snakes that approached him. But at this moment, the three-legged strange bird uttered a hissing noise, unable to move in the air. What? Rinnegan of Nagato glared, and found that the body of the three-legged strange bird was connected by a series of tiny chakra threads. This is Sasori's puppetry. Come down. Hyuga Shiratori pulled the chakra thread like a kite, and forcibly pulled the three-legged strange bird down. Damn it. Nagato was thrown to the ground hard, and the crippled him could hardly stand up for a while. But immediately, the figure of Hyuga Shiratori killed him again. Bang, bang. Hyuga Shiratori slapped the robotic arm on Nagato's body with two palms. Nagato knew that it was hard to be an enemy, and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. Putting your hands together, a huge amount of chakra was gathered in an instant. On the palm of the hand, a small black gravitational ball was formed. Planetary devastation. In an instant, the small ball released a huge gravitational force. Absorb everything around it. Hyuga Shiratori rushed forward and was sucked in by the huge gravitational force. It's done. Nagato kept his hands folded and screamed wildly. Drink recklessly release chakra and increase the gravity of planetary devastation. Crack, click, click, click. Under the action of huge gravity, the earth was torn apart. Countless rubble was absorbed into it, forming a huge meteorite in the sky. Puff. After doing all this, Nagato slumped to the ground with weak limbs, gasping for breath, spitting out blood mixed in at the same time. Cough 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 cough. Rinnegan's power was too strong, forcibly overdrawing chakra, further ruining his life. If it weren't for the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he would have been squeezed out a long time ago. But, this step is finally a success. Nagato raised his head and stared fixedly at the huge meteorite floating in the sky. However, in the next second, his expression freezes. Is this your full power? Hyuga Shiratori's voice floated from behind him. Is this your Rinnegan ability? Nagato turned his head stiffly and saw the opponent's pair of red 6-hook jade Rinnegan. Puff. Hyuga Shiratori stabbed the red light fishing rod into the latter's body. I have accepted your Rinnegan power. Nagato couldn't help letting out a scream, and as a large amount of chakra was lost, his pale face became even more inhuman, like a zombie face. The red hair, representing the vigorous vitality of the Uzumaki clan, also became Madara white in an instant. This is your Rinnegan power. Although the power is not strong, there are many tricks to develop. Hyuga Shiratori's palm holds this purple light group. Rinnegan of Nagato, from Uchiha Madara. Limited by his personal pedigree, Nagato is far from being able to exert Rinnegan's due strength. But Nagato's talent is good. After his acquired hard work, he has also developed a lot of powerful pupil skills. For example, a series of abilities of Pen's 6 paths. There are various abilities and many tricks. In terms of functionality, it can even be said to be richer than the original owner of these eyes, Uchiha Madara. It's a pity that Nagato's foundation is not good. In the final analysis, Naruto world is a pedigree-only world. The descendants of the Uzumaki clan are incomparable to the reincarnation of Indra. There is also the problem of chakra. Chakra is the source of power for the ninja. Well, that's not to say that Nagato's chakra is weak. On the contrary, compared to the average ninja, Nagato, who has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, chakra is quite huge. Reluctantly ran into Hyuga Shiratori, who has Ōtsutsuki hook. Being suppressed is also a matter of course. Hyuga Shiratori put Nagato's chakra into the red light fish basket behind him. Chakra with the power of Rinnegan is extraordinary. It also takes a certain amount of time to refine the pill. After the battle is over, Hyuga Shiratori will enter the long-term retreat again. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at Nagato, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. I have no grievances with you, but your existence will bring a series of troubles. So, in order to save trouble, let's kill you here. Hyuga Shiratori opened his palm, and the dazzling laser beam converged in the palm of his hand. Land done laser circus. Tweet, 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 tweet. A series of laser beams blasted the location of Nagato into 1,000 holes. What? Hyuga Shiratori's eyes paused slightly, and Byakugan's vision cut through the billowing smoke. Seeing a rapidly distorted space, Nagato was transferred out at the moment of being extinguished by the laser beam. Wow! A twisted space appeared again behind him. Soon, Kamui came faster than ever before. I saw an unexpected figure flying out of it. Hey, take Kakashi? That's not right, that is. Hyuga Shiratori was startled first, and then Byakugan's gaze was fixed on the black material covering the opponent's body. Mangekyo Sharinon Suzano. It was Kakashi under the control of Black Zetsu, Mangekyo Sharinon with both eyes, who was activating the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. I saw a large amount of Saiyan chakra emerge from his body, solidified into a skeleton. This is Suzano's first form. A large skeleton hand stretched out, like a devil's claw, and grabbed Hyuga Shiratori. The eyes of Hyuga Shiratori flashed across the four-corner shuriken pattern, which is exactly the power of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinon Suzano. A green chakra quickly emerged from his body, solidified into a skeleton. At the same time, on the outer layer of the skeleton, chakra meridians and flesh and blood were quickly formed. This is Suzano's second form. Boom! Stretched out a strong and powerful arm full of muscles, and slapped the opponent's shriveled skeleton arm. But immediately, the opponent also entered the second form. Incarnate into a Saiyan human shape, a large black triangle windmill that matches the pattern of his eye pupils is condensed in the palm of his hand. Kamui Shuriken. Hyuga Shiratori is not to be outdone either. Further inspire chakra and let Suzano enter the third form. On the outer layer of flesh and blood, there is also a layer of Wushanggu armor. A green spiral-shaped big sword condensed in his hand. Sky Kong Yun sword. P.S. I made up this according to Japanese mythology. Anyway, the original book did not give the name of the artifact of Shisui Sujuo. The two Suzano's artifact collided head-on. Surprisingly, there was no loud and deafening noise. Find flowers. Kamui's shuriken turned into a distorted space Uzumaki, constantly tearing at everything he touched. The spiral sword releases strong wind pressure, intending to cut through all obstacles ahead. Visually brought a huge impact. But it is silent in hearing. The picture is very weird. I saw the space Uzumaki entangled with the wind pressure, and then quickly spread in all directions. Involve two Suzano in it at the same time. The dazzling light blocked all sight. But it can't hide Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan? He clearly saw that black Zetsu Kakashi's Saiyan Suzano was torn to pieces by the terrible wind pressure. And his green Suzano, with a layer of Wushanggu armor in the third form, the defense is stronger. 0. Therefore, under the crush of Space Uzumaki, most of Suzano's armor and flesh and blood were stripped away, but in the end there was still a layer of skeleton bones to protect. On black Zetsu Kakashi's side, Suzano completely collapsed. In this Suzano duel, the outcome is self-knowledge. Hyuga Shiratori saw the timing and rushed up with a red fishing rod in his hand. Black Zetsu Kakashi's eyes widened and he used hollow. The attack of Hyuga Shiratori passed directly through the opponent's body. Only Mangekyo Renan who gathers his eyes can exert his true power. Black Zetsu Kakashi materialized in an instant, and the black thunder and lightning condensed from his right hand. Kamui Reikari. Reikari, with the power of space, has the amazing power to cut through all defenses. Boom. The remaining Suzano on Hyuga Shiratori was easily penetrated by the opponent. The black Reikari, face to face his back heart? Interesting. Hyuga Shiratori's face remained unchanged, and Mangekyo's eyes suddenly changed into blue Rinnegan. I saw the figure hit by black Zetsu Kakashi Kamui Reikari, turning into countless red paper cranes flying away. This is your Rinnegan ability? When attacked, the body freely disperses into countless energy bodies, and then reorganizes anywhere. Black Zetsu Kakashi's face was heavy. Why don't you move anymore? Go on. Hyuga Shiratori stared at the opponent quietly. I admit that the current me is indeed not your opponent, but it is not so easy for you to kill me. Black Zetsu Kakashi said coldly. The opponent's Rinnegan is powerful and almost invincible. But his eyes, Mangekyo Renan, are not vegetarian either. Haha, do you really think I can't do anything with you? Don't forget, Kamui's space, I have already entered once. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes have changed from blue Rinnegan to red Rinnegan. Huangquan Hirisaka? Invade the Kamui space? What? Black Zetsu Kakashi, whose body was hidden in the Kamui space, was shocked at 023. Zi. Lightning style instant? Hyuga Shiratori rushed into a flash of lightning. The pupils of black Zetsu Kakashi's eyes suddenly tightened, and the pupil power of both eyes was outputted wildly. Kamui. Under the blessing of the pupil power of the eyes, the speed of the distortion space doubled, and he was involved in the space. Black Zetsu Kakashi knelt on one knee, his body returned to the real space. I looked up and found that it was almost the same time. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori walks out of a different space. Renan. Kamui Reikari. Squeak. The two collided head-on. The black Reikari with cutting space is obviously higher than Renan in terms of skill level. If the strength of the two sides is not far apart, Kamui Reikari will definitely win the battle. But Hyuga Shiratori broke 10 with one force. Inject the extremely large chakra onto Renan. Boom. Black Zetsu Kakashi was beaten upside down and flew out, just as his back was about to hit a big rock, but his body went straight through. Hyuga Shiratori saw that the other party was hiding in the Kamui space again. Draw the gourd in the same way and use Huangquan Biliangzaka again? Immediately after invading the Kamui space. But this time, Black Zetsu Kakashi prepared with two hands. He aimed his eyes at the gate of space where Hiroizumi Hirazaka appeared, and activated Kamui. Attempt to forcibly close the space gate of Huangquan Biliangzaka by distorting the space. This is my space. Get out of me. Black Zetsu Kakashi yelled, his eyes widened and blood was even spilled. This is the result of his forcibly overdrawing pupil power. All the spaces in this world are places where I can travel freely. Hyuga Shiratori stared. Rinnegan's pupil power continued to output. I saw that the originally distorted space door gradually became stable again. Hyuga Shiratori walked out of the door of the consolidated space. Damn it. The difference in pupil power is too big. Black Zetsu Kakashi looked ugly and looked helpless. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori used the instantaneous technique and rushed towards the opponent again. You got fooled. However, Black Zetsu Kakashi's original flustered expression showed a weird smile. Wood-style Hell Rebellion. I saw a large number of thorns, trees, and vines emerging from the ground, instantly piercing the unsuspecting Hyuga Shiratori through the body. Use yin and yang to hide on it, so that Byakugan can't see through it. A look of surprise flashed across Hyuga Shiratori's face. Rinnegan time back? You got fooled. Black Zetsu Kakashi showed a weird smile and moved his palm. Wood-style Hell Rebellion. Suddenly, a large number of thorns and vines swelled out of the ground, and they pierced Hyuga Shiratori's chest without warning. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. I saw that Hyuga Shiratori seemed to have foreseen, and prepared the moves to deal with it in advance. Wood-style Blasting Gun Tree. Using a lot of chakra, a towering tree quickly grew under your feet. Boom. The giant tree blocked the impact of the thorns and vines? What? This is impossible. Black Zetsu Kakashi was shocked. How could the trap he carefully laid out failed? This scene reminded him of the time when Uchiha Obito attacked the opponent with Kamui. Obviously, there is no warning, and it can be a sneak attack with one hit. However, the opponent seems to have the ability to predict the future, knowing all their attacks in advance. Lariat. Hyuga Shiratori raised his arms horizontally and slashed with lightning fast. One blow hit Black Zetsu Kakashi's neck. If it hits, the latter's head can be cut off instantly. But at a critical moment, Black Zetsu Kakashi moved the body part above the neck into hollow. Let Hyuga Shiratori's attack penetrate. Rinnegan time back? Lariat. Hyuga Shiratori raised his arms horizontally and slashed with lightning fast. But this time, instead of attacking the opponent's neck, he crashed into the opponent's lower body. How so? Black Zetsu Kakashi opened his eyes wide in horror, and with his Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, he clearly saw the opponent hit him in the direction of his neck. He is ready for hollow. But why can the opponent's attack change the position of the attack in an instant, instead of hitting the waist and abdomen? Wow. Before Black Zetsu Kakashi could make any movements, he received a heavy blow in his abdomen. The powerful lightning-style ninjutsu smashed many ribs on his body with one blow, along with most of the internal organs in the abdominal cavity, and flew out. If it were a normal person, Heitake Kakashi would have died too long. But he is attached to Black Zetsu, who possesses the powerful yin and yang power to escape Heitake Kakashi's life. But despite this, Black Zetsu Kakashi was also hit hard. A lot of blood was spit out. You guy, do you really have the ability to predict the future? Black Zetsu Kakashi asked incredulously. It's just turning back time. Hyuga Shiratori said lightly. Back in time? How can a mortal do this kind of thing? Who are you on Earth? Black Zetsu let out a terrifying scream. After thousands of years, he has never encountered a human like Hyuga Shiratori. At a young age, he has infinite power that overwhelms everything. It is even stronger than the original Indra and Ashura. Boom. Black Zetsu Kakashi was hit by Hyuga Shiratori again in the gap with Kamui. The boring game of cat and mouse is almost over, right? Hyuga Shiratori's blue Rinnegan gaze fixed on the latter. At this time, Black Zetsu Kakashi was covered in cuts and bruises, and there was not a single part of his whole body intact. If you are a normal person, your body will no longer be able to support it. It was Black Zetsu's yin and yang power to forcibly hold Kakashi's body. However, this method of forcibly renewing life cannot last long. Damn it, is the limit of this human body. Black Zetsu felt that he couldn't control Kakashi's body a little, and his limbs gradually became more sluggish. It's not that his control is weakened, but that the latter's body really can't hold it. Hyuga Shiratori has long seen through the end of the opponent's crossbow. If this continues, Kakashi's body will be destroyed by Black Zetsu alive sooner or later. But Hyuga Shiratori wouldn't care anymore. What does the important role of the original book have to do with him? Black Zetsu, in a sense, your existence is more troublesome than Rinnegan. There was a flash of murder in Hyuga Shiratori's eyes. Do you know my existence? Black Zetsu was suddenly shocked. You know, he is the incarnation of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's will to stay in the world. Hidden attributes, even Sage of Six Paths does not know. And this mysterious human being can tell his identity in one word. Huangquan Hirasaka? Open up the door to space. Black Zetsu Kakashi's eyes suddenly tightened, and he was ready at any time. Let the main body transfer the Kamui space. But this time, Hyuga Shiratori himself did not invade the Kamui space. But from the red light fish basket, a lot of acid gas is released. Boil-style Kiao technique. The boil style from Terumime continues to the limit, generating strong acid mist and corroding everything. A large amount of acid gas poured into the Kamui space through the space gate of Huangquan Hirasaka. Not good. Black Zetsu Kakashi immediately went secretly. Now hollow, his body is hidden in the Kamui space. The other party introduced the acid gas of boil style into the Kamui space. This means that Black Zetsu Kakashi will face a dilemma. The first is to continue to hide in the Kamui space and be corroded by acid gas alive. The second is to return to the real space and face the Hyuga Shiratori who is waiting for you. Come on, let you choose two ways to die. Rinnegan of Hyuga Shiratori fixed his eyes on the opponent. As soon as the opponent has any signs that are materialized, he will immediately take action. Suzano. Black Zetsu Kakashi chose hard resistance. Cyan skeleton ribs are condensed on the body to protect the whole body. The area of Kamui space is not large, only a few hundred square meters. The acid gas of boil style quickly spread throughout the space, and the concentration rose further. Ba ba ba. The strong acid is corrosive and soon begins to dissolve Suzano. Damn it. Black Zetsu Kakashi gritted his teeth and forcibly increased the pupil output of his eyes. Suzano entered state 2 at one point. But soon his body knelt on the ground uncontrollably, and began to vomit blood crazily. Heitake Kakashi's body does not have blood boundaries, and he forcibly uses Mangekyo Sharingan's power, and he still has his eyes. Will cause huge side effects to him? Black Zetsu insisted, but it couldn't last. It seems that this human body is useless, so let's make some final contributions. Black Zetsu Kakashi's right eye radiated a strange red light. Forbidden artisan key? Huh. Black Zetsu Kakashi finally couldn't stand the Kamui space filled with acid gas, and the body moved to reality. Finally, can you give it up? Hyuga Shiratori Rinnegan must have locked the other party's actualization state instantly. Puff. Quickly stepped forward and pierced into the heart of Black Zetsu Kakashi. Kill with one blow. Hyuga Shiratori can clearly feel the real feeling of this thorn. But I saw Black Zetsu Kakashi's right eye, Mangekyo's pattern, turned off white. This isn't a key. Hyuga Shiratori immediately understood. In a very short period of time, this technique converts all the unfavorable factors including death to the caster into dreams. At the same time, the caster's attacks and other events that are beneficial to him are transformed into a real technique. The ultimate illusion that can freely switch between dreams and reality. Oh, Black Zetsu Kakashi grabbed his shoulders firmly with both hands. With his left eye widened, Mangekyo Sharinon stared at him directly. Kamui. Another use of distorted space is to twist the things that focus on the space in the distorted space. Huh? How can this degree of pupil technique be useful to me? Hyuga Shiratori Rinnegan glared. Huh. The body turned into countless paper cranes scattered in place. This makes Black Zetsu Kakashi's close-range Kamui empty. Chizuru regrouped behind the opponent, and Hyuga Shiratori pierced the opponent's heart again. This is finally over, right? I saw Black Zetsu Kakashi turned his head stubbornly and said something meaningful to him. Your destiny has been firmly grasped by me. Mangekyo's right eye emits a strange red light. Isnaki again? I want to see how many eyes you still have. Hyuga Shiratori sneered. The body once again turned into countless paper cranes and spread out. Then he appeared behind the opponent again. In the same way, one blow penetrated the heart of the latter. However, what is surprising is that Black Zetsu Kakashi seems to be locked in blood, just impenetrable. Turning his head, he said the same thing to him. Your destiny has been firmly grasped by me. Are you a repeater? No matter how many times you repeat it, the result will not change. Hyuga Shiratori does not believe in evil. Rinnegan pupil technique 1000 paper cranes instant? Over and over again, the same scene was repeated 10 times. Your destiny has been firmly held by me. It's enough. Hyuga Shiratori frowned, and finally understood. The other party sacrificed the second eye, and it was not Izanaki, but Izanami. This is the ultimate ninjutsu that traps people in an infinite fantasy world. Unless the subject accepts his true self, he will not be able to escape this illusion. Acknowledge your failure, otherwise you will never be able to escape this illusion. The misty voice of Black Zetsu Kakashi came from all directions. Joke. Mangekyo's illusion, just trying to trap me. Hyuga Shiratori stopped the useless attack. All he has to do now is to concentrate his entire chakra on these Rinnegans. Your destiny has been firmly grasped by me. Black Zetsu Kakashi also acts as a repeater here. Rinnegan's overwhelming pupil power can see through the illusion. Crack, click, click, click. I saw traces of cracks in the picture in front of me. Like a broken mirror, it quickly turned into flying ash and annihilated. Izanami was forced to crack. Nothing can escape from illusion without admitting failure. All shit. He just doesn't believe in evil, and wants to use absolute power to crack this illusion. I saw Hatake Kakashi standing in front of me. The dual-purpose Mangekyo Sharinon has both turned grayish-white and is permanently blind. This is also the price of using the two forbidden techniques of Izanaki and Izanami. Black Zetsu, who occupies half of his body, has long since disappeared. Puff. Hatake Kakashi's body fell heavily back to the ground. After being drained of the last drop of chakra, he had already lost his life. Hyuga Shiratori opened Byakugan. Sweep 1,000 miles. No trace of Black Zetsu was found. The power of yin and yang escape can make him fully integrate into nature. Avoided Byakugan's tracking? And Nagato doesn't know where it is. Cut has it been placed? Hyuga Shiratori was unhappy and authentic. Black Zetsu squeezed the last remaining value of Hatake Kakashi. At the same time, forbidden techniques Izanaki and Izanami were used. Once trapped Hyuga Shiratori. Taking advantage of this short time, Black Zetsu took the opportunity to flee with the weak Nagato. As expected to be a filial son who has lived for thousands of years, you escaped again this time, Black Zetsu. Hyuga Shiratori felt a little regretful in his heart. He was careless after all. The victory that swept Kanaha, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Akatsuki in the front gradually made Hyuga Shiratori mentally inflated. So I feel arrogant and don't put everyone in the eye. That's why Black Zetsu took advantage of it. But it doesn't matter, so much chakra has been harvested in this battle, and it will take a lot of time to digest it. Byakugan opens Hira Izumi Hirazaka. Hyuga Shiratori has entered a different space that belongs only to him. Black Zetsu possesses Nagato and runs away. Almost, it's okay, absolutely, the enemy's chakra has disappeared. Nagato looked weak and authentic. With superb perception ability, he noticed that Hyuga Shiratori's chakra had disappeared, so he should have given up the pursuit. It's a shame that a pair of useful Mangekyo Sharinon was wasted. Black Zetsu said solemnly. Hatake Kakashi is a good ninja material. If possible, Black Zetsu also intends to rely on the latter for a long time. However, I ran into the ruthless person Hyuga Shiratori. He tried his best to escape. In desperation, I had to give up Hatake Kakashi's body. Let go of me, absolutely. I want to use the power of Hell-Deo to revive the 6 paths of pain. Nagato's body, after all, still has the fatal flaw of lameness. Let go of you? GGG Nagato, don't you know that the current you are no longer useful? Black Zetsu said with a giddy smile. What? Absolutely. Do you want to betray me? Nagato's eyes narrowed. In fact, he already faintly felt that Ju's origin was unusual. With his Rinnegan's pupil power, he couldn't see through the other side's details. The opponent claimed to be Madara's will, but it didn't show any powerful force. In Akatsuki's organization, it serves as the work of gathering intelligence. Therefore, Nagato never imagined that there would be some weird power. Betrayal? A joke? Everyone is my pawn. Uchiha Madara included? I am the will of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu laughed arrogantly. You. Damn it, your body is moving. Nagato's eyes widened, and his hands were uncontrollably imprinted following the control of the veins that Black Zetsu stretched out. Yin and Yang escape spiritual possession. Black Zetsu's veins completely spread throughout Nagato's body. Oh. Nagato let out a stern voice to participate, and he could feel that the chakra meridians all over his body were forcibly overdrawn. If this continues, he will die. This seal, can it be said? At this time, Nagato finally realized what Black Zetsu wanted to do. But as a spiritual puppet, he can only watch his hands and uncontrollably end the Rinnegan forbidden technique at the cost of death. I saw a strange purple magic circle in front of me, from which he summoned the Hades of Hell. Wei Deo wheel revolving heaven technique. Nagato was alive, squeezed the last bit of life in his body and died on the spot. Sizzle. The king of Hades opened his mouth wide. I saw a living figure walking out of it. Nagato, did you finally use it? Hell Road Hades disappeared. Summoned from the Pure Land, the person who resurrected the dead is indeed Uchiha Madara. Congratulations, Madara, back to the world. Black Zetsu dropped Nagato's corpse, and pretended to compliment it. Uchiha Madara is non-committal. He always believes that Black Zetsu is the embodiment of his will. How is the plan going? I'm very sorry, the plan has reached a point where it cannot be advanced. Black Zetsu expressed regret. The trend of the ninja world in recent years has completely exceeded the script he wrote. What about Obito? Uchiha Madara is blind in both eyes, but this does not affect his strong perception ability. Chakra explored for 4 weeks and found that Uchiha Obito, the key piece, was not there. This is strange. He was worried that Uchiha Obito would betray him before he was alive, so he planted a powerful charm on the ladder to prevent accidents. Obito's nonsense is dead. The Akatsuki organization that was founded also suffered heavy losses. All this is attributed to the Hyuga Shiratori. It's a long story. Black Zetsu explained the situation patiently. While listening, Uchiha Madara reached out and dug out the 2 Rinnegan from Nagato's body. These are his eyes. No matter how complicated the situation is now, since he is now resurrected, anyone who hinders his plan will be killed. Black Zetsu briefly reported to Uchiha Madara about the major events that have happened in the ninja world over the years. Then I focused on Hyuga Shiratori's information. The Hyuga clan. I didn't expect that the descendants of Tenin would actually have such a powerful character. Uchiha Madara's face was involuntarily surprised. That guy used to call himself Hyuga Tenin. Black Zetsu added. Impossible? I have fought against Hyuga Tenin. That guy's strength is just like that. It's incomparable with Hashirama and me. Uchiha Madara was honest and disdainful. After getting confirmation from the parties, Black Zetsu can finally exclude Hyuga Tenin. In this way, the origin of this Hyuga Shiratori is even more mysterious. He is less than 10 years old, and his strength is unprecedented, and he also owns Rinnegan. Black Zetsu's voice is deep and authentic. For thousands of years, I have collected thousands of years of ninja intelligence. He had never discovered such a human being. Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara frowned, and Rinnegan's eyes shone strangely. In order to awaken these Rinnegans, what a price he paid at the beginning? In the Valley of End, he and Senju Hashirama battled decisively. In the course of the fierce battle, he bit off a piece of meat from the opponent, and then resurrected after fake death with the help of Izanagi. After transplanting Hashirama's cells, there was no response at first. The power of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan plus Wood Style, 2 powers representing the pinnacle of the 2 races, has been integrated in recent decades. At the end of his life, Rinnegan just awakened. However, Black Zetsu now tells him that a child under 10 has a pair of Rinnegan. What do you think of him? Listening to what you said, I am really interested in this Hyuga Shiratori. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth were raised wantonly, full of arrogant smile. I thought that in this era, I felt sorry for the lack of Senju Hashirama, a powerful enemy. Now it seems that I don't need to be lonely anymore. Tell me, where is Hyuga Shiratori now? I'm going to meet him for a while now. Uchiha Madara has just been reborn, with warm blood flowing on his body. I can't wait to do it right away. It's a pity that I can't find the specific location of the target. The opponent's Rinnegan, who has the ability of the time and space system, can't track it at all. The 5 major powers once set up a joint wanted force. After searching for a whole year, they couldn't find him. Black Zetsu expressed regret. So, it seems that Rinnegan held by different people will have different abilities. Uchiha Madara was lost in thought. In the history of the ninja world, the only people who started Rinnegan are the legendary Sage of 6 Paths and himself. There are no more reference samples. Master Madara, the enemy's goal is to hunt the mighty chakra. It has captured 3 tails, 4 tails, 8 tails, and half of 9 tails chakra. Black Zetsu deliberately guided each other. Taking the tail beast? Could it be that someone has the same idea as me? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and immediately thought of his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. It's not clear for the time being, but the only thing that is certain is that the other party is also collecting tail beasts. And after collecting a certain amount of chakra, it will enter a different space and dormant for a period of time. Black Zetsu said solemnly. So, should I take advantage of his dormant time to collect the remaining tail beasts as soon as possible? Uchiha Madara clarified the current goal. Yes, Akatsuki has basically collected all the information on Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu presented a scroll. Okay, let's just call it Uchiha Madara's face was calm and authentic, as if just stating a simple thing. The next day, Uchiha Madara single-handedly attacked Uegakure, kill 3rd Tsuchikage Oniki and capture 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. Lois, son of Tsuchikage, was appointed to succeed 4th Tsuchikage. Leading rock shinobi's remnants of defeat, went south to Kanaha, and spread the shocking news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection to the world of ninja. This is undoubtedly equivalent to dropping a blockbuster. This news is even more terrifying than the original appearance of Hyuga Tenin, because this is the name of the man who stands at the pinnacle of the ninja in the legend. In addition, Uegakure's ashes disappeared, and it also told the cruel reality of the world of ninja. The so-called 5 ninja villages are nothing but rubble and dust in front of that man. 4th Reikage had previously experienced a battle with Hyuga Shiratori, and his injuries were still unhealed. Now that I was shocked by the news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection, I was so scared that he bounced off the hospital bed, immediately convened an emergency meeting with Cloud Shinobi's top management, and unanimously passed the evacuation plan for Kanaha. Lead all Cloud Shinobi and transfer to Kanaha Shinobi Village. Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi also took the same action. No way, first Hyuga Shiratori and then Uchiha Madara, they are all ruthless characters hunting tail beasts. With the power of a shinobu village alone, it is impossible to stop such a ruthless person. For the present plan, the 5 ninja villages had to hug each other together to have the capital to resist together. As for Kanaha, 4th Hokage also agreed to the gathering of major shinobu villages. After all, a group of Kanaha's top players headed by Heitake Kakashi, the deadly injuries caused a serious blow to Kanaha's combat effectiveness. Today Kanaha is panicked in the face of the menacing Uchiha Madara. It just so happened that the major ninja villages conveyed their request for refuge, and at the same time brought a lot of ninja combat power. Kanaha can't wait to gather all the ninjas in the entire ninja world to Kanaha Shinobi Village. For this reason, Kanaha also sent a message of appeal to the small ninja villages other than the 5 great ninja villages, such as Kaiin Village, Rain Shinobi Village, Suiin Village, Takiin Village, Zingian Village, Takanoki Village, etc. I hope that all ninjas can unite to deal with the 2 public enemies of the ninja world, Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Madara. However, they were basically rejected. In their view, this big boss is going for big countries. They don't have any tail beasts, so don't care about them. On the contrary, there are still many people gloating. I hope that the 2 ruthless people Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Madara can kill the 5 great shinobu villages. In this way, wouldn't their little ninja villages have their early days? Of course this is just an ant's fantasy. The weak are always the weak, and only the strong dominate. Under unprecedented pressure from Uchiha Madara, there has been an unprecedented ninja transfer operation in the ninja world. From the 5 great ninja villages, hundreds of thousands of ninjas moved to Kanaha Shinobi Village. Because this is the strongest ninja village, the only place to defend the life and death of ninjas, the remaining Zyuren villages basically stood still and acted as melon eaters. It's nothing to them anyway. Only the Takigakura village will not work. Because when Senjo Hashirama assigned the tail beasts, in order to show equal respect for Zyunen village, Takigakura village was given a 7 tails as a special case. Taken village became the only force with a tailed beast outside of the 5 great shinobu villages. In the past interactions with major powers, Takigakura is also a bit emboldened, at least it will not be ravaged by major powers at will. To enjoy the tail beast alone was originally a good thing. Now it has become a reminder for them. Due to the long-term policy of shutting down the country in Takigakura, the news from the outside world is not well received. Therefore, the news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection was received very late, and it was even later that Kanaha's call was received later. Takiin's high-level response was slow, and he was delayed in making a decision. When Uchiha Madara kills the door, it is too late to escape. The result is not unexpected. Uchiha Madara easily defeated Takin village in the first battle and successfully captured 7 tails. As soon as he is resurrected, he will fight all over the ninja world invincible hand, and his mentality will inevitably expand. Next, where should I go to fight? Uchiha Madara looked at the map in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Master Madara, according to the information collected by my clone, Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi have all moved to Kanaha. Black Zetsu reminded. Oh, isn't that great? It just happens to catch them all. Uchiha Madara said boldly. Wait. Now Kanaha has gathered 5 ninja villages with a total force of more than 100,000? Madara-sama, even you, it would be very difficult if you are alone. It's better to take a break and convene. Akatsuki's original crew, again. Black Zetsu is an extremely cautious person. Although Uchiha Madara, who owns Rinnegan, is very strong, he is not strong enough to challenge the whole world alone. Huh? It's just a bunch of waste? Only the weak will choose to hug together, because they know that if they don't rely on the strong, they won't be able to live. Uchiha Madara showed disdain. He didn't even look at the so-called ninja coalition forces. In this way, Uchiha Madara rejected Black Zetsu's cautious suggestion. Arrogantly think that he alone is enough to sweep everything? Continue to choose to fight alone, planning to use one person to lay down the strongest Kanaha Shinobi village. The next day, Uchiha Madara did not hide his whereabouts, and invaded the Land of Fire openly. Hundreds of miles away, it was discovered by the reconnaissance unit of the ninja coalition. A person invades from the front. Is this too arrogant? The reconnaissance troops were all shocked. Ever since, chose a wave of tentative offense? The process is omitted. The result is all gone. The remaining reconnaissance troops fled in fright and hurried back to Kanaha to deliver the news. After receiving the exact news that Uchiha Madara attacked from the front, the five shadows, headed by Namikaze Minato, Luasha, Huangtu, Yayuha, and Terumime, immediately led hundreds of thousands of ninja coalition forces and waited at the Kanaha gate. There are too many miscellaneous soldiers. Uchiha Madara realized from a distance that there are different ninjas from various ninja villages in Kanaha Shinobi Village, with the number of more than 100,000. One person is afraid of 100,000? Uchiha Madara kept moving forward without any wavering. The enemy is coming. The whole army is ready to fight. Gakage stands in the front row of the Ninja Alliance, and each gives orders. Uchiha Madara didn't bother to push them too much. As soon as he came up, he shot a large-scale attack ninjutsu. Fire style extinguished the fire. The raging flames, the impact of flames up to 100 meters wide. 5th Mizukage led numerous mist shinobi on the top. Water style water array. Water style water barrier. Water style water barrier. Water style water barrier. With the absolute amount of water, the incoming flames were quickly extinguished. The quality is not enough, can the quantity come together? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. He has always been disdainful of ants, but he has to admit that when ants gather together, they can indeed produce effective resistance to him. So, try the big guy. Find flowers. Summoning technique. Uchiha Madara summoned 5 tails and 7 tails in one breath. Rinnegan instantly controlled the 2 beasts. Open the mouth of the blood basin and accumulate the tailed beast bomb together. Facing 2 tailed beast bombs at once, there was a commotion on the Ninja Alliance. But soon he was soothed by 5 shadows. I'll block 1 shot and leave the rest to your defense. 4th Hokage stepped forward and rushed to the first tailed beast bomb as soon as he came up. Flying Thunder God enchantment. I saw 4th Hokage quickly formed a series of Madara on both hands, condensing a temporal and spatial technique in midair. Blocked the first tailed beast bomb, dented it into the space, and exploded dozens of kilometers away from Konoha. 0. The remaining second shot, with an absolute number of defensive ninjutsu by the Ninja Coalition. Earth-style Earth Dynamic Core. Earth-style Earth-style Wall. Earth-style Earth-style Wall. Earth-style Earth-style Wall. The continuous city wall abruptly withstood the bombardment of the tailed beast bomb. Oh, Hokage in this era is a bit capable. Uchiha Madara glanced at 4th Hokage in surprise. Thanks to the compliments of seniors. No matter what kind of enemy it is, I will definitely protect Konoha to the death. 4th Hokage's righteousness Ran immediately won the cheers of the crowd. The boring trick of buying people's hearts, now let you see the true power of Uchiha. Uchiha Madara's eyes are certain, and with strong pupil power, the blue chakra comes out through the body. A blue giant turned out. Not only is it big, but the extremely large chakra is rapidly solidifying, finally taking shape into an armored warrior, completely Suzano. Seeing the giant on the top of the mountain, everyone in the Ninja Alliance was stunned. This is the power of the legendary Uchiha. Everyone was suppressed. But at this moment, Konoha walked out of a ninja with a pattern of flames and fans. Uchiha are the people who guard Konoha. Konoha and the Uchiha clan play. Headed by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharinon. Suzano. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, as the strongest ninjas of the Uchiha clan, they played Suzano to help out at the same time. Transformed into a grey and green skeleton humanoid, Suzano in the 3rd form, although in terms of size and quality of chakra, it cannot be compared with the giant blue samurai created by Uchiha Madara in Suzano. But at any rate, it is a unified system of pupil skills. Oh, we also have Uchiha's power here. The ninja allied forces rallied, and it could be regarded as a little bit of morale restored. Unpretty offspring of Uchiha, how dare you be an enemy of your ancestors? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed in a dangerous arc, and his gaze fixedly locked on the same clan who raised his sword towards him. I dare not, but I have to do it. Uchiha Fugaku looked serious and authentic. His ideal since childhood was to inherit Konoha's will of fire and become Hokage. Reluctantly during the 3rd generation's reign, the Uchiha clan was suppressed everywhere, which made him feel desperate for a while. Fortunately, in the era of the 4th generation, the Uchiha clan was treated fairly, and the clan actively participated in Konoha's important department. It can be said that the current Uchiha clan is firmly tied to Konoha's interests. The existence of Uchiha Madara seriously threatened Konoha's interests and at the same time violated the interests of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, Konoha will always be Uchiha. For Konoha, no matter who it is, we will still fight. Uchiha Shisui's righteousness Ran. He was trusted by Hokage at a young age and appointed him as Captain Umbu. Uchiha Shisui is very grateful for 4th Hokage's kindness. Seeing the Uchiha clan work together to defend Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other senior executives couldn't help but be moved. They have always feared and rejected Uchiha. Unexpectedly, at Konoha's most critical moment, the Uchiha clan would be willing to stand up and fight. Shimura Danzo frowned. His hostility to Uchiha was deeply rooted, and he would never be able to believe the latter. I didn't expect the proud Uchiha clan to become Hokage slackies. Uchiha Madara sneered in disdain. He is arrogant by nature, and he is never willing to submit to others. Not even Senju Hashirama. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to fight the opponent to the death. Uchiha in this era really disappoints me. Well, this is the last chance I give you. First, follow me to destroy Kanaha. Second, bury it with Kanaha. Uchiha Madara didn't want to say any more, and directly issued the final notice. We chose to fight side by side with Kanaha and defeat. Uchiha Fugaku was about to respond loudly, but an embarrassing scene appeared. Among the Uchiha clan, several elders headed by Uchiha Yayoi and Uchiha Tetsuo led a part of the clan, quickly separated from the ninja coalition team, and ran to Uchiha Madara's side and knelt down on one knee. The eyes of the people are full of endless fanaticism and worship. Great ancestor, Lord Madara, I am willing to fight with you. Uchiha, who was on the battlefield, occupied more than half of the whole clan. Insufficient heart? The Uchiha Fugaku faction is satisfied with the fair treatment of Kanaha. But there are still some people who are trying to get more. What they want is Hokage, dominate Kanaha? Now seeing the resurrection of the ancestors, that is the strongest ninja of the mythical level, when will you not vote at this time? You? Uchiha Fugaku's old face instantly turned into a pig liver color, and he pointed at the tribe who betrayed him, shaking with anger. The ninja coalition was in an uproar, and the morale that was finally ignited was hit hard again. Tisk tusk, the old man said, Uchiha, he is a betrayal by nature. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but jump out of yin and yang. This. Uchiha Shisui's face was ugly, but he was speechless for a while. A whole half of the clansmen have surrendered to the enemy, which is a huge shame. Ha 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 ha, this is my outstanding descendant of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara burst out laughing when he saw that hundreds of people had surrendered. Then he waved his hand, condensing a series of black rods, and shot them into the body of the tribe. Madara, sir. The tribe was puzzled at first, and then only felt an unusually large chakra injected into their bodies. Don't worry, don't resist, this is the strength I give you. Uchiha Madara Rinnegan must use the power of yin and yang to transmit chakra through the black rod. I feel power is coming up continuously. A sickly blood red appeared on the face of the tribe, and Sharingan's eyes exuded a terrifying fierce light. Chakra has also been doubled. The principle is similar to that of Nagato using a black stick to control Pen's 6 paths. This is a whim of Uchiha Madara. When Wu Ying looked at it, his face also became ugly. Originally, there was only one Uchiha Madara, but now there are hundreds of Uchiha clan, and they are still strengthened ninjas. Minato, get ready to do it. This guy doesn't know how many tactics are still hidden. Let's do it first. Jiraiya reminded from the side. When 4th Hokage heard it, he nodded seriously. He glanced at each other with Wu Ying beside him. They gave the order to play together. Shoo, oh, oh. Thousands of shurikens and kunai flying all over the sky. Fire-style great fireball. Water-style water turbulence. Wind-style scythe attack. Lightning-style emotion wave. Earth-style tulong gun. The ninja troops from the 5 major ninja villages each mobilized to be good at ninjutsu. A group of ants, all of them can't hurt me anymore. Uchiha Madara stood on Suzano's forehead. None of the attacks can penetrate the armor of the giant samurai. One strike. Suzano drew his sword and waved forward. The ultimate slash, like harvesting wheat, swept the audience. Thousands of ninjas were beheaded immediately by the Ninja Alliance. Base. Thousands of ninjas were beheaded instantly. Master Madara is mighty. Everyone kill it together. The tribesmen who surrendered were immediately beaten with blood, and launched a charge against the ninja coalition. On the contrary, the ninja allied forces were so scared that they almost collapsed. Only a few famous ninjas have the courage to maintain the formation. Damn it, you traitors. Uchiha Fugaku was frightened and led the tribe to meet the betrayed fellow tribe. The number of the two groups was 50 to 50, but with the injection of black sticks, the traitors who have strengthened chakra have significantly improved their strength. Instead, the betrayers have the upper hand in combat power. However, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, both of whom possess Mangekyo Sharinon, the third form of Suzano, can also exert powerful combat effectiveness. The two Uchiha gangs immediately fought hard. 5 shadows shot at the same time. Lava-style solving monster technique. Terumi Mei took the lead in using the blood relay limit and spit out a strong acid solution. It was splashed on Suzano's body, and a whole white smoke came out. There seems to be a little melting effect, but the speed is very slow. Is Lava-style's blood succession limit? This level of attack is not worth mentioning. Uchiha Madara glanced, ignoring. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. 4th Raikage's strongest hand knife hack? That's a nirvana for cutting off the horns of 8 tails. But when it hit Suzano's body, it only cracked a little bit on the latter's armor. Clang. Hehe. Uchiha Madara laughed and said nothing. Earth-style mountain technique. The lowest used the strongest earth-style, turning up the ground to form 2 big mountains, Suzano. He also used this trick to suppress Uegakure's violent tail beast. Rubbish. With a wave of Uchiha Madara's palm, he completely covered Suzano's arm and smashed the 2 mountains with ease. Seal technique gold placer burial. 4th Kazekage used placer gold to form a pyramid. Suzano's body was too big. The pyramid barely covered the back of the knee. Too weak. Uchiha Madara lifted his foot and stepped on it completely. Suzano smashed the pyramid with his foot. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. 4th Hokage entered Sage mode and threw a huge shuriken that contained a lot of wind-style chakra and Zayansha chakra. OM. The spiral shuriken exploded, releasing ultra-high-density wind blade cutting the entire body Suzano frantically. Crack, click, 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 click. There was an ear-piercing screaming sound. The naked eye can see a large number of cracks on Suzano's armor. Yeah, it's barely capable. Hokage. At this time, Uchiha Madara glanced at each other slightly. Don't underestimate Kanaha Shinobi. Jiraiya entered Sage mode and raised his hand to lift a huge ball of light. Sage Art Super Big Ball Raise Non. Boom. It hit Suzano's shoulder hard, and the latter produced more cracks. Ape Demon Wishful Stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted a huge iron rod and quickly stabbed Suzano at his complete body. Draw a knife. Boom. Suzano cut the iron rod with a single blow. What? With a wailing, the iron rod changed back to the form of the monkey demon. Then it turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Damn it, even the King Kong body of the ape demon can't withstand his blow. Too much. Uchiha Madara finally couldn't help but want to shoot. Fire style. The fire is gone. With the help of Suzano's enhancement, launch a super large flame impact. Everyone is shocked. Mizukage. I know, but I can't stand it alone. Water style. Water barrier. Terumi May used the strongest defense water style. Summoned several huge water columns. But he couldn't stop it for even a second, and was pierced by a huge amount of flame. Earth style. Turyu Castle. Huang Tu summoned a wall level earth style. Also burned through in a blink of an eye. Finally, 4th Hokage took the shot and used the Flying Thunder God enchantment to transfer the remaining flames. Tobirama's ninjutsu? The man I hate the most. Uchiha Madara took a fixed look at 4th Hokage, a murderous shot in his eyes. Summoning technique. 4th Hokage summoned the 3 toads of Mount Mayaboku in one breath. Complete Suzano, slashed down. Clang, clang, clang. I saw the frog with a sword, the frog with an iron fork, the frog with a double sword, and the 3 big toads jointly defending. Can barely resisted the opponent's cut. Oh, it's really interesting to be able to take my blow head on. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth rose slightly, seeming to have a lot of interest. Then the voice changed. So, how are you going to block the second blow? I saw Suzano completely body, 2 arms were formed again, and a second samurai sword was drawn from the big wing behind him. Boom. Go down with this second knife and chop off the 3 big toads directly. Wow. 4th Hokage used Flying Thunder God technique to avoid the blow in a thrilling manner. Seeing that there were a large number of ninjas on the field, being slashed by this knife, his face also became ugly. On the other side, under the control of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, 5 Tails and 7 Tails also launched a crazy attack. I saw 5 Tails rushing all the way, using strong iron hoofs to trample on the ninja coalition madly. Sickle. 7 Tails is a giant beetle that flies into the air and sprinkles a large amount of poisonous powder to poison a large number of ninjas. Complete body Suzano plus 2 tail beasts. It is a humanoid killer. Ninja coalition forces suffered heavy casualties. If this continues. 4th Hokage's face changed, and he seemed to be struggling with something. 4th generation? What are you still hesitating? It's time to use that. Shimura Danzo urged loudly. I see. 4th Hokage raised his hand and made a sign gesture. I saw 2 figures in umbu costumes and quickly ran up to him. Hokage-sama, please order. Sorry, for Kanaha, I need you to contribute your lives. A cold light flashed in 4th Hokage's eyes, and his hands were pressed against the 2 of them with lightning speed. The actions of the 2 were imprisoned by the sealing technique. Hokage-sama? You, what are you doing? The 2 umbus looked dumbfounded. They were all Hokage's most loyal subordinates. Minato, do you want it? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had met the latter for the first time. This seal, is that forbidden technique? Jiraiya also looked at her disciple with a strange expression. As if to say, Minato, you have changed. How can you practice such a forbidden technique that is contrary to human relations? I am Hokage, I will bear this sin. 4th Hokage's face flashed decisively, and his hands were imprinted. The weird art pattern quickly wrapped the 2 umbu, and then the dead dust began to cover the 2 living people. Summoning technique Impure World Reincarnation. The 2 umbu roared horribly. For a while, everyone in the audience focused their eyes on the past. I saw that in full view, the 2 umbus became 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage alive. Golden Glitter has become a bastard. 4th Raikage looked at the latter with complicated expression. Once he admired the opponent. Be honest. A righteous ninja? I didn't expect this notorious forbidden technique to be used today. Hokage, actually taking a living person as a sacrifice, this is not what a normal ninja does. Terumi May frowned. Kanaha, it really is the most vicious. Luosha expressed deep fear. Anyway, as long as you can win this war, it's enough. The Lois has already killed his eyes. Their rock shinobi was beaten the worst, 3rd Tsuchikage was killed, and the ninja was killed and wounded more than half. Minato, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned blue and white with anger. At the beginning Orochimaru was practicing forbidden art privately, and he was expelled from Konoha. But how can I think that Namikaze Minato will guard and steal, secretly practice Impure World Reincarnation? Don't be so rigid, Hiruzen. The 4th generation project is the right choice. Shimura Danzo said coldly, faced with the current predicament, even using inhumane power, I can't take care of that much. The lives of two umbus are nothing compared to the ninja allied forces. Jiraiya was silent. He knew that the disciple who used to be sunny and decent no longer existed. Since becoming Hokage, Namikaze Minato had to personally touch the dark side of Konoha. What's going on? How did I survive? Senju Hashirama looked dazed, but didn't react. Impure world reincarnation. I remember that it was strictly forbidden for future generations to practice this technique. Senju Tobirama raised his palm and frowned. Sorry, to Hokage-sama, I called you. For Konoha, I have to do this. Namikaze Minato looked ashamed and authentic. Huh? This chakra. Madara. Senju Tobirama then reacted, his face also became serious. Madara? Haha, I saw you pull again. Senju Hashirama laughed excitedly. Hashirama? You still look silly. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered slightly, and there were rare fluctuations on his face. But soon he shook his head. Now is not the time to relive the past. Uchiha Madara didn't want to say anything to the dead, and Suzano was a hit, and many more. Senju Hashirama wanted to say something, but when he saw a terrifying slash, he had to fight back. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Use wood style to summon a huge wooden golem that is no less than complete Suzano. But this wooden golem was chopped off as soon as it came out. How could Madara's power become so strong? Senju Hashirama was shocked. In the past, his wooden golem jutsu was able to match Suzano's face with rigidity. It's useless, now I am fully resurrected in a prosperous posture. You are just dead. Uchiha Madara contemptuously. Impure world reincarnation is unable to play all the strengths before birth. Huh? What a big tone. Madara, don't be too proud. Impure world reincarnation's chakra is unlimited, plus this huge number of ninja coalition forces, you may not be able to beat us. Senju Tobirama deserves to be a high IQ, and he quickly understood the situation on the battlefield. Really? Let's give it a try. Uchiha Madara controls Suzano and 5 tails 7 tails at the same time, launching a fierce attack. Don't be afraid, everyone, come with me. Senju Hashirama took the initiative to charge, summoning a large number of trees and vines in one breath. Wood-style birthday of the tree world. Water-style Batao. Senju Tobirama vomited a huge amount of water. They withstood the footsteps of the two tail beasts respectively. Under the leadership of the two Naruto, the Ninja Alliance gradually rekindled their fighting spirit and launched an offensive. The two sides started a fierce battle again. I don't know anything about Konoha Wars. Hyuga Shiratori was digesting the chakra he had taken in a different space in Hirazaka, Huangquan. Heitake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuri Hong, Uchiha Shisui, Yamato, Might Guy, 4th Kaze Cage, Mother-in-Law, Nagato, Kakuzu, Conan, Sasori, Orochimaru, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Ringo Yuri, Peachland No More Cut, Old Purple, 4 Tails. With so many chakras, they want to transform into pill through refining. It does take some time. Especially 4 Tails and Nagato's chakra. One is the tail beast, and chakra is huge, needless to say. One with Rinnegan, chakra's strength is also extraordinary. But don't worry, just take your time. There is time. In a flash, another 2 years have passed. During this time, Hyuga Shiratori has completed all chakra alchemy, and by devouring chakra alchemy, he has completely received the ninjutsu mastered by these ninjas, including the blood succession boundary. Most importantly, there is the power of Nagato's Rinnegan. In fact, Nagato can also be called an amazing genius. Independently developed the various abilities of Pen's 6 paths. The reason for losing to Hyuga Shiratori, it's not that Nagato is weak, it's because the latter is on and off. With an overwhelming chakra, I crushed Pen's 6 paths. The power of Ōtsutsuki is very strong, but because it is too strong, it does not pay attention to the development of technical skills. For example, in the Ōtsutsuki era of Zhao style he signed in, Rinnegan's abilities are only Hiro Izumi Hirazaka, Chizuru Instantaneous, and Time Backtracking. Compared with the 6 Ways of Pain, the types of abilities are relatively monotonous. According to the original words of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki said, the interesting chakra is a technology that our family does not have. The Ōtsutsuki family never practice, and gain infinite power by devouring chakra dan. Simply put, it focuses on the accumulation of strength and ignores combat skills. That's why Hyuga Shiratori uses a red fishing rod to continuously hunt many powerful ninjas in the ninja world. In addition to capturing chakra, it is more important to collect their ninjutsu skills. Nagato's Pen 6 Deo is a very good ninjutsu skill. Hyuga Shiratori has an excessive amount of chakra, and the power of using Pen's 6 paths will be far more powerful than Nagato itself. It's time to go out. In 2 years, I don't know what the shinobi world has become. Huangquan Hirasaka? After 2 years, Hyuga Shiratori returned to the real world. With this appearance, he felt that something was wrong with the world. Huh? How can the chakra content in the atmosphere be so high? Hyuga Shiratori gave a slight look in his eyes. Byakugan has the ability to observe chakra. You can clearly see small particles of various colors floating in the air. It's almost like experiencing a ninja battle, the traces of various ninjutsu bombings. A new ninja world war broke out? It seems that the time is not right. Hyuga Shiratori thought. This time period in the original work is in a peaceful age. It's nearly 10 years before the 4th Ninja War. With curious thoughts, Hyuga Shiratori looked at Byakugan's field of vision to thousands of miles away. I observed Kanahagakur, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakur, Tsunagakur, Kirigakur. This is. Hyuga Shiratori saw that apart from Kanaha, the other 5 ninja villages had been devastated. In Kanaha Shinobi Village, various ninjas from the other 5 ninja villages gathered. It seems that a coalition of ninjas has been formed. The forehead protector worn on the head is a unified forbearance character. Byakugan's eyes shifted slightly. It can be seen that in the land of fire, there is a beacon of smoke everywhere. Fighting with the ninja coalition is a group of pale figures. It is the White Zetsu Legion. In the original book, Uchiha Obito led the 100,000 White Zetsu army to go to war. However, Uchiha Obito had long since died in the hands of Hyuga Shiratori. So who is commanding this group of White Zetsu army now? Also, it is confusing. A group of ninjas with moon forehead protector on their heads are cooperating with the White Zetsu Legion and fighting fiercely with the ninja allied forces. What's more weird is that both sides of the war used impure world reincarnation, desecrate the deceased without scruples, and fight indiscriminately. Interesting, it seems that during my absence, many things outside of the original script happened in the ninja world. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly, and there was a hint of interest on his face. This is the unknown plot direction. The playability is very high. Now, let's get some information first. Hyuga Shiratori Byakugan glared, and turned on Hirizaka once again, the Western Theater of the Land of Fire. Cough 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 cough. In the Ninja Coalition Reconnaissance Squadron, Captain Moonlight Hayate's face was very pale, and he coughed continuously. You look painful, let me give you a relief. The Assault Squadron of the Moon Legion, Captain Baki has a wanton smile on his face. Hey Fang, let me help you. Uzu slashed away the enemy in front of her, shouting loudly. No, Keek, Xian, you lead someone to find a way to break through. Keek, be sure to bring the intelligence back to the Allied Forces headquarters. Here, I'll take care of it. Cough 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 cough. Moonlight gusts intermittently, coughing several times at a word, even a trace of blood spilled from Kakuzu's mouth. 5 years ago, when they were on a mission, they were attacked by a mysterious man. The opponent not only snatched his chakra, but also caused serious injuries to him. Moonlight Gale has since become a 6 seed. Still resisting stubbornly, Madara-sama is invincible? This war, the coalition forces will be destroyed sooner or later. When Baki mentioned Lord Madara, his face showed a fanatical admiration. Bah, you betrayed Tsunagakur, a traitor who betrayed all ninjas? You still have the face to speak here. Mao Yuzian scolded the other party angrily. A bunch of stupid guys? In the Battle of Kanaha 2 years ago, Madara-sama showed the world the overwhelming power of Rinnegan, only available in Sage of Six Paths. Fukage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage all died in battle. Baki seemed to think of some bad memory, his body trembled, and then he continued, Tsunagakur no longer exists. We send shinobi, what is wrong with finding a way for ourselves? Isn't this a natural choice for the winner's side? Don't be too proud of you. Uchiha Madara is not invincible. In that battle, Hokage led everyone to repel Uchiha Madara. Senior Might Guy almost killed him. Mao Yuzian retorted loudly. The result? All 100,000 of you can't beat Lord Madara alone? Might Guy, that guy is indeed an unexpectedly cruel person. He could hurt Lord Madara, but that man also paid the price of his life. Baki sneered and continued to speak. Now, Lord Madara has integrated Akatsuki, White Zetsu Corps, and Moon Corps. The number has surpassed your allied forces. Nonsense, stop talking, cough cough, look at the sword. Moonlight Gale is suffering from a serious illness, knowing that he can't support it for too long, so he can only fight for the end of his life and fight the other side desperately. Kanaha Ryu swordsmanship, Dance of the Three Suns and the Moon. Moonlight Hayate used his nirvana. The figure was divided into 3, and they slashed towards Baki from 3 angles. Boom. Baki swiftly waved kunao and assassinated 2 shadow clones. It was slashed on the arm by the Moonlight Blast's body with a sword. Chop, can't you get in? Moonlight Hayate's face changed. Haha, the sword that is visible is easy to take, but the sword that is invisible is not necessarily. Holding a ball of wind blade, Baki bounced off the opponent's sword, grasping the torn clothes on his body with one hand and torn it apart. Exposed a black rod in the center of his chest. Just let you feel the power that Madara-sama bestows on me. Baki's eyes were pale, his face was hideous, and his body was swollen into a certain force like an airbag, and quickly inflated. Wow, wind-style instant? So fast. Moonlight Gale glared at him, and it was too late to make any response. Puff. Baki punched him hard in the chest, from the back. Moonlight Storm was killed on the spot. Captain Storm. Seeing that the captain was killed, the rest of the ninjas were also in chaos. Mao Yuzian carried intelligence on her body, and without the cooperation of her teammates, she could not break through by herself. Next, it's your turn, woman. Baki turned his head, murderous. However, right here, suddenly a voice that seemed strange and a little familiar came from nowhere. Everyone, pause. Who dare to stop my Moon Legion? Baki subconsciously turned his murderous gaze to the direction of the sound. I saw that it was a young man who seemed to be 11 or 12 years old, walking out of a gloomy alien space. The other person's face. Seems familiar? However, at this time, Baki received the 2 powerful chakra from the black stick on his body, which made his emotions become manic and unable to keep calm thinking. This guy, could it be said? Oyuzian's face was stunned, and when she saw the other party, she recalled the mysterious person who attacked her and Moonlight Hayate a few years ago. Moon Legion? The vocabulary that I heard for the first time. Hyuga Shiratori smiled slightly and said kindly, can you explain it to me? What? There are still people in this world who don't know the name of my Moon Legion. Beiki seemed to have heard something incredible and couldn't help laughing. Uchiha Madara collected the ninjas who had surrendered from the 5 great ninja villages and integrated them into the Moon Legion. A continuous war has been launched against the ninja allied forces. The flames of war spread throughout the ninja world. Even those who live in seclusion in the mountains and forests cannot hear the wind at all. Yeah, I really don't know. Hyuga Shiratori nodded, looking sincere. The original work has never appeared. Huh? Poor ignorant bug, I'll let you know soon. Beiki was disdainful at first, then smiled arrogantly, and rushed towards Hyuga Shiratori with fast steps. Hyuga Shiratori looked at each other silently without any response. Strangeness. Why does this boy's face become more familiar as he sees it? Following the other person's figure, he kept zooming in on his eyes, the greater the doubt in Beiki's mind. Then, certainly, Beiki suddenly stopped in front of Hyuga Shiratori, only less than 2 meters away. Kumo squeezed in his hand, shaking involuntarily. What's wrong? Don't you want to stab me with Q now? Just 1 step away, continue. Hyuga Shiratori looked at each other with a smile. Guru. Beiki couldn't help swallowing, staring at Hyuga Shiratori in front of him with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he finally woke up. That is the fear hidden deep in my heart? 2 years ago, in the Battle of Huiguashan, the country of the earth, Beiki followed 4th Kazekige's army and masters from various ninja villages to besiege Hyuga Shiratori. As a result, he didn't even have the qualifications to play against the opponent, and Shadow Clone alone made his scalp numb. Chakra was finally taken away by the latter with 1 blow. You are Hyuga Shiratori. The kunao in Beiki's hand did not know when it would fall. His throat was hoarse, and he finally called out this name that was thunderous in the world of ninja. I thought everyone forgot about me. The smile on Hyuga Shiratori's face remained unchanged. Who will forget? This is the cruel man who attacked Kirigakure, attacked Cloud Shinobi Village, attacked Uegakure, and took away the 3-tailed beasts. It just disappeared suddenly. Then Uchiha Madara, the new big boss, broke out. After 2 years of war, everyone was exhausted and gradually ignored the ruthless man in the past. Well, it's good to know who I am. Don't be afraid. I'm just here to ask you questions. Hyuga Shiratori's indifferent gaze scanned the audience. Under the gaze of his white eyes, both the coalition army and the Moon Legion that had been fighting have stopped their actions one after another. Ōtsutsuki looked a little dumbfounded, staring blankly at Hyuga Shiratori. The boy who was a few years younger than her in front of her stopped the battle with a single word. What kind of haki is this? If it were him, could this long ninja war be stopped? Ōtsutsuki couldn't help but cast the eye's gaze in her heart. The tragic war caused her to lose many relatives and friends. If anyone can stop the war, it will be the god in her mind. Beiki was originally scared in his heart. Reason tells him that this boy who punches Fengying and kicks Raikage can easily kill him instantly. Find flowers. However, after being injected into chakra by the black rod, his heart was filled with rage, and his mind was abnormal. Don't look down on people too much. Don't you realize that I am different from before? Beiki's eyes widened, and he said viciously. Oh, I really didn't find out. Hyuga Shiratori looked at the latter up and down. I didn't think the other party was different. As for the added point of chakra, to him, it was like an ant, growing up a little bit. Still ants? Asshole. Beiki was furious, as if his dignity had been trampled on, picking up the kunao on the ground, instantly condensed a large amount of wind-style power, turned into a huge wind knife, and slashed hard at Hyuga Shiratori. 0. Wind-style wind-killing blade. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes, flashing ripples. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Focusing on oneself, it releases the ultimate repulsive force, but this repulsive force was strictly limited to within 1 meter. Therefore, visually, there is almost no change. I saw Beiki's wind sword, as if it was slashed on an invisible wall. The whole body trembled. Then, a terrifying scene of horror happened. I saw Beiki's body, starting from his hands, the skin, flesh, and bones were cracked like crumbs. In less than a second, a person alive just turned into bloody dust and dispersed. The true sense of frustration. A veritable crush. Unlike Nagato's Shinra Tianzhang, the focus on rebound is different. Hyuga Shiratori concentrated all the repulsive power of Shinra Tianzhang on a very short distance. This is like twisting a loose finger into a fist. Formed a field of death that no one can cross. Dead still. The whole audience was silent. The ninjas of the Allied forces and the Moon Legion stared at the strange scene in front of them dumbfounded. The power of this kind of ninjutsu has far exceeded their cognition. After 2 years, Hyuga Shiratori returned to the ninja world. In this way, with a careless approach, he showed the world an unshakable ultimate power. Beiki swung his knife at Hyuga Shiratori. As a result, others are gone. As the former Sand Shinobi Elite Jonin, the captain of a squadron of the Moon Corps, such a ninja can be called a master in the ninja world. In the end, in this tragic way, no whole body died. It is really frightening. Okay, we can have a good talk. Hyuga Shiratori looked at everyone kindly. It seemed that the thing he had shattered Beiki just now had never happened before. However, everyone was frightened when they witnessed it with their own eyes. No one dared to actually go forward and say something to the demon-like guy in front of them. Hey, scared you guys? It's a blunder. Hyuga Shiratori shrugged and didn't care. The big deal is to impose illusion on everyone. At this moment, Ōtsutsuki bravely stood up and walked to Hyuga Shiratori on his own initiative. I don't know whether you are an enemy or a friend, but I know you have the power to stop war, right? Ōtsutsuki's eyes fixed on him. You are so brave, Miss Sister. Hyuga Shiratori complimented the other party, then chuckled lightly. If you talk about the power that crushes both sides of the war, I have it. Huh. Ōtsutsuki thought for a while, but finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and began to explain in detail about the situation of the past 2 years. The matter dates back to his escape from Huangquan Biliangzaka space after the war in Huguashan. Almost at the same time, Uchiha Madara is resurrected. One person killed Kanaha. The 5 shadows teamed up and gathered a 100,000 ninja army to fight Uchiha Madara together. Namikaze Minato presented Impure World Reincarnation and summoned Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama to help. Uchiha Madara is so proud that he wants to hit 100,000. Although he slaughtered the 4 directions and majestic, but a person's power is limited after all. Especially his chakra was consumed a lot. In the end, Kanaha dispatched a hidden killer, Might Guy, turn on the 8 inner gates formation and punch through Suzano. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara was also taken aback. I was completely caught off guard, and even almost kicked to the west by the opponent. In the most critical moment, Uchiha Madara resorted to his Rinnegan's unique pupil wheel tomb border hell. Using the unobservable shadow on the side of the world, he blocked Might Guy's ultimate kick of Night Guy. But even so, Uchiha Madara was kicked half of his body and suffered a heavy blow. Chakra's fierce consumption, coupled with severe damage, Uchiha Madara finally had to choose to retreat. In this battle, the coalition forces suffered heavy casualties. A series of top ninjas such as 4th Raikage, Huangtu, Luasha, Chogranny, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and so on. The dead and wounded ninja troops in the 5 ninja villages are countless. Uchiha Madara suffered a loss, and gradually let go of his inner arrogance, and began to face the ninja coalition. With the help of Gadu statue, he quickly recovered from his injuries. On Black Zetsu's suggestion, Uchiha Madara first recalled, physically persuaded, the original team of Akatsuki. Then gathered an army of 100,000 white Zetsu. Finally, Uchiha Madara publicly announced that it would recruit ninjas from all over the world. Attracted by Uchiha Madara's prestige, many small ninja villages are eager to vote. There are also the ninjas of the original 5 ninja villages. In Kanaha, they all saw the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara with their own eyes. The will was broken, and the soul was conquered. A large number of original 5 ninja village ninjas defected to Uchiha Madara's camp. There are speculative ninjas like Baki who try to stand in line to enjoy the benefits after the victory of the war. But in fact this is just a little man's wishful thinking. Uchiha Madara included these people as the Moon Corps, implying the realization of Project Tsuki no Mi. In this way, Uchiha Madara integrated a large amount of manpower and material resources to launch the 4th Ninja War. Thanks to the previous Might Guy's shocking kick, Uchiha Madara's actions have also become a lot more cautious. I won't be on the front line of the battlefield in person, I'm just sitting in the back and commanding his subordinates to fight. Black Zetsu reminded Uchiha Madara over and over again to pay attention to Hyuga Shiratori. That ruthless man who also owns Rinnegan will come out sometime. Uchiha Madara dare not care. Keep an eye on it and remain vigilant at all times. However, this does not affect his command of the troops to fight. In terms of numbers alone, the number of White Zetsu Legion plus Moon Legion has far exceeded the ninja allied forces. In terms of quality, there are also master towns organized by Akatsuki. Especially Orochimaru, also brought the Impure World Reincarnation Forbidden Technique. Further enhanced the strength of the Uchiha Madara camp. The 2 sides have fought several battles in the Country of Fire, and the ninja allied forces basically win less and lose more. The controlled territory is getting smaller and smaller. He was even taken away from 1 tail and 6 tails. In the end, only 9 tails and Niu were left in the ninja allied forces, and the remaining forces were all shrouded in Kanaha Shinobi village. And almost every day there are ninjas who defect from Kanaha, and their morale is on the verge of collapse. Wonderful, wonderful, really brilliant. After Hyuga Shiratori listened to Ōtsutsuki statement, he couldn't help his eyes shining brightly and even claimed, unexpectedly, the story of Naruto would actually evolve to this point. This is completely beyond his personal imagination. However, this is also pretty good. The unknown is more attractive to inquiry, isn't it? Forward. Ōtsutsuki looked dazed, completely unaware of what the other party was excited about. Don't you find this kind of plot interesting? Hyuga Shiratori's expression is full of joy. Ōtsutsuki said that he couldn't understand it at all. For her, who is just an ordinary Kanaha shinobi, the constant war has already exhausted her. She just wants to end the war as soon as possible. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Kanaha Shinobi Village. The once prosperous streets no longer exist. Now there are only broken walls left. The ceiling of the Naruto building was also cut off. The senior Kanaha had a meeting in this open-air office. It's unbearable. To win this war, you must use the power of 9 tails. Shimura Danzo shouted sharply. But Kushina can't control the power of 9 tails. Tsunade frowned. Since this container doesn't work, let's get another Jinchuriki. Yudiden Kohara suggested. Namikaze Minato's face is very ugly. Change to a Jinchuriki. Once Jinchuriki is drawn out of the tail beast, the result is death. Who should I change? Mitokado Homura questioned. I think Naruto's son is very good, Namikaze Naruto. He is a very good genius. Shimura Danzo threw the final blow. Enough. Namikaze Minato slapped the table with a heavy slap. 4th Hokage, who treats others with kindness on weekdays, finally gave birth to a rage. Everyone was suffocated for a while. The current 4th Hokage is no longer the young man in his early 20s. Namikaze Minato, who has entered the prime of life at the age of 30, has reached an astonishing level in terms of personal strength and prestige. At least in Konoha, he is the strongest ninja. Just when the atmosphere became frozen, Senju Tobirama spoke. 4th generation, stay calm. Ninjas must not be emotional. Tobirama, don't say that. 9 Tails Jinchuriki is the wife of 4th generation. Senju Hashirama persuaded. That's why I said not to use emotions. Madara has the 4-tail beasts 1 tail, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails in his hands. We must also use the power of the tail beast. Senju Tobirama was tough and honest. Under the pressure of one of the 2 predecessors who sang the black face and the white face, Namikaze Minato was caught in a dilemma. On the one hand is the responsibility of being Hokage. On the other hand is the love of husband and wife. What should I do? Since the failure of the 9 Tails experiment 3 years ago, due to the pressure of fishing vessels, Namikaze Minato had to put his wife in the dungeon. So far, he has never seen his wife once. No way, as Hokage, it is impossible for him to see a heinous crime felon behind everyone's back. Another reason is that he feels guilty and can't face his wife at all. Because at the beginning, it was the 9 Tails experiment that he agreed to carry out. It's just that there was an accident in the experiment. 9 Tails ran away and killed many Konoha shinobi. After all, he has to be blamed for this. Uzumaki Kushina has only become a catharsis for the boiling public resentment. I have a suggestion. We can use Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique to control 9 Tails in battle. As Konoha's first military division, Naraluyu stood up at this time to make suggestions. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists, feeling extremely sad. My wife is actually going to be used as a puppet of pupil technique? This is simply a huge humiliation. However, compared to the death ending of the transfer tail beast, it can only be said that the 2 evils are the lesser. A descendant of Uchiha Kagami? That kid can be trusted. Senju Tobirama nodded. He personally hates the Uchiha clan very much, but there is one exception, that is, his subordinate Uchiha Kagami before his death. However, in the war 2 years ago, Uchiha Shisui tried to control Uchiha Madara with pupil skills, and was hit hard by the rebound. His chakra should not be enough. Tsunade reminded. As a top medical ninja, she has treated many wounded people and also understands their physical condition. Chakra is not enough to try to transplant the cells of first-generation adults. As a representative of Konoha's darkness, Shimura Danzo has a secretly researching Senju Hashirama cell. This, my strength is very dangerous. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. It doesn't matter, even if there is an accident. Isn't there a second pair of Mangekyo Sharinon? Uchiha Itachi. Shimura Danzo added again. In the last war, Uchiha Fugako died in battle. As his young son Uchiha Itachi, he also opened Mangekyo Sharinon. That's it, the power of the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharinon should be able to control 9 Tails steadily. Yudiden Koharu nodded in agreement. Now this is the best plan. What do you think of the 4th generation project? Mitokado Homura also agreed. The 3 high-level veterans of Konoha all agreed, and Hokage could hardly refute it. Well, for Konoha, that's all we can do. Namikaze Minato made a difficult decision. Huangquan Hirasaka? Hyuga Shiratori entered easily and arranged the tightly knit Konoha shinobi village. Byakugan's pupil power swept away, penetrated nearly 10 kilometers deep underground. Hyuga Shiratori saw a dark and damp dungeon. There was a red-haired woman in rags lying there. Found it, 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Use Huangquan Hirazaka again. In the next second, he arrived at the deepest dungeon in Konoha. Hey, it's time to eat, you monster. A Konoha shinobi guard threw a pot of stinky food into the dungeon, splashed on Uzumaki Kushina's body. The latter remained silent, dragging the hands tied by the heavy chains, picking up the disgusting food, and forcibly stuffing it into his mouth. Oh, but in the end I couldn't help it and spit it out. Haha, the taste is not bad. This is the special cuisine that Laozi personally cooked for you. The guard laughed grimly. Uzumaki Kushina did not respond. Speak to me, you bastard. The guard suddenly grabbed the railing with both hands and scolded loudly. There was a deep hatred in his eyes. 3 years ago, it was because of you, a monster, that killed my brother. After killing so many people, why didn't you die? Uzumaki Kushina felt sad and wronged. People were killed by 9 Tails. Is this her fault? Obviously she is also a victim. Minato, when will you come to rescue me out? Little Naruto, Mom miss you so much. Uzumaki Kushina shed painful tears. You damn it monster. You shouldn't stay in the world. The guards on the guard, out of personal grievances, decided to ignore the ban issued by Hokage. It is absolutely impossible to hurt Jinchuriki. However, this is just a dead letter. After all, in the past 3 years, Hokage has never seen Jinchuriki. Who knows how the guards abused me? Fire-style howl of flame art. A high-temperature fire was spit out from the mouth, and through the gap of the iron fence, it burned Uzumaki Kushina inside. Ah! Uzumaki Kushina wailed in pain. However, in the past 3 years, she has experienced such abuse countless times. Because of her strong physique as the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the vigorous vitality of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no matter how badly she is injured, she will not die. In this way, I experienced the constant tossing of life and death. Uzumaki Kushina's spirit is on the verge of collapse. Not only the intrusion from the outside, but also the 9 tails in the body, is also constantly bewitching her. Hate it? Hate it? Kushina, using my power, you can kill everyone. No, I don't want. Uzumaki Kushina is still struggling to support it. However, the conviction in his heart has gradually been wiped out after 3 years of solitary confinement. Yin Nine Tails saw through the emptiness in her heart and continued to bewitch vigorously. Ha 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 ha, burn you monster to death. The guard laughed frantically. But soon, his laughter stopped abruptly. Puff. I saw a palm full of thunder and lightning piercing his chest from behind. What are you doing to my prey? Hyuga Shiratori pulled out with one hand and dropped the corpse that was killed instantly. It's like squeezing an ant to death, it doesn't matter. You are. Uzumaki Kushina raised his head weakly and fixed his eyes on him. The strange boy she met for the first time, but the other person's voice sounded a little familiar. Yo, long time no see, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hyuga Shiratori shook off the blood in his hand. Huh? The feeling of this chakra, it's you? Uzumaki Kushina has a special perception ability, and soon discovered that the other party was the mysterious person who took away half of Nine Tails many years ago. Since you know who I am, then you should also know what I am here for today. Hyuga Shiratori cut the dungeon made of steel with bare hands. This human. Yin Nine Tails reacted violently, because it felt that the other party had the same chakra on its body, but it can't feel the breath of Yang Nine Tails at all. This means that the other party has eaten its half-body without knowing what means. Uzumaki Kushina was exhausted physically and mentally, unable to suppress the Yin Nine Tails chakra overflowing from his body. It turned into countless chakra tentacles and grabbed Hyuga Shiratori. Give me half of my body back. Yin Nine Tails made an angry roar. Hungry Kido seal of ceiling. A white light appeared on Hyuga Shiratori's body, and the chakra tentacles that were about to wrap around him absorbed all of them. It's been eaten, and I won't come back. If you want to reunite with your significant other, you might as well be eaten by me. Hyuga Shiratori solemnly put forward a pertinent suggestion to Yin Nine Tails. Asshole. Yin Nine Tails ran away instantly, unleashing a violent chakra desperately. In the end, without exception, Hyuga Shiratori used the abilities of Hungry Kido and swallowed them all. This kind of efficiency is too slow, let's take it directly from your body. Hyuga Shiratori walked up to Uzumaki Kushina. One hand pressed the opponent's abdomen, showing the 8-sign seal technique. Twist lightly. It was like turning a mechanism, opening the technique of the 8-sign seal. The huge dark red chakra suddenly spurted out of Uzumaki Kushina like a blowout. Boom. Breaking through the dungeon, it also caused a big earthquake. Alarmed the people on the surface. There was an earthquake. This is how the same thing. Naruto office. Everyone couldn't help but change their faces. The direction of this vibration is where Nine Tails Jinchuriki is forbidden. Senju Tobirama was able to detect the source of the vibration for the first time with his extraordinary ability to perceive. Did it mean that Madara came here? Why didn't the enchantment react at all? Senju Hashirama was shocked. Kushina. Namikaze Minato rushed out of the room for the first time. Roar. The dark red Nine Tails appeared from the dungeon. Human, you shouldn't open the seal and let me out. No, in this case, it will be more convenient to harvest chakra. Hyuga Shiratori looked confident and confident. You will regret this. Yin Nine Tails slapped a paw full of killing intent. Boom. From Hyuga Shiratori's body, a golden Nine Tails head was transformed, and he bit the opponent's paw fiercely. This is the power of my half of my body? You really ate my other half. Yin Nine Tails was frightened and angry, and immediately waved the thick tail behind him and hit him. Whhhhhhhhhh. From the ground, several octopus touched their feet, and they were wrapped around the tails of Yin Nine Tails. This is the power of 8 tails. Yin Nine Tails was shocked. However, immediately afterwards, 2 giant skeleton warriors pierced into its body with a sharp blade. 2 lines, 1 green and 1 green Suzano. Of the good. The power of Uchiha. Give up 9 tails. Hyuga Shiratori was expressionless and authentic. Drink. Yin Nine Tails is very unwilling, the head of the 9 big-tailed beasts, and the strongest chakra weapon in the ninja world. How can it be eaten alive by a human? Opened the mouth of the blood basin and quickly accumulated the core of chakra. Tailed beast bomb. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Rumble rumbling rumbling rumbling. The huge explosion caused the ground to collapse. However, Nine Tails' strongest blow failed to hurt Hyuga Shiratori. Nagato's Shen Luo Tianzhang definitely can't stop tailed beast bomb, but Hyuga Shiratori can. This is the power gap of users? How could it be? Your eyes? It's an old man of 6 ways. Nine Tails yelled in despair. Wow. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori appeared in front of Nine Tails instantly. Yugai. Yin Ninetales stared red eyes, and subconsciously patted it with a paw. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori greeted him with a palm in front, and the golden Yin Ninetales chakra turned into a huge fist. The collision of the power of Yin and Yang Ninetales, the power of chakra is equal, Zizi. Soon, a powerful thunder and lightning spurted from the golden fist. Yin Ninetales was slammed by lightning style and put away her paws, and her body was paralyzed. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga Shiratori continued to approach. 2 fingers were inserted into the belly of Yin Ninetales like a dagger. The latter only felt that his breathing was stagnant, and the flow of chakra became abnormal. Shouted subconsciously. Acupuncture. It's not just that. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes condensed, his fingers turned into fists, and he hammered Ninetales' chest heavily. Boom. The terrible impact spread all over the body of Yin Ninetales in an instant, along with the air, pierced out from behind it, and exploded a section of the ground in the distance. Guo. Yin Ninetales was so painful that she couldn't speak. The bones of the whole body seemed to be taken apart at this moment. But don't wait for it to take a breath. Hyuga Shiratori attacked like lightning, one after another. Wow. I saw Hyuga Shiratori's figure instantly appear on top of its head, and a big foot stomped heavily on its forehead. Boom. As if hit by a giant stick in the head, Yin Ninetales' body fell heavily to the ground, and his head was dizzy. Then immediately, a big tortoise descended from the sky, in the form of a flesh chariot, transformed into a huge wheel, and smashed heavily on the body of the Yin Ninetales. Boom. Wow. Yin Ninetales couldn't help but vomit a big mouthful of blood. At the same time, there were 2 Susanos, constantly waving chakra blades, and cutting countless blood on Ninetales' body. Ah! Yin Ninetales screamed. 3-tailed beasts plus 2 Suzano's beatings. Yin Ninetales was beaten so hard to fight back. The breath quickly became weak. Especially Hyuga Shiratori himself, fisted to the point that the flesh was overwhelmed. Ninetales was so skinny that the flesh and blood of chakra flew everywhere. It's almost time to be honest, right? Hyuga Shiratori ravaged the Yin Ninetales severely, and finally took out the red light fishing rod. Easily harvested all the chakra of Yin Ninetales and put it into the red light fish basket behind him. Finally, Jinchuriki, who had lost the tail beast, lay weakly on the cold ground. Uzumaki Kushina is dying. Poor woman. Hyuga Shiratori looked at the bleak Uzumaki Kushina on the ground with a pity. Even if he doesn't make a move today, this woman will not be able to support it for a few days. The inhuman life of 3 years of imprisonment is simply better than death. On Hyuga Shiratori's palm, a renan was condensed. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina's faint gaze stared blankly at renan on the opponent's hand. This reminded her of her husband involuntarily. Where is he at this terrible moment? I'll give you a good time. Hyuga Shiratori relentlessly hit renan hard on her heart. Puff. The overwhelming chakra, with extremely heavy destructive power, destroyed the latter's heart and important internal organs in less than a second. Uzumaki Kushina's bleak eyes gradually lost focus. Wow. Almost at the same time, a golden flash suddenly appeared. Kushina. Namikaze Minato just saw the scene where Hyuga Shiratori killed his wife with renan. His eyes were wide open. Golden glitter. You are too late. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the opponent faintly. I noticed that the eyes of the latter had already presented the eyeshadow of Sage transformation. It turned out that Namikaze Minato was a step late and was preparing for Sage mode. Being able to sneak into Kanaha's deepest dungeon unconsciously, there is no doubt that the intruder is a powerful enemy. To deal with such a powerful enemy, Namikaze Minato must use Sage mode. From rational considerations, Namikaze Minato's approach is very correct. After all, care is chaotic. Namikaze Minato rushes to it, and it is very likely that he will be killed by a powerful enemy. Is this the rationality of being Hokage? Hyuga Shiratori shook his head. He still prefers the Namikaze Minato in the original book. When he discovers that his wife is in danger, he will definitely be there as soon as possible, and will not consider whether the enemy is strong or not. Hyuga Shiratori. Namikaze Minato's anger soared to its peak, and with a monstrous killing intent, he rushed to the opponent desperately. Wow. The fastest speed of the golden flash rushed in front of him almost in the blink of an eye. Sage Art Renan. Renan, infused with Zayansha chakra, appears dark green. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and injected chakra. Renan. It's just pure chakra, without any fancy power and attributes. Boom. As a result, Namikaze Minato's Sage Art Renan was defeated in one blow, and the remaining huge impact sent him out. His back hit the wall hard, and Namikaze Minato spat out blood. How is it possible? I have obviously used the power of Sage mode. Namikaze Minato said it was unbelievable. It's already very good. If it weren't for the chakra infused with fairy magic, your Renan would not be worth mentioning. It is conservatively estimated that one of your hands has already flown away, right? Hyuga Shiratori's voice just fell. Lightning style instantaneously appeared in front of the opponent for an instant. Lightning straight. Boom. This thunderous iron fist punched Namikaze Minato's original location through a 100-meter-long tunnel. Wow. Namikaze Minato had a thrilling dodge at the very moment. This is due to the speed, agility and strong perception brought by Sage mode. However, Namikaze Minato's heart was full of endless bitterness and sadness at this time. It was because he was preparing for Sage Mode to delay a little time, so he finally failed to see the last side of his wife. P.S. Some people may think that the protagonist is angry when killing Kushina, but please think carefully, is there any reason for Kushina to live now? Abandoned by her husband, he experienced 3 years of life in the dungeon where life is not as good as death. Killing her is also a relief. Lightning-style ninjutsu Upanishad lightning straight to the direction of Hyuga Shiratori's fist. Thunderbolt pierced hundreds of meters of tunnel. Hey, have you escaped? The super powerful perception attached to Sage Mode has recovered another life. Golden flashlight. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the other person indifferently. Damn it. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth with anger. He had his life back, but his wife died? I have harvested your chakra. I am not interested in you. I can approve you to run away in front of me. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand and motioned to the other party to get out. Of course, this is deliberately letting the opponent go. After all, put a long line to catch big fish. As for the specific reasons, please read the next chapter. Namikaze Minato was extremely angry and chose to escape. Flying Thunder God technique? He returned to the surface, immediately notified Jun Kanaha, and entered the most advanced state of combat readiness. Enemy attack? The invader is Hyuga Shiratori, the enemy has taken 9 tails, and the ninja allied forces are ready to fight. With the help of Yamanaka Kiki's heart-to-heart technique, Namikaze Minato's alarm spread throughout Kanaha. Suddenly, the ninja allied forces were shocked. Clam? What is this? To deal with Uchiha Madara's pressure was already enough to make people break down. Now there is another Hyuga Shiratori, and if you don't make a move, you will take away 9 tails as soon as you make a move? How do you fart in this battle? Hyuga Shiratori, Hyuga Tenin, is that the guy who killed Mizukage in the first place. After Terumi Mei heard the call from Hokage, the troops led by Mist Shinobi hurried over. It's that guy. Samui gritted his teeth and led Cloud Shinobi's troops together. Because of the death of 4th Raikage, Cloud Shinobi village has no leader. Samui temporarily leads the remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas at the age of Weak Crown. As for the ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, they are almost negligible. Because of the deaths of Fengying and Suchikage and lack of strong leaders, the remaining Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi will either be a bird and beast, or they will defect to Uchiha Madara. Black Soil, don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. A 10-year-old boy with blonde hair and pigtails is the genius Chunin Deidara of Rock Shinobi. Wu Brother Deidara. A 6-year-old girl with short black hair is the granddaughter of 3rd Suchikage. Deidara is a self-discipline, a rebellious teenager who is alive and well. Originally in the peaceful age, I could not stand Uegaku's control, and the heart of defecting has sprung up. But the sudden ninja world war broke all this. The death of Master Onoki gave him the first idea to protect the village. Although his current strength is very weak, it is still possible to protect his younger sister. The deflection of the plot has changed the destiny of many people. What's the matter with this Hyuga Shiratori? Senju Hashirama looked dazed, and his mind turned slowly. The Hyuga clan has always been very honest. How could such a rebellious guy come out? Senju Tobirama was puzzled. Kushina. It looks like she was killed. Tsunade said sadly. Damn it. 9 tails who dared to take Kanaha, the unforgivable guy. Shimura Danzo was very angry. To be honest, Kanaha's combat effectiveness is seriously insufficient now. Nara Deer stroked her numb scalp for a long time. Although he is very brainy, he looks pale and weak in the face of absolute strength. Master 4th generation? You, what are you doing? Namikaze Minato performed Flying Thunder God technique and quickly caught several Kanaha shinobi. The handsome face showed an unprecedented hideous look. Sorry? For Kanaha, I can only do this, please sacrifice. No, don't. They are all Kanaha's veterans, and they have survived the tragic battle. Did not die in the hands of the enemy, but he did not expect to die now in his own hands. Namikaze Minato once again formed the forbidden ninjutsu with both hands. Summoning technique Impure World Reincarnation. Coffin, 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 10 coffins in a row? The call of Impure World Reincarnation requires the genetic material of the ninja before his death. Namikaze Minato used the forbidden technique so quickly. Obviously he had collected these materials a long time ago and was fully prepared for this day. Find flowers. Didn't I die? Jiraiya took the lead out of the coffin. This feeling. Impure World Reincarnation. Minato, you used this forbidden technique again. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his heartache. It seems that the war is not over yet. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Ms. Minato. Heitake Kakashi looked at the latter with a complicated expression. Once in his mind, his teacher was the most perfect ninja. Unexpectedly, he would use the same forbidden technique as Orochimaru. Burning youth, I didn't expect me to be back again? Ha ha ha. 0. Might Guy laughed nervously. Dead people don't feel very good. Sarutobi Asuma spit out fiercely. Kanaha needs us. Yamato is obliged. Hey, who let you play with my corpse? 4th Raikage glared at him. Cut. 4th Kazekage said he was very upset. Naruto's forbidden technique. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations was expressionless. Even the dead have to be used, and it turns out that Hokage is the most ruthless one. 3rd Suchikage is cold and authentic. Sorry. Impure World Reincarnation summoned 10 people in one go. In other words, 10 living people were served as sacrifices at the same time. Actually, there are more. With the help of Shimura Danzo, Namikaze Minato secretly successfully collected Kakuzo, 4th Mizukage, 3rd Kazekage, 3rd Reikage, Heitake Shigeru, Kato Den, Hanzo of the Salamander, etc., and other famous ninja genetic materials from various ninja villages. It's a pity that all the summoning failed. Because in Uchiha Madara's camp, some people have mastered this forbidden technique. Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation to summon these people first? Namikaze Minato bowed deeply at the impure world reincarnation crowd at 90 degrees, expressing sincere apologies. I sincerely apologize to the ninja martyrs who interrupted your sacrifice. However, for the victory of the war, please join us in fighting together. He really came back. Uchiha Kwan is now the head of the police force. Received Hokage's mobilization order. For this childhood savior, the childhood longing object. Uchiha Kwan's mood is very complicated. Captain Spring Division. The time to gather is up, let's go. Uchiha Itachi, as the eldest son of the deceased patriarch, awakened Mangekyo Sharinan and took over as the chief of the police force. For this young, old, and wise, cruel boy, there shouldn't be any love in the first place. But for some reason, he has an unspeakable feeling for Uchiha Spring. This is probably based on the fact that Uchiha Kwan and him are both geniuses, who are rare among his peers who can compete with him. For the benefit of the family, and the continuation of Uchiha's excellent genes, he thinks Uchiha Spring is a good match for him? That's it. It's not because the other person is super cute. How can Uchiha Itachi judge a person because of his appearance? Snort? Shallow? Oh. Uchiha Izumi responded blankly. She is completely ignorant of the latter's weird inner drama. Well, even if she knew it, she wouldn't care. Because in her mind, there is always one person. As if noticing something, Uchiha Kwan suddenly turned his head. I saw a familiar figure walking out of the dark space door. Oh, it's been a long time, Kwan. Hyuga Shiratori greeted each other with a smile. At the moment when Naruto summoned all the ninjas to stand ready, he was at ease and ran to meet his deceased. Uchiha Izumi opened his mouth wide in amazement, his eyes were moisturized, and his body trembled involuntarily. At this moment, all the thousands of words are not enough to show her emotional excitement at this moment. You are? Hyuga Shiratori. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, as if he saw some terrible demon, as if he was facing an enemy. Then subconsciously, he blocked Uchiha Spring with his body. Uchiha Itachi said bluntly, I'm blocking here first, you run away first, Kwan. Shiratori-san. This affectionate shout made Uchiha Itachi's unfinished words suddenly blocked his throat. I saw Uchiha Spring burst into tears, and desperately rushed into the other's arms. He opened his mouth and inhaled the familiar smell deeply. Guy Kwan has grown up. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes softened, and he stretched out his hand to caress the girl's long hair and waist. Uchiha Itachi stood blankly in place. I just feel that my head is a bit heavy, there is an illusion of wearing a heavy hat. Then he reacted immediately. This is Hyuga Shiratori, the most vicious international wanted criminal in the ninja world. Quickly, leave him, Kwan. This person is dangerous. Uchiha Itachi shouted loudly. Uchiha Kwan was still crying in his arms. Missing that hadn't been seen for many years was suddenly vented. Where can I hear the yelling of others? Hyuga Shiratori looked at the serious Uchiha Itachi with a strange look. The corners of the mouth rose slightly. Then, in front of the other party, his hands firmly held Uchiha Spring in his arms. Clam. Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed into a big Sichuan character. Match his deep horoscope face. The face of the whole person became bitter and enmity deep. Puff. Hyuga Shiratori finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry, your face is so funny now. Ha 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 ha. What an enjoyable experience. You. Uchiha Itachi looked angry. He was angry. He has always been known for his wisdom and calmness, and he rarely has such an angry moment as he is today. He faintly felt the pain of being taken away from something he cherished so much. Feeling uncomfortable? You despicable fellow? You must be using illusion to confuse Kwan. Yes. It must be like this. Uchiha Itachi scolded loudly. Forward. At this time, Uchiha Spring also seemed to have recovered, wiped his tears, turned his head, and looked at the other party with an unknown look. That, Captain Itachi, I didn't. Needless to say, Kwan, I will rescue you from that man's hand soon. Uchiha Itachi has a stubborn look, and his eyes have changed from Sharinan with a three-gold jade to a state of Mangekyo Sharinan. After all, it's still young and frivolous. Compared with the miserable experience of Uchiha Itachi in the original book, Uchiha Itachi is obviously much happier. Growing up under the love of his parents, the treatment of the Uchiha clan has been significantly improved in the era of 4th Hokage. As the eldest son of the famous family, Uchiha Itachi has always been respected by others. The growth of the ninja was smooth sailing, with almost no setbacks. Now he not only inherited his father's police force, but also opened Mangekyo Sharinan. When you are young, your mentality will inevitably swell. Coupled with the young people who are in love, they always lose their minds. Therefore, today's Uchiha Itachi is particularly unwise. What? Uchiha Kwan looked dazed. She has no idea what the other party is talking about? Silly girl, don't you understand? That kid is greedy for your body. Hyuga Shiratori smiled and touched her little face. It's just that the slightly squinted eyes, a rare flash of murderous intent. The girl in front of him was the first friend he made in this world. Hyuga Shiratori is not afraid to tell the truth here. In fact, he has already designated Uchiha Spring as his own person. Before he was young, in order to avoid being harmonized by the will of the universe, there was no ambiguity. Now the girl has grown up. It's totally legal. What? Itachi? Impossible. That straight man with facial paralysis. Uchiha Izumi's head shook like a rattle, and at the same time, as if he was afraid of the other party's misunderstanding, he quickly explained, Shiratori-san, I don't have it. All the time, I only have joy, like you. At the end, a pleasant blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Crack. Uchiha Itachi seemed to hear his own heart break at this moment. Yada mirror plus 10 punch sword equals invincible? The girl she had a crush on, confessed to another man in front of her. How does it feel? Uchiha Itachi said it was as uncomfortable as having a stool. Okay, sure enough, girls are all scraps of paper. My brother is enough. The young love that has not yet been developed in the future is so stifled in the bud. Instead, Uchiha Itachi returned to his original wise state. Taking away Kanaha's important 9 tails, what do you want to do? Joke. When did 9 tails become Kanaha's private property? Hyuga Shiratori faintly said, at the end of the Sengoku era, Senju Hashirama captured 9 tails by force and imprisoned it in Kanaha, acting as the ultimate chakra weapon for strategic deterrence of other countries. Since it is a weapon, Senju Hashirama can take it. Why can't I take it? This. Uchiha Itachi's tone was stagnant, and he was speechless for a time with 17 pairs. Yes. 9 tails has been Kanaha's inherent property since ancient times. This is what the textbook of the ninja school told him. But the problem is that they are right. First Hokage can occupy 9 tails by force, and the Hyuga Shiratori in front of him can now occupy 9 tails for the same reason. Logically, there is nothing wrong with it. No, as a Konoha shinobi, you should consider from the standpoint of Konoha shinobi village's interests. Uchiha Itachi suddenly remembered the key point and shouted righteously. And then, Hyuga Shiratori's face didn't fluctuate at all, and he even wanted to laugh. Uchiha Itachi's face changed for a while. According to Konoha shinobi's position, he must fight the enemy in front of him. But from rational considerations, with his strength, he was not the opponent at all. What's the point of being so right, and not daring to fight? Hyuga Shiratori smiled contemptuously. Then he took out a few chakra dans from the red light fish basket. This is a pill that he carefully selected from many chakras specially and made specially. It contains a variety of powers that follow the limits of blood. After being completely digested, Uchiha-kun's strength can be raised to the level of a shadow suddenly. Quan, open your mouth. Uchiha Izumi opened his mouth subconsciously. Out of infinite trust in the former, she unsuspectingly ate the mysterious pill given by Hyuga Shiratori. This is. Uchiha-kun's eyes widened, his face flushed because of the sudden huge power. This feeling is the same as a few years ago. In the world of ninjas, only power is the root. Quan, this is the gift I have given you to grow over the past few years. Accept this power. A glance of Hyuga Shiratori's eyes opened a door to space. Sent Uchiha Spring into a different space. Spring. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at the other side's figure hiding into the different space. At this moment, the distance between the two people seemed to be a lifetime apart. Humph, you really are the woman who greets me. Seeing this, Hyuga Shiratori's eyes suddenly became colder. I do not have. Uchiha Itachi subconsciously denied it, but soon he felt that there was a problem with the other party's words. Wait, your woman? Quan, it's from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi glared at each other. At the same time, he stopped talking nonsense. Gathering chakra on the right eye, he activated the long-prepared pupil technique. Amaterasu. The inextinguishable black flame instantly enveloped Hyuga Shiratori's body. Then, there's no after that. Hyuga Shiratori was bathed in the black flames without any damage? Impossible? My Amaterasu is the strongest physical attack that can burn everything in the field of vision. How can you be okay? Uchiha Itachi was shocked. In fact, Hyuga Shiratori's Byakugan has long seen through the opponent's chat tactics and secretly gathered chakra on his right eye. Now that you know it, it's impossible to be recruited. What Hyuga Shiratori did was also very simple, except that he covered his body with a layer of chakra. Amaterasu probably burns for a period of time for the Cantonese Duan people to cook the old hot soup before they can burn through. Limited to a narrow-minded race, overly obsessed with the power of your own blood inheritance limits, your instrument is only this level, stupid Uchiha Itachi. Hyuga Shiratori's figure turned into a flash of lightning. Too fast? Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, I can't even see through it. Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly tightened, and only a little after-image was barely visible in his vision. Can't avoid. Suzano. I saw Uchiha Itachi's body. Suddenly an orange-red chakra appeared, and quickly transformed into a skeleton giant, covered with a layer of flesh and blood and Wushanggu armor. As soon as he came up, he used his current Mangekyo Sharingan's largest output, the third form Suzano, the defensive artifact that can rebound everything in the left hand Yada mirror. In the right hand, he holds the magic weapon of attack that can be sealed with one sword, the 10-punch sword. Combining offense and defense, isn't it perfect and invincible? Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Hyuga Shiratori slashed with a hand knife, slashing like a bolt of lightning. Simple and crude, the ninjutsu from the Raikage family. Clang. This hand knife slashed straight on the Yata mirror in Suzano's hand. The red spirit shield immediately released an amazing rebound power. OM. The red air wave bounced back to Hyuga Shiratori, but was immediately stunned by the stronger thunder power. I have to say that Yata mirror is indeed an artifact. It claims to be able to rebound all attacks. But there is no absolute in the world. Any law has certain limits. If you insist on using a specific data to measure, Yata mirror can probably bounce all attacks 10 times its own strength. However, if the attack exceeds this upper limit, the artifact could not bear and collapsed. Crack, click, click, click. I saw dense cracks on the red shield of Yata mirror. Finally, under Uchiha Itachi's incredible gaze, it exploded like glass shattered. Immediately afterwards, Suzano's armor, flesh and blood, bones. Suzano in the third form, under Hyuga Shiratori's thunder hand knife, was not able to withstand a single blow. Puff chuff. Uchiha Itachi saw a flash of thunder before his eyes, and he felt that his body seemed to be missing something. Subconsciously turning his gaze, he suddenly realized that Suzano's half and his left arm had been beaten away. Thunder and lightning paralyzed his nerves. The piercing pain was transmitted to the brain after a long delay. Ah! Uchiha Itachi couldn't help holding his broken arm and yelled, "Just cut off your arm," as for the screaming so badly. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. With this blow, he could originally split the opponent's head directly, but he did not do so. It's not that he is merciful, it's because of the old line. Hyuga Shiratori held a red light fishing rod and stabbed it into the opponent's heart. "I want to take everything from you, but, damn it." Uchiha Itachi's face turned pale in an instant, and he already felt the power of his whole body fading fast. The Mangekyo Sharinon with both eyes can no longer maintain his pupil power from light to dark. With the weakening of pupil power, Suzano in the third form is also degenerating. It only takes a few seconds and it will disappear completely. No, I can't just fail like this. I am Kanaha Shinobi, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, and he roared with stubborn will. Exhaust all the power of the whole body, and use the form of overdrafting life to forcefully squeeze the body to produce chakra. Suddenly maintained the pupil power output of Mangekyo Sharinon in both eyes. Consolidated Suzano in the third form. Of course, the price he did this was to make his originally young and healthy body suddenly become sickly old. Not only the face is sunken, but the hair also becomes Madara white. Drink ah! Uchiha Itachi stared at his bloody eyes, controlling Suzano, and waved the 10-fist sword in his right hand. Puff. The illusion is like a spirit sword of wildfire, which penetrates his body and also penetrates the Hyuga Shiratori. Perish together? Cough cough, you are over. The 10-fist sword can permanently seal the person in the illusion world of drunken life and dream. You. Uchiha Itachi hadn't finished speaking yet. After looking up at Hyuga Shiratori, the remaining half of the sentence couldn't be said anymore. Keep on talking, what will happen to me? Hyuga Shiratori stared at the latter with a smile. It seemed that the 10-fist sword that pierced through his body didn't exist. Uchiha Itachi was silent. He has tried his best. This is the result, and there is nothing to say. Sizzle. Suzano drew his sword and retracted it. While retracting the 10-fist sword, it turned into two illusory big hands, holding Uchiha Itachi and Hyuga Shiratori respectively. Then, Uchiha Itachi was caught and dragged to the wine gourd in his Suzano's hand, but Hyuga Shiratori stood still. Despite the drag of the 10-fist sword, it could not shake him a bit. Human world? Have the power to extract the soul. The 10-fist sword is a kind of spirit weapon that has no entity, and it also belongs to a kind of soul, or a spirit body is more suitable. Therefore, it will also be interfered by the soul of the human world. Of course, the most important thing depends on the user. Hyuga Shiratori's own power is strong enough, so when using the power of the human world, it can resist the drag of the 10-punch sword. Uchiha Itachi's common sense is all thoughts. After all, it was just his wishful thinking. In this way, Uchiha Itachi was dragged into Suzano's wine gourd by the 10-punch sword. He will always be sealed in the illusion world of drunken life and dream of death, and because the soul is also locked in it, he will not enter the Pure Land forever. No reincarnation? Huh. As the caster was eliminated, Suzano dissipated like fireworks. Your method of death is more ruthless than mine. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help but be speechless. There is no deep hatred between him and Uchiha Itachi. As for the other party has secretly crushed Uchiha Spring. In fact, it is just a teenager's unrealistic fantasy, which only adds to the laughter. Hyuga Shiratori was only planning to take the opponent's chakra, and then killed the matter directly. Never thought that Uchiha Itachi would be so cruel to himself. He actually planned to use his 10-fist sword to die with him. It turned out to be self-defeating, but made myself dead without a place to bury. Hyuga Shiratori expressed admiration. My heart is worthy of being Uchiha Itachi, it really is a wolf. Ding. A flying thunder god Kunao silently fell to the ground. As Naruto's right-hand man, it is only natural to carry a Naruto item from Naruto. This is Uchiha Itachi, who secretly left behind before being sealed. Injecting into chakra activates the temporal and spatial techniques inside. It's like a lighted coordinate, which will tell the holder's location instantly. This was also the last piece of information he left before he died. used to mark the location of the enemy. Until the moment of death, he still carried through the consciousness of being a Kanaha shinobi? Okay. In fact, Hyuga Shiratori had already noticed this little action by Uchiha Itachi. It's just that he didn't care. It came just right, and it saves me from looking for you one by one. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes were calm, fixedly gazing at the good light and shadow that kept flashing in front of him, echoing the space coordinates specified by Uchiha Itachi. After Namikaze Minato completed the assembly of troops, he immediately performed large-scale spacetime ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Transfer Enchantment. Swish, 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 swish. I saw a lot of light and shadow in a moment. In the next second, Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Fugaku, Jiraiya, Might Guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Asuma, Heitake Kakashi, Yamato, Rasha, Shide Popo, 4th Raikage, Onoji, Tsunade, Samui, Wooden Golem, Terumi may wait for the top ninja talents in the 5 ninja villages. And hundreds of elite coalition forces appeared around Hyuga Shiratori at almost the same time and surrounded him. With so many people transferred at once, it seems that this generation of Hokage is also doing a good job. Senju Hashirama praised. 4th generation, your Flying Thunder God technique has surpassed me. Senju Tobirama also gave a high evaluation. This huge chakra, that's how it is. Jiraiya's eyes fell on Namikaze Minato's forehead. I practiced my forbidden technique. Tsunade understood instantly. I saw Namikaze Minato's forehead, showing a diamond-shaped technique pattern. 100 healings mark? Store the excess chakra on weekdays and release it when needed. With the excessive reserve of chakra, Namikaze Minato was able to use Flying Thunder God technique to transfer so many people in one go. Till the end, is Kanaha's will of fire still carried out? Namikaze Minato sighed silently while looking at the Flying Thunder God Kunao stuck on the ground. Smart, he understood the message left by Uchiha Itachi in an instant. Itachi. Uchiha Shisui glanced around, but did not see Uchiha Itachi. Not even the corpse was left. But it's probably too bad, right? You did it. Uchiha Fugaku was expressionless, but he clenched his fists with his hands hidden in his sleeves, staring at Hyuga Shiratori with murderous eyes. This kid is the guy wanted by the 5 ninja villages. Oniki looked at the latter with an incredibly young face. Hyuga Shiratori, is your real name? Terumi May gritted her teeth and stared at him tightly. Damn bastard. 4th Raikage gritted his teeth. Because this person in front of him is the murderer who killed his brother Killer Bee? He hates this man in front of him more than Uchiha Madara. As a grumpy ninja, he took the lead in passing it recklessly. Zi. Lightning style instant? Lightning straight? First up is the usual ninjutsu violent straight punch. Certainly. 4th Raikage's fist hovered in front of Hyuga Shiratori's cheek. Like a statue. Imprisoned? I saw a few sturdy octopus tentacles growing from the ground, entangled Raikage's hands and feet, and imprisoned him deadly in place. Damn it, this is the power of 8 tails. 4th Raikage was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. It doesn't matter if the other party interrupts him. Must use the power of 8 tails. This is not telling him that your brother died in my hands and his ability was also taken away by me. Now I have to use it against you? So angry? 4th Raikage is incompetent and furious. Don't worry, Raikage. I haven't said hello to everyone yet. Hyuga Shiratori smiled slightly, keeping a kind smile on his face. At the sight of everyone in front of him, he beckoned. Hello everyone who was looted by me, and the ninjas who have not been looted. Everyone could not help but was taken aback. What kind of greeting? This is clearly a provocation? Good guy. Seeing so many of us, I even dared to speak wild words. 4th Kazekage was so angry that he laughed. Although this kid is arrogant, he is definitely not an ordinary ninja. I think everyone should understand. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations had a deep and authentic voice. Her good forbidden technique, 10 people near song, was easily destroyed by the opponent. Don't be careless, everyone. This boy has the same Rinnegan as Uchiha Madara. Heitake Kakashi reminded loudly. Wow, it's so amazing. I don't know if my 8 inner gates formation can be beaten. Might Guy said curiously. He had already learned about it when Impure World Reincarnation was resurrected. Uchiha Madara, who was hit by his ultimate killer Night Guy, didn't die, suddenly felt very disappointed. The limit of mortal efforts is ultimately no match for a ninja with an excellent pedigree? Huh? What can you do if you are more powerful? With so many masters gathered here, he is dead today. Sarutobi Asuma said proudly. Hyuga Shiratori, you are also Kanaha's ninja, why do you have to be our enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to fool each other through negotiation. Look, you now have the power of 9 tails, 8 tails, and 3 tails, and Uchiha Madara's goal is also at the tail beast. You will fight decisively one day, then why not join forces with us and deal with Uchiha Madara together? Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori chuckled lightly, glanced lightly at the good-looking old man, and continued. Put away your hypocritical face, 3rd generation. I don't want to eat yours. Forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face twitched, but he didn't expect the other party to show no respect at all. Don't waste your tongue, monkey. A guy with great power is just as unruly as Uchiha Madara. It's useless to reason with such people, only power is the capital of dialogue, Senju Tobirama said solemnly. That's right. There is nothing to talk about between us. No matter what, my goal will not change. What I want is your chakra? I don't care about everything else. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes suddenly glared, and with amazing pupil power that could see through everything, he scanned the audience. Let you hand over chakra obediently? I don't think it's possible, right? Nonsense. Let us surrender in one sentence. Who do you think you are? God. Namikaze Minato yelled furiously. He is usually gentle and easygoing, but at this time he finally can't hold back the full of resentment. The vengeance of murdering his wife is not shared. Smack. Hyuga Shiratori snapped his fingers. Don't talk too much nonsense. Use the power of Nine Tails directly? Huh. The golden chakra burst out suddenly, instantly transforming into a huge Nine Tails demon fox. Smack. Senju Hashirama slapped both hands and instantly entered Sage mode. Sage Art Myojin Gate. Red Tori fell from the sky, hitting Nine Tails and the back of the neck, with a powerful sealing power, which actually suppressed Nine Tails' violent chakra. One shot is to suppress Nine Tails, worthy of being the god of ninjas. I have subdued Nine Tails, let's go on it together. Senju Hashirama shouted. Seeing this, the ninja coalition forces are very uplifted. Mighty Master First Generation. Everyone rushed together. The morale of the ninja coalition forces was greatly boosted, and under the leadership of Senju Hashirama, they rushed to the Hyuga Shiratori. Wait. Everyone, be careful. Tsunade suddenly reminded loudly. But it was too late for the ninja rushing to the front. I saw a dark red chakra pouring out of Hyuga Shiratori's figure, instantly transforming into the second Nine Tails demon fox. Roar. Boom. Nine Tails shook the ground with one claw, and hundreds of coalition ninjas splashed with blood on the spot. Nine Tails. There are actually two dash. Everyone couldn't help showing their stunned colors. The two chakras of Nine Tails show yin and yang attributes respectively. Senju Tobirama's perception ability was first-rate, and he quickly distinguished the difference between the two Nine Tails. That's it. No wonder he had the power of Nine Tails before. It seems that the old man's guess is correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. In fact, very early on, he faintly noticed something wrong with Uzumaki Kushina's chakra. When Nine Tails ran away, the chakra exuded was too extreme and was obviously different from the normal chakra. It now appears that Namikaze Minato had contact with Hyuga Shiratori a long time ago, and there was a secret transaction between the two. Divide Yin and Yang Nine Tails. This also explains the reason why Namikaze Minato successfully sealed Nine Tails without using the Ghoul Seal. Because according to the analysis of Kanaha's senior management at the time, Namikaze Minato could not defeat Nine Tails. What a fourth generation. It lied to us all. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy and ugly. Splitting Nine Tails privately is a huge damage to Kanaha's core interests. It's not an exaggeration to call it a heinous crime. However, such a person actually became Hokage? Namikaze Minato was silent. Anyway, things have developed to this point, and it's boring to look through old accounts. Moreover, with the management of Kanaha over the years, he has firmly grasped the real power of Hokage. Even if Kanaha knew the truth, he could only accept the facts now. Roar. Yin Nine Tails frantically danced with those nine thick tails, beating all the nearby coalition ninjas into a mess. Hyuga Shiratori folded his hands and lay flat on his chest. From the start of the war until now, he hasn't moved a bit. You scum, don't come and die. I am only interested in the powerful chakra. Asshole. Fourth Raikage desperately released the power of lightning style, and the body of Impure World Reincarnation was unable to withstand such a fierce chakra, and there were a lot of cracks. The hair stands up high, like an angry man. Puff. With brute force, he broke through the eight tails tentacles tied to his body, and Fourth Raikage raised his sturdy arms and slammed into Hyuga Shiratori at high speed. Lariat. Heavy current violence. Hyuga Shiratori elbows him up. The iron arm collided with the violent elbow, the huge thunder force blasted all around. Then, you can see Fourth Raikage's torn body, flying upside down. Your chakra, I have already harvested it, leave it. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. Raikage. The same ninjutsu, unexpectedly lost to the opponent. Oniki showed an incredible color. If it is the ability to replicate, in general, it is unlikely that the replica will defeat the original. But the fact is that Raikage was defeated in one blow, as if his ninjutsu was a fake product. It seems that the opponent possesses not only the ability to seize other people's ninjutsu, but also the strength. Jiraiya frowned. While talking, his face gradually showed the facial makeup of an immortal. From the beginning of the battle, he was preparing for Sage mode. Boom. I saw two toad immortals appeared on his shoulders respectively. Little Jiraiya, what about you? Impure World Reincarnation. You have to fight even if you die, you are really tired. Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima couldn't help but complain. Sorry, I have to trouble the two great immortals again. This time the enemy also owns Rinnegan, not weaker than the last time. Jiraiya looked solemn and authentic. How is it possible? The legendary Rinnegan, who is only available in Sage of Six Paths, actually appeared in two pairs at once. Find flowers. Shenzo Zionrin expressed surprise. Be careful, he is here. Immortal Jima suddenly issued an alarm. Wow, the figure of Hyuga Shiratori appeared in front of Jiraiya for an instant. Your chakra, I haven't collected it yet. The eyes of Hyuga Shiratori Moribai revealed the cold light that locked the prey, and the red light rod in his hand took a direct poke. Sizzle. With Sage Mode's perception and amazing speed, Jiraiya barely avoided this blow, but the shoulder was still cut open by the red fishing rod. At the same time, only half of his body felt numb. This is a weapon made with yin and yang escape. Half of chakra was hooked away by him. 0. Shenzo Xianren was shocked. Relax. We can absorb natural energy. The immortal's Haima puts his hands together, quickly absorbing natural energy, and extracting the chakra of fairy magic to supplement the chakra lost by Jiraiya. Wow. Jiraiya opened his palm and released the super large renan under the chakra infused with celestial arts. Sage Art Super Big Ball Renan. Hungry Kido Seal of Sealing. Hyuga Shiratori took it with his bare hands, and the future Super Big Ball Renan was completely absorbed. Damn it, sure enough Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu. Jiraiya's face is ugly. Since ninjutsu can be absorbed, how about trying physical skills? Wow, wow, wow. Hey, take Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Might Guy all approached at the same time. Don't get in the way. Hyuga Shiratori released a powerful repulsive force all over his body. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Boom, bang, bang. The three of them were shocked at the same time. The huge repulsive force even shattered most of their bodies. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A power that Madara hasn't used before. Everyone was shocked. Don't stop. Impure World Reincarnation's first mover and constant attacks will definitely find the enemy's flaws. After Uchiha Fugaku said, he took the initiative. Uchiha Shisui followed closely behind. The two pairs of Mangekyo Sharinan were locked on Hyuga Shiratora's body at the same time, trying to find any flaws. Suzano. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui simultaneously performed Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. Two giant skeletons, one gray and one green, were transformed into Hyuga Shiratori. A boring trick. An orange-red chakra emerged from Hyuga Shiratora's body, and a colossus of Wushanggu armor appeared instantly. Suzano. Boom. Holding the Yata mirror, he blocked the attack of the opponent's two Susanos. This is Suzano of Itachi. Damn bastard, you have taken my son's power. One is a close friend. One is father and son. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku were angry. Speaking of this, what's the use of 033? Hyuga Shiratori controlled Suzano, and opened his palm to condense a ball of light made up of 3 Go Jade links. The Guyu of Yasaka. Boom, boom. The two Suzano were crushed separately. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku was hit by a red light hook and took chakra away. Uchiha Shisui was agile and escaped the pursuit. Master Fugaku. Uchiha Shisui yelled. No, don't care. Impure World Reincarnation. Chakra is infinite. Even if it is taken away, it can be recovered soon. Uchiha Fugaku knelt down on one knee, and the shattered dust on his body gradually gathered again, and the stolen chakra was slowly recovering. Yes, Impure World Reincarnation is immortal, let's go together. Senju Tobirama saw the timing and spit out a powerful ultra-high-pressure water blade from his mouth. Water-style water-severing wave. The sharp water blade has the sharpness of cutting iron like mud. Tweet. The angle is very tricky, bypassing the shield defense of the Ten-Fist Sword, and cutting in from the side. It easily penetrated Suzano in the third form, but Hungry Kido Fengshu Sucking Seal? Hyuga Shiratori absorbed the water blade that would strike with his bare hands. Huh? It's not just water style. Senju Tobirama gave a cold snort. Hidden in the water blade, there is still a Kunmyu. Hyuga Shiratori's head deflected, avoiding the piercing of Kunao. Wanting to carry out a sneak attack under his Byakugan is simply a steal? Flying Thunder God second stage. Senju Tobirama's figure suddenly appeared in the position of no passing. At the moment when he grabbed Kunao, the water-style chakra knife was condensed, and it slammed into his neck. Sir Road. Hyuga Shiratori summoned a robotic arm on his shoulder. What? Senju Tobirama couldn't reach the defense and was clamped by the robotic arm. The times have changed, second generation. The twisting mechanical arm opened a black muzzle and aimed it at Senju Tobirama's head. A huge amount of chakra is condensed in it. Don't underestimate people, times are changing, and ninjas are still ninjas. Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique again, and the space jump easily broke free from the shackles of the mechanical arm. Be careful, Master Second Generation. That person will also Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato reminded loudly. Only then did Senju Tobirama realize that a Flying Thunder God technique was set on his arm at some point. Flying Thunder God second stage. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori instantly appeared behind him, and the laser cannon fired. Rumble rumbling 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 rumbling. This terrifying laser cannon directly shattered most of Senju Tobirama's body. Hyuga Shiratori took the opportunity to use a red fishing rod to catch chakra from the opponent's body. Flying Thunder God Mutual Instant Whirling Technique. Namikaze Minato's figure and Senju Tobirama's position are spatially swapped. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. At close range, a spiral shuriken full of wind-style power and fairy magic chakra was thrown on Hyuga Shiratori's body. Then it was all shattered by an unstoppable repulsive force. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Namikaze Minato's charged blow was easily dissipated by the opponent, which made his face change drastically, and he had to use Flying Thunder God to get out again. Can you bounce off all ninjutsu attacks? Namikaze Minato frowned. This ability is too invincible, right? 4th Kaze Cage originally planned to attack, but at this point of view, I don't know how to do it. Don't panic, the more powerful the ability, there will be certain restrictions on its use. While talking, the mother-in-law Kyande used the sight of the puppet to string together a group of Kunao launches. Puppetry fighting. Hyuga Shiratori controlled Suzano and waved to a block. Ding 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 ding. Look, he doesn't use the ability to bounce everything. It is estimated that there is a gap between use. Worthy of being ginger or Old Spicy. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations keenly analyzed the interval between the use of the Shenluo Tianzhang. Continue to analyze and think hard about ways to deal with me. Then you will know how desperate it is. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth lifted up, revealing an extremely happy smile. After that, he raised his hand and waved. Water-style water dragon bite. Boom, 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 boom. I saw a series of huge water dragons rising on the flat ground, frantically attacking the ninja coalition forces. Even where there is no water, this level of water style. This is Master 2nd Hokage's ninjutsu. Everyone was shocked. Water style water array. Terumi May also used advanced water style to fight. But helplessly, as Mizukage, water style is not as powerful as Senju Tobirama. Of course, it is even worse than Hyuga Shiratori, who has a huge chakra. Wow, wow, wow. Many ferocious water dragons quickly broke through the water column and continued to madly bite the ninja coalition forces, causing huge casualties. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Seeing that the coalition forces were seriously damaged, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but shoot again and summoned a huge wooden dragon. Roar. I saw that the wooden dragon confronted the water dragons with one enemy and multiple water dragons, and with its own ability to absorb chakra, it overwhelmed multiple water dragons. I have to say that Senju Hashirama, who is also known as the god of ninjas, is really strong. First Hokage, your attention is too focused here. What about that side? Hyuga Shiratori is cold and authentic. Boom boom boom. I saw the Yang Nine Tails, who had been suppressed by the Mingshen Gate, took the opportunity to break free. Opening the mouth of the blood basin, the tailed beast bomb quickly condensed. On the other hand, Yin Nine Tails is also preparing for the second tailed beast bomb. Take the power of wood style. 2 Nine Tails activate the tailed beast bomb at the same time. This attack is absolutely terrifying. Everyone is ready to defend. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, and then took the lead in launching ninjutsu. Earth style. Summoned a large number of rock walls in one breath. Earth style gangly style technique. Oniki also shot, summoning a giant rock doll. Magnet style Aventurin shield wall. Luo She uses magnetic force to gather a large amount of placer gold to form a huge wall. Sage art Iwajuku big toad. Jiraiya summoned part of the intestines of the Iwajuku giant toad in Mount Mayaboku. The huge flesh wall has amazing toughness and defensive ability. Boom, boom. 4 strong movie class players will simultaneously take action to resist Nine Tails' 2-tailed beast bombs. 2 shocking explosions broke out in Kanaha Shinobi Village. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, Oniki, Luasha, and Jiraiya all defended in time. 17. But the power of Nine Tails is really no joke. It is far more powerful than other tail beasts, and now it has 2 shots. At first glance, Kanaha Shinobi Village was blown out of 2 huge pits up to 100 meters deep, and there were ruins everywhere. A large number of ninja coalition forces died and wounded countless. Damn it! Sure enough, the power of Nine Tails is really evil. Senju Hashirama was furious, his hands clasped together, and a huge chakra no less than 9 tails was released vigorously. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Only a huge chakra is enough to form this huge wooden golem. In terms of body size, it is comparable to Suzano. You can also suppress 9 tails. He stretched out 2 huge hands and grabbed the yin and yang 9 tails respectively. However, an unexpected scene happened. I saw the yin and yang 9 tails shrink rapidly, transforming into pure chakra and being fully recovered by Hyuga Shiratori. Wooden golem has a strong ability to absorb chakra, and has a great effect on 9 tails chakra aggregates. Therefore, he does not need to maintain the full form of 9 tails. All you need to do is to gather the chakra of 9 tails on your body to form a red gold 9 tails battlesuit. This guy, attaching such a huge chakra to his body, he can still bear it. What kind of physique is it? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even if he wants to bear 9 tails chakra completely, his body will be a little unable to withstand it. The other party did it, isn't it stronger than his physique? Senju Hashirama didn't know that the power of Ōtsutsuki is just such a bad comparison. I saw that the huge 9 tails were gone, and a lot of visual oppression was lost. But the power concentrated on Hyuga Shiratori has not diminished in the slightest. 8 trigrams mountain break. Hyuga Shiratori put his hands together, using the 2 huge chakras of yin and yang 9 tails on his body. He released a red gold ultimate shock wave from the palm of his hand. Boom. The terrible destructive power is not inferior to 9 tails tailed beast bomb. And because the speed is faster, and the shockwave has a strong penetrating power, he actually pierced the huge wooden golem abruptly. Even Senju Hashirama, who was hiding in the head of wooden golem, was shattered with an arm and a leg. The dust of impure world reincarnation flew around, and his consciousness fell into a temporary stagnation. Haha, if it's the real Senju, it's still a bit tricky. The mere wooden golem is not worth mentioning. Hyuga Shiratori snorted coldly, holding a red fishing rod and preparing to harvest the opponent's chakra. In fact, it's not that the opponent doesn't want to use the real number Senju's nirvana, but can't do it. It was Senju Hashirama's strongest ultimate nirvana in his lifetime, and it was powerful enough to blast Uchiha Madara's complete body Suzano plus 9 Tails' beast difficulty. Helpless impure world reincarnation is always just a dead man, unable to exert all the strength in front of him. Quickly stop him, don't let him get close to Master First Generation. Everyone has already understood Hyuga Shiratori's capture method, which is already strong enough. If he were to capture Senju Hashirama's wood-style power, how terrifying would he be? Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. Oyemu directly used the Sekal skill that followed the elimination of blood, and shot a white beam of light. This beam of light can directly shape the things it touches into the following forms. It can be called a ninjutsu with one hit. Suchikage, are you ignorant? I don't know that Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand to take it, and directly absorbed the incoming dust with the hungry Kido. The large amount of gold dust controlled by Luosha quickly surrounded Hyuga Shiratori. Humph? Keep absorbing it? Even if you suck up chakra, my placer is firmly attached to you. Not only that, there are also a large number of seal charms in the dust. Too naive. Hyuga Shiratori's face did not change, but suddenly a large amount of white smoke came out of the gold dust wrapped around him. There was a strange chemical reaction sound. Lava-style solving monster technique. It turned out that a strong acid solution was secreted on his skin. The metal placer gold adsorbed on the body was all melted away. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori came to Luosha's face with an instant technique. Luosha subconsciously mobilized the placer gold, but it was too late. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori slapped the opponent's chest with a palm. Gentle fist. An ordinary blow. Powerful chakra? A big hole was instantly opened in Luosha's impure world reincarnation chest. Spike? Because of the opponent's chakra, he has already captured it. Hyuga Shiratori ignored it and continued to run towards Senju Hashirama. But immediately, 4th Reikage and Senju Tobirama, who had recovered from impure world reincarnation, came to intervene again. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Flying thunder god beheaded. Facing the two people who were attacking at a rapid speed from the left and right, Hyuga Shiratori didn't even look at it. Don't get in the way. Hyuga Shiratori released the Shinra Heavenly Sign, but strictly limited the range of repulsion within 1 meter. The scope of rejection has shrunk, but the power has been multiplied several times. Boom. Boom. Thunder hand knife of 4th Reikage. Senju Tobirama's time and space slash. Before I came into contact with Hyuga Shiratori, I was shattered by the terrifying repulsion. The chakra I want to capture. No one can stop me. In this way, Hyuga Shiratori broke through the barriers all the way and plunged the red fishing rod into Senju Hashirama's body. The power of wood style, I accept it. Puff. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the red light fishing rod of Hyuga Shiratori plunged into Senju Hashirama's body. But in the next second, Senju Hashirama's body turned into a piece of wood. The wood-style clone, this thing is made very realistic. Hyuga Shiratori was slightly surprised and authentic. In the original work, even Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Renan could not see through, and Senju Hashirama was stabbed in the back by Senju Hashirama in the Battle of End Valley. Wow. I saw Senju Hashirama holding a sharp wooden thorn and stabbing it from behind him. Wood-style instrument technique. As expected of Master First Generation. He can't avoid this distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised, saying that the victory is set. Blue Rinnegan. Back in time? Puff. Time to go back to the moment when Hyuga Shiratori hit Senju Hashirama wood-style clone with a red light fishing rod. Wood-style instrument technique. Senju Hashirama's body, silently attacked from behind. As expected of Master First Generation. He can't avoid this distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the same line. It should have been a sneak attack. But when the wood thorn hit Hyuga Shiratori, the latter turned into countless paper cranes flying away. What? Senju Hashirama was shocked suddenly. He couldn't think that the opponent would keep a hand at this time. Like an unknown prophet. Thousands of paper cranes are reorganized and converge into Hyuga Shiratori. Senju Hashirama's eyes drenched, and he immediately stepped back decisively. Universal pull. But what greeted him was an unstoppable gravitational force that dragged him over forcibly. Ding, 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 ding. Hyuga Shiratori used yin and yang to make several black rods, and they penetrated Senju Hashirama's limbs. Move, I can't move it. What a powerful binding force this is. Senju Hashirama was nailed to the ground by a black rod, and even if he used the power of wood style or the power of fairy magic, he couldn't break free. Immediately afterwards, the red light hook hit his head. I've already said that. The chakra I want to capture, no one can stop me. Hyuga Shiratori fought hard. From Senju Hashirama's body, 2 groups of chakra, one purple and one green, were hooked. Is this the power of the legendary wood style and the power of Xianshu? It's fair enough. Hyuga Shiratori took these 2 chakras into the red light fish basket without hesitation. If it was before the change, he might be very excited. But now the powerful chakra has seen a lot, and he is used to it. Coupled with Senju Hashirama in impure world reincarnation state, the power is only at this level, and it's not terribly powerful. Sage Art Majin Senbon. Jiraiya hardens her hair and launches it like a storm. This is the fastest and the widest range of attacks in all Jiraiya operations. And while releasing the hair needles, the two immortals activated Jiraiya's hair roots, so that unlimited bursts of shots can be possible. Ding, 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 ding. Hyuga Shiratori moves forward to release chakra, and all future barrage is blocked. Now, what is the use of using this level of technique? Take advantage of it now. Flying Thunder God second stage. Namikaze Minato's figure appeared behind him out of thin air. This is the tacit cooperation of the master and apprentice. In the state of Sage mode, the speed is so fast that it is difficult to react. But for Hyuga Shiratori, who has the ability to look back in time, no matter how fast the attack is, it can also go backwards. Shen Luo Tianzhang. When Hyuga Shiratori blocked the attack of Jiraiya in front with one hand, he took the red fishing rod with the other hand and stabbed him behind him. Flying Thunder God. Puff chuff. As soon as Namikaze Minato appeared, he was pierced by a red fishing rod. Your Sage mode, I will accept it too. Hyuga Shiratori hooked the opponent's Zayansha chakra. At the same time, kick the opponent away like trash. Sage Art Needle Senbon. Hyuga Shiratori uses the ninjutsu of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, which is very similar to Jiraiya's Hair Needle Senbon. At the same time, after injecting the power of the fairy technique, the power has become stronger. Little Jiraiya, be careful. His skills are stronger. Shenzo Xianren felt the arrival of Qianben so sharply and astonishingly, he immediately reminded him. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly tightened, and immediately turned offense to defense. Wrap a lot of long hair to form a defense. Sage Art Needle Jizo. Puff 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 puff. It is also a fairy, but the power of Hyuga Shiratori is far superior to the latter. Senbon shot through Jiraiya's hair defense like a sniper bullet. Boom. The two immortals on the shoulders were instantly knocked back to Mount Mayaboka. Jiraiya Impure World Reincarnation's body was beaten with hundreds of holes. If he were alive, he would have died long ago. Jiraiya also wanted to use the instant technique to retreat, but found that chakra couldn't lift it up. This is, I blocked my chakra with Senbon. Puff. A red fish hook took away Jiraiya's Sage mode. With the defeat of the strongest Naruto in succession, the remaining ninja coalition forces on the battlefield also collapsed in morale. Can this battle go on? Luo Xia looked weak. The strength of this guy is not under Uchiha Madara at all. Oniki slowly put down the dust escape technique in his hand. It's a pity, it seems we lost this war. Terumi Mei sighed and shook her head. You shut up? We haven't lost yet. Impure World Reincarnation can be restored infinitely. Fourth Reikage has recovered again. He is so grumpy that he will not give in any time. Good point. Reikage, let's go together. Uchiha Fugaku was also unwilling to bow his head, because his son died in the opponent's hands, and this hatred had to be avenged. Fight to the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen carried the golden hoop and also launched a charge. Heitake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, and others followed closely. Stubbornly stubborn. Hyuga Shiratori put his hands together, gathered a large amount of chakra in one breath, and kneaded it into an ultra-high-density mass spot. Planetary devastation. 10 punches to kill Namikaze Minato. Planetary devastation. I saw that the ultra-high-density mass point thrown by Hyuga Shiratori floated high in the sky. A huge gravitational force was released in an instant. The scope encompasses the entire Kanaha shinobi village. Rumble rumbling rumbling rumbling. Under the action of huge gravity, the earth was torn apart, and trees and houses were uprooted. Others also dragged their feet off the ground and flew into the sky. The huge gravity attracts everything. Damn it! How can there be such power? Luo Xia's face showed fear. At the first time, he drove a large amount of placer gold to try to resist. But the result of doing this is that the gravitational force of the dust under his control exceeds his magnetic force and is forcibly dragged into the sky. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. Oniki immediately launched Dust Escape in an attempt to eliminate planetary devastation. But there are too many materials that have no choice but to adsorb, and a giant meteorite body has been formed in the sky. Chen Dun only cut off a part, and soon more stones were added. Lava-style solving monster technique. Terumi Mei spit out strong acid corrosion, which is also a drop in the bucket for giant meteorites. Lightning straight. Fourth Reikage does not retreat but advances. With the help of Heaven's attraction, the power of lightning style of the whole body is gathered in this fist in his hand. With the unyielding fighting spirit to move forward courageously, he slammed into the meteorite in the sky without hesitation. Boom. The thunder strike shattered a lot of rubble. Remarkably brave. It's a pity that they are all eggs. I saw Fourth Reikage adhered to the meteorite tightly by the huge gravitational force, and then a large amount of rubble was sucked in from all directions and hit him, burying it quickly. Enchantment Art Uchiha Flame Array. Uchiha Fugaku formed a powerful enchantment centered on himself and hit the meteorite head-on. Crack. The enchantment was used to resist the meteorite, and in less than a few seconds, the enchantment was pulled to pieces by the huge gravitational force. Uchiha Fugaku himself was slammed on the meteorite, and he was buried abruptly in the footsteps of Reikage. 5 Escapes Dalian Playing Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally showed his strength as a ninjutsu professor. Together with Shadow Clone, he performed 5 advanced ninjutsu with different attribute changes at the same time. Flames, thunder, clouds, water bombs, gales. indiscriminately bombarding meteorites. The effect is like scraping guasha, lightning-style rakery. Hey, take Kakashi shot rakery and poked in. Yuri, come and welcome Senjo to kill. Sarutobi Asuma resorted to the secret practice of the fire temple, and Chakra turned into Senjo Guanyin to fight wildly. Like a humanoid pile driver, it was buried in a meteorite. Xiang. Might Guy opened 8 inner gates formation again. By hitting the air, a terrible shockwave beyond the limit is released. A quarter of the meteorite was destroyed in one blow. Oh, it's kind of interesting, but it's a pity if it's a living person. Maybe it can bring me a little pleasure. Hyuga Shiratori glanced briefly, and then lost interest. Sure enough, the Might Guy of Impure World Reincarnation opened the 8th gate. The result of being buried is inevitable. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Jiraiya, the bodies of Impure World Reincarnation had not had time to repair, and they were also adsorbed unsuspectingly. The Luasha, Onoki, and Chidai mother-in-law in front of them, after resisting for a while, could not escape the end of being buried. Followed by Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Terumime, Samui, Mabai, you wooden golem. It looks like it's over. Tsunade sighed. But surprisingly, at the last minute, Hyuga Shiratori stopped the gravitational release of planetary devastation. All the ninja coalition forces immediately fell from the floating air to the ground by gravity. At first glance, those sealed by planetary devastation are all ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation? Except for a few unlucky ghosts, most of the living people have not been buried alive. Did you let us die? Terumime exclaimed. Yeah, after all, I am not a devil. Hyuga Shiratori said naturally, I told you from the beginning that my purpose is to harvest chakra. Killing is not my interest. His planetary devastation is only used to seal the immortal zombies of Impure World Reincarnation. Don't fight, we surrender. All the ninja coalition forces who had escaped from the dead put down their weapons one after another and slumped on the ground. Days of continuous high-intensity warfare has exhausted the ninja coalition forces. Under the absolutely overwhelming power of Hyuga Shiratori, their fighting will was overwhelmed in an instant. That's right, as long as you surrender obediently, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Hyuga Shiratori made a solemn promise. Then the voice changed, and the voice was cold and authentic. However, to resist my first evil, I still have to punish it. Namikaze Minato raised his head with difficulty. He had anticipated this moment. As the commander-in-chief of the ninja coalition, Kanaha 4th Hokage, he must pay the heaviest price for the defeat of this war. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes full of killing intent were locked on him. This Namikaze Minato, against him again and again? For true enemies, Hyuga Shiratori has never been merciful. As long as, there is still a breath left, then I will fight. Namikaze Minato had already caught all chakra at this time, but he still stood up with a tenacious will. Yes, it is too much trouble for someone like you. You have to kill them all. An orange chakra emerged from Hyuga Shiratori's body, and Suzano once again appeared. In the face of the death threat, Namikaze Minato was not afraid, but a smile of relief appeared on his face. His lips moved, thinking, Kushina, I'm looking for you. No, you will live forever, and it is impossible to find it. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose up, revealing a cruel sneer. Controlled Suzano, and his right hand condensed a 10-punch sword like hell ghost fire. That sword, no. As if realizing something, Namikaze Minato's free and easy face instantly turned into hideous fear, limbs trembled and backed subconsciously. He is scared. Puff. The 10-punch sword penetrated Namikaze Minato's body. Did the ninja allied forces surrender? No. Namikaze Minato let out a dry howl of crying father and mother. The original handsome face, but now it has become extremely hideous twisted. Tears and nose flowed down together. For Kanaha, he is willing to fight at all costs. Do not fear death. However, the only thing he was afraid of was no way to see his wife after death. The 10-fist sword is the legendary sealing sword. The target that can blame will be stabbed, forever sealed in the world of illusion. That is not to enter the Pure Land after death. This means that he and his wife will kill even the hope of reunion in the Pure Land. This is more uncomfortable than frustrating bones. What's the point of putting on a sentimental and righteous posture now? Hyuga Shiratori mocked. Putting his wife in the dungeon for 3 years, during which time she suffered all the pain and torment. Are you embarrassed to say what kindness? You are an outsider, what do you know? As Hokage, many times I can't help myself. Namikaze Minato expressed pain. Excuse me, your difficulties have nothing to do with me. Anyway, I just see you upset. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. In his opinion, Namikaze Minato in the original work is a popular character worthy of respect. The current one is nothing more than 4th Hokage. In order to protect Kanaha, he will give up everything. As Hokage, there is no doubt that he is qualified. However, Hyuga Shiratori does not like such a character. That's it. Farewell, 4th generation. Hyuga Shiratori controlled Suzano and drew a 10-punch sword. I saw that wildfire-like sharp blade turned into a big devil and grabbed Namikaze Minato's body, followed the sword and sucked it into the gourd in Suzano's hand. Kill me, please kill me. The desperate cry from Namikaze Minato, but this does not shake Hyuga Shiratori's approach. In this way, Namikaze Minato will be sealed forever in the illusion world of drunken life, dreams of death, and no reincarnation. All the ninja coalition forces watched Namikaze Minato's death stunnedly. Can't help feeling the creeps. This is the end of the enemy against Hyuga Shiratori. There is no place to die. It seems that the defeat of this war is impossible to salvage, but the old man has to keep his useful self, and can wait for opportunities in the future. Shimura Danzo quietly withdrew from the crowd when he saw that the defeat of the coalition forces had been determined. For a diehard like him, it is impossible to surrender. It is impossible for a lifetime. Today, due to the situation, he had to choose to escape Kanaha. Wait until someday in the future, he will. Reikari. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori instantly appeared behind Shimura Danzo, and Reikari shot through the back of the opponent. Why? Shimura Danzo vomited blood, looked at the palm that penetrated his chest, and turned his head stiffly. This came too suddenly? He has no time to use Izanaki? Not why, it just feels like you old coward is planning something behind your back. Although it's just a clown, but it's an eyesore, so let's kill it as soon as possible. Hyuga Shiratori said lightly. What reason is this? Shimura Danzo said he was aggrieved. But helplessly, the other party has overwhelming power. As long as there is a thought to kill, you can kill it. It's as simple as squeezing an ant to death. At least, I want to take you guy. Shimura Danzo vomited blood, and his body suddenly showed a series of dangerous art patterns. There are 4 like sealing techniques. With itself as the center, a miniature black hole is formed, and everything around is forcibly sucked into it. Too weak. Hyuga Shiratori grabbed the tiny black hole with his bare hands and released the absolutely huge chakra, which instantly blocked the suction port. Forcibly interrupted the sealing technique that the opponent had issued before his death. Seeing this scene, everyone can't afford any resistance again. Find flowers. At this moment, they finally understood a truth. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks are in vain. Well, the chakra that should be harvested has been harvested. The first evil has also been killed, and it is time for me to leave. Hyuga Shiratori left a word, he was ready to leave. Wait a moment. Terumime called to him, gritted his teeth and said solemnly, the ninja war is not over yet, the forces of Uchiha Madara are still there, it has nothing to do with you, right? Hyuga Shiratori interrupted the other party. The ninja alliance has been completely defeated, as the loser in the war, there is no room to speak. The goal of Uchiha Madara is to destroy all ninjas and end this world. All ninjas have an obligation to rise up and resist. 0. Tsunade paused and said earnestly, we can unite. No, we have been defeated by you. We also recognize your strength and are willing to follow your leadership and fight Uchiha Madara. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the ninja allied forces also looked at each other. They have just experienced a tragic battle. Now it is too magical to say to obey the command of the other side and fight side by side together. But now a series of leaders such as Naruto, Kazekage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, etc. have been eliminated. In the end, only Mizukage and Tsunade, one of the 3 prestigious ninjas in the ninja world, remain. When these 2 bigwigs spoke, no one dared to raise objections. You want to be my subordinates. Hyuga Shiratori looked at everyone in the ninja alliance with a weird look. Terumime and Tsunade looked at each other, and they could understand each other's thoughts. After this battle, the system of the 5 ninja villages has been completely disintegrated. Faced with Uchiha Madara's threat, they must elect a strong leader. There is no doubt that only Hyuga Shiratori in the ninja world can fight Uchiha Madara. Yes, Uchiha Madara is not alone. In order to realize his ambition, he spent 2 years building a huge force. Tsunade looked extremely solemn. Have strength and wisdom, and act so cautiously. This kind of enemy is the most dangerous. The last war in the ninja world? Is that right? Hyuga Shiratori shook his head indifferently. Uchiha Madara became cautious, probably because of Might Guy's kick. After all, he was almost kicked to death by a nobody. Who knows if there is a second 8 inner gates hidden in the ninja alliance. This is why Uchiha Madara put aside his arrogance and formed a power plan to push the 5 ninja villages flatly in the most secure way. However, in fact, in the past 2 years, it was precisely the best moment for Uchiha Madara to sweep the world of ninja, because at that time Hyuga Shiratori made alchemy in a different space in Hirazaka, Huangquan. In the ninja world, there was no one who could contend against him. It's a pity that Uchiha Madara doesn't have a god's perspective, and missed the best time to unify the ninja world. 037. Now that Hyuga Shiratori is back, Uchiha Madara's ambitions are destined to end here. Hyuga Shiratori, we have all personally experienced your strength. In a one-on-one situation, it is enough to compete with Uchiha Madara. But in the face of his huge power, you also need the same force. Terumime persuades sincerely. In this war, although Hyuga Shiratori blasted all the people in their 5 shadows, the killings were not a lot of them. Basically, they just killed Hokage and others, and also sealed the people who were originally dead. Impure World Reincarnation Ninja. After all Hyuga Shiratori wants is their chakra. But Uchiha Madara wants everyone's life? As for whether they have the choice to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, pull it down? This is Ninja World War? No one should think about staying outside. If Hyuga Shiratori loses to Uchiha Madara, they will still be unlucky. Take the lesser of the 2 evils. This is the reason why the Ninja Alliance chose to join Hyuga Shiratori. It can also be understood as standing in line. If you win, you can survive, and if you lose, you will die together. Hyuga Shiratori thought for a while, and finally accepted the surrender of the Ninja Alliance. Well, it is also a way of survival for the weak to rely on the strong. It is also the right choice for you to rely on me. Lessons from the past. Uchiha Madara's arrogance almost got kicked to death. Hyuga Shiratori certainly does not make the same mistake. Now that Uchiha Madara has formed a huge moon legion, he can also incorporate the ninja allied forces. Hearing that, Tsunade and Terumime looked at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The process of persuading Hyuga Shiratori went smoother than expected. At first, I thought that with such a powerful and young and frivolous Hyuga Shiratori, they would disdain to accept them as losers. This is also the usual arrogance of the strong. Facts have proved that the other party has not been overwhelmed by the overpowering force. Keep calm and cautious at all times. In the next fight with Uchiha Madara, the odds of winning will be even greater. In this way, under the leadership of Terumime and Tsunade, the ninja allied forces took refuge in Hyuga Shiratori's command. The crowd is somewhat unspeakable. After all, they have just experienced a tragic battle, and they didn't expect to be thrown into the enemy's command in an instant. This operation is not about the honor of ninja, right? As representatives of Cloud Shinobi, Samurai, and others remained silent. Because they were weak, they didn't have the right to talk. Can only silently accept the arrangement of the strong. Chief, what are we going to do next? Terumime was the first to stand up and confirm the relationship between master and slave. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the other person, and the more they looked, the more pleasing to the eye. Sure enough, becoming Mizukage is different. It's no longer the little girl who used to play things. Know how to judge the situation. As for the grudges of the past, it is not worth mentioning. You don't have to do anything now. Let's take a rest tonight. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. When everyone heard the words, they all relaxed subconsciously. Yes. The war has been fought for so long. They can finally rest. It's just that the words of Hyuga Shiratori immediately awakened them from the illusion of ease. Tomorrow we are going to face Uchiha Madara. The war will start tomorrow, will it be a little bit? Tsunade opened his mouth in amazement. They will call. Hyuga Shiratori pointed to the top of his head. The giant meteorite suspended above Kanaha. This thing can be seen hundreds of miles away. It is impossible for Uchiha Madara to not know about the major changes in Kanaha. Report? Lord Madara, a giant meteorite appeared above Kanaha. According to the perception class on the front line, it was discovered that there was a fierce chakra reaction in Kanaha Shinobi village. The preliminary speculation is that a large-scale war broke out. The report from his subordinates immediately made Uchiha Madara interested. Huge meteorite body? This power, seems like it can't be wrong. In Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, there was a terrifying cold light. After a while, Ju drilled out of the ground and brought back more detailed information. It was Hyuga Shiratori who attacked Kanaha. He defeated Gokage's troops alone. The concise intelligence shocked the audience instantly. Only one person captured Kanaha. The strength of this guy is even more terrifying than it was 2 years ago. Sasori looked solemn and authentic. Hyuga Shiratori, I really want to see what is the structure of your body and why you can master such a powerful force. Orochimaru licked his tongue, expressing his excitement. Earth explosion, heavenly star, is Nagato's power. Conan's eyes flashed sadly. Sure enough, the ninja world is a fake world. Only Madara-sama's Project Tsuki no Mi can save the world. Hoshigaki Kisame has a fanatical expression on his face. Everything is fine, anyway, as long as it can kill people. Haiden shrugged. He was only said to have joined Xiao, Wufu, not long ago. Master Madara, what should we do now? Orochimaru asked. Orochimaru, prepare for impure world reincarnation, and I must call your 100,000 cannon fodder, and I will conquer Kanaha tomorrow. Uchiha Madara stood up and looked into the distance with piercing eyes. If nothing happens, this will be the last war in the ninja world. Ways to increase your strength immediately? Hyuga Shiratori summoned the agents of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja coalition. Kanaha Tsunade, Mist Shinobi Terumime, Sand Shinobi 1000 Generation Mother-in-law, Cloud Shinobi Samyi, Rock Shinobi Deidara. Tsunade, as one of the famous 3 ninjas, is indeed qualified to represent Kanaha. Terumime, although still relatively young, only in her early 20s this year, she has also been a Mizukage for several years and has accumulated a certain amount of prestige. 1000 Generation Mother-in-law, with both fame and prestige, is getting old, plus the old and new wounds of the war in the past few years. Her complexion is very weak. Samui, an 18-year-old young girl, lacks fame and prestige, but in the now withered Cloud Shinobi, she can only be short and tall. Deidara, this one is even more ridiculous, a kid in his early 10 years old. Because Uchiha Madara resurrected the first to attack Iwagakure, and suffered the most casualties. 3rd Tsuchikage was directly killed. In the subsequent Kanaha defense battle, even 4th Tsuchikage Lois, who had just succeeded, was also killed. The remaining Rock Shinobi remnants either flee or defect. Deidara jumped out at this time, purely naive. 17. But it can also be regarded as a commendable performance of courage. In order to maintain the common survival of the 5 ninja villages, out of political considerations, The crowd reluctantly accepted Deidara, the little devil, to represent rock shinobi. Of course this is only nominal. After all, weak people will not be respected wherever they go. Hey, what are your eyes? Do you look down on me? Deidara raised his hand and patted the table that was higher than his cheek, with an unhappy expression on his face. After seeing it, everyone felt a little uncontrollable. Rock shinobi's explosion-style kid, I'll leave a seat for you, it's just a symbolic meaning. Don't make a big noise. Kyande mother-in-law taunted. What are you talking about? Damn, it's old lady Sand Shinobi, do you want to taste my art? Having said that, Deidara took out a handful of clay from his pocket and kneaded it into a delicate clay bird after pouring it into chakra. However, none of those present were ninjas who lacked eyesight. This chakra. Does the blood follow the limit? Terumime opened her eyes slightly. I heard that he is a disciple of Onoki Libra, but he is somewhat capable. Tsunade nodded. The 5 ninja villages now need to be united. Samui reminded. Among the representatives present, besides Deidara, she was also the second weakest from the bottom. So I am willing to speak on the side of the weak. Well, you guys don't fight over which is strong and weak. Hyuga Shiratori spoke, putting his hands flat on his chest, and said calmly. With all due respect, I am not targeting anyone, I just want to say that everyone here is weak. Forward. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help being stunned. His face also became awkward for a while. However, as their defeated generals, they couldn't refute Hyuga Shiratori's words. With your strength, it is impossible to beat the Legion of the Moon. Hyuga Shiratori said bluntly. According to the information currently available, Uchiha Madara incorporated the original Akatsuki organization, and then acquired 100,000 white Zetsu and impure world reincarnation units. The comprehensive combat effectiveness far exceeds the level of the ninja coalition forces. This. Everyone fell silent again, with nothing to say. Terumime seemed most embarrassed. Therefore, she had offered to make Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Madara one-on-one, and the Moon Legion would be handed over to the Ninja Alliance to deal with them. It now seems that this is just her wishful thinking. The gap in combat power in reality is far greater than she imagined. I have to say, what you said is the truth. Tsunade sighed. It is an indisputable fact that the combat effectiveness of the ninja coalition is insufficient. After continuous wars, the ninjas of the 5 ninja villages suffered severe losses. Can we add ninja troops from other small countries? Samui suggested. Impossible? You are too naive, girl. Facing the Ninja World War, Zyokuo's lineup speed is much faster than you think. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said coldly, the coalition forces have failed in long-term combat. It is estimated that the ninjas of the small country have all seen the wind and cast the rudder to vote for the Legion of the Moon. If the number of ninjas cannot be supplemented from the outside, then the unit's combat effectiveness can only be improved from the existing ninjas. Terumime groaned. Cultivation? If the 5 ninjutsu villages can share ninjutsu, they can indeed improve their strength. Tsunade hesitated. I'm just thinking about practicing now, isn't it a bit late? With Uchiha Madara's ability to act, it is estimated that he will be killed early tomorrow morning. The grandmother 1,000 generations frowned. This won't work, that won't work, then what should we do? Samui had a terrible headache on his face. Tisk, isn't there a way to immediately increase your strength? Deidara couldn't help muttering. Everyone couldn't help but cast a pair of foolish eyes. Too naive? The power of a ninja is the strength accumulated through years of practice and battle? How is it possible to improve quickly overnight? However, what is amazing is that Hyuga Shiratori gave unexpected answers. Have. One word. But as if possessing infinite magic power, it slammed into the hearts of everyone present. Orochimaru. It seems that your research on Hashirama cells is quite deep. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Rinnegan's pupil power can clearly see Orochimaru in front of him, his body is almost full of Hashirama cells. Thanks to the compliments of Madara-sama, I'm very scared. Orochimaru is humble on the surface, but it can't hide the pride on his face. In terms of research ability, he said second in the entire ninja world, and no one dared to say first. By transplanting Senju Hashirama's cells, his chakra was greatly improved. In turn, you can also control more impure world reincarnation. Summoning technique impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru summoned dozens of coffins in one go. After the coffins were opened one by one, a historical celebrity in the world of shinobi walked out. Movies, 2nd Tsuchikage, 3rd Reikage, 3rd Kazekage, 2nd Mizukage, 4th Mizukage. Jinchuriki, 2 tails from Wooden Golem, 4 tails Old Purple, 5 tails Han, 6 tails Yugo, 7 tails Fu. Famous ninjas, Heitake Sakumo, Golden Horn, Silver Horn, Killer Bee, Troy, Kari, Hakura, Kato Den, Nagato, Kakuzu, Ringo Yuri, Hanzo of the Salamander, etc. Set off, flatten Kanaha? What is this? Isn't Laozi dead? 2nd Mizukage looked dumbfounded. Idiot? This is 2nd Hokage's forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. 2nd Tsuchikage snorted coldly. Who is it that summoned us out? 3rd Reikage frowned. Good guy, I summoned so many people in one go. This is not an ordinary war level. 3rd Kazekage said solemnly. Is it the same group that controls me? 4th Mizukage noticed several ninjas in red clouds and black robes. It was the gang of Akatsuki who attacked him in the first place. It's really uncomfortable. I didn't expect that second Hokage, who was killed by our brother, is now controlled by that guy's forbidden technique. The golden and silver horns said in a deep voice. Orochimaru. As expected, it is you, the proud disciple of third Hokage. I knew you were not a good person for a long time, and you are really infected with this kind of forbidden technique that violates human ethics. Haytake stared at Orochimaru steadily. He and the other side are ninjas in the same era, so he also knows the other side's personality very well. Haha Kanaha White Fang, long time no see. Orochimaru looked at the old man in front of him with emotion. I think back then, even Kanaha-sanin must respect the white tooth in front of him by 3 points. Although I don't know what happened, it looks like I'm back in the world again. I wonder if I can see that good man. Ringo Yuli's eyes shone with brilliance. Tsunade, how are you? Kato's face was complicated and authentic. It seems that a long time has passed. Troy recalled that he had died at the hands of some mysterious person. With so many big men, we are all just chess pieces. Yaking was originally Sand Shinobi's elite jonin, but compared to the big guys he saw before his eyes, he was still insignificant. Haha, anyway, there is a good show. Hunter laughed. I don't feel very good, there is no Xiao Ba in my body, regret lonely. Killer Bee speaks habitually. However, loneliness was unabashedly revealed in the lyrics. This is the corpse, it's a nasty feeling. Kakuzu touched his chest, and without 5 hearts, his ground grievance forbidden technique could not be used. You actually called me out, you are so bold, Orochimaru. Rinnegan of Nagato stared at the latter. Oh, is this the body of Akatsuki's former leader Pain? I didn't expect it to be the kid Jiraiya took in back then. Destiny is really interesting. Orochimaru looked interested and authentic. Rinnegan, it seems you are just a fake. That person. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the hacky man in the first seat with a look of fear. Although he didn't know the other party, but subconsciously told him that the other party was definitely a very dangerous person. Madara, you are resurrected. It seems that your plan is a success. Uchiha Obito groaned. Huh? Obito, you let me down? I didn't expect to die so soon. Uchiha Madara glanced at the latter coldly. That's because you don't know what kind of enemy I am facing. Uchiha Obito retorted the opponent without backing up. His eyes moved as if he thought of something, and continued. Now that you are resurrected, but you still want to call us out to increase combat effectiveness, it seems that your plan may not be going well either. Yes? I didn't expect such a great adversary to emerge in this era. It really excites me. Uchiha Madara smiled without anger, with an excited smile on his face. Hyuga Shiratori, the enemy is him, right? Nagato said categorically. So, if it were him, it wouldn't be surprising. In the ninja world, there is only that guy who can fight against Madara's power. Uchiha Obito nodded indifferently. Uchiha Madara. At this time, everyone just reacted. They stared at the legendary ninja with horrified eyes. You can't go wrong. This creepy chakra? Definitely the deity. Second Tsuchikage possesses top-notch sensory abilities and identified Uchiha Madara as the real body for the first time. You are still alive? What the hell is going on? Everyone was puzzled. Humph. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort, and he didn't bother to explain. You don't need to know so much, as long as you know where you stand as a chess piece. Haki's speech, accompanied by the shocking chakra, pressed against everyone in Impure World Reincarnation. Everyone was instantly suppressed, and no one dared to say anything. Haki is really compelling. Sasori sighed authentically. That's right, Project Tsuki no Mi, it will definitely succeed. Hoshigaki Kisame has a fanatical expression on his face. He has experienced Kurigakure's bloody fog. His painful experience made him hate this hypocritical world. Join Akatsuki and swear to follow Uchiha Madara to realize the dream world without fakes. Wow, with such a strong combat power, I am afraid that the next war will be one-sided, right? Haiden waved the sickle in his hand, feeling a little depressed. Several Jinchuriki were restuffed into the tail beast, and hit the black stick, controlled by Uchiha Madara. Master Madara, we are ready. The 100,000 White Zetsu Legion is ready. Go, step on Konoha and wipe out the 5 great nations. Uchiha Madara issued an order to go. Konoha Shinobi Village. Ninja Coalition forces are urgently assembled. The news of Uchiha Madara's massive invasion was discovered by the sensing unit early in the morning, and the news was sent back to Konoha. The coalition forces panic. They were hanged and beaten by Hyuga Shiratori the day before, and many of them were unhealed. After resting for one night, I heard Uchiha Madara calling when I got up. Are you scary? Not good. If this continues, the morale of the coalition forces, the Gujao, will collapse. Tsunade was distraught. We must do something. Terumi Mei turned his gaze to Hyuga Shiratori, who kept calm and calm on her face no matter what. The others also cast hopeful glances. In the meeting last night, Hyuga Shiratori personally said it. He has a way to immediately increase the combat effectiveness of the coalition. Don't worry, wait a minute. Huangquan Hirazaka. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes stared, and instantly opened up a different space. Uchiha Quan's figure walked out of it. Quan, how do you feel? I saw this little girl who was only 12 years old, but at this time she exuded an extremely amazing chakra. A confident smile appeared on his childish face. Ah, very good, I feel that my current self can do everything. The miracle of the power of Ōtsutsuki? This is Uchiha Spring. Many people in Kanaha recognized this young genius of the Uchiha clan. Her chakra. How could it suddenly become so strong? Tsunade looked surprised and authentic. Judging from chakra's strength alone, she is no longer inferior to her veteran shadow ninja. A genius is a genius, but it also takes time to grow. 12-year-old film class, this is too much of a routine, right? Forward. It seems that Hyuga Shiratori is only 12 years old this year. He is a monster, so he can't compare it with normal people. A way to quickly increase strength in a short time. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up. There is a living example in front of me? How is it possible? The power of a ninja comes from years of practice, which is not in line with common sense. The mother-in-law of Kyande opened her eyes wide in shock. His face is rosy, and his breath is calm. It's not like taking some kind of forbidden drug to increase the power for a short time. Samui also showed an incredible color. Hyuga Shiratori, where are you holy? Hyuga Hayashi stared at the latter with complicated eyes. The Hyuga clan, before the outbreak of the war, was jealous of 4th Hokage, and they were all imprisoned. It was not until Hyuga Shiratori defeated the ninja coalition that the whole clan was released. Although they are both the Hyuga clan in name, in fact Hyuga Hayashi knows it well. The Hyuga Shiratori, who stirred up the situation in the ninja world, has little to do with their Hyuga family. The two sides have never really communicated with each other. 4th Hokage suspects that they are conspiring secretly. It is sheer nonsense. But it doesn't make any sense to pursue these now. After all, Namikaze Minato is dead. All the grievances have been understood. The most important thing now is to win this war. As you can see, this is the power I give you. The red light fish basket behind Hyuga Shiratori emitted a series of dozens of shining particles. They fell into the hands of everyone. Of course not everyone has. Only those who have the strength above the Jonin level are eligible to get Chakra Dan? Everyone was puzzled. In this small particle, there is an amazing amount of chakra. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations looked shocked and authentic. In addition to the puppet master, she is also an excellent pharmaceutical master. She has made quite a few special munition pills to upgrade chakra. But a pill like this one is absolutely impossible to make. There is no doubt that this is the possession beyond the current human technology. As the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade quickly came to a conclusion. This is also a matter of course. How can mortals understand the secrets of the Ōtsutsuki clan? After eating it, you can directly gain strength. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. Everyone looked at each other. This unheard-of method of improving strength is really incredible. There are also many people who are skeptical. But Terumi Mei was the first to make a choice. Swallowed Chakra Dan in one bite. In the next second, Terumi Mei's face instantly turned red. Huge energy filled her chakra meridian system in an instant. Prior to this, she mastered the 3 attribute changes of fire, water, and soil, and at the same time merged the 2 blood inheritance limits of lava style and boil style. Under the activation of external forces, her blood succession boundary seemed to evolve to a higher level blood succession elimination. Tsunade eats it second. Because of preparation, she opened the 100 healings mark on her forehead for the first time. Prepare to store the excess chakra. Despite her preparation, the energy contained in Chakra Dan far exceeded her expectations. I saw that her 100 healings mark technique was not only saturated in an instant. The genetic power hidden in the body seems to be awakened in an instant. The power of wood style. Zizi. After Samui ate it, his whole body exuded the power of violent thunder and lightning. The advanced secret technique of Cloud Shinobi, lightning style chakra mode, which I have not been able to learn before, has also been learned at this moment. The old body's body. I saw the body of the mother-in-law of Kyande, becoming younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wrinkled skin became as smooth as a girl, and her voice changed from an old horse to a girly crisp. This is a miracle of rejuvenation. Oh, this power is very artistic. On the contrary, Deidara has grown from a 10-year-old kid to an 18 or 19-year-old boy. How is it? I'll give you a special Dan, which is pretty good, right? Hyuga Shiratori watched the changes in the 5 shadows with interest. This is his whim. Some others also got Chakra Dan. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Yamanaka Hizashi, Narakeju, Akamika Dingza, Yuri Hong, Shizun, Uzuki Yuga, etc. The strength has been qualitatively improved. I will not list them all here. Avoid being able to count the words in the water for the author. This is the power of God. Terumi Mei admires him with 5 bodies. It is easy to bestow huge powers on others, and it is not a means that ordinary humans should have. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Shiratori with a hell of eyes. No matter what, we now have the power to fight a decisive battle with the Moon Legion. Samui is confident and motivated. I have to admit, in terms of art, I, Deidara, would like to respect you as the strongest. Deidara nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Uchiha Madara personally led the mighty Moon Legion and crossed the border of the Fire Nation with great fanfare. Heading towards Kanaha Shinobi Village, there was no obstacle to traffic along the way, and no obstacles were encountered. All fortified within 100 miles, has the enemy been terrified. Second Tsuchikage felt very disappointed after experiencing it. He also imagined that the 5 shadows of this era could organize effective defenses against Uchiha Madara. It seems that he is thinking too much now. According to Akatsuki, the Ninja Alliance has been wiped out by a guy named Hyuga Shiratori. Third Reikage said solemnly. It seems that in the entire ninja world, there is only this person who can fight Uchiha Madara. Third Kazekage said. Really? That guy is only 12 years old this year, can he really fight Uchiha Madara? Second Mizukage is very skeptical. Please rest assured, seniors, I have personally experienced the strength of Hyuga Shiratori. I don't know if I can beat Uchiha Madara, but what is certain is that he can easily beat all the fans here. Fourth Mizukage said proudly. Build multiple lines of defense along the way, and use tactics to weaken the offensive of the Moon Legion. Hyuga Shiratori summed up the strategy of the Kanaha 1st Army Division, Nara Shiratori. This is our think tank's best tactics after repeated consideration. Nara Luyu reiterated. The ninja allied forces spontaneously formed a so-called think tank with intelligent ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, Nara Shikohaisa, Ao, and Azabai, to make plans for the next war. There is no problem with the tactic itself. Hyuga Shiratori affirmed the other party's thoughts after thinking a little bit, but he quickly shook his head, vetoed it. But the enemy is Uchiha Madara, so tactical planning is meaningless. Because in the face of absolute strength, any combat plan is superfluous. Nara Luyu and the others were suddenly silent. A war without a battle plan. This completely subverted their previous understanding of war. There is no need to make any extra deployments. Focus all the power on Kanaha and wait for the arrival of Uchiha Madara's army. The two sides will fight to the death. Hyuga Shiratori was concise and gave a deployment order that seemed to have no tactics at all. Although it is difficult for everyone to understand this mysterious operation, they are frightened by the powerful strength of the opponent, coupled with being the leader of the coalition army. I had to obediently obey. On the other hand, due to the non-resistance tactics adopted by Hyuga Shiratori, he surrendered a large area of the Fire Nation, and even abandoned the checkpoints of some important military towns. The Moon Legion led by Uchiha Madara traveled unimpeded all the way, drove straight into the hinterland of the Land of Fire? Hey, it's really boring. After so long, there is not a single enemy. Haiden looked bored and authentic. On the coalition side, did they completely surrender? Sasori said he couldn't understand. This battle is not so fought. According to intelligence, Hyuga Shiratori is now ruling the coalition forces. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be. Orochimaru was once one of Konoha's 3 ninjas and experienced the 2nd and 3rd ninja wars. It can be called an old ninja with a battle-tested battlefield. At this time, it was impossible to figure out Hyuga Shiratori's combat intentions. Hey, what did the coalition forces do? If you move forward, it will be the Konoha Shinobi Village headquarters. Second Mizukage looked anxious. Because Konoha Shinobi Village is the last line of defense for the coalition forces, once it is breached, the remaining forces of the 5 shinobi villages will all perish. Now that we have become puppets, there is nothing we can do. Second Tsuchikage maintained perception skills throughout the entire process, hoping that the coalition forces could make effective resistance. Now it seems that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It seems that today is the end of my Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Reikage felt worried. He had heard that his son, Fourth Reikage, had already died in battle. The current Cloud Shinobi is managed by a girl who is only 18 years old. Woman. Don't hold any hope. Mother-in-law, if she is not dead, she should make some arrangements? Why is this happening? Third Kazekage let out a long sigh. All the movies in the audience made pessimistic remarks. Only Fourth Mizukage. In his memory, the Hyuga Shiratori who beat him and swept the invincible. Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei, have you managed Mist Shinobi well? Kanaha, what a nostalgic place. Uchiha Madara looked into the distance, the familiar village that gradually appeared in the field of vision. Master Madara, there are a lot of chakra reactions in Kanaha Shinobi Village. It seems that the main force of the coalition forces is concentrated here. Definitely reminded. Haha, it's just a bunch of ants. Uchiha Madara sneered, and didn't pay attention to the coalition forces at all. The point is Hyuga Shiratori. Uchiha Madara has a keen interest in dealing with this never-before-seen enemy. This made him involuntarily recall his rival before his death, Senjo Hashirama. Hyuga Shiratori, just how much pleasure it can bring to me, let me see it. The enemy has appeared. In Kanaha Shinobi Village, the coalition forces are standing by. Seeing the front appeared, the densely packed, almost invisible troops. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Find flowers. In terms of quantity alone, they are far behind. Because of the years of war, the ninja troops in the 5 ninja villages suffered heavy losses. Then a large number of ninja defected to the enemy camp. This increase and decrease caused a serious blow to morale. Finally, with the enemy's 100,000 White Zetsu Legion, this is even more desperate? Master Madara, do you have to use Impure World Reincarnation's ninjas to make a wave of tentative attacks? Orochimaru made a very pertinent suggestion. After all, Impure World Reincarnation is immortal, and it is best to use it for suicide attacks. Do not. Surprisingly, Uchiha Madara rejected this seemingly good suggestion. Actively standing up, Rinnegan's gaze stared straight ahead, a meaningful smile on his face. 0. I can't wait. If this Hyuga Shiratori is capable, I will try it first. Uchiha Madara just do it? A huge blue chakra emerged all over the body, and Suzano appeared. 2 sides and 4 hands, plus him, respectively made 3 different seals at the same time. Tenge Shinsei. Uchiha Madara used one of his Rinnegan pupil spells to summon a huge meteorite. Have you made a mistake? This guy made a big move as soon as he came up. Second Mizukage opened his eyes wide, thinking that he would never give a chance. This chakra. After second Ōtsutsuki sensed it, he just shuddered. Kanaha felt it too. Be careful, everyone. Something huge is approaching, the target, right above. Yamanaka Heiichi used perception techniques and discovered that a huge unidentified object appeared from above his head. At the same time, a huge shadow covered most of Kanaha. Everyone raised their heads subconsciously and was instantly suppressed. What is this? Are you kidding? Is this still ninjutsu? However, just as the coalition forces were in panic, Hyuga Shiratori stepped up to face him, and his understatement all at once calmed everyone's fears. It's just a big stone, a trick to carve bugs. Con.4 meteorites, 5-tailed beast bomb. Facing the meteorite falling from the sky, this meteorite that obscures the sky and the sun, the coalition forces were almost suffocated. Because this level of blow has far exceeded their ninjutsu knowledge. However, Hyuga Shiratori gave an evaluation of little bugs. So what will you do next? After activating Rinnegan's pupils, Uchiha Madara placed her arms flat on her chest and looked at Kanaha with interest. This is just his little test. He believed that if the other party was really as powerful as the information provided by Ju, there should be no problem catching this meteorite. But there was more than one meteorite he had summoned. Even if the opponent can blame for blocking the first one, there is a second one for 037, the third one, the fourth one, for Uchiha Madara, who is fully resurrected and has Rinnegan eyes. This is far from the limit of his pupil power. He has more hidden tricks, but don't worry, take your time. After all, this is the final battle to determine the fate of ninja. The other side. Hyuga Shiratori remained calm throughout the whole process, not even shaking his eyelids. For the sky, there were second, third, and fourth consecutive blows above the first meteorite. His Byakugan can be seen clearly. It is much more ruthless than when the two celestial obstruction stars were used to attack the Ninja Alliance in the original work. After all, the current Uchiha Madara is not impure world reincarnation, but a living person in his heyday. However, this level of attack is actually nothing terrifying. In his view, it was just a trick used to clear soldiers to bluff people. Hyuga Shiratori raised a hand, facing the meteorite falling from the sky, and shook it in the air. Universal pull. Distorted gravity? I saw in the sky, as if an invisible gravitational hand appeared. The falling trend of the meteorite was stopped in an instant. Following Hyuga Shiratori's palm, he swiped forward gently. I saw the hovering meteorite pouring in front of Kanaha at an angle of 45 degrees. The direction of the fall happened to be in the direction of the Moon Legion? Wow, the meteorite, it has been smashing towards us. For a time, the ninja allied forces are ecstatic. Panic of the Moon Legion? Immediately afterwards, a second, third, and fourth meteorite appeared one after another in the sky, but under the twisted gravitational force, they all fell in the direction of the Moon Legion. Damn, the other side is also a cruel person. Second Mizukage was dumbfounded. From Kanaha's direction, the chakra that comes from is also terrible. Second Ōtsutsuki looked surprised and authentic. It seems that I didn't expect that this era would also give birth to a ninja of this level. Haha, it's all right now, pick up a rock and hit yourself in the foot. Third Raikage laughed gleefully. It seems that on the coalition side, there is indeed someone who can contend with Uchiha Madara. Third Kazekage nodded, indicating that there is still hope. Hyuga Shiratori, you are really strong. Fourth Mizukage gave a calm smile. However, remembering that I was dead in the hands of the opponent, but now I have to hope that the opponent will win, which is really a dumbfounding result. There is still such a thing. Looking at the four huge meteorites that were pouring down, Orochimaru's forehead oozes cold sweat. If this terrible quadruple blow is allowed to come down, in addition to the automatic recovery of impure world reincarnation, the Moon Legion may suffer heavy casualties. Master Madara, what should we? Sasori also watched his scalp tingling for a while. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted heavily, seeming to feel very upset. Another Rinnegan owner, I underestimate you. At the same time, he manipulated the 5 impure world reincarnation Jinchuriki tail beastizations through the black rod. Roar. Roar, 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 roar. 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails. 5-tail beasts appear at the same time. The tail beast is an important deterrent weapon for shinobu. It is not easy to use when it is not a last resort. In the past ninja battles, the number of times that the tail beasts participated in the battle was very few. After all, there are tail beasts in your family, and so do my family. If you have a tail beast, I will also have a tail beast. Makes Shinobu Village maintain a delicate strategic balance. However, Uchiha Madara is a 5-tailed beast when he shoots, which is unique in the past wars. I saw these 5-tailed beasts, gathering the core of chakra at the same time. Tailed beast bomb. 5 shots. 4 of them were aimed at 4 meteorites falling from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. With a loud and deafening explosion. The 4 oppressive meteorites were all blasted into countless rubble, turning into a shower of stones, smashing the Moon Legion to scurry. But this kind of pain is better than turning into a mass of flesh under the fall of a meteorite. There was one more tailed beast bomb, and he slapped it in Kanaha's direction. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Shiratori slapped it away. The powerful chakra shock wave hits the bottom of the tailed beast bomb in a very clever way, bounces the tailed beast bomb and detonates it in the air. Rumble rumbling. All the coalition forces could not help swallowing as they watched the heat wave exploding above their heads. They were shocked by the destructive power of the tailed beast, and even more shocked by Hyuga Shiratori's casual blow, blocking the blow of the tailed beast bomb. At the same time, Hyuga Shiratori's strong shot has also established an extremely powerful image in everyone's mind. Morale boils instantly. Master Shiratori, mighty. All the coalition forces shouted in unison. This caused a lot of psychological pressure on the opposite Moon Legion. At this moment, they finally realized, Uchiha Madara is not an invincible myth. Open the door, all of you play. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand and gave the order for everyone to play. The door of Kanaha Shinobi Village suddenly opened, and the morale of the ninja coalition army was high, and they shot out aggressively. Go to war. Uchiha Madara waved his flame fan and let the whole army of the Moon Legion attack. Neither party conducted redundant exchanges. At this moment, only fighting is the best way to talk. Full-scale war? Wow, 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 wow. In the Ninja Alliance, as the representative of the 5 ninja villages, Tsunade, Terumime, Cho, Samai, Deidara, rushed out first. The new 5 shadows? Then I also. Orochimaru knots the seal with both hands, forcibly controlling the shadow of impure world reincarnation to play. Hey, we are the shadows, you should send more people to fight us. Second Mizukage released countless blisters full of potent chakra. Although I am not Naruto, I think I am no worse than Naruto. Tsunade rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. 5th Mizukage? Hope you can stop me. 4th Mizukage waved an iron rod. Don't worry, Lord 4th Generation. I will definitely beat you. Terumime's hands were sealed, and a lot of water flowed around. Zi. 2 thunder lights collided head-on. Surprisingly, it is 3rd Raikage and Sam Yi. This is Cloud Shinobi Village's advanced ninja method, lightning-style chakra mode. Little girl, it is amazing to learn so young. 17th 3rd Raikage praised without hesitation. Thank you for the compliment from 3rd Generation Master. Samui was attentive. I am the ninja who succeeded to eliminate the ninja, don't come and die. 2nd Tsuchikage shouted. Dust Dune is indeed very powerful, but I think my explosion style is stronger now. Deidara changed his previous fear of Master Ono Muchin, pinched with both hands and threw out a large amount of detonating clay. You are Cho. 3rd Kazekage stared at the very familiar girl in front of him with a strange expression. Although the appearance has changed a lot, chakra will not change. The two of them are characters from the same era. According to time calculation, the other party should be over 60 years old now. It should be called 1,000 generations mother-in-law. I also feel amazing. This is a miraculous power bestowed by our leader Hyuga Shiratori. Cho looked authentic with emotion. As an aging woman, she once regained her youth. Cho felt ecstatic, and at the same time firmly became a supporter of Hyuga Shiratori. This is a god. Gokage vs Gokage? With the fierce battle of the 5, the Ninja Alliance and the Moon Corps also joined the battle. Shuriken flying all over the sky, all kinds of ninjutsu bombarded. Kanaharyu Ozzy Moonlight. Kanaharyu Vacuum Sword. Wyuzian and Bayunieshin's sword skills crossed. Sizzle. A cut was made in Bayuni Mountain's body, and the debris of impure world reincarnation flew away. The coalition sealing squad on the side quickly stepped forward to imprison them. That's it. Zian, you have become stronger. Goodbye, Teacher Yashan. Uzu sadly bid farewell to the former teacher. In fact, she couldn't bear to tell the other party a fact. Her strength was not obtained by herself through cultivation. It was because of the gift of Hyuga Shiratori, which was to kill the enemy of Bayuni Mountain. 8 trigrams air wall palm. Hyuga Hayashi hit a powerful chakra shock wave in the air, accurately hitting Hanzo of the salamander's chest. The body of the latter's impure world reincarnation was immediately punched through a hole. The Hyuga clan seems to be about to rise. After all, it was sealed by the coalition's sealing squad. Illusory magic tree-bound kill. Yuhihong cast a illusion and stopped Kakuzu. Damn, I would be defeated by this kind of female ninja. Kakuzu felt extremely aggrieved. He was also the man who had fought Senjo Hashirama for a while. Seal technique 4 square sealing array. Shizun used the advanced seal technique, which originally required 4 people to do it at the same time. But now she only needs 1 person to complete it independently. The cage formed by the sealing technique imprisoned Kato Dana's spiritualization technique. Shizun, I didn't expect you to become so strong. Is Tsunade okay? Kato's face was complicated and authentic. Master Tsunade is very good, uncle, rest in peace. Although Shizun also wanted to chat with the relative of the same race in front of him, but the current situation of the war was so severe that she couldn't tolerate her wasting time. Had to seal the other party in one breath. Scorch style over steaming. Seal technique binding technique. Sand Shinobi Jonin Real Tree used a powerful sealing cloth to extinguish the flame ball of Scorch style Ninja Hakura, and successfully sealed the latter. Real Tree, beautifully done. Yakeng gave a sincere compliment. Teacher Yakeng, I will remember your kindness in education. Masaka tearfully sealed his teacher. Ninfa Tiansong technique. Mabai directly used the time and space ninjutsu with the sealing charm and stuck it on Troy's body. Very good, Azabai, tell Samui, Cloud Shinobi Village will leave it to you. Troy closed his eyes without regret. The Ninja Coalition side, because of the excellent Jonin, has received the Chakra Dan blessing of Hyuga Shiratori, and the strength has been qualitatively improved. Individual combat effectiveness is generally better than that of the Moon Corps. However, not all people have such good treatment. 8 trigrams 64 palms. White Tooth Knife Method 1 Style Ghost Destroyer. Hyuga Hisashi vs Heitake Sakumo. Even if the former ate a chakra pill, his strength was greatly improved. But it is still not the opponent of Kanaha White Fang who once smashed the ninja world. Puff. Heitake slashed his throat to kill Hyuga Hisashi. Sorry. I don't want to kill you, but my body is out of control. Blow them all for me, Banana Fan. Golden Horn holds 6 ninja banana fans, and one fan blows out fierce wind, flames, clouds, water bombs, and lightning. Directly hit the Akamika Dingza of doubling technique back to the prototype. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Nagato raised his hand to release a powerful repulsive force, and blasted dozens of coalition ninjas in one go. Red Secret Skill 100 Machine Exercises. Sasori controlled hundreds of puppets in one go, and slaughtered allied ninjas. Those who hinder Master Madara's plan will die. Hoshigaki Same brandishes Same Hada frantically to behead the enemy, keep killing and absorbing chakra, the bigger the stronger? Yeah, you can kill casually, it's awesome. Haiden waved his sickle frantically and slashed the coalition forces. Only attacking but not defensive, regardless of all the attacks that fall on him, even if it is stabbed into the heart by a knife. He is immortal? But at this moment, one person launched an attack on the 4 of them at the same time. Fire-style Longian singing technique. 8 fire dragons were spit out in one breath, and 2 fire dragons each attacked Nagato, Sasori, Hoshigaki Kisame, Haiden, who? How dare to provoke the 4 strong men of the organization at once? Wow. The girl's body fell on the battlefield. A pair of scarlet Sherinon glanced at them. Uchiha Spring, come on. Following the elimination of blood, decay and escape. Fire-style Longian singing technique. One shot is the top fire-style ninjutsu. Several fire dragons are like living creatures, swimming around and attacking. Hungry Kido Seal of Sealing. Nagato subconsciously used the abilities of Hungry Kido to prepare for the fire dragon to absorb in the future. But he didn't expect that the fire dragon flew by in a circle in front of him without attacking. Let him suck a lonely. This control. Nagato stopped his movements. Then suddenly discovered that another fire dragon sneaked from behind him. Beast Road. Nagato used the summoning technique to summon a rock panda, protecting the rear at a critical time. Boom. On the other hand, 2 fire dragons burned dozens of Sasori's puppets. He had to do it himself, pulling out 2 spouts from the puppet's wrist. Scroll Erosion Flow D. Wow. Launched a powerful water shock wave and extinguished the fire dragon. Water style boom. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't dare to be careless, spit out a huge amount of water enough to form Wangyang, and extinguished the fire dragon. Oh, it's burning to death, it's burning to death. Haiden couldn't avoid it at all, and was directly burned into charred by the 2 fire dragons. A normal ninja may not survive such severe burns. But Haiden can still be alive and kicking. Damn it, where does the little girl dare to challenge us? Sasori looked at the girl who seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old with a sullen face. Uchiha Spring? I haven't heard of such a character in the coalition forces. Hoshigaki Kisame was puzzled. Asshole? Who cares if she is? Watch Laozi cut her down. Haiden was suffering from severe burns, couldn't help but rushed up with his sickle. Uchiha Quan didn't panic, and Sherinon locked onto the other party. Illusory technique Songhang technique. The top illusion of the Uchiha clan? Puff. Puff, 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 puff. Haiden only felt like he was spinning around for a while, and then his limbs were firmly fixed by wedges and couldn't move. Damn it, can't move. When everyone saw Haiden, who had stopped moving, they knew that he had fallen into illusion. Just a glimpse made Haiden fall into illusion. It seems that she is not an ordinary girl. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned. Sorry, I'm very busy, so I don't have time to pester you anymore. Uchiha Quin's eyes, Sherinon of the 3-Go Jade, changed into a plum blossom pattern. Mangekyo Sherinon? Originally, this is the eye that needs to witness the death of a loved one before being awakened under intense emotional stimulation. But after swallowing a number of chakra danho, it directly increased her power of blood inheritance. Makes her Sherinon evolve into Mangekyo Sherinon? Huh? Young, but not so young. I want to see how good you are. Sasori's eyes were cold, and he immediately controlled the dozens of puppets and swarmed them to launch a group attack. Huh. I saw Uchiha Quan's whole body, a pink chakra emerged, and a pink skeleton appeared. Suzano? I saw the pink skeleton stretched out 4 arms, each hand dragging a dark flame. It is the power of Amaterasu. Ah. Heian instantly ignited the incoming puppet, and instantly burned the latter to ashes. Impossible? These are all puppets that I have made carefully, with fireproof materials added, and the general fire style can't be burned at all. Sasori was shocked. Water style 1000 food shark. Hoshigaki Kisame fired hundreds of shark bombs in one go. Boom 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 boom. It caused 0 damage to Uchiha Spring under the protection of Suzano. It's useless. Uchiha Quan controlled Suzano's arm with a wave, and black flames spread everywhere. Ah. Heian ignited the water flow, and even a huge amount of water was still burned into vapor by Heian. This black flame won't go out. Haiden had black inflammation on his hands. He was originally immortal and didn't need to be afraid of death, but the black inflammation could burn him to death. Puff. In desperation, Hyuga swung his sickle and cut off his arm burned by the black inflammation. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Nagato used the powerful repulsion to bounce off the black inflammation on his body, but immediately, there were more black flames, throwing away from nature. Like a ghost fire from hell, once it is stained by the black flame, it will not be extinguished until it is burned. In this way, Uchiha Izumi single-handedly suppressed Akatsuki's 4 people, Nagato, Sasori, Hyuga, and Hoshigaki Kisame. On the other side, after a fierce battle, Wu Ying also had a victory against Wu Ying. Ninfa steaming danger and exploding prestige. Flexible use of the infinite explosion technique of water and oil. Boom, boom, boom. Tsunade was blown all over. But soon, the wound on her body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Awesome! You can quickly heal the damage without Juyin, just like the legendary Senjo Hashirama. Second Mizukage exclaimed. I'm the granddaughter of first Hokage. Tsunade smashed through the ground with a strange punch. Taking advantage of the other's unsteady footsteps, a branch was revealed from the palm of his hand, and it was inserted into the latter's body fiercely. Wood-style instrument technique. Under the urge of chakra, the branches quickly grew in the opponent's body, destroying the body of impure world reincarnation from the inside to the outside. Wood-style? That woman actually inherited Hashirama's power. Uchiha Madara looked from a distance, with a look of surprise on his face. Fading and unconstrained technique. Terumi Mei used the fusion of the 3 attributes of fire, water, and earth to eliminate the blood. A black barrier shot out from his hand, wrapping 4th Mizukage inside. This is. I saw 4th Mizukage's impure world reincarnation body, splitting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally dissipated into countless dust and mustard. Is it possible to destroy impure world reincarnation directly? Impossible. Orochimaru was shocked at once. It turns out that this is similar to the power of Oyemu's dust and blood following the elimination. That black enchantment can accelerate the decay of the wrapped things at the atomic level, thereby reaching a state of destruction. Only Rinnegan's pupil power can see the changing nature of things at the atomic level. After seeing the power of decay, even Uchiha Madara is not calm. How is it? The strength I cultivated is not bad, isn't it? Hyuga Shiratori has a cheerful and authentic expression. Giving Chakra Dan is not for nothing. Breed new power for him to pick. That's it. It seems that the power of the new 5 shadows comes from you. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and stared at Hyuga Shiratori in the distance. Yes, compared to the mob that you gathered together, is the power I nurtured is stronger. Hyuga Shiratori mocked mercilessly. Uchiha Madara is very upset. But on this point, he really can't deny the other party's statement. He is aloof by nature and never put others in his eyes. Reluctantly listening to Black Zetsu's opinion, they forcibly gathered the moon core by force, and the result was only used as a one-off chess piece. Whether it's Tsunade's wood style, or Terumi Mei's decline, Uchiha Madara was greatly shocked. Even the power of blood can be played at will. I'm really curious, who are you? Uchiha Madara looked at Hyuga Shiratori earnestly. You talk too much, Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Shiratori stared directly at the opponent, without any intention to explain. At the same time, the battlefield has also entered a fever pitch. Seal Technique 3 Treasures Suction. Sho relied on his excellent combat experience, coupled with his youthful and agile body skills, to seize the flaws in the stiffness of impure world reincarnation and successfully sealed the 3rd Kaze cage. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. As soon as 2nd Tsuchikage escaped, he wiped Deidara's shoulder and turned his arm into ashes. Go back, young man, you are not my opponent. But I also recognize your strength and keep away Gakur. No, my art is the strongest. Deidara refused to admit defeat. Tuck the last clay into the mouth at the heart. The flesh and blood of the whole body became transparent. This is to concentrate all the power on one point. C0 Art Sublimation. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the two sides fighting on the battlefield tremble. One after another stopped the attack at hand, and each displayed defense. Under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, Deidara's body was completely transformed into nothingness and disappeared, leaving only a fist-sized explosive core. This is the last cry of being an artist. Art is explosion, drink. The core released a dazzling white light, which was transformed into terrifying energy and released in all directions. The radius of the explosion reached 10 kilometers. Rumble, rumbling, 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 rumbling. The big explosion, regardless of the enemy and me, consumed the lives of thousands of people in the Ninja Allied Forces and the Moon Legion. In this land, left an indelible trace. Future generations will always remember the name of this crazy artist. The sudden big explosion brought the anxious battlefield into a brief halt. Both sides tried their best to protect themselves from this big explosion. The billowing smoke dissipated. A huge hole hundreds of meters deep was left on the ground. Everyone can see the two figures near the center of the explosion. Uchiha Madara, Hyuga Shiratori. From the beginning of the Big Bang, neither of them was shaken in the slightest. Uchiha Madara relied on the flame ball fan artifact in his hand to bounce the shockwave of the Big Bang. Hyuga Shiratori used absolute defense, revolving heaven, to resist all damage. Miscellaneous soldier's deduction, shouldn't it be over? Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. Yes, I can't help it. I want to fight you a good restlessness. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. He hadn't felt this kind of excitement for a long time. Just like facing Senju Hashirama, seeing their respective big bosses came out, both sides of the battlefield went backwards one after another. They know, no matter how fierce they are, it is these two bosses who decide the outcome of the war, under the attention of everyone. Uchiha Madara and Hyuga Shiratori have finally started? Wow. The two disappeared almost at the same time. A shadow that is invisible to the naked eye. Boom 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 boom. Everyone only heard a burst of intensive fist collisions in the air. Lava-style renan. Hyuga Shiratori infused renan with the lava style from Laozi Ina. It turned into a highly compressed magma ball and slammed it at the opponent. Uchiha Madara immediately waved the flame ball fan to block. Uchiha rebounds. Wow. The hot lava splashed into the air. Sizzle. A black stick was condensed in the palm of Uchiha Madara's left hand. Hyuga Shiratori holds a red light fishing rod in his right hand. Puff, puff. Weapons, both made for yin and yang, collide head-on. Zi. Thunder flashes. The shadow clone of Hyuga Shiratori suddenly appeared behind the opponent. This guy unexpectedly had time to seal in the fierce battle just now. Uchiha Madara was surprised. Master moves are like lightning and flint. When fighting in close hands, it was too late to join. Besides, it is impossible to secretly seal under the gaze of his Rinnegan. The only thing that can be judged is that the opponent does not need to perform the surgery. Huh? Do you look down upon me with this little trick? Uchiha Madara grabbed his backhand and used the power of the Hungry Kido, instantly absorbed the lightning-style ninjutsu from Shadow Clone, and used a black stick to kill Shadow Clone. But in the next second, he suddenly discovered that countless Shadow Clone appeared in all directions, completely Suzano. Uchiha Madara had to resort to Assassin. The huge blue warrior, with overwhelming power, shattered all the nearby Shadow Clone. Rinnegan locked Hyuga Shiratori's body in an instant. Complete Suzano, draw a knife and cut it away. Under this knife, the terrifying power of breaking through the mountains and the ground again. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Hyuga Shiratori summoned a wooden golem and put his hands together to block the sword that was smashed. This is the power of Hashirama. You. Uchiha Madara's face sank. No, it's my strength now. Hyuga Shiratori waved his palm, summoned a piece of wood again, quickly wrapped Suzano's body, and bit the latter's neck in one bite. Wooden golem plus wood dragon double suppression. Boom. Suzano, the complete body of the behemoth, was pushed to the ground. Standing on top of wooden golem's head, Hyuga Shiratori looked down at Madara Uchiha, who was in Suzano's body in a condescending posture. Seeing this scene in front of them, the people of the two armies facing each other couldn't help being surprised. Unexpectedly, the legendary Uchiha Madara looks like a disadvantage. Your power shouldn't be the only way, right? Hihi, it's a nostalgic feeling. Uchiha Madara let out a sigh of emotion. I think that was how he was crushed by Senju Hashirama. But this time, it's different. He now has Rinnegan. The pupil power is several times stronger than that of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon before his death. With the blessing of Rinnegan's pupil power, Suzano's strength is amazing. The outer armor is also indestructible. The bite of the wooden dragon turned out to only leave a slight crack on the armor. Uchiha Madara's hands are sealed. Fire style, the fire is gone. I saw it released from Suzano's mouth, like Chakra's amplifier, spitting out a pillar of flames soaring to the sky, blew up the wooden dragon in front of him, and at the same time burned the wooden golem. Bang, bang, bang. Suzano waved his hand and tore off a scorched arm of wooden golem, breaking free from the latter's restraint. Then another big foot kicked the wooden golem to the ground. This time it was Uchiha Madara's turn to look down at Hyuga Shiratori with a commanding gaze. The situation was reversed for a while. Hyuga Shiratori's face remained unchanged, and he shook his palm. Wood-style Hell Rebellion. Boom, bang, 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 bang. I saw a large number of huge tree vines growing in vain from the ground, with sharp thorns, surrounding Suzano from all sides. Bang, 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 bang. Complete body Suzano swept across, cutting off all the vines in an instant. Uchiha Madara kept an arrogant look on her face, and said coldly, it's useless. I can't stop me now, even if Senju Hashirama is alive. As he spoke, Suzano drew out the second Tachi, with the power of opening the mountain and cutting the ground, and cut the wooden golem and Hyuga Shiratori in half with a single knife. However, the Hyuga Shiratori, who was chopped down, turned his body into a piece of wood. Wood-style clone? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed, and Rinnegan's gaze turned sideways. Wow. I saw Hyuga Shiratori's figure turned into a golden flash, which quickly flashed from the body of Suzano. At this moment, he is in Nine Tails Chakra mode. The speed is jaw-dropping, and Suzano, who is huge in size, can't keep up with his movements. However, Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara can see his movement clearly. This is not only the chakra of Nine Tails, but also the power of Xianshu. Uchiha Madara keenly noticed that Hyuga Shiratori's eyes had a cross-shaped pupil. Sage Art Lava-style Spiral Shuriken. In an instant, a gray-brown spiral shuriken was condensed in his hand. This is infused with the power of Xianshu and lava-style blood inheritance, making the cutting power of the spiral shuriken also have a strong corrosive effect. Sizzle. This blow hit Suzano's armor completely, and a harsh buzzing sound broke out in an instant. Under the dual action of the amazing cutting force and the corrosive force, the unbreakable armor was finally cut. Suzano's forehead was cut through a huge hole. Hyuga Shiratori takes Uchiha Madara directly in it. Can I break my complete body, Suzano? Uchiha Madara's face was solemn, and he didn't dare to be careless in the face of the terrifying attack before him. In one breath, he injected a large amount of chakra into the flame ball fan in his hand, and swiped it head-on. Uchiha rebounds. Only heard a deafening explosion? Centered on the interaction between the two, an astonishing energy storm erupted. It is also highly corrosive, and Suzano's entire head is torn apart. The two waves of people at the scene couldn't help but be amazed. This level of battle is far beyond the limits of a ninja. Tsunade muttered to himself. Yes, his power is stronger than we thought. Find flowers. Terumi Mei's eyes are colorful and full of admiration. This is the ultimate duel between Uchiha and Hyuga. This is a rare battle in a century. Orochimaru said with emotion. Hyuga Shiratori, can he stop Madara's plan? Conan's eyes were complicated. As a member of Akatsuki, she is a true pacifist. She also disagrees with Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi, thinking that it is nothing more than a false peace. It was just forced by the opponent's force, and he couldn't find a better way, so he had to act with the trend. Everyone held their breath and watched the duel between the two nervously. Because the final direction of the war depends on these two bosses. 0, 0, boom. Under the billowing smoke, one person took the lead to fly out. Everyone took a closer look, and it was Uchiha Madara. I saw blue smoke all over his body, with a lot of corroded injuries on his body, and he looked a little embarrassed. In the head-to-head confrontation between the two, Uchiha Madara was once again disadvantaged. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori turned into a golden flash and pursued victory in the direction of Uchiha Madara's inverted flight. Uchiha Madara's face did not change, and Rinnegan's eyes must be. Round Tomb Edge Prison. In Sage mode, Hyuga Shiratori keenly felt the sudden murderous aura coming from the flanks, but Byakugan's vision can't see anything. Subconsciously made a defensive action. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori was hit by a huge force and flew out. Everyone's emotions were once again affected. This is how the same thing. Why was the leader suddenly beaten into the air? Perceived? I can't detect it at all. Everyone was surprised. Swish swish. Hyuga Shiratori backed back again and again, dancing and dancing as if he was fighting with something. The dual-purpose Byakugan also transformed into Rinnegan's state. So that's it. Is this the unobservable shadow of reality? Your Rinnegan ability. Hyuga Shiratori can finally see the shadow of the opponent's will tomb in Rinnegan's state. The leader, what seems to be watching what is fighting. Everyone was puzzled. In their eyes, Hyuga Shiratori shook his fists into the air alone. But what is weird is that in the fists and feet of the pair, there is a strong crackling sound. This fellow, Rinnegan, really can see my will tomb. If that's the case, then try this again. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and 4 shadows appeared again. Round tomb shoot. 5 shadows besieged Hyuga Shiratori frantically. Sage Art Gentle Fist. Hyuga Shiratori puts out his hands and uses the Gentle Fist with chakra to fight back with 1 enemy and 5 crazy. Fur. Dazzling, 040's unclear punching speed, one after another repelled the shadow's approach. Of the physical ninjas I have seen, you are also one of the best. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, increasing Rinnegan's pupil power output. Round tomb no light. The attack speed of the wheel tomb suddenly becomes faster. 5 shadows flashed around Hyuga Shiratori at high speed. Since the movement of the shadow is not interfered by the real natural environment, that is to say, the shadow is not affected by air resistance and friction when it moves, so the speed of the shadow can almost be close to the speed of light. Hyuga Shiratori's 2 fists were hard to beat with 4 hands, and gradually he couldn't stand it anymore. Boom. One of the shadows hit him hard on the back from behind. The immense power blasted him away instantly, then a second shadow quickly flashed below him, and an uppercut took his chin straight. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori crossed his hands for a block. The body was blown up. Then the 3rd shadow appeared directly in front of him, with a punch. Hyuga Shiratori blocked it with a palm, but immediately he was hit by the 4th shadow from the flank. Finally, he was shot down to the ground by the 5th shadow from above. Boom. I saw Hyuga Shiratori's body being beaten in the air by an invisible shadow from others, and finally hit the ground with a heavy hammer. What kind of ability is it? It is completely unobservable. The leader seems to be able to see it, but the enemy's attack is too fast to resist. Everyone looked dumbfounded. When the 2 gods fought, they couldn't get in at all, and only watched the battle silently. The situation on the battlefield was once pulled back by Uchiha Madara. Haha, interesting. This is the real battle. Hyuga Shiratori flew from the pit it smashed through, with multiple severe injuries on his body, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood. Obviously, he suffered a lot of injuries in the attack on the Tomb of the Wheel just now, but this kind of injury, under the power of wood style and the magic in his body, healed automatically at a speed visible to the naked eye. Magicure? This is the ability that Senjo Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas, possessed? Really? It seems that the lesson I have taught you is not deep enough. Uchiha Madara said coldly. If you can do it, Hyuga Shiratori responded positively without fear. Will tomb hell. At this moment, the 5 shadows disappeared without a trace at the same time. Silently, suddenly appearing around Hyuga Shiratori, it can be said to be fascinating. The shadow took on a pentagram formation, and launched a pincer attack on Hyuga Shiratori, Shen Luo Tianzhang. Hyuga Shiratori centered on itself and released a huge repulsive force. Ingeniously limit the range of repulsive force to within 1 meter. Formed an insurmountable barrier? Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the 5 shadows were all isolated outside the repulsion barrier. Now, it's my turn. Hyuga Shiratori ignored the shadow around him and rushed towards Uchiha Madara's body. Zizi. There was a blue thunder in his hand. Huh? This level of ninjutsu, do you think it works for me? Uchiha Madara showed disdain, waving a flame ball fan in his hand to greet him. However, at this moment, the blue thunderbolt in Hyuga Shiratori's hand turned black. Kamui Rakery. Sizzle. The black rakery with space-cutting ability cut open the flame ball fan in the opponent's hand. What? Uchiha Madara was suddenly shocked. This is the flame group fan that can rebound all ninjutsu? Was destroyed by the other party in this way? Zizi. Hyuga Shiratori turned and cut Kamui Rakery towards the opponent's head. Huh. Uchiha Madara was short, and avoided the fatal blow in a thrilling manner. But seeing Hyuga Shiratori's left hand, I don't know when a white cube was condensed. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. This is taken from Onokina, the dust escapes the blood and is eliminated. Huh? Onoki's moves are indeed twofold. But my Rinnegan can absorb it. Uchiha Madara explored with his bare hands and absorbed the dust through Rinnegan's power. Physique, can't you absorb it? Hyuga Shiratori's eyes were cold, and he changed his palm into a fist and used the 8 Inner Gates ultimate physique that he snatched from Might Guy, Xian Xiang. The ultimate air cannon released by hitting the air at high speed. Boom. The huge air cannon hit Uchiha Madara head-on. The aftermath of the impact alone broke through a deep tunnel several kilometers away. This shows its great power. Ahem. I saw Uchiha Madara stepped back a few steps, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. It seems to be hurt a bit. Huh? That's it? It shouldn't be. Hyuga Shiratori was suddenly surprised. His Zixiang, logically speaking, will not lose to Might Guy himself. Why didn't Uchiha Madara be hit hard? Catcha. I saw Uchiha Madara's body, with several black fragments cracked. That is a protection made with the same substance as the black rod, yin-yang escape. As the saying goes, eat a ditch and gain wisdom. Huh? I have personally experienced that guy's physical skills, and I was almost killed. I won't lose twice in the same trick. Uchiha Madara reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori versus Uchiha Madara. The battle between the two of them alone was enough to tear the earth apart, and the landforms full of barbarians were horrible. Lava-style Huiguashin. Hyuga Shiratori slapped his hand on the ground, using the lava style he had caught from Laozi-ina, and adding the chakra of 4 tails. Suddenly summoned the lava deep in the ground. Rumbling. The earth shook, and hot magma gushed from the ground. Wow. Uchiha Madara's figure rose into the sky, and Rinnegan must have released his complete body again. Suzano? Hyuga Shiratori did not back down either, and fully released the power of 9 tails from him. It turned into an orange 9 tails. This is the oneness of yin and yang, the complete 9 tails. Roar. With a huge-tailed beast bomb in his mouth, he flew towards the opponent. The beast once controlled by me, dare to roar at the Master 17. A wanton smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Suzano drove the whole body, and slashed it over. Tailed beast bomb collided head-on with Tato. Rumbling. There is another gorgeous explosion in the sky. Orange brilliance and blue streamer respectively occupy half of the sky. Then the 2 giants in the sky retreated. I saw that 9 tails and Suzano had their own damage, and the battle damage was basically the same. Just a beast. Uchiha Madara's face was ugly. In the past, he suppressed 9 tails easily. Unexpectedly, today I would have a match with 9 tails. Just because it is Hyuga Shiratori that controls the power of 9 tails now. As the so-called big dog sees its owner, this is the reason. Completely Suzano, it is indeed very powerful. In the Suzano I collected in the past, there is no such power. But well, the number is there. Hyuga Shiratori reached out and took out several colorful chakra light balls from the red light fish basket. This feeling of chakra. Could it be that? Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank slightly, as if he had guessed the power the other party was about to use. I saw the chakra light clusters merged into 9 tails body. In an instant, the green, cyan, gray, and red chakra armors were put on 9 tails body and pieced together to form a huge Suzano shell. This is the Suzano power of Hyuga Shiratori, which brings together Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Itachi. Suzano of each of them has reached the level of the 3rd form at best. In terms of body size, it is incomparable with Uchiha Madara's complete body Suzano. But the sum of the 4 Suzano makes it different. 9 tails, wrapped in 4-color armor, looks a bit funny. However, the astonishing breath exudes from it is chilling. Damn, you still have to concentrate the power of the tail beast. Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, and he was very familiar with this trick. With both hands nodding, he controlled those Jinchuriki with the black stick. From airway, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, chakra was forcibly extracted, turned into endless energy, and continuously expanded to his complete body. Suzano, drink. The extremely large chakra, under the control of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, gradually compressed into a human form, and was confined to the shell of Suzano. According to the chakra attribute that Uchiha Madara is good at, the huge-tailed beast chakra transforms into a crimson flame form, the god of flame Suzano. With a wave of the palm of his hand, a huge fiery sword stretched out. Way outfit Suzano. Hyuga Shiratori gathers 4 Suzano powers and sets them on 9 tails. Condensed a big sword with 4 color alternating spirals. At the same time, 9 tails began to gather tailed beast bomb. Seeing this scene before them, everyone involuntarily held their breath. Go back, go back. Run if you don't want to die. The armies of both sides retreated one after another. They were already far away, but the battle between the two became more intense. The distance of the cause is no longer enough to ensure safety. Once involved in that kind of battle, even if it is a shadow, there is no guarantee that it will survive. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara felt her body tremble. This is because of the physiological reaction of fear and fear. However, he was not angry but laughed instead, looking up to the sky, wantonly venting the enthusiasm in his heart. It's been so many years, it's so wonderful to be able to make me feel the taste of fear. You are right to feel fear. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes are piercing, and his face is full of a win-winner look. He knows. With Rinnegan's pupil power, it is easy to distinguish the strength of both sides at this time. Of course Uchiha Madara must also know. However, the rebellious Uchiha Madara will never bow his head. Come on, Hyuga Shiratori, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. After Uchiha Madara said, he drove the flame god Suzano without hesitation, and rushed over. Smash it. Hyuga Shiratori had his eyes fixed, inserted the 4-color great sword into the tailed beast bomb, and then released it all at once. Silent. Shining radiantly, robbed everyone of their vision. Then came the overwhelming ultra-high-density energy, spreading in all directions. The range exceeds hundreds of kilometers. The atmosphere contains a lot of violent chakra, which makes the sky change color and produces unnatural factors of lightning and thunder. The diffusion of energy has opened up an unprecedented huge pit in the earth. The nearby Kanaha shinobi village was directly destroyed by 2/3. Fortunately, the troops of the two armies are all prepared to retreat to a greater distance. But even so, there are still many people who run slowly and are buried under this extinguished light. The ground shook, the mountains shook, and the ground cracked. The scope of the vibration can be clearly felt even thousands of miles away. So, be in the center of this terrifying energy storm Uzumaki. What was the result of the duel between the two? Injure Uchiha Madara hard and take the tail beast? A huge swirling cloud of smoke covered the entire sky. The atmosphere contains a lot of violent chakra, making the sky still flashing and thundering. Everyone looked at the sky that seemed to be apocalyptic from a distance. It is hard to imagine that this is a scene caused by a fight between two ninjas. Even if the legendary Sage of Six Paths appeared, I'm afraid it's nothing more than that, right? Amidst the billowing smoke, 2 figures fell from the sky. One person still has the remains of Suzano, and the other person has the remains of the power of 9 tails. Puff, puff. The bodies of the 2 fell to the ground at the same time. Wow. Uchiha Madara vomited blood and bruised all over her body. Limbs feel empty and weak. The result is the same as I expected. Hyuga Shiratori touched the ground with one knee, breathing slightly, and suffered a lot of injuries. But overall, the state is still much better than the former. Soon he stood up again. Damn it. The power of 9 tails is indeed much stronger than other tail beasts. Uchiha Madara supported her body with difficulty. Although just now, he drew the power of 4 tail beasts at once. But in sum, it is still not an opponent of 9 tails. Fortunately, his perfect body, Suzano, is much better than the opponent's. Otherwise, in the previous blow, he was already dead. The power of 9 tails is exhausted, but I have other tail beasts. A grey-blue chakra appeared on Hyuga Shiratori's body, eventually transformed into the form of 3 tails. Shadow caress. I saw 3 tails curled up into a ball, rolling in place at a high speed, turning into a huge flesh chariot and crushing it towards Uchiha Madara. A lot of pupil power was consumed just now. Rinnegan's abilities are temporarily unavailable. Uchiha Madara's face was solemn, but as a battle-tested god of war ninja, he still has a hand. I saw that his hands were sealed. Summoning technique. Boom. The summoned one is the one tail that has been hiding unused. Impure world reincarnation was not made because of the lack of genetic information for one-tail Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara simply kept one tail and used it as his summoning beast. Damn it! The body does not obey. One tail's body was filled with black rods, and it was forcibly controlled by Uchiha Madara. Both arms turned into countless quicksands, scouring the 3 tails that struck from the front. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. 3 tails rollers were quickly slowed down in the quicksand. At the same time, the violet pattern on one tail is integrated into the sand, with a powerful sealing power. The Great Burial Seal of the Desert. Successfully sealed 3 tails. Oh, I sealed my 3 tails, then what are you going to do with 8 tails? Brick red chakra emerged from Hyuga Shiratori. transmogrified into the form of 8 tails. Roar. The bull roared in anger. Stepping forward was a punch, knocking one tail to the ground. He also used the octopus tentacles on his body to forcibly bind one tail. At the same time, the crimson chakra came out of Hyuga Shiratori again. This time he used the power of 4 tails. His body was covered with hot molten slurry. Lava-style chakra mode. Boom. With a big foot on the ground, using the huge recoil of the volcanic eruption, the whole person rushed towards Uchiha Madara like a cannonball. Don't be too arrogant to you. Uchiha Madara made a two-handed move, controlling the twist of the black rod and turning it into a wind demon shuriken. Hey! Hyuga Shiratori had strong armor solidified by molten lava, and he bounced off the opponent's wind demon shuriken easily. Boom! Hyuga Shiratori hit Uchiha Madara with a straight punch of magma. The latter was now using chakra's attached hands and firmly clamped his fist. The hot lava scorched the opponent's hands. Ba 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 ba. Uchiha Madara's brows trembled, and he forcibly resisted the burning pain, suddenly lifted him over his head, and then slammed forward. But just as Hyuga Shiratori fell, he kicked out abruptly, hitting the opponent's shoulder. Boom, boom, a lose-lose attack. However, relying on the power of wood style and the powerful resilience of chakra, Hyuga Shiratori stood up immediately. Uchiha Madara took a step slower. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori stepped forward and hit the opponent's chin with a kick. Uchiha Madara was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. Ahem. Uchiha Madara fought and retreated. After a short buffer, the pupil power of Rinnegan's eyes was restored. Sealing technique sucks the mark? I grabbed Hyuga Shiratori's magma fist with his bare hands, and instantly absorbed the lava-style chakra mode from him? Do you think you can? Hyuga Shiratori also used the ability of Hungry Kido. He held the opponent's hands and sucked it back. You guy. Uchiha Madara gritted her teeth and kept her absorption. In this way, the two sides competed around chakra and entered a stalemate. On Hyuga Shiratori's body, a large number of trees and vines grew, condensing a wood-style shadow clone. An attack was launched towards Uchiha Madara. But in the next second, wood-style shadow clone was blown by something. Boom. That is the wheel tomb of Uchiha Madara. The shadow is finally restored. After losing the wood-style shadow clone of Hyuga Shiratori in seconds, he immediately went around behind him and hit the back of the head with a punch. Huh. Hyuga's white feather, who was hit by a single blow, turned into countless paper cranes and flew away. Uchiha Madara scanned the surroundings with a vigilant expression, and said in a deep voice, "There is no substitute, and there is no trace of where it appears. Is this also your Rinnegan ability? Guess, where will I attack?" The misty voice of Hyuga Shiratori came from all directions. Huh? Don't want to pretend to be a ghost in front of me? Any sneak attack will not escape my Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara concentrated on keeping calm. Rinnegan kept walking around to observe the surroundings. As long as there is any slight fluctuation, he can predict the opponent's offensive route in advance. However, it was the towel that he never thought of. Hyuga Shiratori didn't choose to attack him at all, but made a slap in the face. Huangquan Hirazaka. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori walked out of the different space and came to one tail in an instant. Compared to your chakra, I am more interested in the tail beast. Uchiha Madara looked around and found no trace of Hyuga Shiratori, but I felt the fluctuations of space coming from a distance. Turning his head subconsciously, he found that Hyuga Shiratori was approaching one tail without knowing it. Not good. After finally realizing what the other party wanted to do, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but change his face. Immediately rushed to stop the opponent. But for a master, it is already too late in an instant. One tail's chakra, I will accept it first. Hyuga Shiratori waved a red fishing rod and broke into one tail's body. Under the constraints of 8 tails, the process of collecting one tail chakra went smoothly. After one tail disappeared, the desert burial seal that sealed 3 tails also automatically collapsed. 3 tails was liberated. Hyuga Shiratori. Uchiha Madara's eyes were wide open. He just looked at each other and put his one tail into the red lightfish basket. Too slow. Hyuga Shiratori backhanded the universal pull. Using the huge gravitational force, 2 pieces of earth were instantly pulled up, and Uchiha Madara was tightly clamped. At the same time, using one tail's sealing power, a sealing technique was added to the ground. Of course, this alone is not enough to suppress Uchiha Madara. Can only hold him for a while. Hyuga Shiratori used Hiroizumi Hirazaka again for a space jump. Suddenly came to the front of airway again. Boom. With the help of the shadow of the wheel tomb, Uchiha Madara broke through the seal and flew out. Suddenly discovered that Hyuga Shiratori wanted to hit Niu's attention again? Don't think about it. Uchiha Madara controls the second tail with a black stick. Roar. While roaring, Niu spit out fiery flames. Hyuga Shiratori did not use the abilities of the Hungry Kido to absorb it, because this delayed effort would make Uchiha Madara catch up immediately. Ever since, he raced against time and kept going. With chakra wrapped all over, Hyuga Shiratori forcibly rushed towards the second tail against the raging flames. Puff. The red light fishing rod was inserted into Airway's head. Second-tailed chakra, I also accept it. Hyuga Shiratori successfully accepted Niu. But at the same time, Uchiha Madara's figure also arrived quickly. Round tomb, even prison. Control 5 shadows in one breath, and overlap into one shadow at the same time, and the power will be 5 times in an instant. Boom. With this punch down, almost half of Hyuga Shiratori's body was smashed, and the huge impact blasted him hundreds of meters away. Ahem, this blow is really cruel. Hyuga Shiratori vomited a lot of blood, and his face turned pale. But only a few seconds. His smashed half of his body was rejuvenated. The power of wood style plus sage mode is the meat tank of immune to death. On the contrary, Uchiha Madara on the other side. Short of breath and bruises all over his body, Chakra was also exhausted. However, he still didn't want to give up. A series of handprints were formed on both hands. A chain of chakra chains were released from the body, and the remaining 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails were tied up respectively, and they were forcibly peeled from the body of Impure World Reincarnation, and then all returned to their body? Drink ah! I saw Uchiha Madara's body, the wound quickly recovered, and chakra was also replenished. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has become the Jinchuriki of 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. Dying struggling, what's the point of this? Hyuga Shiratori has captured 6-tail beasts, both in quantity and quality, far greater than the other. With a stroke of the palm of the hand, the 8 tails and 3 tails that were placed outside are collected into the body. Put an end to Uchiha Madara's use of chakra chains to capture opportunities. Uchiha Madara felt cold inside. He just wanted to follow the opponent's previous tactics, on the surface, desperately, but actually looking for opportunities to sneak attack the opponent's tail beast. Let's give up the illusion. I have never been the only one to take away the chakra of others. No one can take away my chakra. Hyuga Shiratori is cold and authentic. I have to admit, you are stronger now. Uchiha Madara gave a long sigh. A difficult decision has already been made in my heart. Do you want to run away? Hyuga Shiratori's words debunked the other party's intentions. This makes Uchiha Madara's face even more embarrassing. The strongest ninja in the legend. Fight for a lifetime, sweeping invincible. It also failed at Senjo Hashirama. However, even failure is good. He has never escaped. But now, facing the terribly powerful Hyuga Shiratori, he has to run away. If it were me in the past, I might fight to the end. But now, I have greater ambitions and lofty dreams. Even if it is detrimental to Uchiha's name, I will survive. Uchiha Madara said righteously. In the next second, decisively turn around and run away. Seeing this scene, the ninjas present were shocked. The two men fought earth-shaking, an endless battle. But I never thought that one of them would admit to fleeing, and it was Uchiha Madara who ran away. This is recognized as the strongest ninja in the ninja world? Master Madara? Have you forgotten Project Tsukinomi? Hoshigaki Kisame let out a mournful cry, but saw Uchiha Madara running away quickly without looking back. The belief in the heart was abandoned. This war is a victory for the coalition forces. Sasori put away the puppet silently. Unexpectedly, it would actually end like this. Orochimaru opened his eyes wide in amazement, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then his hands began to seal. Impure World Reincarnation Solution. As Orochimaru took the initiative to lift the ban, the Impure World Reincarnation on the field, the body turned into countless dust and mustard flying away, and the soul began to ascend into the sky. Oh, it seems we don't have to worry about it. Second Mizukage smiled. Hyuga Shiratori, I will always remember this name. Second Tsuchikage looked serious and honest. Tsunagakuer will leave it to you. Third Kazekage bid farewell. Samui, right? Well done, you will be the 5th Reikage of Cloud Shinobi Village from today. 3rd Reikage appointed the heir. Terumime, follow that man well. 4th Mizukage left a meaningful instruction. The fall of a generation of legends. Master Madara, escaped. In full view, Uchiha Madara's escape action shocked everyone. The Moon Legion fell apart in an instant. Orochimaru even directly dismissed Impure World Reincarnation and gave up fighting meaninglessly. We won the war. The Ninja Coalition side burst out with amazing joy, crazy celebrating the victory of this hard-won war. However, Hyuga Shiratori is not interested in this. The object he wants to hunt is Madara Uchiha, then it is absolutely impossible to allow the latter escape. Wow. Uchiha Madara ran away at full speed, turning into a long line of extreme speed, and disappeared out of sight in just a few breaths. You can't escape. Hyuga Shiratori unfolded Byakugan and firmly locked the opponent's figure. Huangquan Hirazaka. Shuttle across space. Hyuga Shiratori appeared in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant. This spacetime ninjutsu is far superior to Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara's face couldn't help but change. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand with a wave, and launched countless laser beams from his hand. Land done laser circus. Tweet, 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 tweet. The combination of thunder and water merged into a flexible light, piercing the air and screaming. Wow. Uchiha Madara's figure interspersed from side to side, avoiding all the light with a flexible posture. Secretly said in his heart, you can't stop to absorb, otherwise the opponent will immediately rush to use physical attacks. Facts have proved that Uchiha Madara deserves to be the strongest ninja who has experienced the Sengoku era. I saw the way of Hyuga Shiratori's fighting at once. Wow. I saw that Hyuga Shiratori was using land done to perform a feint attack, and the figure rushed towards the opponent. Sage Art Gentle Fist. Uchiha Madara's eyes are fixed, and Rinnegan's pupil power can predict the opponent's attack. Raising his hand, he bounced the palm of Hyuga Shiratori. At the same time, Uchiha Madara hit Hyuga Shiratori's chest with a backhand punch. He knew very well that the other party also had the pupil power to see through his physical skills. Then it must be able to block his attack with this punch. Next, he can take the opportunity to retreat. But what he didn't expect was that Hyuga Shiratori didn't dodge, completely ignored his fists hitting him, chose the way of hurting each other, and slapped his stomach with a palm. Boom. Fur. In this way, Uchiha Madara's fist hit Hyuga Shiratori's chest heavily. Hyuga Shiratori's palm hit Uchiha Madara's stomach fiercely. The two of them vomited blood and fell backward. Yugai. Uchiha Madara grabbed her aching belly and barely got up. Hyuga Shiratori is like a person who has nothing to do. The broken bones in his chest are also automatically repaired. You should be familiar with it, so the resilience of immune to death. Hashirama. Really annoying ability. Uchiha Madara's face was somber and authentic. If the opponent is Senju Hashirama, now he owns Rinnegan. The problem is that when you have Hashirama's physique and a pair of Rinnegan's Hyuga Shiratori, that is an extremely difficult opponent. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori didn't talk too much nonsense, and continued to step up his attack. The physical attack does not pay attention to the rules at all, and abandons all defenses. Attack, 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 damn it. Uchiha Madara was beaten with no temper due to this helpless play. Everyone is hurting each other, but the opponent relies on strong resilience to fight him endlessly. Escape and can't escape, because the other party has the supernatural time and space ninjutsu, and will catch him immediately. In this way, the two hurt each other and fought each other for 3 days and 3 nights. Uchiha Madara is a Jinchuriki with 3-tailed beasts, and the huge chakra has been consumed alive. Rinnegan was overused and forced to shut down. Only Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan can be used. Later, it degenerates into Sharinan of 3 Guyu. Until now, only a pair of black eyes remain. Hyuga Shiratori also consumed almost all the chakra of the tail beast in his body. Find flowers. The power of wood style and the chakra of Xianshu are also exhausted in continuous recovery. It's really difficult. It's clear that the defeat is already set. Why should you hold on? Hyuga Shiratori reached out from the red light fish basket and took out a few chakra dans. After swallowing one bite, the injuries on his body and chakra have been greatly recovered. Uchiha Madara is weak, and now he is really out of oil. A sad smile on his pale face. Haha. I didn't expect me to fall into this embarrassed appearance. It's fine if you lose the battle. It's not that I haven't lost. 0. But you can't even escape. This was even worse than Senju Hashirama, who beat him back then. The Hyuga Shiratori in front of him completely trampled on his past pride and glory. Wow. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori appeared in front of him instantly. At this time, Uchiha Madara has no pupil power to see through his movements. The body is so dull that there is almost no time to react. Puff. Hyuga Shiratori tripped Uchiha Madara to the ground with an elbow, and then slammed his foot on his chest. Crack. This foot even squashed his chest ribs, and Uchiha Madara's face instantly turned into pig liver color. The pain on the body can be tolerated, but the embarrassment of being stepped on by someone is really unbearable. Hyuga Shiratori made a move with his right hand and pulled out the red light fishing rod. Your chakra, I accept it. Puff. After all, he stabbed Uchiha Madara relentlessly into the heart of Uchiha Madara. Deprive him of the 3-tailed beasts in his body, as well as his own chakra? Ha. Uchiha Madara couldn't help letting out a stern wailing. Originally, there was not much chakra left on him, but now he was forcibly taken away. It was squeezing his life. I saw his hair turned Madara white at a speed visible to the naked eye, his face dried up, and his body was rapidly aging. A generation of legends, Uchiha Madara, recognized as the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Fall again. 5 years later, the new ninja god. 5 years have passed since the largest ninja war in history, but the scars left on the ground are still clearly visible. The war broke out around Kanaha Shinobi village. The fierce battle turned the strongest Shinobu village into ruins, especially in the final battle between Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Madara, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The two chased and crossed the east and west sides of the country of fire, directly rewriting this vast land and permanently rewriting the terrain. Mountains were leveled, rivers were diverted, and hideous trenches were torn apart on the vast plains. Respective high-level ninjutsu, powerful blood following the bounds bombarded indiscriminately. As a result, strong chakra particles remain in the atmosphere, making the natural environment in this area unpredictable. Sometimes lightning and thunder, sometimes violent wind, sometimes shaking the mountain. All year round, these extreme natural disasters have been repeatedly staged. It seems to be telling the world that the earth-shattering peak showdown 5 years ago? This battle completely rewritten the pattern of the 5 ninja villages. Tsunade, who inherited the first Hokage wood style, performed well in the war and justifiably succeeded Konoha 5th Hokage, and actively rebuilt Kanaha Shinobi village in the ruins. Cho is in charge of Tsunagakure's 5th Kazekage with his youthful attitude and scheming wisdom. Samui became the 5th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village after being recognized by 3rd Raikage. Deidara was tough in the war. 2nd Tsuchikage was originally hopeful of inheriting the identity of the next Tsuchikage. However, he was young and vigorous and refused to admit defeat, and the artist's enthusiasm could not be judged by common sense, so he chose to explode. Art is explosion, drink. Iwagakure was basically annihilated and completely removed from the 5 ninja villages. It is said that a small number of rock shinobi ninjas returned to the soil with the black soil of Onoki's granddaughter. No one cares about it in future generations. Terumi Mei was originally a young Mizukage and lacked prestige. But in this war, she proved her strength and won Kirigakure's unanimous approval. However, what is surprising is that Terumi Mei chose to retreat from the rapids when the limelight was at its peak. The position of Mizukage was given to Mist Shinobi, an older Jonin Green, and he chose to follow Hyuga Shiratori alone. Following the strong may not be surprising for ordinary ninjas, but willing to give up the supreme power in his hands, Ishine deliberately becomes someone else's little follower. I have to say that this is a shocking choice. No one can understand Terumi Mei's thoughts. However, whether it is Kirigakure's strenuous retention, or the great lure of the name of the water country, neither can change Terumi Mei's decision. In this war, she deeply understood that power can control everything. Hyuga Shiratori bestowed a small pill named Pill, which made her awaken and succeed in elimination. This miraculous handwriting is just like a god in reality. Shadow, in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, is the culmination. But in the eyes of the real powerhouse, this is just the starting point to the power of God. Terumi Mei has seen the power of God, and has never been reconciled to live this life as a mortal. Ever since, she is determined to follow the god Hyuga Shiratori in her mind. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi used his own strength to fight against Akatsuki's Sasori, Hoshigaki Kisame, Haiden, and Nagato, 4 top-notch ninjas, and became famous since then. In the previous war, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, the 3 masters of the Uchiha family, have all been killed. The vitality of the Uchiha clan was severely damaged, and its strength even fell out of the prestigious ranks. Now Uchiha Spring has risen strongly, and the people are fanatical in their hearts, pursuing her as the new Uchiha patriarch. At a young age, being a female generation, taking charge of the first door Uchiha, what kind of scenery is this? I believe no one can refuse this unique honor in the world of ninja. However, Uchiha Izumi made an unthinkable choice like Terumi Mei, voluntarily giving up his status as the superior patriarch, and willingly chose to follow Hyuga Shiratori, the country of fire. Daming's private ranch. Dear Sir Shiratori, we have dismissed people within a radius of 10 kilometers according to your request. An elderly man dressed in expensive clothes and a high crown on his head is reporting to Hyuga Shiratori respectfully. This person is a minister under the Daiming, and his status is very noble. On the bright side, his status is on the same level as Naruto of Kanaha Shinobi Village. But now, like a dog leg, bowed in front of Hyuga Shiratori. The daimyo is really polite. Hyuga Shiratori smiled at each other kindly. Looking at the other person's harmless smile at this time, the minister only felt his scalp tingling. The young man in front of him leveled the daimyo's royal garden with a palm last night. Then he requested the daimyo to obtain a vast land to serve as a training ground for ninjutsu. The daimyo first expressed his admiration for the new generation of ninja gods, and then with a big wave of his hand, he unconditionally gifted a piece of private pasture originally reserved for his son to Hyuga Shiratori. This is the power to control everything. Terumi Mei stared at Hyuga Shiratori with scorching eyes. The daimyo is the nominal supreme ruler of a country. Even the appointment of the film needs to be recognized by the daimyo in order to be legal. As a Mizukage, she often has to deal with the daimyo of the water country. In order to obtain Kirigakure's construction funds, Terumi Mei visited and discussed with the daimyo many times. After having closed the door countless times, Daming finally reluctantly allocated a little money to send her. The 5 ninja villages are jointly controlled by the names of the countries. This is the ninja convention that began in the Sengoku era and continues to this day. Of course, Hyuga Shiratori doesn't know how to win this name. It's already a shame to come and ask you to make room. If you are not afraid of death, just stay here. In extreme anger, the Fire Country daimyo ordered Kanaha to send ninjas to crusade against Hyuga Shiratori. The result was rejected by Kanaha. The daimyo paid a lot of money to hire Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi, but none of them responded. Since defeating Uchiha Madara, Hyuga Shiratori has become a new generation of ninja gods recognized by the ninja world. Okay, now that I have a venue, then I can show my skills. Uchiha Izumi's eyes shone with excitement. Just let go of your hands and feet, I will watch you well. Hyuga Shiratori nodded. Thank you Shiratori-sama for your advice. Terumi Mei sincerely expressed respect. Sister Ming, it's fine to call Shiratori like me. Uchiha Izumi embraced her shoulders affectionately. In the past 5 years, these 2 women have become good sisters who talk about everything. Hyuga Shiratori naturally enjoys the life of embracing each other. Due to limited space, in order to save everyone's VIP points, it is inconvenient to describe in detail here. Then, I'll do it first. Uchiha Spring was full of enthusiasm, with big black eyes, first with 3 gold jade and then with a mysterious pattern like a plum blossom. After the Chakra-dan carefully fed by Hyuga Shiratori, Uchiha Kwan's eyes have reached the level of eternal Mangekyo Sherinan. The huge pink chakra was released vigorously, condensing a huge female warrior. From the point of view of body size 17, it is no less than Uchiha Madara's complete body Suzano. This is Hyuga Shiratori, who made hundreds of chakra pills from Uchiha Madara's chakra, and he divided apart for Uchiha Spring to devour. So she can quickly understand the pupil power of Suzano? Uchiha Spring took a deep breath and tried to maintain the stability of the huge chakra. Controlling Suzano completely, he drew a meniscus-shaped samurai sword from his waist base. With a single stroke, the resulting fierce wind pressure swept the entire pasture, throw a lot of grass over and blow it away. Crack, click, click, click. The ground under the feet cracked and collapsed because it could not bear the huge pressure. Suzano's footsteps swayed for a while, almost unable to stand firm. Oh, Uchiha Quan looked a little frantic. Suzano's oversized chakra is not so easy to control. Quan, pay attention to the stability of the chakra structure in the bottom plate. Hyuga Shiratori reminded from the side. At the same time, quietly use the power of wood style. In the collapsed ground, a thick layer of wood was laid to consolidate the torn ground. It's really difficult controlling such a big body to fight. Uchiha Izumi sighed. First, she has both chakra and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, which is equivalent to having a first-class hardware configuration. The only thing lacking is the proficiency in use. Don't be impatient, just take your time. Anyway, there is no danger in this era, Hyuga Shiratori said leisurely. As the biggest boss of this era, Uchiha Madara has been killed by him. There are no characters in the ninja world that can threaten him. Then I trained Uchiha Spring for a while, and after she was so tired that she was breathless, Hyuga Shiratori asked her to rest for a while. Now it's Terumime's turn. Fading is the elimination of blood that combines the three attributes of fire, water, and soil. It consumes a huge amount of chakra to use. Under normal circumstances, Terumime cannot be used multiple times in a row. Hyuga Shiratori refined a part of the chakra of the tail beast, and made some special pills for her to increase the amount of chakra. Now Terumime, chakra has reached the tail beast level. Concentrated, his hands skillfully formed a few knots, and the last Namaste also separated the palms. A black cube gathered in the palm of his hand. Fading and unconstrained technique. Everything in the world has a time limit, and there is no eternal thing. From a scientific point of view, it is atomic decay. The principle of decay is to use a special chakra to influence the decay of matter. The process of decay is silent. I saw a large stone wrapped in a black cube, rapidly weathering, and finally turned into dust and dissipated. Too slow. Terumime frowned, seeming to express dissatisfaction with the effect of fading. From a theoretical point of view, the decline looks very high, but the effect on actual objects does not seem to be very good. After all, to eliminate a big rock, she can do it with just one shot of lava style. Why use costly fading? Of course, if the fading is applied to a specific object, it will have unexpected effects, such as impure world reincarnation. Summon the soul of the deceased from the pure land, and then confine it in the forged corpse. The soul does not match the body, which is why impure world reincarnation is unable to exert all the strengths of the ninja during his lifetime. As a result, the body of impure world reincarnation is structurally unstable. That's why the appearance looks full of cracks. Decay can accelerate the decay of things, and it is a spike to deal with impure world reincarnation. However, when decay deals with objects with strong stability, the effect will be poor. After all, under natural conditions, the weathering time of rocks can be at least 100 years. Slow, sometimes, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Hyuga Shiratori smiled slightly and made a reminder. But, if it's slow, that fading lethality. Terumime was puzzled. Ming, you first use a piece of water to escape. Hyuga Shiratori said. Water style. Terumime was confused, but still obeyed the other's orders, making seals on both hands. A stream of water was spit out from the mouth, converging into a dragon shape. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Under Terumime's control, the water dragon raised its head and stared at Hyuga Shiratori. It seems to be asking, what can you do with me? Stop chakra output. Hyuga Shiratori ordered. Terumime stopped chakra accordingly. After losing the follow-up support of chakra, the water dragon was unable to maintain the structure of its morphological change, and soon disbanded automatically, turning into a pool of splashes. Ming, what did you see? Hyuga Shiratori said earnestly, don't rush to answer, think more. What did I see? Think more. Terumime was lost in thought. The water dragon, without the consolidation of chakra, the structure will quickly. Can it be said that it can be like this? Terumime seemed to have thought of a certain key, and her eyes suddenly became brighter. I thought about it. Terumime's eyes lit up and finally thought of the key to ninjutsu. The seal on both hands formed a water dragon again. Then she got the stamp of decay again. Cover the black cube on the body of the water dragon. After a while, the water dragon was dyed black and turned into a black dragon. At this time, the attributes of decline are attached to water style. Successful. Terumime slowly lowered the knot in her hand, with a joyful expression on her face. What's the situation? Uchiha Izumi tilted his head, saying that he couldn't understand what the operation was. Will this black water dragon have a stronger attack power? No, Hyuga Shiratori asserted. Uchiha Kwan was stunned again. Use your pupil power to take a closer look. Hyuga Shiratori guided. Hearing that, Uchiha Kwan opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon again. Under the observation of the strong pupil power, she found that the black water dragon, in terms of chakra strength alone, was only a little bit stronger than before, and its lethality was not qualitatively improved. Koizumi, come and see here. Terumi Mei smiled and beckoned to her. Huh? Sister Ming, you stopped the delivery of chakra. When her gaze shifted to Terumi Mei on the side, she finally noticed something wrong. To maintain the aliveness of ninjutsu, the caster must deliver chakra without interruption. Once chakra is stopped, ninjutsu will soon disappear. And Terumi Mei's appearance clearly cut off the chakra delivery to the water dragon. Why hasn't the water dragon bomb disappeared? Is this the cause of decline? Uchiha Izumi's curious eyes were wide open, but he still didn't quite understand. Yes. Terumi Mei explained patiently, the ability of decay can control the rate of decay of matter, and accelerating the decay can achieve the effect of disintegrating the target, then conversely, slowing the decay can prolong the existence of the target. The water dragon bomb, which is infused with the power of decay, does not require the caster to continuously inject chakra, and it can last for a long time. Terumi Mei stretched out her hand and picked up Uchiha Spring, stepped on her feet, and jumped onto the water dragon, while controlling the water dragon, soaring freely in the sky. Wow, that's great. Uchiha Spring enjoys the cool breeze blowing in the face, and the water splashing from the water dragon from time to time. It feels like a wonderful experience of being in the sea. It is theoretically possible to fly a long distance by riding a water dragon, but because it needs to continue to consume a large amount of chakra in order to maintain the shape change in actual operation, there are almost no ninjas doing this in reality. Because I didn't fly a few times, I would run out of chakra. Now there is decay, which greatly delays the disintegration time of the change in form. It is possible to maintain the shape of chakra for a long time. Hey, in this way, can we take this water dragon to travel around the world? Uchiha Spring had a brainstorm and a bold idea. It should be no problem. Inject the decay all at once, and this water dragon can stay indestructible for a week. Terumi Mei smiled and nodded. After a one-time use of ninja, there is no need to consume chakra during the period. It is simply a convenient magic skill for long-distance travel. Not only that, Hyuga Shiratori looked at Terumi Mei deeply. Byakugan can see Terumi Mei's body clearly from the inside to the outside. Terumi Mei may not realize that her body has changed. Since the awakening of the declining blood and the elimination, Terumi Mei's body has remained almost the same for a long time. 5 years ago she was in her early 20s, and 5 years later she is still in her early 20s. The power of decay in her body has unconsciously delayed the aging of the body. This means that youth stay forever and live forever. You know, men are the most dedicated creatures in the world. I only like young and beautiful girls forever. Thinking of this, Hyuga Shiratori's face showed a cheerful expression that all men know. Hey, Shiratori are coming up together. Uchiha Spring waved at him on the water dragon. Master Shiratori, where do you want to go? I can do it for you. Terumi Mei stared at him with beautiful eyes. All her strength now originates from the man in front of her. This is her god. Any place is fine. Hyuga Shiratori smiled. Anything, even at the end of the world, I will drive for you. Terumi Mei replied confidently. With her current chakra, coupled with the power of decay, traveling around the entire ninja world is not a problem. Really, anywhere? Are you sure? Hyuga Shiratori asked again. I can. Terumi Mei nodded firmly. Then I'm going there. Hyuga Shiratori raised a finger and pointed at the moon high in the sky. This. Terumi Mei's cheek shrank, leaving a trace of cold sweat on her smooth forehead. He raised his head to stare at the moon and thought about it carefully. Finally shook his head and came to a regretful conclusion. I'm very sorry, Shiratori-sama. I can't do it now. Shiratori bullies people. Uchiha Izumi bulged his cheeks. Akimbo blamed. Fly to the moon. How can human beings do it? Yes, Sage of Six Paths created the moon back then, so landing on the moon is naturally not a difficult task. Is it, Zhao? Hyuga Shiratori explained seriously. Sage of Six Paths is a myth. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but flip to Byakugan. No, that's someone who actually existed. Hyuga Shiratori said, since Sage of Six Paths can do it, then I can do it too. Huh? Really? Is it real? Uchiha Kwan saw that his expression was serious, and his eyes lit up instead of joking. Moon landing. Terumi Mei raised her head to look up at the bright moon in the sky, with a strong longing color on her face. What kind of scene is the scenery above the moon? If you can take a look at it, your life will not be in vain, right? Take it as a reward for your hard work these days. Hyuga Shiratori waved to the two of them, chuckled and said, come on, let's go to the moon. The moon is actually an oversized planetary devastation. A cage used to seal the body of 10 tails. Ōtsutsuki Hamura led his tribe to move to the moon and was responsible for guarding the body of 10 tails. Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo stayed on the earth to spread the idea of Nin Buddhism. After the death of Sage of Six Paths, the two sons Indra and Ashura fought fiercely. Since then opened the prelude to the ninja fighting. Looking down on the earth with Byakugan from the moon, Ōtsutsuki Hamura saw the ninja world created by his elder brother. He was in war and fighting for a long time and felt depressed. However, he was also very old at the time, and his deadline was approaching. Nothing can be done at all. So leave a last word to let the people living on the moon continue to guard the earth. It's just that the concept of this last word is very vague. It doesn't specify how to protect the earth. Maybe even Ōtsutsuki Hamura himself doesn't know. After the death of Ōtsutsuki Hamura, the tribesmen made different interpretations based on their ancestors' legacy. One is to continue the tradition. They only need to stay on the moon to guard 10 tails. The second is to monitor the Earth. If the ninja world is a failure, they have the right to protect the Earth by destroying the world. At the beginning, the tribe who advocated peace accounted for the overwhelming majority, so they were called clan families. Only a few people advocate the destruction of the world, so it is a branch house. It is worth mentioning that the clan family and branch house here represent only a dispute between ideas. There is no question of which status is higher or lower. It has nothing to do with the branch house of the Hyuga clan on Earth. After thousands of years, the descendants of Hamura have been observing the development of the ninja world on Earth. The endless wars have made more and more people hate the ninja world created by Sage of Six Paths. There are also more and more people who agree with the concept of branch house. Especially that happened 5 years ago, the tragic Fourth Ninja War. For the first time, the number of branch houses on the moon was equal to that of the Zong family. The concept of peace and destruction of the world is 50% versus 50%, so no one can convince anyone. Facts have proved that when the two parties with different opinions are evenly matched, war is the only way to say that things convince, reason, each other. What on earth is there on the moon? In mythological novels, that is where fairies live. Uchiha Kwan said excitedly. I heard from some scientists that there is nothing on the moon. It is a celestial body from space, captured by the gravity of the Earth, thus forming a satellite of the Earth. Terumi Mei said solemnly, if according to the theory of scientists, there is no water and no air, humans should not be able to survive, right? Hyuga Shiratori savored Terumi Mei's statement with interest. In the ninja world, there are indeed some people who study science. It's just that these people are few, and they lack research funding and technology. After all, this is a world dominated by ninjas. The most important thing about ninjas is confidentiality of information. They extremely reject scientists and discover and explore their ninjutsu secrets. Scientific ninjas like Orochimaru were called aliens and were even expelled from Kanaha Shinobi village. This shows the suppression and rejection of science by the ninja world. Therefore, the development of science and technology is particularly slow, and it can even be said to be difficult. Scientists on Earth lack the instruments and equipment that can observe the moon with the naked eye, can only do research in theory. It can be concluded that the moon is a satellite of the Earth, which is already quite an incredible theoretical result. However, theories are only theories after all. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. What the hell is it? Go up and see it with your own eyes. You won't know it. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes turned into the red 6-gold jade Rinnegan. To build a super long-distance space gate, Rinnegan's pupil power is necessary? Zizi. I saw a gap in space slowly appeared in front of me, which was different from the usual instantaneous activation. Moreover, around the gate of time and space, there were also violent energy fluctuations. Hyuga Shiratori can clearly feel that the chakra in the body is being consumed at a jaw-dropping speed. Such a huge consumption of chakra, even with a complete 9-tails chakra, can't hold it. However, the current Hyuga Shiratori is chakra with 9-tailed beasts. Let alone the moon, he can go to Mars even further away. Seeing this scene, both Uchiha Spring and Terumi Mei on the side felt very shocked. Although they don't know what is at the other end of the space gate, the chakra fluctuations emanating from it alone are enough to shock them for a lifetime. This is a huge chakra that humans can never get. Huangquan Hirazaka. Hyuga Shiratori opened his eyes wide, and instantly increased Rinnegan's pupil output. All of a sudden, the stability of the space gate was consolidated. Let's go, our trip to the moon. Hyuga Shiratori smiled boldly, and pulled up the two girls who were still in shock. The three of them walked side by side and walked into the door of space in a stride. Only a few seconds passed by the fantasy scene of Space Shuttle. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had come to an endless wilderness world. The air I breathed in the first breath was so special. It cannot be expressed in words. In short, it is different from any place on the Earth. Uchiha Kwan looked into the distance blankly, and she saw a beautiful blue planet. With a big mouth, I couldn't speak for a long time. In the end, the emotion of tens of thousands of words boiled down to a soft groan. Ah, this is the moon. It seems that scientists' theory of celestial bodies is wrong. Terumi Mei let out a sigh. The theory is not necessarily completely wrong, but the actual situation may be more complicated. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. To be honest, the theory of scientists is very close to reality. It's just that they didn't consider the ninja factor. Or maybe they are forbidden to study ninjas. Naturally, it is impossible to get a correct theory. Destroy the ninja. The world belongs to Ōtsutsuki. The Ōtsutsuki clan on the moon is a direct descendant of Hamura, possessing high-purity Byakugan. If in normal times, the moment Hyuga Shiratori and his party step onto the moon, they will be immediately noticed by the Ōtsutsuki clan. But now, both the Zong family and the branch house are busy in the civil war, and there is no time for him to take care of. Rumbling. From a distant direction, there were buzzing sounds. Because the moon is very empty, the sound spreads farther. What is this sound? Is there anyone on the moon? Terumi Mei looked into the distance with a look of surprise. I saw the light of fire that flashed from time to time in the distance of the horizon. Wow, Moon Man? What does it look like on Earth? Uchiha Kwan's eyes glowed, looking like a curious baby. No surprises, just like us, one pair of eyes, one nose and one mouth, 2 hands and 2 legs. Hyuga Shiratori said lightly. In terms of blood lineage, the Ōtsutsuki clan on the moon is indeed very pure, far more powerful than the Hyuga clan on Earth. But the actual combat power is very good. According to the original description, the Ōtsutsuki family on the moon lived in a comfortable environment for a long time. Compared with the ninja world on the Earth, it is a paradise. Without war, it will naturally not give birth to a strong combat power. Hyuga Shiratori opened Byakugan and looked into the distance. Km away, on an open plain, 2 troops, dressed in the same costume but flying different flags, faced each other. I saw that they each held a large knife and spear in their hands, and there was an illusion of returning to the ancient battlefield. In order to realize the last wish of our ancestors, we must go forward. Go forward desperately. The Branch House tribe took the lead in launching an assault. Peace is the will of the ancestors, you are traitors. The clan members did not back down and also launched an offensive. I saw the 2 groups collided head-on and launched a fierce hand-to-hand battle. This kind of fighting style seems to be a bit of a peck at each other in the eyes of the ninja. But a little bit different is that they all have a strong chakra, and they all reach the level of Jonin on average. However, they don't know how to use ninjutsu, only superficial hand-to-hand combat. In the most easy-to-understand terms, this is a group of Juewin monks, with high internal strength, but they don't know how to use martial arts. In fact, this is also normal. After all, it was Sage of 6 Paths that created ninja, and Ōtsutsuki Hamura led the tribe to move to the moon. Since then, stay away from earthly disputes. A group of people occupies the entire moon, and there are no external enemies. Naturally, there is no need to improve combat skills. Even for thousands of years, they still use the most primitive cold weapons to fight. Hihi, it's really interesting. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes shone with a strange cold light. With the second daughter, rushed to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the clan family and the branch house continued to fight. In order to prove that they represent the will of the ancestors, this group of people who have not fought a war for 1,000 years showed amazing fanaticism, or in other words, fighting genes are flowing in their blood. It's just that it was gradually forgotten because of the long-term shelving. Regardless, they are also the Ōtsutsuki family of pure blood. In any case, our clan must guard the will of our ancestors. The Zong family made a determination to fight to the end. The same is true for Branch House. If this continues, they will only end up with a lose-lose ending. There is no way, boss. You can only use that trick. But by doing this, our Branch House clansmen will also. It doesn't matter, Shiren has inherited the best bloodline, and he is born with a strong power. His words can definitely use this power to fulfill the wishes of the ancestors. I saw the Branch House clan, the double-eyed Byakugan exuded a weird gloom. Put your hands together and chant a mysterious mantra. Then you can see a shocking scene. The eyeballs of the Branch House clansmen unexpectedly escaped from their eye sockets, turned into white lights, and gathered together. Countless pairs of Byakugan's pupil power, gathered together, gave birth to an amazing force. Find flowers. The Zong family also noticed the strangeness, and was shocked. Not good, that is. Are the people in the Branch House crazy? Using that forbidden power. Under everyone's dumbfounding gaze, the Branch House people contributed all the Byakugan, condensed into a huge spar in midair. Tensegan, start. All members of the Branch House clan closed their eyes and poured their chakra into the spar. A brilliant purple light appeared on the spar immediately, and a terrifying chakra was brewing frantically. Tweet. Guided by the strong pupil power, the purple chakra rays released by the cluster. 0. Sweep the clan. Destroyed the world under one blow. The clan members were beaten up on the spot. Countless corpses were lying on the ground in random directions. The scene is quite tragic. At this time, Hyuga Shiratori and his party had arrived not far from the battlefield. This is the Moon Man. Uchiha Kwan's eyes widened. This was completely different from what she had imagined. War. It seems that no matter where it is, it will not disappear. Terumi Mei looked authentic. These people are obviously not ninjas, but everyone has a good chakra. It is incredible. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. The clansmen of the Branch House walked to the corpse of the Zong family, and went to eyeballs one by one. The scene is very bloody and cold, just like a horror movie. They put the collected Zongjia Byakugan on the purple spar. With the Byakugan of the clan, Tensegan's power will evolve even stronger. In this way, it can generate enough gravity to affect the moon and destroy the ninja world on Earth. Destroy the ninja, the world belongs to Ōtsutsuki. Destroy the ninja, the world belongs to Ōtsutsuki. Destroy the ninja, the world belongs to Ōtsutsuki. The Branch House clansmen shouted in unison with fanatical expressions. Huge Tensegan, destroy the ninja, the world belongs to Ōtsutsuki. The resounding slogan sounded in the crowd. The call continued and spread throughout the moon. Both Uchiha Kwan and Terumi Mei were stunned. They just passed by, and they didn't expect to accidentally encounter such a big secret. And they don't doubt the power of this group of lunar men. With the integration of all the Byakugan of the Zong family, the purple spar became a big circle, and at the same time it turned into a brilliant gold, exuding a terrifying chakra. According to the description of this group of lunar people, it can be known that they intend to use the power of this huge Tensegan to affect the moon to crash into the earth, thus destroying the entire ninja world. What a frantic idea is this? What are we going to do? Shiratori-sama. Terumime's eyes tightened and asked. Well, we should be the savior once again. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. For him, even the Ōtsutsuki clan destroyed the ninja world. He also has the ability to live well. Huangquan Biliangzaka belongs to an independent space. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a small world. Even if the Earth explodes, it will not cause any interference. It's just that after experiencing the extinction, there are no living people on the Earth. It feels somewhat boring. But the most important thing is that Hyuga Shiratori's gaze was firmly locked on the huge golden ball of light. This is the so-called Tenseigan, which is formed by the gathering of countless Byakugans. It can produce a powerful gravitational force that shakes celestial bodies. Hyuga Shiratori landed on the moon. In addition to traveling on a whim, there is also a desire to take Tenseigan into the bag. Any powerful chakra is his hunting object. Then, let's do it. Uchiha Izumi was eager to test his hands, looking excited. Since the end of the Fourth Ninja War, she hasn't experienced actual combat for a long time. Now it just happens to be able to flex its muscles. Never let this group of lunar men destroy our world. Terumime was serious and serious. At this time, the people of the Ōtsutsuki clan finally realized their existence. I found a strange chakra approaching. Although Ōtsutsuki no longer has Byakugan, he still has keen perception. After the war to annihilate the clan, they finally discovered the existence of Hyuga Shiratori and his party. You are not from my Ōtsutsuki clan? Who are you anyway? How did you get to the moon? The Ōtsutsuki people were surprised. We are ninjas? As for how to get up, you don't need to know. After being discovered, Uchiha Kwan was not afraid, and took the initiative to stand up. You want to destroy the ninja world, are you serious? Terumime asked. Shut up, you dirty ninjas. The Ōtsutsuki people expressed their disgust. The ninja world created by Sage of Six Paths is wrong? We are following the ancestors' will to destroy this wrong world and rebuild a new world. Oh, it's so righteous. After all the ninjas are eliminated, you will migrate from the moon to the earth to live, right? Hyuga Shiratori glanced at them with cold eyes, and mocked. To put it bluntly, you are just dissatisfied with living on the desolate moon, looking at the colorful world on earth, and wanting to occupy the magpie's nest. Human nature is greedy, and the Ōtsutsuki family is no exception. What ancestors' last wishes, who have been dead for more than 1,000 years, will still be worried about it? In the final analysis, it is the benefit of survival. To put it bluntly, Ōtsutsuki's ambition is to occupy the earth. After being told the truth by Hyuga Shiratori, the Ōtsutsuki tribe fell silent and there was no way to refute it. Your chakra is very similar to ours. Can it be said that it is the descendant of the line of people whose ancestors stayed on the earth? The Ōtsutsuki tribe changed the subject and pointed their empty eye sockets at the Hyuga Shiratori in the distance. It's Byakugan? That person has Byakugan even more pure than us. After sensing the Byakugan breath of Hyuga Shiratori, the Ōtsutsuki tribe suddenly became extremely excited. Because according to the secret method of the Ōtsutsuki clan, there are two ways to evolve Tenseigan. The first is to gather together by the pupil power of countless Byakugans to form a huge Tenseigan. The second is to have a Ōtsutsuki body plus the purest Byakugan, which can give birth to a pair of Tenseigan. The former is a collection of pupil power, which is similar to the existence of the chakra collection of tail beasts. The latter is the real Tenseigan, and the holder can gain infinite power. Descendants of branch house Ōtsutsuki, who are born without eyes, have the purest body of Ōtsutsuki. They originally planned to sneak into the earth to find the tribe left behind by their ancestors and find the purest Byakugan. Grab the pure Byakugan and transplant it to Shiren, so that you can awaken the real Tenseigan. I'm so lucky. The purest Byakugan on earth came to us by himself. This is the ancestors' manifestation. Bless you. The Ōtsutsuki people felt ecstatic. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help laughing. He was really amused by the group of moon men in front of him. I'm very curious, where did you get the courage and want to grab my eyes? Hyuga Shiratori smiled authentically. Stupid ninja? We are the descendants of the great Ōtsutsuki Hamura, the last descendants of the branch on the earth. Don't you obediently bow down when you see this family? The Ōtsutsuki clan is full of arrogance and authenticity. In their view, the ancestor Ōtsutsuki Hamura put them on the moon. It is naturally superior to the Hyuga clan on earth. By blood, they are the direct descendants of Ōtsutsuki Hamura. The Hyuga clan is just the end of the side branch. This is why the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is far less powerful than the Byakugan of Ōtsutsuki. So the question is, will Hyuga Shiratori have more pure Byakugan than them? They don't understand. Maybe it is a small probability event of gene reversion, right? Now there is no need to entangle these issues. Anyway, the other party has the purest Byakugan. Just take it. By transplanting Byakugan to Shiren, you can evolve the real Tenseigan. Shut up. Faced with the arrogance of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Hyuga Shiratori has not yet expressed his opinion. Terumime on the side couldn't help but run away. Shiratori-sama is the god of ninjas. How can you allow you outsiders to insult? You, mere mortals, how dare you treat my great Ōtsutsuki clan? The Ōtsutsuki people were also angry. In their view, thousands of years ago, the ancestors and Sage of Six Paths joined forces to seal Kagayaji, the wicked daughter of Yu, and save humanity in dire straits. Human beings on earth should treat them as gods as they should. Hyuga Shiratori has a wistful smile on his face, as if watching the clown's comical performance quietly. What, the Ōtsutsuki clan? Kagaya-hime? I have never heard of it. All I know is that Shiratori-sama defeated Uchiha Madara and ended the ninja war. He is our ninja god. Terumi-mei said proudly. Ignorant humans, evil ninjas. The Ōtsutsuki people continued to shout. I can't listen anymore. Uchiha Izumi frowned, his face full of impatience. The figure flashed and fell from the sky. Fall 17 into the crowd of Ōtsutsuki people. I have decided to beat you guys. Uchiha Spring is cold and authentic. Dare to challenge the great Ōtsutsuki, you will regret it. The Ōtsutsuki people picked up the cold weapons in their hands and swarmed them. Be careful, Koizumi. Their chakra is very strong. Terumi-mei reminded. Don't worry, Sister Ming. Ninja fighting is not just about chakra. Uchiha Izumi's black eyes became Sharingan. The keen dynamic vision can see through the movement of the attacking enemy. Boom 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 boom. A punch and kick knocked back a large swath of enemies. You evil ninja. A member of the Ōtsutsuki tribe, armed with a spear, attacked from behind. Although they don't know how to do ninjutsu, the inherently powerful chakra makes their physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. The stabbed Uchiha Spring turned into a ball of flame and burst apart. Fire style, the doppelganger blast. The powerful fire style is set on shadow clone in advance, and it will detonate once it is attacked. Boom. The bursting flames blew up dozens of Ōtsutsuki tribesmen in a row. Damn it. Immediately there was another wave of people, holding bows and arrows, and under the blessing of chakra, shot a series of very piercing arrows. Ding ding ding. Uchiha Izumi waved kunao and quickly blocked dozens of arrows. The palm of his hand was gradually numb. Sure enough, chakra is still a bit lethal. Under the continuous attacks of hundreds of Ōtsutsuki tribesmen, Uchiha Izumi became a little harder to defend himself. Koizumi, I'll help you. Terumi-mei joined the battlefield. Here is another evil ninja and kill her. Arrows filled the sky, shooting at Terumi-mei densely like a shower. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Terumi-mei summoned a water dragon to block the incoming arrow. At the same time, the fingerprints changed. The fading chakra was injected into the water dragon. I saw the black water dragon, maintaining a free posture in the air, automatically blocking the incoming arrows. With the guard of the black water dragon, Terumi-mei can continue to seal and launch an attack. Lava-style solving monster technique. A strong acid was spit out from the mouth and poured a large swath of the Ōtsutsuki tribe. Set the fire? Attack that woman. The Ōtsutsuki people turned their attention from Uchiha Spring to Terumi-mei. Haha, are you underestimating me? Sharingan of Uchiha Spring suddenly transformed into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Suzano. Boom 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 boom. The pink skeleton giant slapped the nearby Ōtsutsuki tribe to the ground. He held black flame in his hand and lit the surroundings. How can this fire not be extinguished? A member of the Ōtsutsuki tribe was beaten by the second daughter and could not fight back. Logically speaking, if all ninjas on Earth have chakra like the Ōtsutsuki people, even if Uchiha Izumi and Terumi-mei join forces, it will be quite difficult. However, the Ōtsutsuki tribe always has a powerful chakra, and the fighting skills have to be squeezed before they will be blindly beaten. Hyuga Shiratori was holding a red light fishing rod on the side, but he didn't even start. Tisk, it's too rubbish, I don't want to fish anymore. Chakra of the Jonin class is still passing, but the other party can't do any tricks, which is very disgusting. Hyuga Shiratori didn't bother to collect it, because using this whiteboard chakra to refine alchemy is really boring. At this moment, the Ōtsutsuki tribe finally couldn't help it, and they wanted to use the power of the huge Tenseigan again. Tenseigan, destroy everything. I saw the huge Tenseigan, emitting a dazzling golden light. Then a golden light was shot out. This chakra. Uchiha Spring's face changed, and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes released his pupil power with all his strength. Lifted Suzano in the second form to full body in one breath. Transform into a huge pink armored warrior. Boom. Suzano raised his sword and greeted the incoming golden light frontally. The terrible impact once pushed her hundreds of meters away. Oh, the destructive power of this blow has surpassed Tailed Beast Bomb. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the huge Tenseigan in surprise, then nodded. It deserves to have gathered hundreds of Byakugan's pupil powers. This Tenseigan's power is still something. This breath of pupil power, can it be said that it is a descendant of Sage of Six Paths? The Ōtsutsuki clansmen showed their surprise. Then it turned into a thick killing intent. That's it. As a descendant of Sage of Six Paths, do you want to protect the wrong world created by your ancestors? We will never allow it. Anything that prevents us from fulfilling the will of our ancestors will be killed without mercy. The Ōtsutsuki people increased their investment in chakra and gave birth to the huge Tenseigan to release a more powerful golden light. Crack, click. I saw a lot of cracks on Suzano's samurai sword, and the armor on his body was crumbling. No, if this continues, my Suzano will soon be unable to support it. Uchiha Kwan said solemnly. However, just when she was almost unable to support it, suddenly the golden light seemed to be blocked by something. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Hyuga Shiratori's figure floats in the air, blocking the golden light alone. Squeak. The golden chakra rays, in front of Hyuga Shiratori, seemed to hit an invisible barrier. The huge energy of the cluster chakra spreads around. However, the scattered energy alone smashed the surrounding ground. From this we can see how much power will be able to withstand this golden light from the front. Hyuga Shiratori was suspended in midair quietly. No matter how dazzling the golden light in front of him, it would be hard to surpass the repulsive barrier in front of him, and hurt him at all. He actually blocked Tenseigan's attack. How can this be? The Ōtsutsuki people were in shock. That is the ultimate pupil weapon that they have sacrificed countless pairs of Byakugan, which is powerful enough to affect the moon. How could he not even kill a small ninja? Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Hyuga Shiratori once again said the classic quotation. Being immersed in the superiority of pedigree and talent makes you forget the real fighting skills. But you still have to think that you are superior. Are you ridiculous? Hyuga Shiratori waved his palm, and with absolute repulsion, he forcibly bounced the golden light into the sky. The dazzling light illuminates the entire moon. If you use special observation tools on the Earth at this moment, you can also see this incredible golden light. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori slowly drifted towards the huge Tenseigan. This kind of power is left to you to control. It is too wasteful. What do you want to do? Quickly leave us, the treasure of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The Ōtsutsuki tribe was frightened and angry. Inject chakra again and activate the huge Tenseigan. Tweet. It was a devastating golden light that hit directly in front of Hyuga Shiratori. The repulsive barrier with Shenluo Tianzhang produced a violent reaction. Exudes a more dazzling golden light. It seems to be a little sun in midair. At the same time, due to the huge chakra energy, ultra-high heat was generated, which once distorted the space. Hyuga Shiratori is like a god standing in the center of a small sun, against the dazzling golden light. God of Ninja. Uchiha Kwan and Terumi may both cast extremely admiring glances. Yes, nothing can stop this man. In this way, Hyuga Shiratori came to the huge Tenseigan with the ruining golden light all the way. Do not stop it. The Ōtsutsuki clan wailed desperately. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori plunged the red light fishing rod in his hand into the huge Tenseigan. Crack, click, click, click. A large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the golden spar. Then, it broke apart and turned into countless white light. Take a closer look, every white light turned out to be a Byakugan. I accept your pupil power. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and formed a huge gravitational force around himself. Universal pull. Countless Byakugan, turned into streamers. All were collected in the red light fish basket behind him. While Hyuga Shiratori was on the moon, collecting the Byakugan pupil power of the Ōtsutsuki tribe. On Earth, a new Ōtsutsuki has also ushered in. Kanaha Shinobi Village. A strange space cave appeared in the sky. A mysterious man dressed in white, holding a red fishing rod, and a red fishing basket hanging around his waist. Blue veins in the eyelids bulge. Byakugan's pupils are unfolding. Oh, is this Kanaha from 20 years ago? It's a little different from what you imagined. Ōtsutsuki's Euro-like gaze, overlooking Kanaha. According to the information collected earlier, the topography of Kanaha Shinobi Village should be in a basin, but now it has become a flat land. There are still many traces of severe damage remaining on the ground. There are also the rock faces of the iconic buildings of Hokage in the past, which are also gone at this time. Well, forget it. These are not important. The important thing is to find Uzumaki Naruto first. Hey, I found it. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki style Byakugan's sight quickly found the target character from a certain street. Blonde hair and blue eyes, you are right? Huh. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki quickly approached and waved the red fishing rod in his hand. Wow. As young as 13 years old, he showed great skill. He displayed the extremely fast instantaneous technique and avoided the Ōtsutsuki Ura style attack. As expected of the future 7th Hokage, do you have such a skill at a young age? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki is slightly surprised and authentic. Why are you attacking me? Namikaze Naruto looked at the figure floating in the sky with astonishment. The subconscious mind told him that the man in front of him was an extremely dangerous person. Why? Do you still need to say? What I want is the 9 tails in your body. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki launched another attack. Namikaze Naruto dodged in a hurry, yelling in a hurry. Hey, did you find the wrong person? What 9 tails? How can I have that kind of thing? Huh? Still pretending. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a great celebrity. Ōtsutsuki Uraya style is cold and authentic. Uzumaki? My name is Namikaze Naruto. It's 4th Hokage's son. You. Give me back here. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki speeds up slightly, and finally pierces the hook into the opponent's body. Your chakra, I accept it. Puff. I saw that Ōtsutsuki Urashiki fished out a blue chakra from Namikaze Naruto's body. Although it is much more than the average person, it is far from being as huge as 9 tails, the king of Zhao, imagined. This, what is going on? 9 tails, no. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki looked confused. Naruto, what do you guy do to my friend? At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who was passing by with soy sauce, immediately joined the battle. Sasuke, no, you are not his opponent, run away. Namikaze Naruto shouted weakly. Sasuke, are you Uchiha Sasuke of this era? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki stared at the boyfei with murderous expression. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke used his signature fire style. Lightning style thousand birds sharp gun. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki waved a sharp thunder spear, easily penetrated the fireball, and then penetrated Uchiha Sasuke. It just happens to use your future ninjutsu to kill you. It feels good, right? Wow. Uchiha Sasuke vomited blood, and his life was passing fast. The look in his eyes also suddenly dimmed. As a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, he just died? Yes. His heart was pierced by a Chidori sharp spear, and the boy Uchiha Sasuke was killed on the spot? Sasuke. Namikaze Naruto fell to the ground, feeling extremely angry. However, without 9 tails in his body, he naturally couldn't explode. At the same time, when chakra was caught, he could only lie on the ground incompetent and furious. Tisk, there is no Uzumaki Naruto from 9 tails, it's useless at all. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki waved his hand and fired a thunder gun again, instantly blasting Namikaze Naruto's head. Naruto, Dad, little Mr. Sasuke. 2 exclamations, one big and one small. I saw that the visitors were the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki bloggers. The 2 come from the original world line, the future 20 years later. Boren biography. In the process of tracing the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, I am involved in the time and space shuttle of the treasure and the plow. 20 years ago. Originally, they found the Naruto of this era first, but found that the latter did not have 9 tails, and the name was not Uzumaki Naruto but Namikaze Naruto. The appearance of Kanaha Shinobi Village is completely different from what they expected. After being shocked, the 2 began to gather information everywhere. Learned the 4th Ninja World War, which was different from their history. The new generation of ninja god Hyuga Shiratori? Fortunately, blogger Uzumaki said that he just learned about the past from history textbooks. Uchiha Sasuke is different, he has experienced battles with Uchiha Madara and Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. What the hell is this Hyuga Shiratori? Why is the present past completely different from what he has experienced? Uchiha Sasuke went to the Uchiha clan that night and was surprised to find that their Uchiha clan had not been annihilated in this time and space. Although his father and brother died in the war, his mother and most of the people are still alive. Even the 13-year-old self did not embark on the road of defecting and stayed well in Konoha, still mingled with the destined friend Naruto. This made Uchiha Sasuke feel messy in the wind and didn't know what to do for a while. However, at this moment, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki suddenly appeared. Killed Naruto and Sasuke of this era with one shot. Hehe, you guys are too late. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki taunted. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke was so angry that he waved his hand and threw the shinobi in his hand. Ōtsutsuki Urashi style head side, easily avoided. But at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's left eye Rinnegan pupil technique was activated. Heavenly hand power. His figure and shinobu's position had a spatial displacement in an instant. Zizi. Uchiha Sasuke held Chidori and pierced the back of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's head. Blue Rinnegan. 1,000 paper cranes instantaneously. The hit Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, his figure turned into countless paper cranes and flew away. With your weak chakra, you still want to fight with me? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's figure gathered behind Uchiha Sasuke, kicking him to the ground with one foot. My chakra. The owner of dignified Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke, was lying on the ground embarrassedly like a kidney. In the previous battle with Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, he was drew chakra once by the opponent's red fishing rod, and he has not fully recovered until now. Mr. Sasuke. The blogger Uzumaki immediately used Shadow Clone and rushed to the opponent desperately. Miscellaneous fish. Ōtsutsuki Urasaki waved his red fishing rod and swept all the Shadow Clone and Uzumaki Boren to the ground with a single pull. It's too much trouble for you guys, before you find 9 tails, let's kill you here. In Urashiki's eyes, a murderous opportunity flashed through, but just when he was about to take action and kill the 2 in front of him, Byakugan's vision found the Konoha shinobi who was rushing to surround him. I said you, fighting wanton and recklessly in other people's villages, would you not put this Hokage of mine in your eyes? Tsunade threw off the Hokage cloak with one hand, squeezed his fist, and walked over angrily. Are you the Hokage of this era? Haha, it's just a big miscellaneous soldier. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki continued taunting. Before that, he had also dealt with many shadow-level ninjas. It's actually like that. Except for 7th Hokage, which is more tricky, the rest of the shadows are scum. 5th generation? Run, you, not his opponent. Uchiha Sasuke looked weak and authentic. He knows the strength of Tsunade. Although it is very strong in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, there is still a big gap between the real masters. It is said that during the 4th Ninja World War, Gakage teamed up and was blown by Impure World Reincarnation's Uchiha Madara. Don't come to Ōtsutsuki to send chakra? Who are you? Tsunade looked suspiciously at the big and small lying on the ground. It's a trivial soldier, but there are many chakras, and they are worth collecting. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki waved his hand and released fire dragons. With the help of the fire dragon, the figure quickly flew to Tsunade, ready to extract the opponent's chakra with the red light fishing rod in his hand. It seems that my old lady was underestimated. Tsunade's forehead has blue veins bulging, and chakra is attached to both arms. Drink. The fire dragons that will strike with one punch and one punch all fly with bare hands. Immediately after that, a branch grew from the palm of the hand, blocking the Ōtsutsuki Ura-style red light fishing rod from the front. Oh, this chakra, is it the blood inheritance boundary in your ninja's mouth? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki firmly squeezed the red light rod and crushed the opponent's branch. But immediately the branch grew out again, and it can still grow indefinitely no matter how many times it is broken. This is first Hokage wood style? How could she do this? Uchiha Sasuke showed an incredible color. Wood style blasting gun tree. Tsunade grew a towering tree from the palm of his hand, and hit Ōtsutsuki Urashiki by surprise. What? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki couldn't reach the defense, and the whole body was swallowed by the tree. Because of seeing wood style for the first time, he did not expect that these plain woods would have such a powerful attack power. In addition, he was naturally arrogant, and he didn't pay attention to Tsunade, who was a mere female stream. That's why there was such a big loss. Who are you and how did you enter Kanaha Shinobi village? Then we will slowly torture. Tsunade was talking, making seals with both hands. Control the harvest of big trees, and use the power of wood style to absorb chakra from the opposite party. However, at this moment, she suddenly discovered that the figure in the tree had disappeared out of thin air. Tiskai was careless this time, but there is no nine tails here, which is really unexpected. I don't have enough information, so let's retreat for now. A door of space appeared in the sky, and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki disappeared without a trace. Uchiha Sasuke also took advantage of Tsunade and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's fight, picked up Uzumaki blogger in one hand, and forcibly activated the Rinnegan pupil technique on his left eye. A door of time and space was opened, and Yao Yao escaped. This kind of power to manipulate space. Seeing this, Tsunade's face gradually became serious. Because it reminded her of the new ninja god, Hyuga Shiratori is used to this ability. So the question is, where are these two mysterious people who do not know where they came from? On the moon. Hyuga Shiratori completely absorbed the huge Tensagan's pupil power. Byakugan with both eyes also has an amazing change. I saw that his originally silver-white pupils had mysterious blue lines. The pupils showed uninterrupted changes, as if they were a metaphor for some disordered cosmic law. This power is a sign that Byakugan has grown into Tensagan. Hyuga Shiratori was only slightly surprised, and then there was not much fluctuation in his heart. Because for him now, it doesn't really matter whether there is Tensagan or not. Rinnegan plus the power of the 9 big-tailed beasts, his power has broken through to the top of the ninja world. It's no problem to single-handedly challenge the entire ninja world. Now, even if it is against the heyday of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, he is true to it. Of course, for things like power, naturally the more the better. The power of Tensagan is beyond doubt, and Hyuga Shiratori is happy to get it. After all, according to the system's statement, he is walking the comprehensive flow. In other words, sooner or later he will leave the world of Naruto and go to a new world. There may be more and stronger bosses waiting for him in the future. Tensagan. Damn it! The noble power of my Ōtsutsuki clan actually fell on the evil ninja. The Ōtsutsuki clansmen thumped their chests and their feet were furious. But they can only be incompetent and furious now. Hyuga Shiratori didn't bother to talk nonsense to them. The palms spread out, and Tensagan's pupil power was activated, condensing a green ball of light. This is the gravitational core specifically for the chakra body, which can absorb the chakra of others from a long distance. In a wailing sound, the Ōtsutsuki people were stripped of chakra abruptly. Countless chakras from all directions converge continuously on the palm of Hyuga Shiratori's hand. Well, this way of collecting chakra is much more convenient than before. Hyuga Shiratori nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the red light rods he used before, he needs to catch them one by one. Tensagan's ability to absorb chakra from others from a distance is much more efficient. However, the speed of this absorption is related to the range of the target, and the chakra strength of the latter body will also be different. The specific actual combat effect has to be slowly tested in the follow-up. Due to the lack of fighting skills of the Ōtsutsuki people, after losing the huge Tensagan pupil power assembly, they almost lost all their resistance. Hyuga Shiratori easily collected all of their chakra, although this level of chakra has little effect for him. However, the power of the blood of these Ōtsutsuki descendants can be combined and refined into chakra dan, which can be used to train people close to him. Hyuga Shiratori is no longer alone. The closest people around us are Uchiha Spring and Terumime. Find flowers. The number of people will gradually increase in the future. Kikuno. Shiratori, are we going back? Uchiha Izumi said boredly. When I first came, I was full of freshness and curiosity about the moon. But now I'm almost tired of watching it. After all, the environment here is too desolate compared to the earth. I also blame this group of Ōtsutsuki people for not being able to build. They have lived for thousands of years and have never seen them develop on the moon. He was also greedy for the good mountains and rivers of the earth, and tried to use Tensagan to destroy the ninja world and reoccupy the earth. It is a group of parasites. Master Shiratori, what should I do with this group? Terumime asked. Kill them all. 0. Hyuga Shiratori's voice came out. The Ōtsutsuki people who were creeping on the ground were all frightened. No, great ninja god, Lord Shiratori, please forgive us because we are in the same vein. Under the threat of life, the Ōtsutsuki people instantly put aside their initial arrogance, kneeling and kowtow begging for mercy, full of ugliness. Huh? The same vein? You didn't say that when you yelled at us just now, Uchiha Izumi said coldly. That's right. You are also planning to drag the moon to hit the earth and exterminate hundreds of millions of living creatures. It is unforgivable. Terumime scolded angrily. We knew it was wrong. Two beautiful ladies. Please. In order to survive, the Ōtsutsuki people begged hard. Madam or something, you guys. When Uchiha Izumi heard this ambiguous name, his cheeks became a little hot. Don't think that if you say this, we will be happy. Terumime was pretending to be serious on the surface, but in fact the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily, and she was happy in her heart. He. Hyuga Shiratori also laughed out loud. He was really cheated by these weak chickens at Ōtsutsuki. With a bright brain, he suddenly had an interesting idea. Deal with this group of Ōtsutsuki people. Very good. As a comic performance, you successfully pleased me. Looking at Hyuga Shiratori's face with a kind face, the Ōtsutsuki people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I think I can finally survive a life. Master Shiratori. Terumime's lips moved, trying to remind him. This group of unpredictable Ōtsutsuki clan, dormant on the moon for a long time, will pose a serious threat to the ninja world at any time. You can't just let them go like this. Don't kill them all. After all, thousands of years ago, I and them were of the same race. Hyuga Shiratori said with a smile. On the surface, the Ōtsutsuki people repeatedly said yes, but in fact they still have no change in their arrogant thoughts. They are the direct descendants of Ōtsutsuki Hamura, and they are not a family with the alienated races on Earth. It's just that they have to bow their heads because of the situation. One day, they will surely make a comeback. Look, they live on the small moon all the year round. It's also to blame for the poor, isn't it? Hyuga Shiratori said with a pity on his face. What do you mean, Shiratori? Uchiha questioned. Help them migrate. Hyuga Shiratori is serious and authentic. Wow. As soon as this remark came out, a lot of Ōtsutsuki's ecstasy was immediately drawn. They have long been tired of this desolate planet and greedy the environment of the Earth, but they can't beat the ninja, so they want to use Tensagen's power to destroy the entire ninja world. Now the relatives who are not able to get along with each other are so kind-hearted, saying that they want to move. Is there such a big good thing? Master Shiratori, you are the god of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The Ōtsutsuki tribe immediately turned into a licking dog, offering to their masters without a bottom line. Wait, Lord Shiratori, these people have powerful powers. Would it be too dangerous for them to enter the Earth? Terumime reminded. Yes, these greedy guys, who can guarantee that they will bite us back. Uchiha said with a wary face. Who told you that I am going to move Ōtsutsuki to Earth? Hyuga Shiratori interrupted them suddenly. The smile on the face of the Ōtsutsuki tribe suddenly stiffened. Someone raised the question weakly. That. Lord Shiratori, where do you plan to move us to? There. Hyuga Shiratori raised his finger to the distant starry sky. There is a dark red star, especially bright in the night sky. This. The Ōtsutsuki people fell into petrification in an instant. Huh? That star, if I remember correctly, it should be called Mars, right? Uchiha looked thoughtful and authentic. Yes, according to scientists' speculation, there is a planet relatively similar to the Earth. But it has only a thin atmosphere, which is not suitable for human survival. Terumime explained. Normal humans, of course, can't survive on Mars. But that's not necessarily the case with ninjas, especially the powerful Ōtsutsuki clan. A devilish smile appeared on Hyuga Shiratori's face. I saw him say lightly, the environment on the moon is too comfortable, they are so bored. They can just go to the vast Mars and open up a new world. Wait a minute? Lord Shiratori, the moon is so good, we love the moon. This is the land where our family has lived for thousands of years, please don't let us leave our homeland. The Ōtsutsuki people became emotional. With Byakugan, they have already observed other celestial bodies nearby in space. Just looking around, only the Earth is suitable for them to survive. Other planets are not as good as the moon. Don't be polite with me, I will send you there. Hyuga Shiratori said with a smile. No, we don't. The Ōtsutsuki people subconsciously refused. Shut up, I let you go? No one knows Ōtsutsuki better than I do. Hyuga Shiratori put away his smile, his face suddenly became cold. The Ōtsutsuki clan used the huge Tensagen to attack them. It is clear that I want to kill them all. Really don't care about him? Haha. US. The Ōtsutsuki tribe was frightened and trembling. Under the deterrence of Hyuga Shiratori, they dared not raise any objections. Uchiha and Terumime were stunned. At this time, they just understood. Hyuga Shiratori did not show mercy at all, letting go of these Ōtsutsuki people, but to send them to experience harder suffering than death. Hyuga Shiratori did what he said, and immediately put into practical action. Tensagen's binoculars fixed his eyes on the red celestial body outside the starry sky. The pupil power traversed a distance of 400 million kilometers and locked on the surface of Mars. After marking the coordinates of the space, you can start to open a space tunnel with the moon and Mars. This is also one of Tensagen's pupil skills. Rumbling. I saw a hole in the front of the surface. Looking down, it is an endless abyss that never bottoms out. There was a mysterious light inside. It seems to be a passage to another world. Is it possible to reach Mars by jumping from here? Uchiha opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon out of curiosity, but with her pupil power, she couldn't even see through this mysterious space tunnel. Because Tensagen is the ultimate evolution of Byakugan, you must at least have the same level of Rinnegan pupil power to see through. This is unattainable by mankind, the power of God. Terumime cast infinite worship again. Well, the road to Mars, I have already opened up, you can go on the road. Hyuga Shiratori turned his kind eyes to the Ōtsutsuki tribe. Do not. No, we don't want to go to Mars. Stop it. You are a devil. Ignore the plea of everyone. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand to exert gravity, dragged the Ōtsutsuki people forcibly, and threw them all into the space tunnel. Go to Mars for me. Parallel time and space. Exiled all the Ōtsutsuki clan on the moon to Mars. Hyuga Shiratori intends to list the moon as his private domain. First of all, the first step is to transform the moon's ecological environment. Wood-style birthday of the tree world. Hyuga Shiratori used the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts and used a large-scale wood style that far surpasses Senjo Hashirama himself and is on an unprecedented scale. Numerous tree roots and vines cover almost the entire moon. All of a sudden, this desolate rocky planet grew a large area of vegetation. Soon, when people observe the moon on the Earth, they will see a green moon. Maybe you are not used to it. I have injected chakra into the entire surface of the moon, and then I just need to wait for the plants to grow naturally. Hyuga Shiratori looked at the ground with satisfaction, and the vegetation grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. To transform the natural environment of the entire planet with one's own power is something God can do? Uchiha Kwan and Terumi Mei were already shocked and speechless. Ever since I followed Hyuga Shiratori 17, I have experienced too much shock. Well, there is nothing to look at here for the time being. Let's go back. Hyuga Shiratori opened Tensagan again. Locked on the Earth 380,000 kilometers away. Compared to Mars, which is more than 400 million kilometers away. Establishing a space tunnel with the Earth on the moon is a piece of cake. I saw the ground in front of me, and a deep and mysterious tunnel emerged from the opening. With this tunnel, it should be convenient to come to the moon in the future. Uchiha Kwan looked surprised and authentic. Yes, the entrance on the Earth, I set up near the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Shiratori said casually. I really look forward to it. In a few years, what kind of world will the moon become? Terumi Mei's eyes rested reluctantly on the moon. For humans, for ninjas, this is an unforgettable experience. The scenery seen while standing on the moon will forever be engraved in her beautiful memory. On the Earth, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was repelled by Tsunade. Relatively cautious action was taken. Kanaha Shinobi village can't find 9 tails, so go to other villages to find other tail beasts. It surprised him. Who are you? When Gaara was a teenager, chakra was easily caught by Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Cut isn't it on your body? Looking at the empty hook in his hand, Urashiki couldn't help frowning. What's going on? Not only 9 tails, but also 1 tail. You, what are you talking nonsense? Gaara fell to the ground on one knee with a weak expression on her face. After the 4th Ninja World War, all the tail beasts were taken away by the ninja god. This is common sense. Huh? God of Ninja? Who? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki heard this title for the first time. Hyuga Shiratori. Gaara answered truthfully. Hehe inferior creatures, dare to claim that they are gods. Ōtsutsuki Urashi means sneer. In the era he lived in the entire ninja world, he only recognized the strength of 2 people. The first is Uzumaki Naruto, and the second is Uchiha Sasuke. The other people are just small. I don't know much about the history of the ninja world. 20 years ago, all the tail beasts were controlled by this man? That's really interesting. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki faintly felt that something was wrong. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who he feared in the future, are now killed by him. Now that all the tail beasts are on that Hyuga Shiratori, if you defeat him, can't you reclaim all the tail beasts at once? Hyuga Shiratori, I want to take away all your chakra. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's face showed a wild laugh. The other side. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki bloggers after escaping from Kanaha Shinobi village. I quickly realized the anomaly of this era. This Kanaha. There is a problem. The textbook says that the rock face of Hokage has been preserved since the establishment of the village, but now it is gone. And the father's name has changed to Namikaze, and there is no 9 tails. The blogger Uzumaki is young, but his mind is very flexible. You are right. In this era, the Uchiha clan should be annihilated, not at Kanaha at this time, and 5th generation. It's impossible to know wood style. Uchiha Sasuke mused. What the hell is going on? The blogger Uzumaki scratched his head in distress. Right? And this one? I saw that he took out a little pink tortoise from his pocket. That is the plow, the treasure of the Ōtsutsuki clan, able to travel between the past and the future. Hey, what the hell is going on? You can explain it. Can't judge. I'm just a prop to travel through time. The plow made an electronic sound without emotion. Parallel space-time theory. I remember seeing such a hypothesis in the weird books collected by Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke recalled the dark history of that boyhood. He came to Orochimaru for revenge. In addition to practicing ninjutsu, he also read a lot of Orochimaru's research books on science. The different process of an event or the subsequent development of a different decision exists in different parallel universes. Uchiha Sasuke tried to explain the parallel time and space according to the memory in his mind. The blogger Uzumaki looked dumbfounded. Ahem. Uchiha Sasuke actually didn't understand these weird theories, and simply said, in short, it means that the time and space we are in now is not our past. It turned out to be like this. Boren Uzumaki nodded seemingly, feeling better in my heart. After all, he witnessed the killing of his little father. Then what should we do now? Uzumaki asked bloggers. This is the information I have collected in Kanaha these past few days. Hyuga Shiratori. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes tightened slightly. This person has the power of the nine-tailed beast. In order to capture chakra, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki will definitely go to him. Give up Hokage and follow me? Then what are we waiting for? Go find that Hyuga Shiratori immediately and protect it. The Uzumaki blogger looked straightforward. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched, looking a little speechless. No wonder, young ninjas born in peaceful times. The real terrible of the tail beast that doesn't understand. I don't even understand what kind of concept it would be when a person has the power of nine-tailed beasts. Hyuga Shiratori is absolutely powerful? Uchiha Sasuke was vigilant from the beginning. A lot of information was collected secretly. I learned that in this time and space, the Fourth Ninja World War broke out 5 years ago. It is completely different from the history he has experienced. Uchiha Madara is resurrected and intends to destroy the ninja world. He was subsequently killed by Hyuga Shiratori and captured all the tail beasts, becoming a new generation of ninja gods. In terms of strength, this Hyuga Shiratori is probably better than Ōtsutsuki Urashiki style. Uchiha Sasuke said solemnly. Huh? Is it like this? Boren Uzumaki looked blank, and then continued, isn't this great? That person will defeat Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. It's not that simple yet. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and said in a low voice, according to the information I have learned, that Hyuga Shiratori also has the same ability as Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, and can take other people's chakra at will. This is not the power that humans should have. Uzumaki bloggers also began to realize that something was wrong. This person is very dangerous, even more dangerous than Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Through the war, he collected a large number of chakras of various kinds. The power is too strong. This reminded Uchiha Sasuke involuntarily of a person. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya? Attempt to take all the chakra into one's own possession. In other words, is that Hyuga Shiratori also our enemy? Boren Uzumaki's face tightened. The possibility is great. Uchiha Sasuke nodded indifferently, his expression also becoming extremely solemn. Although Ōtsutsuki Urashiki is very capable, he is arrogant and lacks a fighting mind. To be honest, it is not too difficult to defeat him if he is suppressed by IQ. Uchiha Sasuke felt certain in his heart. But this Hyuga Shiratori is very difficult. That is the real powerhouse who has experienced the ninja war and defeated Uchiha Madara with his own hands. The struggle with Uchiha Madara at the time is still deep in my memory. In fact, until the end, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto joined forces and still failed to defeat Uchiha Madara. Only in the end Black Zetsu succeeded in backstab, occupying Uchiha Madara's 6 realms, and resurrected Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. In terms of chakra's magnitude alone, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is naturally stronger. However, in actual fighting, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya made frequent moves and lacked the fighting mind. This is also the important reason why Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were able to successfully seal Ōtsutsuki Kagaya in the end. To be honest, if they are playing against Uchiha Madara, it is not certain who will be the winner in the end. In this time and space, Hyuga Shiratori was able to defeat Uchiha Madara on the frontal battlefield, which shows that his fighting mind is far above Ōtsutsuki. With strength and brains, such an enemy is undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with. Even Mr. Sasuke is not his opponent. Boren Uzumaki looked shocked. I'm not sure of winning. Uchiha Sasuke answered with a serious face. How could this be? What should I do? The blogger Uzumaki asked again. No matter what, now I need to regain my strength as soon as possible. Uchiha Sasuke shook the palm of his hand, feeling a strong sense of fatigue. Is it chakra who was taken away during the battle with Urashiki? The blogger Uzumaki scratched his head. This is troublesome. If you have to wait for the natural recovery, it is impossible for every 10 days and a half. Can't wait for time. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes tightened, as if he had made some kind of decision. Let's go, let's meet someone. Who? Orochimaru. Respected god of ninjas, Lord Shiratori. I wonder if you are here, what can you do? Tsunade respectfully treated Hyuga Shiratori who suddenly appeared in front of him. The Fourth Ninja World War. Hyuga Shiratori, as the leader of the ninja coalition, defeated Uchiha Madara's greatest hero. The 5 ninja villages have all been given supreme respect. As for the chakra that he harvested, the 5 great ninja village ninjas, and killed a lot of ninjas, have been selectively forgotten. Who dares to worry about it? Is it possible to find him to get revenge? Suddenly on a whim, I wanted to find Kanaha for some manpower. Hyuga Shiratori went straight to the point and revealed his plan to gather a group of people to go to the moon for construction. Moon. Tsunade opened his mouth wide, as if thinking of something. Someone observed a strange change on the moon not long ago. Could it be that you did it? Yes, some parasites were expelled easily. Now the moon is my private domain. Hyuga Shiratori explained briefly and concisely. Tsunade was a little dazed by the huge message to Wang Zhao. Shock? Hyuga Shiratori has occupied the moon. Once this news comes out, I don't know how much fluctuation it will cause in the ninja world. I now finally understand a little bit. Uchiha Kwan and Terumi Mei's choice. Tsunade reached out and held his forehead. One gave up the Uchiha Patriarch, the other gave up 5th Mizukage and chose to follow Hyuga Shiratori under the unintelligible attention of the world. What kind of scenery will fly on the moon? Tsunade moved slightly. Since taking over as Kanaha's 5th Hokage, she has been tossed with daily tedious workload and exploded her mentality. There are also the two old immortals from the top level talking around her ears all day long. This kind of life is simply so depressing. How? Will you give up everything in front of you and follow me? Hyuga Shiratori twitched the corner of his mouth and sent an invitation to the other party. Rinnegan Suzuki, give up Hokage and follow me. Hyuga Shiratori sent an invitation to Tsunade. Tsunade's heart was shaken. Compared with the irritable and boring Hokage work, a journey into the starry sky beyond that distant world, who doesn't want to take a look? Tsunade's brain was hot, as if to agree. But at this moment, Shizone walked in with a stack of documents. Master Tsunade. Tsunade wakes up instantly. She is 5th Hokage. Not to mention anything else, the blood of 1st Hokage is flowing on her body. Kanaha was created by Grandpa, and she has the responsibility to protect it. Is this your answer? This is really a shame. Hyuga Shiratori said, regrets in his mouth, but there weren't many waves. It's just a woman, it's not worth his extra effort. Love is coming, not coming? Seeing Hyuga Shiratori's casual attitude without nostalgia, Tsunade felt a bit resentful in her heart. Can't you invite it a few more times? Maybe I changed my mind? It's up to you to call up the staff, 5th Hokage. Hyuga Shiratori used affirmative sentences and gave orders. I see. Tsunade accepted the order. Master Tsunade, about that mysterious attacker a few days ago. Shizone gave Hyuga Shiratori a deep look, and then reminded. By the way, I almost forgot about this, Lord Shiratori. I have something important to report to you. Tsunade settled down and told the latter about the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki attack. Naruto, Sasuke, died? Hyuga Shiratori felt a little surprised. But it's okay to think about it. Insignificant passersby. The point is the attacker? There is no doubt that the attacker is from the original Boren Chuan plotline at Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. In the future, Uzumaki Naruto of 7th Hokage uses the treasure of time to plow back to the past to catch Naruto in his teenage years. But I never thought that Namikaze Naruto of this era had no 9 tails in his body. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was so angry that he killed him, and then another little Sasuke came to give him the head. Okay, I already understand the situation. I will go and clean him up. Hyuga Shiratori said firmly. Master Shiratori. Tsunade stared at him, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his heart. As soon as the opponent heard that Kanaha had been attacked, he took action to solve it. Why on earth? Judging from past experience, the other party is not a ninja guarding Kanaha either. So, could it be that the other party did it for her? Tsunade's cheeks turned red involuntarily, and there was a faint spring heart sprouting. The god of ninjas. Who does not worship and who does not yearn for? If you let Hyuga Shiratori note Tsunade's inner thoughts, I'm afraid I will laugh out loud. In fact, his so-called dealing with Ōtsutsuki Urashi is purely personal. The goal is to capture chakra from the opponent. It's that simple. This has nothing to do with Kanaha. Tsunade is a self-guided strategy. Since the end of the 4th Ninja World War, Orochimaru returned to his secret base. Engage in research work as always. On this day, Orochimaru's research institute welcomed uninvited guests. Who? Orochimaru was initially preparing test tubes, and when faced with the strange chakra that appeared suddenly, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Who can sneak into me without knowing it? Untie. The door with a special sealing technique was set up, and it was opened from the outside. The other party seemed to have known the technique of removing the seal a long time ago. I finally found you, Orochimaru. Hey, this is Mayu's parent, Mr. Orochimaru. It feels completely different in appearance. You? Orochimaru watched the intruder, both large and small, warily. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke didn't talk nonsense, and opened Renan directly to show his identity. The Uchiha clan? I don't remember a character like you. Orochimaru was surprised at first, then frowned. When he was in Konoha, he had never had anything to do with the Uchiha clan. You don't recognize me? Uchiha Sasuke also showed a stunned expression, and then said thoughtfully, it seems that in this era, you didn't have an idea for me. What are you talking about? Orochimaru looked blank. Although he is also very interested in the blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan. But when Uchiha Fugaku was alive, he didn't dare to attack the Uchiha tribe. Later, the appearance of Hyuga Shiratori attracted all the attention of Orochimaru. The research direction is also focused on Hyuga Shiratori. Uchiha Sasuke? He has never heard of it? Mr. Orochimaru, we are here to ask you for help. Boren Uzumaki walked towards the latter with a familiar face. In his time, he had also seen Orochimaru who was good-looking, and coupled with the relationship of good friends and friends, he subconsciously regarded the latter as a good person. You kid. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said coldly, it seems that the world has forgotten the horror of my Orochimaru. The character is cruel and the methods are brutal. Facing these two guys who jumped out from nowhere, Orochimaru chose to shoot. Shulking Snake Hand. Waved his hand to release a large number of snake shadows and grabbed the opponent. Wow, why did Mr. Orochimaru call here all of a sudden? The blogger Uzumaki dodges in a hurry. Sure enough, you have to use physical means to deal with you. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes changed to Renan, and he waved and pulled out the shinobi from his waist. Zizi. The 1000-bird blade cut through all the snake shadows. This skill. It seems that you are not an ordinary ninja. Orochimaru's face tightened, and at a glance, he knew that the other party was not waiting. Orochimaru, stop. You are not my opponent, and we are not here to fight with you today, Uchiha Sasuke said solemnly. What a big tone. Orochimaru opened his mouth and took out a grass sword from his mouth. Then, his grass sword went to Uchiha Sasuke's hands. Orochimaru's hand turned into a shinobi with Chidori, and his body was numb from the electric shock. Wow! Uchiha Sasuke's figure appeared in front of him instantly. The airflow picked up the bangs on his forehead, revealing the rippled pupil on his left eye. This is Rinnegan. Orochimaru's face changed drastically. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki vs Samui. Suzano. Uchiha Sasuke launched Suzano and formed a purple skeleton arm, which instantly captured Orochimaru. Oh. Orochimaru immediately used the unique magical ability to escape Orochimaru flow substitute, trying to vomit out of his own body from his mouth. Illusory technique Songhang technique. Uchiha Sasuke had expected this, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon with his right eye locked the opponent's body all at once. Certainly, Orochimaru suffered a phantom technique, and his limbs were nailed to a metal wedge and couldn't move. Orochimaru, I have seen through all your moves, Uchiha Sasuke said blankly. He has been dealing with each other for decades, and he is very familiar with each other's moves. Orochimaru was silent for a while, then relaxed. Hehe, you seem to be familiar with me. Since you are here to ask me for help, you shouldn't kill me. Yes, I need your power. Uchiha Sasuke put away Suzano and also relieved the illusion. Orochimaru regained his freedom. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect a third owner of Rinnegan in this world. Orochimaru's gaze stared at the latter's left eye meaningfully. Back then, the two Rinnegan owners fought earth-shattering. Unexpectedly, a third person suddenly appeared now. This is really interesting. I need to restore chakra as soon as possible. With your patience, it should be possible to do it. Uchiha Sasuke is sure to be authentic. That's it. Your body doesn't seem to be in good condition. Orochimaru watched the opponent intently. Mr. Orochimaru, if you can, please hurry up. We are really in a hurry. Uzumaki blogger urged. In a hurry, your opponent, wouldn't it be the ninja god, Hyuga Shiratori? Orochimaru's eyes tightened and he frowned. Whether it is an enemy or a friend has not yet been determined, but no matter what, the negotiation requires the same strength to proceed. Uchiha Sasuke replied. Equal power. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He wanted to say that this is impossible. Hyuga Shiratori now masters the power of the nine-tailed beasts, and there is absolutely no opponent in the ninja world. Although the one in front of him is also the owner of Rinnegan, there is a difference between chakra at first glance, which is incomparable. Although I am not optimistic about you, Rinnegan's research materials are really rare, and I will help you, Orochimaru said with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke's heart moved. He wasn't afraid that the other party would secretly engage in small moves, and he had already set Orochimaru in the illusion just now. Once the opponent has any unfavorable actions against him, the illusion will activate the ability to imprison the latter. It's inconvenient to lose your left hand, right? Orochimaru's gaze stayed on the opponent's empty left arm. It just so happens that I have an arm made from Senjo Hashirama cells. Uchiha Sasuke fell silent. When he and Uzumaki Naruto fought in the Valley of End, both lost an arm. Uzumaki Naruto transplanted Senjo Hashirama's cellular prosthesis to Kanaha, which he could have done. Just to punish his mistakes, he did not transplant. This is a very moment, he may have to face an unprecedented powerful opponent. A new arm must be transplanted. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki is searching all over the world for Hyuga Shiratori. This time, he came to the Kingdom of Thunder. Is there no information on Hyuga Shiratori here? Humph. Although you don't know who you are looking for death with the idea of fighting the ninja god. Fifth Raikage Samui said coldly. Inferior creatures, dare to speak to me like this. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was in a bad mood, but now that he was shocked, he immediately became murderous. Zizi fired a thunder and lightning spear from his hand. Lightning style chakra mode. Samui resorted to Cloud Shinobi Village's unique secret technique, and his body was covered with a layer of powerful lightning style armor. Find flowers. Boom. He grabbed the attacking thunder gun with his bare hands and forcibly threw it back. Oh, this chakra is not weak. The Ōtsutsuki Urashiki-style eyelids bulged with blue veins and opened Byakugan. Strange, you actually have such a high density of chakra on your body, it's just like the power of our family of Dan. Those who dare to intrude into my Cloud Shinobi village, take it. Samui cast a lightning-style instant, turning into a thunder light and pounced on the latter. Huh? I can't find the tail beast, I won't be in vain to harvest your chakra. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki drove the red light fish basket behind him, shooting out a lot of quicksand. This is the chakra he captured 5th Kaze Kage Gaara before. 0. Lariat. Samui did not back down, but directly raised his arm and bumped it. The powerful lightning-style ninjutsu cut a large area of quicksand with one blow, but shortly afterwards, there were dozens of water dragons besieging from all directions. Boom, bang, 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 bang. Samui used his powerful lightning-style ninjutsu to blow up the incoming water dragons one after another. Huangquan Hirazaka. A door of space appeared behind Samui, from which Ōtsutsuki Urashiki launched a sneak attack. The powerful lightning-style blade in the palm of the hand is Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori. Puff. It hit Samui hard on the back. Chidori's powerful penetrating power penetrated the lightning-style armor and pierced Samui's back. Cough. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Samai's mouth, but she gritted her teeth and turned back and kicked to Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Wow. After Ōtsutsuki Urashiki succeeded, he immediately escaped into the space and retreated. How? I'm very unwilling, right? This is the gap between noble bloodlines. Mortals will never be able to surpass Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki laughed wildly. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Someone once said this. Samui stared at the opponent with fixed eyes, and said coldly, although you are very strong, you can't even match a finger of the ninja god with just this level of power. Not even a finger of the ninja god? Hear Samui's naked evaluation. Ōtsutsuki Urashi was very angry, and his face gradually became savage. Are you preaching to me? Me as Ōtsutsuki. Your strength is just very strong, the god of ninja is the true god. Samui said firmly. I have decided, I will kill you now. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was so angry that he waved his red fishing rod and projected a large number of hooks. Tensa wave meteor fate. Zi. Samui's figure turned into a flash of lightning, interspersed to dodge left and right, and at the same time rushed into the opponent quickly. Heavy current violence. A thunder elbow hit the opponent. Zi. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's palms gathered chakras stronger thunder and lightning, and he caught the opponent's elbow from the front. Did you see it? This is the chakra gap. Boom. Samui was shocked by the stronger lightning style. Ahem. Samui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again, raised his head, and said in a deep voice, there is a gap, but it hasn't reached the point where it is completely incomparable. Still hard in this mouth. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki waved his hand to condense a large number of fireballs and bombarded the opponent indiscriminately. Boom, 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 boom. The two had a fierce battle. Samui was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process and was quickly defeated. How is it? Do you dare to say when you see your embarrassed appearance? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki looked down at the opponent coldly with a condescending gaze. Samui collapsed to the ground, his whole body bloodline Madara seriously injured. But even so, she still did not change her statement. I'm not wrong, if the opponent is him, I can't hold on to a single move, and but you have been fighting with me for so long. This means, you are not as good as him. Asshole. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's anger value rises sharply, and he doesn't want to harvest Samui's chakra anymore, he wants to kill her immediately. Look at me cutting you into minced meat, can you tell me? Inject a large amount of chakra in one breath, condensing purple sharp blades on the palm of his hand. Tianksa wave meteor life jade box. Shoo, hoo. A series of extraordinary sharp purple blades fell from the sky. Samui just moved, but it affected the injury, and the severe pain made it difficult for her to condense chakra. In fact, even if it is condensed, it is useless. These sharp blades containing the huge chakra can easily cut through her lightning-style armor. Is this my limit? The memory of the revolving lantern began in Samui's brain. At the beginning, if she abandoned the position of fifth Reikage, like Uchiha Kwan and Terumi Mei, she chose to follow that man. Will the result be different? God of ninja. Always the god in her mind? Zi. I saw a flash of thunder before my eyes. Ding 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 ding. The lightning-style armor is also used, but it can block all the purple blades. Yo, I seem to faintly hear someone calling my name, is that you? Hyuga Shiratori turned his head and smiled slightly at Samui on the ground. Samui's eyes widened suddenly, and he answered almost subconsciously. Yes. Who? It was able to block my attack from the front. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki frowned and stared at the young man in front of him. Calling my name at this time, I believe you have also made a choice. Hyuga Shiratori took out a few chakra dans from the red light fish basket and arrived in front of the dying Samui. Eat it. This is, Dan. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's eyes were wide open, as if seeing something incredible. A flash of light suddenly lit up in Samui's dim eyes, and he said firmly every word. From today, Samui is no longer fifth Reikage, and I am willing to follow the ninja god to serve. After all, I ate chakra dan in one bite. What you want to get, what you have to give. Samui knows this very well. Very good. Hyuga Shiratori nodded in satisfaction. He won't give chakra dan for no reason. If Samui doesn't speak immediately, he would put Dan away mercilessly, and then watch Sam Yuxiang's death with cold eyes. What about the beauties? It's not mine, let her die, that's it. Are you the ninja god in their mouths, Hyuga Shiratori? The one who owns the nine-tailed beast? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki showed a ferocious smile. I finally found you? Now, hand over all your chakra. The red light fishing rod in his hand flicked. You deserve to play this with me too. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes instantly changed to Rinnegan. Round Tomb Edge Prison. The shadow from the test of the world. Boom. Not only broke the incoming fish hook in an instant, but also flew to Ōtsutsuki Urashiki all the way very fast. Huh? Is there something? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki Byakugan tightened, with a 360-degree field of view, but there was no gap between the shadows. Boom. The punch hit Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's face hard. Wow. Ōtsutsuki Urashi vomited blood, and he flew out upside down. Round tomb, even prison. Hyuga Shiratori increased Rinnegan's pupil power output and increased the shadow to 5. Damn, that's Rinnegan's power. Ōtsutsuki Urashi immediately transformed Byakugan into blue Rinnegan. At this moment, he could finally see the 5 shadows flying towards him. Brandishing the red light fishing rod, quickly resisted the shadow's attack. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and pointed at the opponent. Lan Dunli Zhao Shuo Hiso. Countless laser beams shot towards each other. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki tried to defend against the shadow's siege, unable to withstand the incoming rays. Binocular blue Rinnegan pupil power output. 1,000 paper cranes instantaneously. I saw his body turned into countless paper cranes flying away, reunited on the other side. Damn it. However, as soon as the body was reunited, it felt a chill after coming to oneself. Huangquan Hirazaka. I saw Hyuga Shiratori walk out of the different space behind the opponent, and the red fishing rod pierced through the Ōtsutsuki Urashi-style body. Beat Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Hyuga Shiratori holds a red light fishing rod and runs through the body of Ōtsutsuki Urashi. Blue Rinnegan, back in time. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki rewinds time to before it is penetrated. Wow. On the side of the figure, Hyuga Shiratori's back attack was avoided in a thrilling manner. Swish 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 swish. Immediately afterwards, he quickly avoided Hyuga Shiratori's continuous thrusts. It's useless, my eyes can see through the future. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki aimed at a flaw in Hyuga Shiratori's movement and thrust a pole into the latter's chest. Blue Rinnegan, back in time. Hyuga Shiratori rewinded time to before it was penetrated. Wow. On the side of the figure, he calmly avoided the opponent's fatal blow. My eyes can see through the future, you see. Hyuga Shiratori summoned a robotic arm and clamped the red light fishing rod that the opponent had stabbed. Sura Road. Crack. Unfolding the mechanism, sticking out the muzzle that has always been black paint 17 paint. Rumble, rumbling, rumbling. The terrible chakra light cannon pouring out. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki knew the trajectory of the bombardment in advance, and used fishing line to wrap the muzzle to forcibly deviate the direction of the attack. However, Hyuga Shiratori also saw through the opponent's movement and waved his hand to release a huge gravitational force. Universal pull. Through the huge gravitational force, the trajectory of the shelling was forcibly twisted back. Shot to the rear of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's body turned into countless paper cranes flying away. Hyuga Shiratori's body turned into countless paper cranes and flew away. At the moment they reunited, the two immediately fought in the air. Boom. Zai. 2 rays of lightning collided fiercely. Fireballs flying all over the sky. Wow. La. Water dragon formed by water flow. Boom 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 boom. The impact of flying sand and rocks. All kinds of ninjutsu bombardment indiscriminately, causing the surrounding area to be destroyed with hundreds of holes. Lava-style chakra mode. Hyuga Shiratori transformed into a hot lava. Boom. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki lost to and was knocked out. Ba. Burning smoke from his body, Ōtsutsuki Urashi gritted his teeth. Damn, how many chakras did this guy collect? However, before he can take a breath, the blue Rinnegan sees the future, and the surface under his feet will emit strong acid that dissolves everything. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki had to pull back early. The ground in front of us is corroded by strong acid. Hyuga Shiratori's blue Rinnegan also saw the future of the opponent's retreat. So while performing lava style, he was immediately ready for the next move. Wood style birthday of the flower and tree world. Boom 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 boom. Numerous trees and vines rose from the ground, quickly entwining Ōtsutsuki's Ura-like body. Absorbing chakra, it produces a series of flowers, releasing a refreshing floral fragrance. 1,000 paper cranes instantaneously. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's body escaped from the tree and vine again. It's useless, no matter how many times you come. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Hyuga Shiratori didn't say a word of nonsense, and continued to take continuous attacks. By seeing the future, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki avoided Shindun's attack. I saw a piece of woods behind him, it was turned into ashes after being swept by the dust. Hey, this is really a dangerous attack, but if you want to maintain such a powerful attack, the cost is very huge, right? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki thought to himself. Now the eyes of both sides can see the future, and no one can do anything about it. It only depends on who can consume it. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was ready to fight a war of attrition in his heart, but what he never expected was that the stalemate battle will come to an end so fast. 8 trigrams break the mountain. Hyuga Shiratori used both hands, and burst out a powerful chakra shock wave that could penetrate the mountain in one breath. Varied. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was about to avoid the oncoming horrible blow, but suddenly realized that his hands and feet were not at his disposal, and he was paralyzed. Boom. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was hit head-on by this chakra shock wave, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Why, me? Kneeling down on one knee, Ōtsutsuki Urashi coughed up blood again and again. Gasping for breath, then he suddenly noticed, inhaling the floral scent of his nose. Could it be that this smell, poisonous? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki immediately covered his mouth and nose. The flowers and trees are born, and the flowers can release chronic toxins that paralyze the human nerves. Because it is a chronic toxin, when the enemy is aware of the poisoning, they are often paralyzed and immobile. To look back in time is to let the time you are in go back a few seconds ago. But the time the body experiences is not affected. In other words, the toxins you inhale will increase exponentially. Hyuga Shiratori has already devised a tactic to deal with Ōtsutsuki Ura style. Damn it. Why does it have the same power as me? Ōtsutsuki gritted his teeth and his face was full of unwillingness. Don't get me wrong, my strength is far above you. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes turned into dark blue Tensagen. A green chakra ball of light gathered in the palm of his hand. This is a fusion of the power of yin-yang escape and Tensagen pupil technique. The chakra that hits the target can be forcibly stripped from the body. Your chakra, I accept it. Shoo. The green chakra ball, like a mysterious elf, shot at Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki opened his eyes wide, but couldn't do anything, so he could only watch. However, at this moment, an uninvited guest forcibly intervened in the battlefield. Heavenly hand strength. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's figure moved spatially with a large rock. The power of this pupil technique, Rinnegan. Hyuga Shiratori turned his gaze to the other side. I saw Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki bloggers walking out of a door of space. Hehehehe, I didn't expect it to be you, Uchiha Sasuke. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki gave a weird smile. The finger moved, and the toxins in the body have been partially resolved. Uchiha Sasuke put the knife on his neck and said coldly, sorry, I'm not here to save you. It's just that I don't want you to be taken chakra by that guy. Hyuga Shiratori vs Uchiha Sasuke? Hehe, don't be so unkind. Don't you humans have a saying that is called an enemy is a friend? Ōtsutsuki Urashi smiles authentically. Shut up, you fellow, absolutely can't be our friend. The blogger Uzumaki yelled. Your eyes, are they the legendary Tensagen? Uchiha Sasuke looked serious, and fixed his eyes on the opponent's blue eyes. That palpitating pupil power. From the appearance, it is clearly the eyes that Ōtsutsuki Shiren used to manipulate the moon to hit the earth more than 10 years ago. Uchiha Sasuke, Tensagen of Hyuga Shiratori, is watching the other party's body with interest. I saw a thick bandage wrapped around the other's left hand. However, Tensagen's pupil power can see through the latter's arm, possessing exceptionally strong vitality. That is clearly the cell of Senju Hashirama. Powerful wood style is very aggressive. Ordinary people are absolutely unable to withstand this power, and the physique of the Uchiha clan can well neutralize the power of wood style. This surprised him very much. As we all know, the adult version of Uchiha Sasuke is a person with kidney deficiency. Now Uchiha Sasuke has made up for the shortcomings in chakra, and his strength may be a qualitative leap. Just ask, what is your purpose for monopolizing the nine-tailed beasts? Uchiha Sasuke asked. Purpose? There is no such complicated reason, I just pursue more chakra. Hyuga Shiratori looked casually. Bringing chakra into one body, this is Kaguya thought. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes tightened and frowned. Hey, I didn't expect human beings on this planet to have the same ideas as our Ōtsutsuki clan. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki smiled coldly, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Because it means that while he wants to capture the opponent's chakra, the opponent is also eyeing his chakra. Inferior creatures, dare Ōtsutsuki compete for chakra? The sin is unforgivable. What then? What does this have to do with you? A stranger from the future. Hyuga Shiratori is indifferent and authentic. I want to stop you, Uchiha Sasuke said righteously. In the future, in order to redeem his sins, he will always pursue the traces of Ōtsutsuki outside. This has almost become an obsession he has developed over the past 10 years. Now he sees that Hyuga Shiratori is evolving in the direction of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and he thinks he has an obligation to stop this? A messenger of justice? Interesting. The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth twitched, revealing a meaningful smile, and continued, then you can give it a try. It just so happens that I am also interested in your chakra. The two looked at each other. Then, without warning, the battle started suddenly. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke immediately pulled out a set of scrolls, and summoning produced a large number of wind magic shurikens. Zizzy. At the same time, pour 1,000 birds into the wind demon shuriken, turning into a thundering windmill, flying from all directions to Hyuga Shiratori. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Hyuga Shiratori centered on itself and released a powerful repulsive force. Ding 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 ding. Fly all the incoming Chidori wind demon shurikens. Uchiha Sasuke pulled his palm and manipulated it with a wire. Crack. A crack appeared in the ground under his feet, and a wind demon shuriken flew out suddenly. Tensagen of Hyuga Shiratori has already seen through the ambush underground. With his bare hands, he grabbed the wind demon shuriken flying from below. Heavenly hand strength. Uchiha Sasuke's left eye, Rinnegan, activates a pupil technique to move his body to the position of the wind demon's shuriken. Zizzy. Chidori blade slashed at Hyuga Shiratori at close range. Rakery. Hyuga Shiratori held the power of lightning style with his palm, and grabbed the attacking blade with his bare hands. With the same lightning style, it offsets the latter's lightning style. At the same time, a kick full of thunder kicked the opponent fiercely. Guillotine drop. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed. He has seen this trick. It is 4th Raikage's lightning style ninjutsu, and its power is many times more powerful than the latter. Suzano. Rumble rumbling rumbling. Thunder kicked Uchiha Sasuke away. The purple skeleton collapsed instantly. Cough. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. His face couldn't help but look ugly. If it weren't transplanted with Senju Hashirama's cells, the body's strength would be greatly enhanced. This foot is enough to make him unable to stand up. Then, the warm-up is over. Let's start now. A crimson gold chakra emerged from Hyuga Shiratori. 9 tails chakra mode. This is Naruto? No, even stronger. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly tightened, and his face changed drastically. Because this is not half of Naruto's 9 tails, but a complete 9 tails that combines yin and yang? Wow. Golden glitter? Uchiha Sasuke used Suzano for the first time, and his right eye, Eternal Mangekyo Shurinan, was activated. Inferno-style flame control. The black flame covers the skeleton of the skeleton, which can not only greatly enhance the defensive ability, but also burn nearby enemies. Fancy bells and whistles. Hyuga Shiratori punched through. Let the black inflammation get on your body, just remove the outer layer of 9 tails chakra. Wow. Uchiha Sasuke's figure flashed back quickly, stimulating pupil power again. The broken Suzano was repaired immediately, and his size swelled into a purple, Zhao's, super samurai, completely Suzano, wielding 2 huge swords, they flew over like a mountain topping, roar. Hyuga Shiratori released the complete 9 tails, and the 9 thick tails were rolled up to block the opponent's attack. Rumble rumbling rumbling. The turbulence caused by the battle between 2 behemoth monsters lifted the surrounding ground. Wow. The blogger Uzumaki crawled back on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke, chakra has grown so much. On the other side, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki also regained his mobility and quickly moved back. But the other party seems to be stronger. I saw that while 9 tails and Suzano struggled endlessly, Hyuga Shiratori summoned a wooden golem of the same size. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Ōtsutsuki transforms? Boom. Wooden golem hit Suzano with a heavy punch. The latter's armor was shattered. This is first Hokage wood style. Uchiha Sasuke's face became even more ugly. He never thought that the other party also had the power of wood style. The only explanation is that someone in the war here also used Impure World reincarnation and summoned Senju Hashirama. As a result, he sent chakra to Hyuga Shiratori. Roar. 9 tails bit Suzano's left arm completely. Wooden golem hugged the opponent's right arm tightly. It's not over yet. A huge blue chakra emerged from Hyuga Shiratori's body, solidified into a complete body Suzano. This is Madara. Uchiha Sasuke had a secret message in his heart, but he was in a dilemma. For a while, it was difficult to break free from the shackles of 9 tails and wooden golem. Zhang. Hyuga Shiratori controlled Suzano completely and pulled out the sword from his waist. Inferno-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke's hands quickly formed seals, and with the help of Suzano's increase, he spit out a large fireball and injected the power of Inferno-style into it. A giant great fireball was formed. Hyuga Shiratori abandoned the defense, ignored the incoming black flame fireball, and continued to control the entire body. Suzano slashed the past. Boom. With this cut, Uchiha Sasuke's complete body, Suzano, was chopped off his head. Suzano, Hyuga Shiratori's complete body, was also blown off his head by the black flame. Wow. Wow. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Shiratori flew out of their complete body Suzano at the same time. They collided violently in the air. Uchiha Sasuke swung his knife and slashed straight. Hyuga Shiratori confronted him with his bare hands. The blade of lightning style collides with gentle fist. Hyuga Shiratori hit the opponent's shinobi with a punch. Uchiha Sasuke's palm holding the knife was numb, gradually fell into a disadvantage. This, really? That person actually suppressed Mr. Sasuke. The blogger Uzumaki exclaimed. Chakra's overwhelming gap. Although Uchiha Sasuke has improved a lot, that guy is a real monster. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's face was heavy, and at this time he also clearly understood the difference in strength between the two sides. It is almost impossible to win one-on-one head-to-head matches. I can only use that. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's eyes were fierce, and he picked up the red light fish basket behind him with one hand. All the chakra stored in it was eaten into the stomach in one go. Ba ba ba. The injury on his body was completely healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the muscles of the body swelled in a big circle. Not enough. Not enough. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki has a hideous face, and his emotions have become extremely violent. In the end, he dug out his eyes with his bare hands and ate it with great feast. The crazy behavior of Ōtsutsuki Urawa also attracted the attention of others. What? I even ate my own eyes. Boren Uzumaki was terrified of horror. I saw the appearance of Ōtsutsuki Ura style, which has changed a lot. At the eye sockets that were dug out, a pair of ordinary eyes were restored instantly with yin and yang escape. A golden Rinnegan opened on his forehead, a pair of big horns grew on the top of the head. The arms spread out and turned into a pair of white wings, and the feet turned into black claws. Drink Ōtsutsuki Urashiki uttered a furious roar, and the amazing chakra spurted out. That guy's appearance is just like the original Ōtsutsuki Peach style. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. You must know that the Ōtsutsuki Peach style after the transformation has doubled in combat power. At one point, he and Uzumaki Naruto joined forces, but they were also unable to fight back. Finally, relying on the disappearance of Uzumaki bloggers, Rinnegan's sneak attack just won the first line of life. There is a lot of luck in it. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at the latter and commented indifferently. Is this the transformation of Ōtsutsuki? Actually, it's nothing more than that. After all, he ordered Wooden Golem to attack the opponent. I want to kill you all. Ōtsutsuki Urashi's temperament changed drastically, and he was violent. He rushed to the Wooden Golem head-on. As he swallowed his eyes, he can no longer use the life-saving ability of backtracking and the instantaneous body of 1,000 paper cranes. But this has resulted in an amazing increase in physical strength and speed. Shoo! Flying at supersonic speeds or even close to the speed of light, it's just the flying of wings. It was easy to cut the wooden golem in front of you in half? Hyuga Shiratora's face changed, and he immediately retracted all the 9 tails he had put out on his body. Boom! A large chakra hand was stretched out to block the impact of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki from the front. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki stretched out a yin and yang black rod from his hand, and the action quickly penetrated the chakra of 9 tails. Sage mode? Hyuga Shiratori instantly activated the power of Xianshu. Sage Art Gentle Fist. One punch smashed the opponent's black stick. Immediately afterwards, 2 fingers prodded Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's chest severely. Cough. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's ferocious aura stagnated, and his movements suddenly slowed down. Without time to look back, it will be easier to clean up you. Hyuga Shiratori shot at extreme speed, and in an instant he went to the important acupoints around the opponent's body, and then patted the latter's abdomen with a heavy palm. Boom! With a dull loud noise, the fierce strength shattered the clothes behind the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, and the remaining impact even uprooted a large forest hundreds of meters away. It can be seen that the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki who directly endured this blow was so painful. Wow, I saw him spit out blood. If he was in the state before he was transformed, he might be dead right now. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The golden Rinnegan on Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's forehead exploded with pupil power, exercising a powerful repulsion similar to Shenluo Tianzhang. Hyuga Shiratori did not back down and released a more powerful repulsive force. Boom! 2 repulsive forces collided head-on. Hyuga Shiratori remained motionless, and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was shaken out. Universal pull. Hyuga Shiratori released the force of gravity and forcibly dragged the opponent back. A green ball of light condensed in his hand, ready to use Tensagan's power to extract the opponent's chakra. Golden Wheel Reincarnation vs Dragon Palace? Just as Hyuga Shiratori was about to give Ōtsutsuki Urashiki the final blow, Uchiha Itachi once again acted as a shit-chucking stick. Using the previous Inferno style, the high-temperature air pressure generated creates a high concentration of thunderclouds. Finally, through the guidance of his own chakra, lightning-style Kirin, the thunder beast that fell from the sky directly landed on Hyuga Shiratori and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. For Uchiha Itachi, these two are his enemies? Zigsi. Deafening thunder. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's body shook, and then the corners of his mouth formed a sinister arc. Ha 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 ha, I really helped a lot. He opened his mouth and swallowed the power of lightning style that had landed on him in one breath. In the state of transformation, he can directly attack the Genin technique. Hyuga Shiratori cannot use Rinnegan's Hungry Kido ability while in Tensagan's state. Uchiha Itachi is also the owner of Rinnegan, and he knows the flaws in this point. But any strategy is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Hyuga Shiratori did not absorb thunder beasts, but with pure chakra protection, took all the damage abruptly. The guy in the way. Taking advantage of the recovery of swallowing lightning style, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki broke free of his gravitational restraint, and the figure quickly moved backwards. Damn it, I didn't expect to have such an ability. Uchiha Itachi looked embarrassed. I thought I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but I didn't expect to be self-defeating. Well, anyway, none of you can run away today. Hyuga Shiratori Tensagan's pupil power was released, and several green truth-seeking balls were generated from his hands. I circled in front of me and turned into a silver aperture. An extremely terrifying tornado was released. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes. The tornado suddenly expanded, involving Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, Uchiha Itachi, and Uzumaki bloggers who ate melons in the distance. A storm of this scale. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki retracted his wings to protect himself, and at the same time released a red energy barrier. Protect yourself from tornadoes. Boran. Uchiha Itachi used Suzano for the first time, but he can only protect himself. Uzumaki blogger was caught there. Normally, it is impossible for him to survive this kind of storm. Hyuga Shiratori does not pay attention to the life and death of this small bug, and the target glances at Ōtsutsuki Urashiki and Uchiha Itachi flying in the tornado. In the end, he still focused on Uchiha Itachi. You annoying fellow, let's get rid of you first. Hyuga Shiratori flashed and flew towards Uchiha Itachi. The opponent fluttered in the tornado, unable to dodge. At the critical moment, he used the eternal Mangekyo Sheri non-pupil technique of the right eye, Inferno-style Flame Thunder God. Taking itself as the center, it releases the thunder and lightning with black inflammation, which has a strong penetrating power. Turn yourself into an unapproachable Inferno-style hedgehog. A chakra ball of light instantly condensed in Hyuga Shiratori's hand. Seemingly unremarkable, it actually incorporates the huge chakra of the tail beast. Renan. Boom. The overwhelming chakra, the mediocre Renan, penetrated the bells and whistles of Inferno style. Wow. Uchiha Itachi spit out blood and was blasted out of the tornado. Hyuga Shiratori continued to pursue the victory. Yuguang saw the Ōtsutsuki Urashiki trying from behind. But he didn't care. Anyway, kill Uchiha Itachi before him. Cough 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 cough. Uchiha Itachi's figure fell heavily to the ground, suffering severe injuries. If it weren't for the transplantation of Senjo Hashirama's cells, which greatly increased the strength of the body, I am afraid that with this blow, he would die. Facing Hyuga Shiratori, who was chasing and beating in front of him, Uchiha Itachi did not dare to take it hard. With his left eye, Rinnegan used pupil surgery again. Heavenly hand strength. The body is replaced with Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. What? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was shocked. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the battle between Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Itachi and attack him secretly from behind. Now that he turned his eyes around, he became a bait? Find flowers. Hyuga Shiratori did not stop chasing. Anyway, for him, whether it is Uchiha Itachi or Ōtsutsuki Urashiki, it is correct. Kamui Reikiri. A black Reikiri with a spatial cutting effect in his hand cut off one of the wings of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki. Ah! Ōtsutsuki Urashiki wailed a terrible cry. You bastard! How dare you! In extreme anger, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki ejected a turbulent purple chakra from the broken wings, transforming into a black and purple python. The giant python opened its mouth in the blood basin and condensed a huge purple-red energy ball. 0. Tien Subo Meteor Life Dragon Palace. This is also the Ōtsutsuki Urashi, the most powerful ultimate nirvana in the transformation form. Hyuga Shiratori raised his right hand high, and the green truth-seeking ball gathered in his hand, condensing a golden lightsaber straight through the sky. Golden Wheel Reincarnation explodes. This is Tensagen Pupil Technique, the strongest attacking skill. However, the ultimate confrontation between the two did not form a state of confrontation. The golden lightsaber in Hyuga Shiratori's hand was almost overwhelming, and it suppressed the Ōtsutsuki-style giant python energy ball to death. But, damn it, how is this possible? The giant python was crushed to pieces by the lightsaber, and Ōtsutsuki Urashiki himself was crushed to one knee with horror on his face. It's now. Uchiha Itachi knew from the beginning that he was not the opponent's opponent. To win, you must use Ōtsutsuki Urashi to hold Hyuga Shiratori. This is why he tried to prevent the opponent from completely killing Ōtsutsuki Urashiki over and over again. Now that the two are fighting each other's tricks, it is the time for him to make a move. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan plus Rinnegan, all pupils are poured out. Suzano was condensed in an instant. It's not over yet. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth and used the power of wood style in his body. All chakra transformed into a giant form, which enriched Suzano's interior. This is the ultimate form of Suzano? Burning of the extremely hot hell vs Indra's arrow? The ultimate form of Suzano. This is the strongest power in Uchiha Itachi's life and has only used it once. In the Battle of End Valley, he forcibly extracted chakra from the 9 big-tailed beasts and poured it on Suzano. He is not enough for Suzano in chakra's ultimate form. It's just that with the improvement of wood style's power, he can barely use this posture. Only one blow. Uchiha Itachi was weak in his body, bit his lip violently, and forced himself to concentrate. Next, he converted all chakras into thunder attributes. Zzzzzzzzz. The swelling and violent thunder is full of Suzano. Thor Suzano. 070. The terrifying energy of lightning and thunder has gathered into a thunder bow. Interesting this trick. Do you think I don't have it? Hyuga Shiratori's face remained unchanged, and one hand maintained the repression of Ōtsutsuki Ura style by Jinlun reincarnation. Turning his head, Uchiha Madara's complete body Suzano was released. Next is filling. Hyuga Shiratori injected the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts in one breath, transformed into a huge humanoid posture, supporting Suzano's interior. Then it turned the huge tail beast chakra into a fire attribute. The crimson flames are full of Suzano, the god of flame Suzano. With a wave of the palm of his hand, a huge fiery sword stretched out. Compared to the original Uchiha Madara, it was only filled with chakra with 4 tail beasts. Now Hyuga Shiratori is filled with 9 of them in one go, and the power is even more incomparable. While maintaining the suppression of the PU style, there is still room to use such power. Seeing this scene before him, Uchiha Itachi only felt a chill in his heart. Before coming, he had already made full preparations. Whether it's transplanting the power of wood style to Orochimaru, or using Ōtsutsuki Ura style tactics, he did everything he needed to do. There is no retreat now. The arrow is on the string, I have to send it. For the peace of the ninja world, Uchiha Itachi has no hesitation. Indra's arrow. Set the thunderbolt on one arrow, the burning of the extreme burning hell. P.S. From one of the 18 hells of Japanese mythology. Collect extreme heat and burn under a sword? OM. The suffocating thunder and flames collided head-on. Both touched and exploded, releasing a torrent of violent energy. In a flash, it spread to dozens of kilometers away. At this time, the sky is half a thunder and lightning frenzy, and half is a sea of fire. It makes people feel like being in hell and suffocating. However, just like the previous ultimate duel, the final duel between Hyuga Shiratori and Uchiha Itachi did not form a stalemate. The flames gradually overwhelmed thunder. Hyuga Shiratori is one enemy too, distracting 2 purposes. Still secure the upper hand? Both Ōtsutsuki Urashiki and Uchiha Itachi were overwhelmed. How is this possible? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was the first to be unable to support it, and blood was overflowing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The energy giant was finally slain by the golden lightsaber. My chakra is all ready. Despite the improvement in the power of wood style, it still couldn't stand the crazy consumption of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi felt weak, and eventually made Suzano in the ultimate form unsustainable, and was burned to the dust by the opponent's raging flames. Puff, puff. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki collapsed to the ground, dying. Uchiha Sasuke was full of blue smoke from severe burns, and only the last breath was left. Hoo. After finishing all this, Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help taking a few breaths. Defeat these two people with one enemy and two. He also almost tried his best. Almost confiscated the power, leaving you all dead. Hyuga Shiratori reached out his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at both of them with fixed eyes. After all, his goal is to harvest the opponent's chakra. If he accidentally killed it, it would be difficult to handle. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was stunned and silent. Uchiha Sasuke was silent. They gambled on their lives and issued a full blow. It's fine if the opponent is one enemy and two, and now tell them to have some extra energy? This power gap is too desperate? Don't be upset, this is your limit. Against me, you are bad luck. Hyuga Shiratori's face was indifferent and authentic. Since the binding system, signed in Ōtsutsuki's power began, he has been developing steadily all the time. Reaped chakra of powerful ninjas one after another. The accumulation of small things makes many things, and finally the process from quantitative change to qualitative change is completed. Now, it should be time to harvest the spoils. A green ball of light condensed from the palm of Hyuga Shiratori's hand and hit Uchiha Sasuke's body. The latter immediately made a terrible hiss. Under a sensational scream, chakra in Uchiha Sasuke's body was forcibly stripped out. Since he has little chakra left, he can only squeeze his cells and force his life to release chakra. I saw Uchiha Sasuke's face, aging and shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his hair became Madara white. The eyes were wide open, eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in the right eye, and Rinnegan in the left eye, finally turned into a blind gray. Uchiha Sasuke, die. Well, it's really a very good chakra. Hyuga Shiratori holds a purple chakra in his hand, which feels full of weight. Among the chakras he harvested in the past, it is also one of the best. Watching Uchiha Sasuke's death, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki felt only a chill. Stop. Humans, do you know that when a mortal defeats a god, then it's no longer immortal? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki yelled inwardly. In the flustered eyes, a strange light seemed to flash faintly. The Ōtsutsuki clan is not so easy to kill. He still has a whole card that can save his life. Chakra fruit? Peach style reappears? The silver wheel reincarnated and exploded. The blogger Uzumaki was thrown out of the sky and died on the spot. The wedge in the body is automatically activated. This is the Ōtsutsuki Peach style. After being defeated, he possesses the Uzumaki blogger as a tool. I saw the dead blogger Uzumaki suddenly recovered his heartbeat and rose into the air. The appearance has also changed to varying degrees. A horn grew from his forehead, and his body was covered with mysterious lines in black and white. Only one right eye was opened, the fundus of the eye was black, and the eyeball was light cyan. This is a special pupil technique called Jinjian, whose specific ability is unknown. Damn inferior creature! How dare I destroy my precious weapon? Ōtsutsuki's brow furrowed tightly, and he let out an extremely angry roar. The huge hatred made him want to rush to kill Hyuga Shiratori immediately. But reason tells him that now he is just giving away his head. Are you kidding me? Don't talk about it now. Even in the large 17-barrel wooden peach style in its heyday, it is not certain that it can deal with the Hyuga Shiratori. Incomplete resurrection. This boy's body cannot withstand my strength, and can only hold on for 3 days at most. Before that, I must find a new weapon. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki finally chose to escape after sensibly weighing the pros and cons. Wedge, this is the life-saving means of your Ōtsutsuki clan. Hyuga Shiratori ruthlessly exposed Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's life-saving trump card. You, how did you know this? Ōtsutsuki Urashiki was shocked. From a different planet outside the universe, it has incomparable power and at the same time extremely powerful vitality. Even if they were knocked down for a while, they still have tenacious vitality. Just like the original Ōtsutsuki Peach style, after being defeated, he took the form of a wedge to the Uzumaki blogger, waiting for the opportunity to be resurrected and reborn. This time, Ōtsutsuki Urashiki wanted to use the same technique to lodge the wedge on Hyuga Shiratori, waiting for the opponent to become weak, then suddenly appear to occupy the latter's body. To deal with the Ōtsutsuki clan, pure kills cannot be completely eradicated. The best way to do it once and for all is to eat it. Hyuga Shiratori pressed Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's head with one hand. The secret method of alchemy of the Ōtsutsuki clan has been displayed. No, you can't. Stop it. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki struggled with fear. It's useless, you should know this technique very well. This is your Ōtsutsuki clan's habit of inheriting power, isn't it? Hyuga Shiratori increases the intensity of alchemy. The weak and feeble Ōtsutsuki Urashi, there is no power to resist. After dying and struggling for a while, eventually his body contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye, then melt. Eventually it condensed into a deep red fruit, just like when Ōtsutsuki Golden style was swallowed by Ōtsutsuki Peach style. Now Ōtsutsuki Urashi has followed in the footsteps and has become a chakra fruit. It contains all the power of Ōtsutsuki Ura style. Hyuga Shiratori ate the fruit in one bite. The first is the skyrocketing of chakra, which naturally does not need to be said. Then there is the power of the Ōtsutsuki clan, which is further improved. The blue Rinnegan has evolved into a 6-go jade. The red 6-go jade Rinnegan has evolved into the reincarnation of the 9-go jade Sharinon. The corresponding pupil ability has also been greatly strengthened. I can feel that the strength is constantly improving. It's really wonderful. This kind of evolutionary pleasure is really addictive. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help but scream up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. The wanton laughter spread hundreds of miles around. This makes the fugitive Ōtsutsuki Peach style shudder. The feeling of this breath, it's Piyushi. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki face became extremely ugly. Is that guy also eaten? For the Ōtsutsuki clan, this is the real death? Next, it's your turn, Ōtsutsuki Peach style. When Hyuga Shiratori uttered these words, Tensagen's gaze firmly locked on the Ōtsutsuki Peach style located thousands of miles away. Obviously he had already noticed the existence of the latter, Huangquan Hirazaka. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki immediately used the power of the wedge to open a door to the space, and the figure fled into the different space. It's useless, even if you escape to the end of the world, you can't escape the palm of my hand. Hyuga Shiratori saw the opponent's movement into the different space from a distance. The eyes immediately turned into the red 9-go jade Rinnegan, the Imperial Palace of Heaven. Weave a free and unobstructed space, and start seeing the supernatural powers of the ancestors, the ultimate spatial ability that only Samsara Renan can play. It is different from Huangquan Hirazaka's principle of opening the door of space. The Imperial Palace of Heaven is able to merge a piece of space into another in an instant. The former is for people to invade the space, and the latter is for the space to invade the space. Varied. After Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki entered a different space, he immediately noticed the breath of Hyuga Shiratori. He didn't even dare to match the last move, and immediately used Huangquan Hirazaka again to try to escape. However, he had just opened a door to space and had not had time to enter. The whole world in front of me has become a lava purgatory? This is Hyuga Shiratori's ability to use the power of the Heavenly Lord to forcibly transfer the Ōtsutsuki Peach style in a different space to the space of lava purgatory? Wow. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori appeared behind the opponent in an instant. Go down to me. Kicked the Ōtsutsuki Peach style into the lava below. Damn it. Ōtsutsuki Peach style releases chakra all over the body, forming a tight barrier around the body. Makes the body fall into the magma sea without being burned. But in this way, his chakra will continue to be consumed. Hyuga Shiratori also formed a chakra barrier around his body, and his figure immediately dived into the magma sea. Face Ōtsutsuki Momo style chasing and fighting? Damn humans, don't be too smug. Ōtsutsuki Momosaki used his previous ability to swallow the gold style, using the power of yin and yang to escape, and condensed a red light sword in his hand, a treasure that travels through time and space. Drink. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki wielded the red light shut knife and issued a slash that was no less than that of Suzano. Split the magma in one blow? Wow. Hyuga Shiratori holds a red light fishing rod and greets him head-on. The two had a fierce hand-to-hand battle under the hot lava. The weapons generated by both yin and yang escape have extremely strong strength. The collision of every blow will cause the magma to violently churn. Hyuga Shiratori used the topography of magma to use the chakra of four tails. Lava-style spiral shuriken. A spiral shuriken in the form of magma condensed in his hand, and through continuous rotation, it absorbs the power of magma that is far from around. Further enhance the power. Not good. This chakra. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's complexion changed drastically, and the figure accelerated backward. You can't escape. Hyuga Shiratori's movement speed in the magma has been greatly improved when the whole body is in lava-style chakra mode. He rushed in front of the opponent almost instantly, and shot the terrible lava style in his hand at the latter. Hey, that was a lie to you. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's panicked expression immediately turned into a sinister look. Opening the palm of his right hand, a red Rinnegan was revealed. The High Emperor's spiritual venerable. WHHHHH. The lava-style spiral shuriken that will be attacked in the future will be completely absorbed in an instant. This is really incredible chakra. Now, I will give it back to you. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki opened his left hand and released the lava-style spiral shuriken previously absorbed. Not only that, but the power has increased several times. This makes an already terrifying attack immediately become even more terrifying. This magnified version of the lava-style shuriken, once it explodes, is enough to turn the land within tens of kilometers into a piece of scorched earth. Almost forgot this, your Rinnegan ability. Hyuga Shiratori opened her eyes to reincarnation Renan. The Imperial Palace of Heaven. Base. I just felt the vision in front of my eyes flashed. The first second was hot lava space, but the next second turned into an endless world of ice and snow. In the extremely cold environment, the power of lava style was greatly weakened. But that's the case, the outbreak of lava style still made several icebergs evaporate. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori continued to take close hand-to-hand combat. Regarding the Ōtsutsuki Peach style High Emperor's spirits, any ninjutsu is ineffective, and only physical warfare can be used. Hey, the red light weapons of the two collided again. Hyuga Shiratori struck out with a palm of his left hand. Ōtsutsuki Peach style also takes a palm. Boom. There was a thunderous explosion in the air. Under the action of powerful chakra, even the most ordinary fists can cause huge destructive power. How can you be my opponent in this posture? Hyuga Shiratori squeezed the opponent's fist with his 5 fingers, and at the same time clamped the latter's arm with his other hand. Suddenly thrown into the sky. Immediately afterwards, use the power of Xiansho to control the ice in this space. Turned into arrows of frost, shot at Datong Tao style. Boom, boom, boom. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki waved a knife with one hand and a palm with the other. Most of the frost that was hit in the future shattered, but still a few more flowing arrows brushed his whole body. The cut wound was immediately frozen by the extremely cold breath. However, as the extremely cold air enters the body, his physical ability to move is also greatly reduced. Hyuga Shiratori saw the timing, and his figure jumped up. Ōtsutsuki's peach-like mad combo output was shot out of his palms in midair. Boom, 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 boom. Like a machine gun, his fingers slammed into Ōtsutsuki's peach-like acupuncture points, blocked most of the latter chakra. Humph. Hyuga Shiratori kicked the opponent's stomach fiercely for the last time, making him fall to the ground like a shooting star. Wow. Ōtsutsuki's peach-like body fell into the ice. Blood was vomiting at the mouth, and the white and flawless ice and snow were stained red. Humph. Hyuga Shiratori didn't let the opponent relax for a moment, and continued to step up his attack. The battlefield between the two of them changed from hot magma to cold ice. The experience of a great temperature difference makes it difficult for the body to adapt. But for experts at their level, even in extreme natural environments, they can still live normally. Under this icy world, Hyuga Shiratori and Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki were in an inextricable match. Just physical exercises shattered several icebergs. Hyuga Shiratori has the upper hand the whole time, and expands further. Fura, Fura. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki was slapped twice again, vomiting blood again and again. Damn it. As expected, this body is still unable to. There is a flaw. Hyuga Shiratori caught the opponent's movement error and slammed a heavy punch on the latter's face. Puff. The entire nose was squashed, and blood was gushing out. Huh. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki let out a scream, only feeling the buzzing of his brain. No more, keep going like this. I will be beaten to death by him? Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki was already afraid of being beaten, and completely gave up the armed confrontation, turned around and ran. Boring. Turning your back to me will only make you die faster. Hyuga Shiratori locked his eyes on the opponent's figure and kept chasing after him. The movement speed is better than Zhao's, however, using the ability of space transfer, Hyuga Shiratori will be pulled back immediately. Until now, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki has become a battle of trapped beasts. No way, it seems I can only use this to gamble. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki took out a pink tortoise from his pocket. This is the treasure that Uzumaki bloggers carry with them. Lifeng. Confirm that the user belongs to the Ōtsutsuki clan. Mr. Momoshiki, what era do you plan to go to? The pink tortoise is like a machine program and operates according to instructions. Anywhere? All in all, let me leave this time and space first. Ōtsutsuki shouted impatiently. That tortoise. So that's it, is this the prop for Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki bloggers to travel through time and space? Hyuga Shiratori narrowed his eyes slightly, and his face showed a strong expression of interest. Cut the peach style, Ōtsutsuki appeared. Give me that turtle. A cold light flashed in Hyuga Shiratori's eyes, and Samsara Sharinon was about to launch Heaven's Imperial Cord again. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sting in his eyes. Eye surgery failed to activate? Have you overused your pupil power? Humph. The power of my Ōtsutsuki clan is not that easy to use. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki turned his head, his eyes noticed, and Hyuga Shiratori's dual-purpose 9-go jade suddenly appeared and gradually faded. Reincarnation Sharinon is the new power that Hyuga Shiratori awakened after swallowing the chakra fruit of Ōtsutsuki Ura style. Of course, it takes a certain amount of time to master the new power. So what? I have so many abilities. Rinnegan of Hyuga Shiratori is transformed into Tensagen. Condensed from the hands of Green Truth-Seeking Ball, like a laser cannon like crazy shooting, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki dodged around with dexterity. While pressing his hands on the ground, he injected a large amount of chakra in one breath. Dog feeding is healthy. Summoned a monster with a multi-headed dragon head and a snake body. Boom, 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 boom. The Green Truth-Seeking Ball smashed on the dragon-headed snake body monster, bursting out a huge explosion, both of which cancelled out. Immediately after Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki chakra with fire attributes, a large Flame 073 bird was condensed. Pheasant hunting. A boring little trick. Hyuga Shiratori gathered a large number of truth-seeking balls together, and shot a terrible green light, which instantly pierced the flame bird. Sizzle. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki was wiped by the light of truth-seeking ball, and his arm was pierced through a hideous hole. Ahem, just stick to it for a while. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki endured the severe pain and released more chakra once again, using the power of the fire attribute and the earth attribute to condense into a huge lava giant. Proc. This is also the strongest summon of Ōtsutsuki Peach style, powerful enough to suppress a complete 9 tails. However, he did not send it to stop Hyuga Shiratori with this alone, just to delay the time. Treasure Plow is about to start time and space shuttle. Hyuga Shiratori also saw through the opponent's idea of delaying time, and immediately concentrated Tensagen's pupil power and summoned a huge stone statue of Hamura. This stone elephant also has the powerful ability to sling 9 tails. Boom. The two giants, the lava giant and the Yamura stone statue, are entangled with each other. Hyuga Shiratori can continue to chase the enemy. Crack. I saw the pink tortoise voluntarily into the air, and the unfolded shell revealed an endless and deep spacetime tunnel. The time and space shuttle has been prepared. Please Master Doshi to stay still. During the period of speaking, the space-time tunnel has expanded to a range of tens of meters. Damn it. Ōtsutsuki Momoshike's face sank, and he faced Hyuga Shiratori, who was chasing him without hesitation for a moment. Can he stand still? Hyuga Shiratori Tenseigan is firmly locked on the body of Ōtsutsuki Momoshike. With a horizontal hand, he grabbed a golden lightsaber that went straight to the sky and couldn't find the bottom. Golden wheel reincarnation explodes. Sweeping with one sword. Above the earth, a golden light of 100,000 kilometers long appeared. From east to west, across the horizon. The people of the 5 major countries can clearly see the flash of golden light. Like a miracle, countless people kneel down and pray. Puff chuff. Ōtsutsuki Momoko had no time to dodge and was swept by this golden light. A large amount of blood spattered from the abdomen and waist. I saw his whole being cut off. Hi, Xiang, Bai, Yu. The lower body fell in a pool of blood, and the upper body was still floating in the air. His face looked extremely distorted. This sword, I will remember it, and sooner or later, I will double it back. As soon as the voice fell, the space-time tunnel made by the pink tortoise shrank rapidly. Ōtsutsuki's peach-like upper body hides in it. All the process happened in a flash. At this distance, Hyuga Shiratori is too late. Do you just let Ōtsutsuki peach style leave? Joke? As long as he is staring at Chakra, no one can escape from his hands. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes are fixed, and Tenseigan's pupil power is activated frantically. Tenseigan itself has the ability to open space tunnels. With this pupil power, forcibly open the shrinking space-time tunnel. Delayed for about a second. Such time is almost imperceptible to ordinary ninjas. But for masters, it is the key to change the outcome of the battle. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori turned into a streamer and rushed into the space-time tunnel. In a burst of colorful Madara's brilliance, Hyuga Shiratori and the peach-like figure of Ōtsutsuki disappeared without a trace. In theory, they have completely disappeared in this time and space. The Saruiwa and Hamura stone statues that had lost contact with the operator stopped their actions. The former turned into an active volcano, while the latter kept the appearance of Hamura solidified into a static statue. Many years later, here is still the most spectacular scenery in the Land of Thunder, Xiaoming Te Pai Qian. The vast and invisible, the ultimate method of concealing nature. Ōtsutsuki 1 style, show up? P.S. People who haven't read the follow-up comics may be very strange to this person. Here is a brief explanation. Ōtsutsuki is a kind of planet colonizer who has come to the Earth together with Ōtsutsuki Kagaya for 1,000 years. Later, he was betrayed by Ōtsutsuki Kagaya and was almost killed by a sneak attack. Severely injured, he used his unique pupil technique Xiaoming Teo Paikebeo to shrink his body and invade the body of a human monk. After taking control of the body, he has survived to this day. Look for the right weapon and seek resurrection. Originally, I was eyeing Hyuga Shiratori, but fearing the opponent's strength, Ōtsutsuki didn't dare to do anything. Until later, the arrival of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki and Ōtsutsuki Momoji gave him hope. I thought they would lose both and I would shoot again. I didn't expect Piyushi and Taoshi to lose so badly. Ōtsutsuki let out a sigh. During the period, he had several impulses to attack Hyuga Shiratori from behind, but he considered that the risk of doing so was too high, and if he failed, he would definitely be counter-killed by the opponent. But, at least it's not nothing. Ōtsutsuki walked over to the remaining half of the corpse. When you look intently with your eyes, you can see the extraordinary part of this body. That guy Taoshi found a perfect tool, but unfortunately it has been ruined now. Ōtsutsuki once again expressed regret. I thought that if the other party was still alive, taking the body of the Uzumaki blogger and feeding 10 tails, the top sacred tree would grow. Now only half of the body is left, and the effect of feeding 10 tails will be much worse. Return to the era of World War II. Time and space shuttle. Somewhere in Kanaha Shinobi village, a colorful Madara space tunnel appeared. Ōtsutsuki Momoshike with a broken upper body, fell heavily somewhere in the woods. Wow. Ōtsutsuki Momoshike couldn't help but vomit a bite of blood again, and the whole body was weak and weak. With a lot of bleeding, his life is fast passing by. Damn it! That bastard's attack. Tenseigan's strongest attacking pupil technique, the golden wheel reincarnation bursts. He cut his body in half abruptly. Normal humans are dead long ago, and only the immune to death Xiaoqiang like Ōtsutsuki can temporarily stay for a while. But no matter what, Uzumaki's body is no longer needed. Now there must be a new device. Ōtsutsuki Momoshike suddenly became anxious. Oh, there are people there. At this time, a handsome little boy passed by. He was kind-hearted, and ran over as soon as he saw someone falling to the ground. Wow, you are so badly injured, please hold on, I will call you someone right away. When he came closer, he saw that only the upper body was left, lying in a pool of blood, looking like a dead person. It looks terrible. Wait a minute, cough cough. Ōtsutsuki Momoshike raised his head with difficulty, and gave him a weak look. Alas, this blonde, blue pupil, and this face looks a bit familiar. Ha 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 ha, turned out to be the ancestors of this guy. Interesting, it's so funny. Ōtsutsuki Momoshike couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. In his perception, the little boy in front of him is, by blood, the immediate ancestor of the Uzumaki blog he occupies at this time. Based on the overall time, it is most likely the father of 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, what are you talking about? The boy was Namikaze Minato when he was a child. At this time, he looked blank, completely unaware of what the injured stranger was talking about. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the other person's face seems a bit similar to him. Could it be that they are still relatives? That's it. It seems that your destiny is also very interesting. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki opened the clear eye of his right eye and saw everything about Namikaze Minato in an instant. Rap lineage, chakra, talent, and destiny? The prophetic son of this era has a legendary fate. The eyes, you are a ninja. Namikaze Minato's face was startled. A mysterious person with a suspicious identity, and was seriously injured. Smart, he faintly noticed that the other person's eyes were not right. Let him have a strong feeling of being stared at by wild beasts. Without the slightest hesitation, Namikaze Minato immediately turned around and ran away. However, before he had time to walk a few steps, time was frozen at this moment. Namikaze Minato at this time, the whole body seems to be turned into a statue, even the eyes can't turn. I can see that everything around me freezes with my peripheral light. Fallen leaves hovering in the air, birds that stop chirping. A mysterious person dressed in white suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The son of prophecy on earth, from this moment on, your destiny will be controlled by my Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. After leaving a meaningful word, the mysterious person in white turned into nothingness and disappeared. Time resumed its flow. Namikaze Minato knelt to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. Just now, what the hell was that? Subconsciously looked back. I saw the previous body with only the upper body left, missing. Not even a drop of blood was left, as if it had never appeared in this world. I've been too tired from practicing recently, so I have hallucinations. Namikaze Minato had a weird face and reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. I don't know if I should tell others. This matter is too weird. I am afraid that no one will believe it if it is said. A mysterious person who suddenly appeared in the woods with only half of his body left. To be honest, normal humans can never live. What am I? Find flowers. Namikaze Minato looked at the palm of his hand, and didn't know when there was a diamond-shaped black mark. The expression fell into a long period of contemplation. 5 years later, located somewhere on the border of the country of fire and the country of rain, a distorted space gap appeared in the sky. Compared to the colorful Madara when the Ōtsutsuki Peach style appeared at the beginning, the space tunnel that appeared this time looks very violent. There was only pitch black inside, and even the line of sight was distorted multiple times, revealing the indescribable horror. It makes people feel a kind of horror that opens the door of hell. However, in this extremely harsh space, a figure broke through the void. It is like a giant space beast, unable to bite off this hard bone, and spit it out reluctantly. 0. The ragged Hyuga Shiratori landed on the ground. He saw his eyes closed tightly and his face was indifferent, and his body fell into an unprecedented weakness. Can't even move a finger. After all, he underestimated the danger of time travel. Use Tenseigion's pupil power to forcefully trace the spacetime tunnel where Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki is located. Prepare to take the free ride of this time and space journey. This is equivalent to a person standing on top of a high-speed train, and it is easy to be blown away by turbulent air currents. The free ride that travels through time and space is approaching the speed of light infinitely. The space of distortion is enough for a shadow master to knead a piece of dough on a chopping board alive. The Ōtsutsuki Peach style is also able to reach safely with the help of a treasure and a plow. Hyuga Shiratori wants to forcefully travel through time and space with his own strength. A heavy price must be paid. Fortunately, Hyuga Shiratori is not an ordinary person. It relies on the infinite chakra that is the sum of the 9 big-tailed beasts in the body, plus various pupil techniques. It was abruptly carrying the squeeze of the distortion space all the way, and rushed out. But at the last moment, he still lost the trail of Ōtsutsuki Momoko. In the end, he could only rely on his own strength to crawl out of this vast void. But the difference in this step is 1,000 miles away. Hyuga Shiratori stepped into the space and time, 5 years later than Ōtsutsuki Peach style. Kanaha Sunin in youth. The freezing cold wind mixed with icy rain splashed on the ground. I saw that Hyuga Shiratori's clothes were quite tattered, with countless injuries and blood flowing all over his body. The breath from the tip of his nose was extremely weak, and if he hadn't had a little ups and downs in his chest, I'm afraid anyone would think that this was a corpse left in the wilderness. He opened his eyes and his vision was completely dark. Are the consequences of excessive use of pupil power? Hyuga Shiratori muttered to himself, and closed his eyes again. A wry smile appeared involuntarily at the corner of his mouth, thinking about this chaotic time and space shuttle. He didn't know which era he came into, and where it was. As the body was severely damaged by the twisted time and space, Hyuga Shiratori at this moment was 073, and his internal injuries were quite serious. Even the chakra meridian in the body has been severely damaged. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a normal person to survive such an injury. But he has the power of Ōtsutsuki and is extremely strong. As long as there is a breath left, you can still go on. Hyuga Shiratori does not have a little chakra in his body, but he can extract the chakra of Zyonsho by absorbing the natural energy between heaven and earth. As long as there is a little chakra, he can constantly repair the broken body. After a while, he was keenly aware of someone approaching here. Although he was temporarily blind at Shuangming, it did not affect his perception ability. Damn Rain Shinobi Village. Why can the enemy predict so accurately every step of Kanaha's military deployment? Obviously, it seems that a traitor has appeared in the village. How is this possible? Our action was jointly formulated by the third generation and several senior elders, who can steal information under their noses. 3 young people, 2 men, and 1 woman. Chakra above Jonin. Although Hyuga Shiratori can't see it with his eyes, he can detect the strength of the chakra of these 3 people hundreds of meters away. Is it better to start first? Hyuga Shiratori estimated in his heart, with his current chakra. Using Xiansha plus wood style, you can probably create a reduced version of wooden golem jutsu. If the opponent can't reach the defense, there is a probability of 80% that these 3 people can be instantaneously. However, there is a small probability that a person on the other side escapes from the attack of wooden golem and may be injured. However, for Hyuga Shiratori, whose body is still unable to move and chakra is weak, this may become an uncertain threat. Based on comprehensive considerations, Hyuga Shiratori gave up his plan to make a sneak attack. Before you can distinguish the hostility, let's not rush it. In this way, Hyuga Shiratori continued to lie quietly, pretending to be a dead person. Huh? Wait. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Chakra's reaction was not perceived nearby, but there is a hint of blood in the air. Orochimaru subconsciously licked his tongue, a pair of golden pupils, scanning the surroundings sharply. There? Someone seems to be injured. Tsunade looked intently and found that a boy-like body was lying in a puddle not far away. As a medical ninja, she ran over subconsciously. Wait, Tsunade? Beware of the enemy. Jiraiya quickly followed. As these 3 approached, Hyuga Shiratori could finally confirm the identity of each other. Kanaha-sunin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. In terms of age, they are all in their 20s. This can be used to determine the approximate age. Is the timeline the Second Ninja War? Hyuga Shiratori confirmed the current era. He was badly injured. Tsunade stepped forward and took a closer look. An unidentified boy who appeared on the battlefield is suspicious. Jiraiya frowned. So, do you want to kill it? Orochimaru took out a handful of kunao. As a young man, he has been accustomed to countless killings. Developed an icy character. Hehe. Hyuga Shiratori, who was lying on the ground, said that he was not afraid at all. The wounded god of ninja is still a god. Not a mere stinky snake can handle it. As long as he wants, he can instantaneously Orochimaru at any time. This. Killed without confirming the identity. Too much, right? Jiraiya hesitated. In all fairness, Orochimaru's proposal is not unreasonable. This is a battlefield, and everything must be the foundation of the victory of the war. Who knows if the other party is a spy from the enemy? Ning, kill the mistake and don't let it go. No. Tsunade categorically refused, and said firmly, as a medical ninja, I absolutely cannot tolerate killing a young man who is injured and unable to move. Too naive? You will kill yourself on the battlefield, Tsunade. Orochimaru said coldly. That can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Tsunade retorted unceremoniously. Well okay, you don't want to quarrel anymore, it hurts the peace of your companions. Is it just an injured teenager? If we watch, what will happen? Jiraiya hurriedly acted as a peacemaker. Tsunade turned his face away, then leaned down, preparing to enter chakra first, to carefully check the opponent's injury. Hyuga Shiratori immediately hid the chakra in his body. This young man was hurt so badly, what did he go through to get hurt like this? Tsunade frowned, puzzled. With her countless experience in healing, she couldn't even judge what kind of injury this young man suffered for a while. Orochimaru likes to study the structure of the human body and can see Hyuga Shiratori's physical condition at a glance. Meridians and internal organs are severely damaged. Even if it is cured, it is just a waste. In this age of worthless war, it is better to die without pain. But he was also very curious. He was still alive after being so badly injured. Isn't his vitality too strong? You don't need to teach me how to do it, Orochimaru. Tsunade yelled at the other party again. She, who is stubborn by nature, is also excited at this time. If you say it can't be cured, then I just want to cure it for you. The old lady is Kanaha's first medical ninja? Now let's take him back to Kanaha's camp. Jiraiya suggested. Kanaha camp, Tsunade's treatment. Kanaha camp. After a whole night of medical ninjutsu treatment in Tsunade, Hyuga Shiratori finally awake. Okay. In fact, he was sober from the beginning. If you are injured, you can recover on your own. But if someone healed him, that would save a lot of chakra. Woo. Tsunade reached out and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his face pale because of the consumption of a large amount of chakra. However, when Hyuga Shiratori was able to sit up, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Being able to pull the wounded back from the deathline is the pride of being a medical ninja. Are you awake? How do you feel? Thank you, I feel good. Hyuga Shiratori regained his mobility and eased his hands and feet. Then he was about to take off the blindfolded bandage. Wait, here, I have to tell you bad news, your eyes. I'm afraid it will be hard to see the light anymore. Tsunade said regretfully. After examination, she found that the optic nerves of the opponent's eyes were severely damaged. Things like nerves are generally more difficult to treat. 17. However, in order to comfort each other, she added something. Please rest assured, when I return to Kanaha, I will do my best to help you heal it. Hyuga Shiratori only felt speechless for a while. I thought you thought I was really blind? Isn't it because the pupils are overused and the optic nerve fails? Nerve damage. Even if the entire eyeball was dug out, Using the yin and yang ability to escape, he can still grow a pair of eyeballs again? Is that so? It's pretty good to survive. Hyuga Shiratori put down his hand to understand the bandage. Blindfolded. Anyway, his pupil power has not fully recovered yet. With normal vision, perception is enough. Actions will not be affected too much. Seeing the other party's attitude free and easy, I didn't feel annoyed at all because I couldn't cure the other's eyes. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief at once, and at the same time felt a touch of affection for the boy in front of him. As a medical ninja, he has treated more wounded people. Everyone has encountered anything strange. For example, before rescuing a Kanaha shinobi who stepped on the detonating talisman trap, the first thing he woke up was to complain that you didn't keep his legs. The arm was poisoned and necrotic, and amputation was necessary to save his life. The other party also called you a quack. Obviously some of the wounded died on the way here, and his family members even blackmailed you for failing to heal them. Please? She is a medical ninja, but not a god. However, despite many bad things, Tsunade insisted on being a medical ninja who rescued the wounded. My name is Tsunade, Kanaha's medical ninja. What is your name? Tsunade took the initiative to report to the door. The purpose should also be asked about the identity of the other party. After all, this is Kanaha's barracks, and unidentified people cannot be allowed to stay. Hyuga Shiratori also knew this truth, and then randomly compiled an identity. My name is Shiratori, and I'm a wandering ninja. Because I strayed into the military restricted area of Rain Shinobi Village, I was severely beaten by them. Sure enough, is it a ninja? Tsunade narrowed his eyes, then nodded secretly. She probably had a judgment. After being so badly injured, he was able to survive. Obviously, the opponent can never be an ordinary person. If the other party hides his identity as a ninja, it is even more doubtful. The identity of the wandering ninja is also very reasonable. Because here is the border of many countries, it is normal that fish and dragons are mixed with various forces. I'm sorry, although you say that, I can't completely believe you. You can't leave this camp without permission. Kanaha will provide you with basic humanitarian assistance. You understand what I said? Tsunade said with a serious face. Although she is kind-hearted, she is not a brainless virgin either. In the face of a stranger, one must remain vigilant. Understand? Hyuga Shiratori nodded. He was not interested in war or Kanaha at all. What he has to do now is to restore his strength as soon as possible. Then try to find the Ōtsutsuki peach style that also came to this era. The opponent has a treasure plow, which can safely travel through time and space, and should come earlier than him. The injury is too serious and can't be cured. It is estimated that a body has been replaced now. As for whom it will possess, it is hard to say. But the only certainty is that the Ōtsutsuki peach style that came into this era will definitely designed to capture the tail beast. After all, the Ōtsutsuki family, who is not the huge chakra. After a few brief instructions, Tsunade received the communication and hurriedly left the camp. Hyuga Shiratori is alone, meditation and recuperation. Tsunade, you still did such a silly stupid thing. Orochimaru looked at the other person's expression. He probably guessed what the latter did all night. My business, don't worry about you. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said pretentiously. What she dislikes most is Orochimaru's attitude of disregarding life, thinking that the other person's personality is contrary to ordinary people. If it is not corrected, big problems will occur sooner or later. Don't say that, Tsunade. We care about you too. Jiraiya persuaded. In his opinion, both Orochimaru and Tsunade are his best friends. Being passionate, Orochimaru glanced at him disgustingly, and didn't want to say anything more. Put a scroll of information on the stage. This is news from the front line. Kanaha's 1st and 2nd detachments were ambushed by the large stock Rain Shinobi in the east, and the entire army has been wiped out. How so? Tsunade was shocked, then cut him. Kanaha Jonin Katadan is a good friend of Tsunade. The other party has been pursuing her, and she also has a certain affection for the other party. Tsunade decided to try to interact with each other after the war. Who knows that not long after this battle started, Kato Tannen had received a lunch early. Sorrow and change, Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes flashed for a while, and as one of the suitors, he couldn't say anything. This is not the time to be sad. Orochimaru scolded the two of them, and said with a heavy face, from Rain Shinobi's actions, it is certain. They know Kanaha's combat deployment well. Moreover, Rain Shinobi's combat effectiveness has far exceeded our expectations. There must be something behind this. What forces are supporting them? Eat Dan's Hanzo of the Salamander? According to Orochimaru, the current war situation is extremely unfavorable for Kanaha. Tsunade's face was solemn, and soon suppressed the sadness of his friend's sacrifice. Although her relationship with Kato Susan is good, it is not good enough to be very close. The situation of the war is urgent and the overall situation must be the most important thing. The two troops on the Eastern Front have been wiped out, so we are alone here, and we must consider retreating. Orochimaru said solemnly. But, didn't Mrs. Sarutobi say that we must hold on to this position? Jiraiya said hesitantly. As a disciple of 3rd Hokage, he is not very smart, and he always follows the instructions of his teacher. Idiot! The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. How can you act according to the arrangements? Orochimaru is wise and brave, and has never taken the rules seriously. If you want to consider retreating, please let me move the wounded in the camp first, Tsunade suggested. Orochimaru's lips moved. He wanted to say that he should just throw away all the injuries. However, considering the other party's stubborn temper, it is impossible to listen to him. In addition, Jiraiya, a licking dog, will definitely stand in Tsunade's position and say good things. The three of them belonged to the same level, and each led a team to gather together. If the other two disagreed, Orochimaru could not forcefully issue an order. Seeing this, Orochimaru had to acquiesce to Tsunade's proposal. However, it turns out that Orochimaru's concerns are correct. On the same day, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Rain Shinobi village, led the main force and slammed into Konoha's camp aggressively. At this moment, it was too late for Konoha's troops to retreat. Can only be forced to fight on the spot? Huh? It's a bit strange, this abnormal chakra. Hyuga Shiratori stayed in the camp to recover on his own. Originally, he did not intend to intervene in this war. However, I have nothing to do, just let out the perception and sweep it. The result really made him discover an unusual place. The enemy's leader is Hanzo of the Salamander, let me take the lead first. Jiraiya was so excited as if he had been beaten up. Although it is a bit detrimental to say that, but Kato's death gave him hope of pursuing Tsunade. He wanted to win Tsunade's heart through his bravery in the war. Jiraiya, don't die. Orochimaru frowned and tried to persuade him. Don't be brave? The opponent is a long-standing first-class ninja. Tsunade also felt that Jiraiya was unreliable. Mount Myaboku Daisen, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya's brain was hot, but also young and vigorous and refused to admit defeat, and rushed up alone. Yelled at Hanzo of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi's army. Konoha Jonin Jiraiya is here, can your excellency Hanzo dare to fight? Young people shouldn't be overbearing. Hanzo of the Salamander said coldly. Oh, Hanzo, who is known as a demigod, dare not accept the challenge of my young man. Jiraiya resorted to radical obstacles. Hanzo of the Salamander narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. It just so happens that he also has the idea of rubbing Konoha's morale. Okay, since you are here to die, then I will fulfill you. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander walked out of Rain Shinobi's army. The two stood facing each other. The ninja troops on both sides of Konoha and Rain Shinobi shouted in unison. The outcome of the two fights will greatly affect the morale of the two armies. Jiraiya is full of confidence, thinking that he is a direct disciple of the dignified ninjutsu professor Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it should be true to the leader of a small country. Make seals with both hands, refine your own chakra into oil, and then spit it out with fire style. Fire style flame bomb. Water style water barrier. Hanzo of the Salamander also seals, summoning a powerful wall of water on the spot, blocking the incoming flame bombs from the front. It was discovered that Jiraiya had disappeared. Is it a feint? It's just a pediatric trick. Hanzo of the Salamander is an old ninja who has experienced many battles. He immediately noticed Jiraiya who used Earth style to sneak under his feet. Earth style heart decapitation technique. Jiraiya stretched out his hands from the ground, grabbed Hanzo of the Salamander's feet, and then forcibly dragged it into the ground. Successful, huh? Before Jiraiya had time to be happy, he realized that the Hanzo of the Salamander he had caught had turned into a splash. Moisture? Fire style detonate Fuyan array. Hanzo of the Salamander laid a large number of detonating symbols under the ground to form a blasting technique. Rumble, rumbling, rumbling. Only a series of explosions were heard. The ground was blown up, and Jiraiya's figure was forcibly blown out. Ahem. Jiraiya hardened her hair to cover her body, reducing the damage from the explosion, but still suffered a lot of injuries. In your next life, remember not to be so reckless, young man. Hanzo of the Salamander drew out a sickle and chased him mercilessly. Jiraiya. That idiot. Tsunade and Orochimaru saw that their partners were in crisis, but they didn't care about the one-on-one match, so they rushed out to support them. When the two armies looked at Konoha's side, they were actually 3-1. Rain Shinobi's troops yelled at him, Konoha's face was embarrassed and he couldn't refute it, and his morale was suppressed. Ninfa Shul King Snake Hand. Orochimaru waved his hand and summoned a large number of snake shadows to bite the opponent. Come just right. Hanzo of the Salamander swept his sickle and cut off all the snake shadows instantly. It hurts my feet. Tsunade stumped down with a big foot from the air. Wow. Hanzo of the Salamander used the instantaneous technique and retreated. Boom. The ground was blown by Tsunade. Nice strange power. Of Zhaohao. Hanzo of the Salamander gave a compliment. Zhang. Orochimaru drew a shinobi sword and rushed towards the opponent quickly. Ding 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 ding. Hanzo of the Salamander greeted him with his sickle. This Konoha-ryu swordsmanship was taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? However, it's still not enough. A cold light flashed in Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes, and an unusually powerful chakra burst out of his hands in an instant. Pai Fang. Orochimaru was cut back with a knife, and the shinobi in his hand was also shaken by the opponent's chakra. His face became serious. Good chakra? Stronger than Mr. Sarutobi. Dan? Hanzo of the Salamander's extremely powerful chakra is clearly the power of chakra Dan? The corner of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, is he manipulating all this behind the scenes? Summoning technique. Sancho fish, Toadwen 2, 10,000 snakes. Katsuyu, boom. 4 summoning beasts are fighting fiercely. Sancho fish released a powerful poison and turned over the remaining 3 summoning beasts. Damn it. Doesn't even our technique work. Jiraiya gasped for breath. Chakra, the gap is too big. Orochimaru's face was ugly. Neither of you move, I will detoxify you first. Tsunade used advanced medical ninjutsu, and then took out the technique and brought out the toxin from the two of them. Oh, can you fight again? Great young people, from today I will call you Kanaha's Sunin. Hanzo of the Salamander gave the 3 affirmative comments on his mouth, but the killing intent in his eyes was undiminished. Because of this, I must kill you today. The victory of this war belongs to us range shinobi. Hanzo of the Salamander is an old conspirator. If the situation of the war favored Kanaha, he would let go of the 3 forbearances in front of him in exchange for political goodwill. But now that range shinobi has won a big victory, then you must kill Kanaha's people to fight for more benefits? Wow, instant technique? So fast. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly tightened. I saw Hanzo of the Salamander come to him in an instant, kicked over, Ninfa Needle Jizo. Jiraiya immediately wrapped himself with hair to form a defense. But still being kicked by the opponent's powerful physical power, he vomited blood and flew upside down. Summoning technique Rashomon. Orochimaru immediately resorted to the forbidden technique and summoned a strong defensive iron gate. Boom. Hanzo of the Salamander smashed it with a single knife, and Orochimaru flew away with a huge impact. Sakura Huachong. Tsunade focused chakra on his fist and used a strange force. Hanzo of the Salamander grabbed Tsunade's iron fist with a backhand grip. What? Tsunade was shocked. No one has ever been able to take his iron fist head-on. It's useless, my chakra is far above you. Hanzo of the Salamander flung Tsunade away with one hand. There was a wanton smile on his face. That mysterious man's Dan is really a good thing. Just eat it and you can get infinite power. Hanzo of the Salamander has an overwhelming advantage with one enemy 3. All of a sudden, range shinobi's troops erupted with a frenzied voice. On Kanaha's side, morale plummeted, and the will to fight continued to decline. It's going to retreat. No more fights. Orochimaru shouted solemnly. The 3 backed away in a hurry. Seeing this, Hanzo of the Salamander waved his knife and shouted loudly, Kanaha has already failed. The victory belongs to us, range shinobi. Kill it. Kill. Range shinobi's troops charged. After I come to the palace, you will lead the troops to retreat first. Jiraiya stepped forward, determined to give up his life for justice. Jiraiya. Tsunade couldn't bear to see her companion die, but she also had her own responsibility and had to lead the medical unit under her to leave. Orochimaru took a deep look at the latter, then turned around blankly. From a tactical perspective, abandoning Jiraiya is a helpless choice. Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya used a large-scale Earth-style. This is the strongest ninjutsu he can currently use. In this period, he has not learned Sage Mode, nor has he learned Renan. Guru Lulu. A large swamp was created in one breath, blocking most of range shinobi's forward path. The trick of delaying time. Hanzo of the Salamander sealed his hands and summoned a water dragon. He stepped on the water dragon and walked along the swamp. I'm fighting with you. Jiraiya pulled out a handful of kunao and rushed towards the latter angrily. Puff chuff. Hanzo of the Salamander slashed through with a swift speed. The ninja forehead protector on Jiraiya's forehead was cut off, and his forehead was cut open with a hideous wound with deep bones, and he fell unconscious in a pool of blood. As the caster was overthrown, the terrain of the Yellow Spring Marsh was restored to a level ground. Range shinobi continued to charge. The morale of the Kanaha shinobi was low, and he was beaten to nothing. Orochimaru's face flashed with determination, leading the remaining troops to defend. The medical unit is an important resource for the village. Tsunade, lead the headquarters to escape. In this era, Orochimaru still has a will to fire and is willing to dedicate his life to the village. I see. Tsunade tearfully led the medical ninja under him to retreat. At the same time, he did not forget to bring the wounded. It's really interesting now the real situation has completely changed. Hyuga Shiratori took the initiative to walk out of the camp, facing the battlefield with great interest, fighting in front of him. Shiratori, you can also run away with us. I'm sorry, in this case, we don't have enough energy to protect you. When Tsunade passed the wounded camp, he reminded him in good faith. However, she has no obligation to protect each other for reasons other than relatives. At this time, what do you still care about me as a stranger? Instead, Hyuga Shiratori gave him a strange look. You. There was a silence on Tsunade's face. Just about to say something, suddenly I saw several Kyo with detonating charms flying towards her. Carefully, Tsunade subconsciously threw Hyuga Shiratori to the ground. Rumble, rumbling. The explosion of the detonation talisman exploded the surrounding camps into flat ground. Cough 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 cough. Tsunade had a grey head, and supported her body with both hands. So, you really don't need to talk to me. Hyuga Shiratori was lying under the opponent's body at this time. Don't get me wrong. You just happened to be by my side. Tsunade was immediately annoyed, thinking that the other party was really awkward. He obviously saved his life, and said she was nosy. Really? I thought it was a love story that I love to hear. Hyuga Shiratori shrugged, joking humorously on her face. Huh? What are you thinking about? The meaning is unclear. When is it now? Tsunade opened her eyes wide in amazement, feeling dumbfounded. In the current war, there are constant fights. The other party didn't seem to take it seriously. On that calm face, it seemed like a war was happening right now, but it was just a child's play. Then I ask you a question, do you care about fights between ants? Hyuga Shiratori said calmly. Ants? Fight. Tsunade seemed to have heard some incredible magic. Ninja World War, a fierce war in which countless ninjas fight. It was judged by the boy in front that it was ants fighting? Huh? How dare you call the old man an ant? What a big tone. After Hanzo of the Salamander beheaded Jiraiya and overturned Orochimaru, the last goal was Tsunade. I consider myself invincible to fight all over the world? Unexpectedly, I heard such a rampant words. When I came closer, I saw that it was a teenager who looked 10 to 3 or 4 years old. The eyes seemed to be injured and they were bandaged. Just such a sick guy, dare to utter wild words? Don't get in the way. Tsunade stood in front of him, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, "You hurt my companion, I will never forgive you. Little girl, I heard that you are the granddaughter of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, right? Medical ninjutsu is very good, come to me, I will give you the second in command of Rain Shinobi Village." Hanzo of the Salamander put forward a self-conceited offer. "I refuse? Kanaha Shinobi, I will never surrender." After Tsunade said, he clenched his fists and rushed towards the opponent. "Good backbone? But, I will use force to make you succumb." Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes cold, and he swept the sickle in his hand. Speedy slash? Tsunade dodged in a hurry, but found that the ninja forehead protector on his forehead was shaved off. Huh. Hanzo of the Salamander threw an iron chain and bound Tsunade's arm. "I'm not a weak woman, drink it." Tsunade held the iron chain with his backhand, shouted, and forcibly dragged the opponent over. Then an iron fist hit the opponent head-on. Boom. Unexpectedly, it hit Shadow Clone. The figure of Hanzo of the Salamander emerged from the ground, and a sickle was cut towards Tsunade's waist. Puff chuff. In an emergency, Tsunade had only time to stagger the key points and was cut open. A lot of blood gushed out from the wound. Tsunade covered the wound with one hand and quickly backed away. Tisk tusk food, really delicious. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head commentingly. This level of combat is not orders of magnitude worse than what he has experienced. Boy, what are you talking about? Hanzo of the Salamander frowned, and Lingran's killing intent was suddenly locked on the opponent's body. That guy. Tsunade was pale and panting, and looked at Hyuga Shiratori in surprise. Locked by Hanzo of the Salamander's killing intent, but the other party didn't feel any fear? Oh, so courageous. Facing the old man's killing intent, he can still keep his face unchanged. This is worthy of praise. Hanzo of the Salamander also gave a positive evaluation. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head again, faintly. "No, your level of killing intent can't even be called the barking of a wild dog. There is nothing to praise. You." Hanzo of the Salamander suddenly became furious. This ridicule is so open, it makes people explode on the spot. As the leader of Rain Shinobi Village and a scheming conspirator, Hanzo of the Salamander has never been insulted like this. "Boy, I will make you regret coming to this world." Hanzo of the Salamander was murderous, and he released a terrifying chakra. Tsunade, who was on the side, felt pale, and said solemnly, "How can this old fellow's chakra be stronger than Sarutobi teacher? Just eating a little Dan will make you swell to this point. If it's a funny performance by a clown, you will indeed be very successful." Hyuga Shiratori continued to taunt the other party unscrupulously. Surprisingly, after hearing this sentence, Hanzo of the Salamander didn't feel annoyed. Instead, his face showed great horror. You know Dan." As if thinking of something, his face changed overcastly. Asked tentatively, "Could it be? Are you that adult's person?" Tsunade was dumbfounded when he listened. "What is Dan? What that lord? Don't know what these two people are talking about? Ōtsutsuki Peach style, is he also worthy?" Hyuga Shiratori let out a sneer. "Find flowers." At the same time, from the other party's words, he also got the information that Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki was active in this era. "Tell me, where is Ōtsutsuki Peach style?" Hyuga Shiratori asked. "I don't know the name of that adult. He suddenly appeared one day and then disappeared suddenly, giving me miraculous power." Hanzo of the Salamander once again locked his fierce gaze on Hyuga Shiratori, and said coldly, "But now it is certain that you are the enemy of that lord? As long as I catch you, that lord will definitely do it. Do you agree with me?" "Forget it, I shouldn't have expectations of you. With Ōtsutsuki's peach-like cunning, I will definitely not leave information." Hyuga Shiratori gave up on searching for information from Hanzo of the Salamander after thinking a little bit. 0. Because the latter pattern is too low to be a pawn of Ōtsutsuki. Wow. Hanzo of the Salamander didn't talk nonsense, and his hands were sealed to display the instant technique. Cut it fast. With this blow, even Jonin would not have time to react and would be killed in seconds. Ding. I saw Hyuga Shiratori stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the opponent's sickle. Varied. Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes widened in shock. Not to mention it is now, even before he swallowed Dan, few of his knives could withstand it, unarmed. Tsunade was also stunned by this scene. Regardless of this ordinary blow, Hanzo of the Salamander has 10 powerful chakras attached. The slashing power of this sickle can be described as cutting iron like mud. Jiraiya was beheaded, Orochimaru was chopped to the ground. These are all bloody examples. However, the blindfolded boy in front of him caught the opponent's blade with his bare hands. What a powerful chakra that must be. Crack. Hyuga Shiratori pulled his finger lightly, as if pulling foam, and easily broke the opponent's sickle with chakra. "Dan, you have to eat at least 1,000, then come and fight with me." Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and waved, and that seemingly light palm landed on Hanzo of the Salamander's chest. Sage Art Gentle Fist, inch. Sage art gentle fist. No fancy moves, just plain palms. Certainly, Hanzo of the salamander was stiff in place, unable to move like a heavy hammer. 2 eyes protruding, open mouth, spit out a lot of blood clots mixed with internal organs. Killed instantly, 1-hit kill. On the battlefield, both Kanaha and range shinobi who were fighting each other stopped their hands one after another, staring at all this in front of me in amazement. Hanzo-sama died. How can this be? Range shinobi collapsed on the spot. Hanzo of the salamander is like a god in range shinobi's mind. Over the years, Hanzo of the salamander led range shinobi, fought against the great powers, and achieved a series of victories. He was about to defeat Kanaha from the strongest ninja village. Why suddenly an inexplicable guy appeared and killed their leader? Such a dramatic ending is really unacceptable. Kanaha felt that he was lying down and won, and he didn't know how to react for a while. This move seems to be the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. But the breath of chakra is the same as Grandpa's sage mode. This is the end. Tsunade stared at Hyuga Shiratori in shock and complicated. Did she save a fairy character back then? Puff chuff. Hyuga Shiratori held a red fishing rod and skillfully hooked out a group of chakra from Hanzo of the salamander's body. The chakra itself is not good, but since it has the power of Dan, it barely has the value of hunting. Able to extract chakra directly from the ninja's body? This is not what an ordinary ninja should have. Shiratori, who are you on Earth? Tsunade looked at the latter with a complicated expression. I come from the future, probably 26 years ago. Hyuga Shiratori did not hide it, and directly stated his identity. In the 4th Ninja World War, everyone called me a new generation of ninja god. If you say that, you should understand it. Future. The 4th Ninja World War. The new generation of ninja gods. Sorry, there are too many news, I still can't understand. Tsunade said blankly. So it is. Orochimaru dragged his bruised body and walked over. There was a scientific zeal on his face. There really is something that travels through time and space. I have done related research a long time ago, but due to equipment and energy, I can only stay at the stage of theory. Orochimaru looked at Hyuga Shiratori curiously. I don't know the future of the god of ninjas. What's the point in this era? Chasing and killing someone. That's it. Ōtsutsuki Mamako. Tsunade chanted the name he had just heard, with a thoughtful look on his face. The Ōtsutsuki clan. From ancient times to the present, I haven't heard of this name in the ninja world. It's normal if I haven't heard it, because they are not creatures on this planet, but from outer space. Hyuga Shiratori raised his finger to the sky and continued. You can understand that he is an alien. Alien? I'm sorry, I can't understand. Tsunade looked dumbfounded. Other planets. It's really interesting. The world is so big. Orochimaru looked up at the sky, thinking deeply. Ōtsutsuki Peach style, he should have come to this era than I did 5 years ago. During these 5 years, he will have plenty of time to make plans. Hyuga Shiratori said. What the hell does he want to do here? Capture the 9 big-tailed beasts. What? Tsunade was shocked. 9 big-tailed beasts are a strategic balance weapon to maintain peace in the ninja world. It turns out that, so to speak, the unusual things that happened recently in the shinobi world can be reasonably explained. A ray of light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he continued. Although Hanzo of the salamander is a veteran ninja, it is not too strong. It seems that behind this is the power of the alien. Inciting a war in the ninja world, does that guy want to take advantage of the chaos to seize the tail beasts of the major ninja villages? Tsunade learned from other things, and quickly thought of the key to the problem. Then he turned his head and fixed his eyes on Hyuga Shiratori. Shiratori-san, shouldn't you be Kanaha's enemy? I have nothing to do with you. Hyuga Shiratori responded. Oh, ninja god, aren't you interested in tail beasts? Orochimaru asked tentatively. I'm interested. But I have all the 9 big-tailed beasts of my time as my own, and I don't need yours anymore. Hyuga Shiratori explained seriously. Tsunade. Orochimaru. There are too many slots, I don't know where to start. The era in the future is really difficult. A drop of cold sweat oozes from Orochimaru's forehead. I wonder now, have we in the future been killed by you? Tsunade proposed a weird and very real hypothesis. I am also very curious about it. How will my life be well in the future? Orochimaru asked curiously. Don't worry. You both are alive and well. Hyuga Shiratori answered in the affirmative. Both of them are living well, that is to say, Jiraiya is still. Tsunade sighed. Humph, that stupid idiot, I guess he's going to die again, right? Orochimaru scolded, feeling a little sad in his heart. Orochimaru, you will become a traitor and continue to study your science. Tsunade became Kanaha's 5th Hokage, but... Hyuga Shiratori continued. When Tsunade heard that he would become Hokage in the future, although he was a little surprised, he didn't feel too surprised. After all, my old lady is also capable, but what? You don't seem to want to be Hokage anymore, you want to follow me. Varied. Tsunade opened his mouth again, and then seemed to think of some possibility. His cheeks flushed involuntarily. This is absolutely impossible. 20 years later, I am 50 years old, how could it be right? You kid. Tsunade, with your stinky personality, maybe you will develop a forbidden technique to keep your face in the future. There is nothing to be embarrassed about sacrificing yourself to follow the god of ninjas. Orochimaru made a rare joke. In fact, when he heard this, he basically believed in the future that Hyuga Shiratori said. Because of his unruly nature, Kanaha is indeed likely to be judged in the future. As for engaging in scientific research, he already had such an idea now. Conquered Tsunade, Orochimaru. Then I will speak directly. I want you to be my subordinates. Hyuga Shiratori spoke unceremoniously. This. Tsunade's face became a little weird. Suddenly, let us listen to you. Are you too direct? I am willing to serve the ninja god. Orochimaru simply accepted the other party's solicitation. Orochimaru. Tsunade cast a surprised look at once. This Orochimaru, who has always been rebellious, would be willing to join others? Haha, ninja world respects strength. What's so surprising? Orochimaru said naturally with a face, and added, presumably the god of ninja will not treat us badly, will it? Benefit? Crazy hint? You are very witty, Orochimaru. Hyuga Shiratori smiled indifferently, and he did not reject the fact that the other party came to him with purpose. After all, only enough benefits can exchange enough loyalty. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand and threw a dark purple pill. Is this Dan? I can feel that there is a huge chakra inside. Orochimaru held chakra Dan in both hands and looked up curiously. There was a look of excitement on his face. To be able to concentrate such powerful chakra energy on a small pill, is this an alien technology? Orochimaru didn't eat the pill immediately, but carefully filled it up in a glass bottle and set a powerful seal. Be prepared to take it back and study and analyze it slowly. Hyuga Shiratori didn't care about this either. He turned his gaze to Tsunade, who was aside. As long as you don't do anything to harm Kanaha, I will do my best to help you in defeating the Ōtsutsuki Peach style. After careful consideration, Tsunade decided to make an appointment with him for 3 chapters. No problem. I am not interested in Kanaha. I came to this era and my goal is only Ōtsutsuki Peach style. Hyuga Shiratori agreed casually. At the same time, another chakra Dan was thrown. Just eat this thing, right? Tsunade looked at it curiously, and swallowed Dan without any ink stains. Huge energy, gushing out like spring water in the body? All the meridians in the body were flooded in an instant, and finally gathered into a chakra? After the body becomes saturated, the excess chakra automatically gathers on top of the head. A sealing technique was automatically generated to seal the excess chakra. I saw a peculiar diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead. This is, what an exquisite sealing technique. It can collect the excess chakra of the human body and seal it, so that it can even reduce the body's metabolism and achieve the function of extending life. Orochimaru deserves to be a pioneer in the study of forbidden techniques, and soon realized that the sealing technique on Tsunade was extraordinary. This is called the 100 Healings Mark. It is a forbidden technique created by you from the future. When Hyuga Shiratori gave future Tsunade a chakra Dan, he also harvested her chakra. Is the future me? This forbidden technique feels great. Tsunade clenched his fists, feeling his whole body full of vitality. As a top medical ninja, she is very aware of the significance of this forbidden technique. Stay young and prolong your life. For women, it is undoubtedly the biggest temptation. Unexpectedly, there is such a forbidden technique. Orochimaru gave a weird expression. Originally, he was just a joke, but he didn't expect that the future Tsunade would actually develop such a forbidden technique. So, it's no wonder that the Tsunade in the future is over 50 years old, and he is embarrassed to pursue the young ninja god. Orochimaru showed a suddenly realized look. Nonsense. How could I do this kind of shameless thing? Tsunade flushed with anger. But if you think about it carefully, you really can't rule it out? His eyes turned to Hyuga Shiratori secretly. Young and handsome, and so powerful, who doesn't like it? But if you are in your 50s in the future, you can pursue it. Isn't it even better to be a young and beautiful self in your 20s now? At the thought of this, Tsunade's eyes became hot. As Kanaha's first female ninja, she has always been extremely proud in her heart. There are countless suitors, but few really make her look attractive. The previous Kato cut barely stepped on the passing line. However, the direct failure of a war proved that he was nothing more than that. Jiraiya is an old man who criticizes one, his ability is mediocre and he is still dead in the battle. As for the others, it is even more unsightly. Who can compare to the god of ninja now? The more Tsunade watched, the more I liked it, and I was so excited. Well, let's talk about business now. Hyuga Shiratori interrupted the opponent's thoughts. Haste is not enough, and you should control your heart. To put it bluntly, Tsunade's appetite is stunned. I want you to use your resources to search for information about Ōtsutsuki Momoji in the ninja world. I guess he will quietly send Dan to various ninja villages in order to instigate wars between countries. He got Dan and his strength skyrocketed. The ninja village will inevitably have the ambition to invade other countries. When the wars of various countries are inextricably fought, they will take out their ultimate chakra weapons, which are the tail beasts. It's an insidious approach. When the big ninja villages lose their strength due to fighting each other, Ōtsutsuki Momoka can launch an attack from behind and take all the tail beasts of each family into the bag with no effort. Orochimaru quickly drew further inferences. Then specifically, what should we do now? Tsunade frowned. We don't even know what he looks like now. If there is no accident, now Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki is possessed by a human being. You first put together a list of the first-class ninjas that have suddenly risen in the ninja world in recent years, including those young talented ninjas. Hyuga Shiratori ordered. The scope of this search is too large, and it takes a certain amount of time to collect information. Orochimaru said solemnly. Let's do the work first. By the way, I will return to Kanaha with you. I have a hunch that the guy will probably be lurking in Kanaha Shinobi Village. Hyuga Shiratori is sure to be authentic. Peach style and Danzo's conspiracy. Kanaha Shinobi Village. The mission is over. Kushina, shall we go to dinner together? Kanaha genius Genin Namikaze Minato has a handsome smile on his face. Sorry, I have an appointment with Mikoto-senpai to practice. Kanaha Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina refused the invitation of the former. Really? That's really a pity. The gentle smile on Namikaze Minato's face was unabated. After the other party's figure has evacuated outside of time, the eyes widened slightly, and one of the right eyes turned into a bluish-white pupil. Clean eyes? The foxes of this era are quite wary. Namikaze Minato changed his previous gentle expression, his face became extremely cold. Do not. Precisely. At this time, he is no longer Namikaze Minato. 5 years ago, the dying Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki hit Namikaze Minato with a wedge. Through years of chakra influence, it gradually eroded the opponent's body and mind. The personality named Namikaze Minato has been completely wiped out long ago. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki uses the body of Namikaze Minato to live in Konoha and secretly search for the tail beast. Soon I found this generation of 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. For him, kill Uzumaki Kushina and take 9 tails. It's not that difficult. But this way, Konoha is bound to be alarmed. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's goal is to capture all the tail beasts, so he can only bear it for a while. Just as Hyuga Shiratori guessed, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki quietly delivered Chukradan to the hands of the major shinobu villages. The greed of human nature was used to induce war. However, the current intensity of the war is not enough. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's face was full of malice. Konoha, led by 3rd Hokage, advocates a policy of stopping war by war. It means to adopt a defensive posture tactically and not actively invade other countries. Even if the war is won, the results will not be expanded. Advocating the settlement of disputes through negotiation. Because of 3rd Hokage's conservative policies, the scale of the war was greatly reduced. Under this circumstance, the major ninja villages would not use the power of the tail beast. Sure enough, the Naruto of this era is the one who hinders my plan. Then I will change to another Naruto. In Ōtsutsuki's eyes, a murderous opportunity flashed through. Wow, the figure disappeared in place. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki came to a secret entrance somewhere. Immediately 2 ninjas dressed in umbu blocked his way. No stepping in. Boy, this is not a place for you to come. Leave now. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki didn't look at them straightly, and moved on. I'm looking for your boss. Sir Danzo is what you want to see. You stop me. When the 2 umbu looked at each other, they ignored their warnings and walked towards the entrance of the root headquarters. Suddenly he was angry, and the killing intent burst out without reservation. They are not ordinary umbu, but the root of emotions that have been obliterated. There is no morality and ethics, only the tasks and orders of higher authorities. The 2 were ordered to guard the entrance to the root headquarters, and they had to follow it no matter what. Even if the intruder is just a kid, they will not show any mercy. Renan. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki waved out 2 transparent Renan, and killed 2 umbu on the spot. A person swaggered into the root headquarters. Alarm. There are intruders. Let's notify Lord Danzo. Wow. On the way to the root headquarters, countless umbu lurking in the dark rushed to Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki one after another. Then all fell under the opponent's feet. What the hell? Shimura Danzo was shocked. The intruder even flicked his hands and feet in twos, just flipping all his men to the ground in seconds. What kind of strength is this? Shimura Danzo subconsciously wanted to get into the escape secret passage and retreat. Unexpectedly, a dark space gap appeared in front of him. A blonde teenager walked out of it. It's you? Shimura Danzo's face was filled with consternation. He recognized the other person. It was Genin, the genius of this generation of young people, a very rare talent from civilians, and his name was Namikaze Minato. Always paying attention to the talents of the younger generation, Shimura Danzo deliberately wants to recruit them into the roots. It's a pity that the opponent seems to have been targeted by 3rd Hokage a long time ago, and he can't survive the opponent and can only give up. You are the boss of this group of gutter maggots, right? Ōtsutsuki Peach style is cold and authentic. Gutter maggot. Shimura Danzo's cheek twitched, and his heart was very angry. The root of Konoha, who is guarding Konoha in the dark, is actually called a maggot? Ōtsutsuki's eyes were peach-like, and he stared at the opponent carefully for a while. I saw everything about Shimura Danzo in an instant. Huh? Careless careerist. Ōtsutsuki mocked the other party, and then added, but it happens to be a Hokage. Namikaze Minato, what do you mean? The attack on the old man who is Konoha's high-ranking man is planning to betray Konoha? And you're right, could it be that Hyuga's Byakugan was taken? Shimura Danzo is now full of questions, completely unclear about the other party's true identity and true purpose. A maggot, where are so many problems? Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's face became cold, and his eyes released unparalleled pupil power. Certainly, the body cannot move. Even the heartbeat and breathing became difficult. Shimura Danzo's face turned purple with suffocation, and he was about to suffocate. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki put away the terrifying pupil power. Puff. Shimura Danzo knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Now, you should understand the status quo, maggots. Zhao zhao. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki looked down at the opponent with a condescending arrogant gaze. What do you want to do? Shimura Danzo's forehead was cold and sweaty, and he raised his head and looked at him with a heavy face. I want you to launch a coup and kill the current Naruto. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki simply and directly explained his purpose. Kill Naruto? Which country are you a spy? Shimura Danzo put on a righteous attitude. Huh? If you want to threaten the old man and harm Kanaha, you would be wrong. Tisk, put away your hypocritical face. Under my eyes, what kind of person you are, I have already seen it clearly. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki looked at each other contemptuously, and then threw a blockbuster. As a price, I will support you to become 4th Hokage. The old man promises you. Shimura Danzo instantly changed his mind. Kanaha Coup Night. Q. What is Shimura Danzo's morality? Under the threat of Ōtsutsuki peach-like force, coupled with the lure of the Naruto position, Shimura Danzo decisively chose to surrender. The old man did this for Kanaha. The conservative policy of 3rd generation aims to prevent Kanaha's external expansion. As long as the old man becomes Hokage, Kanaha can be made stronger. Whether others believe it or not, Shimura Danzo himself believes it anyway. The two conspired together and implemented an appalling coup plan that night. Hokage residence. Hokage, who is stationed nearby for 24 hours, is directly under Umbu. Master 3rd generation, Master Danzo, please see me. Huh? What does that guy want to do so late? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows jumped, with a vague premonition. Then he asked, how many people did he bring? Only Master Danzo, Umbu reported truthfully. 1 person. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispelled the suspicion in his heart, simply put on a coat, and ordered, send him to the rooftop and wait for me. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo met on the rooftop. Hiruzen, I have important things to discuss with you, Shimura Danzo said blankly. What the hell is it? What do you want to say on this big night? Sarutobi Hiruzen is also curious. Regarding Kanaha's strategy, now Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are fighting, Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are also fighting. And just today, Orochimaru sent back news from the front line that Kanaha's war against Rain Shinobi was a success. Victory? Now is the best time for us to expand our results, and we should send a large number of troops to. Shimura Danzo prepared a speech in advance. Wait, I've heard this countless times. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned suddenly, looked at the latter with an impatient look, and said coldly, I remember having rejected your proposal at a high-level meeting. Surprisingly, this time facing Hokage's attitude, Shimura Danzo showed unprecedented toughness. Kanaha must dominate the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled first, looking at the latter with a strange expression on his face. Shimura Danzo looked directly at the other party without backing down. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this time, he is in his prime, Haki is exposed. Known as Kanaha Shinobi, as Hokage, he has always said one thing, no one dared to refute his opinion. Danzo, are you preaching to me, Naruto? How is it? Back then, you and I were both under the command of the 2nd generation master, so in terms of qualifications, I can't lose a half point. Shimura Danzo continued to maintain an aggressive attitude. Oh, it's interesting, it's really interesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled grandiosely and said indifferently, so, are you here tonight to force me to change Kanaha's policy? If I don't change, do you mean to do it? Yes. Shimura Danzo answered blankly. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. He has worked with each other for many years and knows the latter's capabilities. Shimura Danzo is not his opponent in all aspects of power and tactics. This is why, at first, 2nd Hokage appointed him as the successor of the next Hokage. Hiruzen, don't underestimate me. Shimura Danzo released chakra, and the clothes on his body had no wind. Master 3rd generation. Chakra's momentum suddenly alarmed the nearby Hokage directly under Umbu. Retreat, Danzo is here tonight and wants to learn from me. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand casually. When Umbu heard it, no one took Shimura Danzo's challenge seriously. After all, 3rd Hokage is Kanaha's blatant strongest ninja. As for what you said, Shimura Danzo had a conspiracy. Pull it down? He came alone, wouldn't he want to do something to die? For the whole reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen also didn't take the opponent's challenge seriously. Only when the other party is not aware of taking the wrong medicine, he has to compete with him. Danzo, come if you want to. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved to the opponent. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was also furious when he saw that the other party didn't take him seriously. His hands quickly formed seals, and sharp wind bullets were spit out from his mouth. Wind-style vacuum jade. Earth-style wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen skillfully seals with both hands, and summons a solid earth wall to block all the wind and bullets that will strike in the future. Wow. Instant technique? Shimura Danzo quickly rushed towards the opponent holding Kumo in his hand. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had just gotten out of bed, he pretended to go out without carrying a ninja. But he was not afraid, and with his superb physical skills, he faced Shimura Danzo with his bare hands. Damn it. Shimura Danzo's eyes were fierce, and he tore off the bandage covering his right eye with one hand, revealing a scarlet Sharinon. Sizzle. Sharinon saw through physique, and Kunao cut off Sarutobi Hiruzen's collar. This is Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at him coldly, but his face didn't show too many unexpected expressions. Back then, Uchiha Kagami was killed in a bizarre mission. One eye was destroyed and one eye was poached away. Is this the ghost of you behind? Shimura Danzo did not deny this either, saying bluntly, suppressing the Uchiha clan is a policy left by the second generation. I just follow the teachings of my teacher. What's wrong? Treat your former best friend like this, Danzo, are you too cruel? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded. Stop talking nonsense, Hiruzen is either you or me today. Shimura Danzo's murderous aura boiled, and the kunao in his hand was accompanied by a powerful change in the nature of the wind style. Danzo, are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank. His eyes were extremely cold, and he was obviously angry too. Shame on the face, just when Ningxiang is good-tempered. Shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned 4 shadow clones in one go. With the addition of the body, the 5 people have formed 5 different knot seals respectively. 5 escapes Dalian playing technique. High Emperor's spiritual statue. Blazing flames, billowing waves, roaring winds, flying sand and rocks, lightning and thunder. 5 changes of chakra nature at the same time at one time. Is this the true strength of Kanaha Shinobi? Shimura Danzo involuntarily let go of his hand, that kunao with wind style attached. The gap is too big. Although he was reluctant, he had to admit it. In terms of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed far above him. But just when the dust is about to settle, suddenly, in front of Shimura Danzo, a distorted space appeared, and the shadow of a blonde boy walked out of it. Spacetime ninjutsu? That kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of surprise. But then something even more surprised him happened. I saw the latter move towards the front with his bare hands. Fire style, water style, wind style, earth style, lightning style 5 high-level ninjutsu attacks are all crumpled? What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes split wide, as if seeing something incredible. It is unheard of to be able to defuse the attacks of 5 escape techniques at the same time in an instant. The level of weirdness is far beyond the knowledge and understanding of his professor of ninjutsu. Is this unusually powerful force the Ōtsutsuki clan? Shimura Danzo also grew her mouth in shock. When the two reached a cooperation, the other party also briefly revealed the information of the Ōtsutsuki clan. With extremely powerful power, the purpose is to collect the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts. As for the political situation in the ninja world, he is completely disinterested. Shimura Danzo's goal is to become Naruto and let Konoha dominate the ninja world. The goals of the two are not in conflict, so there is a consensus on cooperation. Ōtsutsuki supports Shimura Danzo as Naruto and supports Konoha to dominate the ninja world. In return, Shimura Danzo will assist in the collection of the 9 big-tailed beasts to Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Is this the strongest ninja of this era? What? Just this level of power. Ōtsutsuki's peach-style palm grip, forcibly twisting the 5 chakra attributes together to form a small black ball the size of a palm. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but her eyes narrowed. He is particularly knowledgeable about ninjutsu, and he can tell at a glance what a huge chakra is contained in that seemingly small black ball. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemnly, staring at the latter with jealousy. But as the apex that the inferior creatures can reach, this force barely passes. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki sneered, now magnify your power 10 times and give it back to you. The High Emperor's spiritual venerable. The black ball shoots out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked horrified, crossed his hands to his mouth and bit his thumb. Used a powerful forbidden technique. Summoning technique 5 Rashomon. As a forbidden technique invented by first Hokage, it can summon 5 iron gates with amazing defensive power in one go. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in his prime, can use this forbidden technique. Boom. There was a deafening explosion in Konoha Shinobi village. The people in their dreams were awakened instantly. Everyone opened the window to take a look. I saw a burst of colorful Madara in the direction of Hokage's residence. Fire, water, wind, thunder, rocks, bombardment everywhere. In the center of the explosion, the entire Hokage residence was razed to the ground. The earth was torn open a huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters. All the houses around were shattered. That's the place where Hokage-sama lives. Could it be that? Impossible? The 3rd generation maid is the strongest Naruto in this era. How can it be? The Konoha shinobi were terrified and flocked to the center of the explosion. Cough 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 cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was battered all over his body and lay dying in the huge pit. Unexpectedly, even the 5-fold Rashomon of the 1st generation master could not resist. What kind of power is this? God, the great Ōtsutsuki clan. The peach-like figure of Ōtsutsuki hovered in the air, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lying immobile on the ground, with a condescending gaze. Disappear, inferior creature. Find flowers. I saw a white renan condensed in his hand, and then threw it down. I haven't yet. Don't underestimate Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen relied on a tenacious will to forcibly support his body. He stared at renan who was falling above his head, and his bloody hands quickly became imprinted. Ready to perform ninjutsu, take this white renan from the front. But at this moment, renan, who was suddenly dancing in the air, disappeared out of thin air. Varied. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, but after a long battle, he immediately used perception skills. No. Nothing is perceived. Judging from common sense, it should be that the opponent's attack has failed. 0. But is it possible? Pouch. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that his forehead had been hit hard by something, and his entire skull was shattered. The powerful spiral stirred his brain into a paste. Killed on the spot? Hihi Boren's ability is quite interesting, isn't it? Ōtsutsuki Momoshike's face gave a grim smile. Renan disappeared. It is the ninjutsu uniquely mastered by Uzumaki bloggers, which adds special morphological changes to the unconscious, makes Renan an unobservable form. Not to mention ordinary perception techniques, even Byakugan and Rinnegan can't see it. At the beginning, Ōtsutsuki Peach style also suffered from this trick, eventually lead to defeat. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo fixed his gaze on the dead body that fell in a pool of blood and couldn't die. There was a rare complex expression on his face. The competitor that I chased after was finally defeated today. It's a pity that he failed to defeat the opponent himself. But this is not important, it is important. Now Kanaha finally ushered in his Shimura Danzo era? I'll leave it to you next, Danzo. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at him with disdain. In his opinion, the opponent is just his pawn. Just use the opponent to master Kanaha, intensify the ninja war, and then take the opportunity to harvest all the tail beasts. Shimura Danzo takes Hokage? Master Naruto. Kanaha First Jonin and Heitake Sakumo led a group of teams to come to the rescue. You guys are late. Shimura Danzo carried the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already lost his life, and appeared in front of everyone. Master Danzo, what the hell is going on? Everyone in Kanaha saw that the Kanaha shinobi third Hokage they had always respected was really dead, with incredulous expressions on their faces. The murderer is an assassination master from Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi. It's a pity that although Hokage is strong, it is difficult to fight against so many masters on its own, and the forbidden technique will die with the enemy. Shimura Danzo 8080, as an excellent conspirator, fabricated the facts and didn't need to draft it at all. Damn it. If we can't beat us on the frontal battlefield, use this dirty method. Absolutely can't forgive. Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, all are our enemies. Go to war. Go to war. Go to war. Go to war. We must teach them blood lessons. Everyone in Kanaha was filled with righteous indignation, and under the encouragement of some caring people, the hatred value soared. Heitake Sakumo frowned, and he faintly felt something was wrong in it. Especially he extremely distrusted Shimura Danzo who was active in the dark. But in the face of the current anger in the crowd, he alone can't change anything. Yes? To pay a tooth for a tooth, they must pay their debts. Shimura Danzo shouted his exhaustedly, acting just like the real thing. It's an old drama. Everyone, please listen to the old man. Before officially declaring war, Kanaha must choose a new Naruto to lead everyone against the enemy. I choose Lord White Fang. Among them, as a politically sensitive person, Uchiha's representative immediately proposed a candidate. Sama White Fang is recognized by Kanaha as the #1 Jonin, second only to Lord Third Generation, and it is only natural for him to be the next Hokage. Representatives of the Nara clan, Akamika clan, and Yamanaka clan expressed their sympathy. Heitake Sakumo opened his mouth and refused intentionally. He himself is indifferent to fame and fortune, and has never liked politics. I just want to be a powerful ninja. But Lord White Fang is not good at strategy. Yes, Lord White Fang is very strong, but he doesn't seem to have management experience. That is, now Kanaha is in distress, and there must be an old, stable, and respected elder to be qualified for the position of 4th Hokage. Many of them also raised objections. In the end, it was recommended by 2 other senior consultants, Mitokado Homura and Yudiden Kohara. Shimura Danzo, as the head of Kanaha's roots, has been silently defending Kanaha's interests behind the scenes. Third generation is in the light, Danzo is in the dark. This is Kanaha's strongest era. When Kanaha heard it, everyone fell silent. Although most of them don't like conspirators like Shimura Danzo. But I have to admit that it is now that a conspirator like him is needed to lead Kanaha to form a sufficient deterrent to the outside world. Since the 2 colleagues are sincerely recommended, the old man will not shirk. Let's take the burden of 4th Hokage. Shimura Danzo was very shameless and took the title of 4th Hokage on his own. From the ruins, a cloak representing Hokage was dug out and put on. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was still warm, and he eagerly seized the opponent's position. Everyone in Kanaha was dumbfounded, and this shameless operation? However, due to the respected identity of the other party, no one dared to raise objections. In this way, Shimura Danzo's coup succeeded, and he became Kanaha's 4th Hokage. The next day, Kanaha 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was assassinated and killed. Shimura Danzo succeeded as a new generation of Naruto. As soon as this news came out, it immediately detonated the entire ninja world. As the strongest Naruto of this era, Sarutobi Hiruzen has given the outside world a huge deterrent. His death caused a huge controversy. At the same time, Shimura Danzo's succession also ignited the Second Ninja War, which had been quelling, in an instant. As everyone knows, Kanaha's Shimura Danzo is a typical hawk. If he is in charge of Kanaha, he will surely form an aggressive policy towards the outside world. Further intensify the contradictions between countries, thus making the war more and more fierce. The news also reached the Kanaha unit on the front line of Rain Shinobi's border. What? Teacher Sarutobi is dead, how is this possible? Tsunade said it was unbelievable. Ms. Sarutobi, someone can kill him. It's hard to imagine that this is something a normal ninja can do. Orochimaru frowned. The two are both personal disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they know the latter's strength very well. Not to mention the entire Kanaha, even if you look at the whole world of ninja. A ninja who can fight Sarutobi Hiruzen can be counted with 5 fingers. But when it comes to killing him, almost no one can be found. As for Shimura Danzo's statement, what it said came from the assassination masters of the other 5 ninja villages. It's purely blind, not to mention that the interests of the big ninja villages are different, and it is impossible to cooperate. Besides, so many people and gods sneak into Kanaha without knowing it. Is it true that Kanaha's enchantment is a piece of paper? The only possibility is that Shimura Danzo is lying. That old bastard Danzo, I'll go back and confront him now, Tsunade shouted angrily. Wait, if only Danzo is alone, it is absolutely impossible to kill Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru said loudly. Oh, the direction of this plot is really unexpected. A look of surprise appeared on Hyuga Shiratori's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen of this era is not the bad old man in the original book. He is probably in his 40s and is in his heyday. A normal ninja is not his opponent at all, except for the open. It seems that this is Ōtsutsuki's handwriting. Hyuga Shiratori said it was authentic. The 9 big-tailed beasts are dispatched. Shimura Danzo officially took the post of Kanaha's 4th Hokage. As a hawk with flourishing ambitions, Shimura Danzo hastily declared war on Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi at the same time, and dispatched 4 ninja troops to invade the major ninja villages in 4 ways. The first White Tooth Force, led by Kanaha's first swordsman, Heitake Shumo, attacked Tsunagakur. The second Dragon God Troop, led by Kanaha No. 1 physical skills teacher Chen, attacked Kirigakur. P.S. Kanaha Dragon God, Guy's teacher. The third group of pigs, deers, and butterflies, dominated by the 3 clans of Kanaha, Nara, Akamike, and Yamanaka, attacked Iwagakur. The fourth revenge force, in the name of revenge for the teacher, Shimura Danzo ordered Orochimaru and others stationed in Rain Shinobi to attack Cloud Shinobi village. Kanaha attacked from all sides and showed the world the strongest haki of Shinobu. On the one hand, because Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are at war, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are also at war. Facing the sudden attack of Kanaha, all major Shinobu villages were caught off guard by 17. Especially the White Fang troops. Heitake Sakumo broke through Sand Shinobi's national border defense line in the first battle, penetrated into the enemy's mansion, and wiped out Sand Shinobi's elite puppet troops in one fell swoop. P.S. Sasori's parents included, were killed. The Dragon God troop, Master Chen fought against Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swords, and 3 of them were kicked to death. Megatron Ninja World, the pig, deer, and butterfly troops, through their tactics, took the strategic center of Rock Shinobi, and took the lead on the battlefield. The revenge forces, Orochimaru and Tsunade, refused Shimura Danzo's order on the pretext that the troops had just experienced a battle with Rain Shinobi and needed a period of rest. In fact, he obeyed Hyuga Shiratori's arrangement and chose not to move. Facing the menacing Kanaha, the major Shinobu villages stopped their fighting against each other. Turn your head back and concentrate on fighting Kanaha? With the flames of war spreading across the 5 major countries, this war of ninja world has gradually entered a stage of unstoppable madness. The big ninja villages that have been smashed have moved out the ultimate killer Jinchuriki. Kirigakur was the first to use the power of the tail beast. Third Mizukage personally led the team and surrounded the Dragon God troops. Ordered 6 tails to launch tailed beast bomb, killing Kanaha's first ninja teacher Chen on the spot. The Dragon God troops under his command were wiped out. Then came Tsunagakur. 1 tail launches tailed beast bomb and hits the White Fang troops. However, under the leadership of Heitake Sakumo, the White Fang troops still broke out of the siege, and the ninja lost nearly half. Then Iwagakur. 4 tails launches the tailed beast bomb, and the Yamanaka clan casts a mysterious spell to force the 4 tails to deflect the tailed beast bomb. Subsequently, the Zuladi troops retreated quickly, with little loss. The revenge force, because Orochimaru and Tsunade did not follow Hokage's orders to invade Cloud Shinobi, they were not hit by the tail beast. In fact, when Cloud Shinobi received information that Kanaha was likely to invade, he immediately let 8 tails Jinchuriki lie in ambush at the border, ready to launch tailed beast bomb to bomb Kanaha's intruder at any time. It turned out to be empty. In general, Kanaha attacked from all sides from the beginning and took the upper hand. So far, they have been counterattacked from all sides, and the ninjas have suffered heavy losses. The before and after experience is less than a month. The reversal of the situation is so fast that it is astounding. However, Shimura Danzo said that this level of loss is still within the acceptable range. After all, war, how can there be undead? For the ambition of new Naruto, Kanaha's great plan to expand. No amount of ninja sacrifice is worth it. Anyway, Kanaha doesn't have much, and the number of ninjas is the most. The total number of ninjas alone may exceed the sum of the other major ninja villages. Otherwise, he won't sit still in the strongest ninja village for so many years. From another point of view, the major ninja villages use the power of the tail beast so quickly. This also reflects their fear of Kanaha from the side, believing that Kanaha may not be defeated in the frontal battlefield, and they can only use the strategic weapon tail beast. Huh? You have tail beasts, don't we Kanaha? Shimura Danzo sat steadily on the coveted Hokage office chair, with a successful conspiracy smile on his face. In order to maintain the strategic balance of various countries, Senju Hashirama distributed the tail beasts evenly to each country. Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi were allocated 2, Sand Shinobi had 1 in his own family, and Kanaha also had only 1. On the surface, it looks like Kanaha has suffered a lot. In fact, although Senju Hashirama is naive, he is not a fool. He left the strongest 9 tails to Kanaha. At the same time, a strict ninja convention was formulated, and Kanaha promised that he would never use the power of the tail beast in the first place. Now that the major ninja villages have broken this convention, Kanaha can use 9 tails in a justifiable way, pass the order and escort 9 tails Jinchuriki to the front line. Shimura Danzo gave an order to Umbu with a big slap. Since he succeeded 4th Hokage, he has merged Umbu directly under 3rd generation and merged with his own roots into one. Powerful rule was imposed on Kanaha. Anyone who disobeys Kanaha Shinobi will be brutally suppressed by Umbu. Shimura Danzo held a grudge about the fact that the Vengeance Force did not listen to orders. However, due to the strength of Orochimaru and Tsunade, he may not be able to start directly for the time being. Just keep urging them to join the war as soon as possible. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade ignored this and ordered the troops to continue to be stationed in range Shinobi. Although Danzo's old thing is very demit, if the war continues, I am afraid it will become more and more unfavorable to the village. Tsunade expressed concern. Don't worry, Kanaha has 9 tails, and the tail beasts may not lose the wind in the fight. This is probably Danzo's conspiracy to use the power of 9 tails unscrupulously to satisfy his ambition to dominate the ninja world. Orochimaru said he was calm. That's what it says, but don't forget, there is another mysterious Ōtsutsuki. That guy must be plotting something behind. Tsunade still felt uneasy. That is not what we are thinking about. After all, it is possible to deal with Ōtsutsuki, and only the god of ninja. Orochimaru looked at a mountain in the distance. I saw the sky there, which looked extremely abnormal. Lightning and thunder, hurricanes are everywhere. It doesn't look like a normal phenomenon that nature should have. The cause of all this anomaly is the Hyuga Shiratori, which is located on the top of the mountain. Due to his frenzied absorption of natural energy, he severely disrupted the balance of nature, causing a series of weather anomalies. The natural energy absorbed is refined into chakra of fairy art. Then, with the help of the fairy technique chakra, activate the chakra in the body. The power of wood style heals all injuries in the body. Tensagan pupil power, recovery. Rinnegan's pupil strength, recovery. The border of the country of fire. The Konoha White Fang troops are fighting fiercely with Sand Shinobi's troops. Heitake Sakumo took the lead and swept the invincible with a shinobi sword. Wherever he went, Sand Shinobi's corpses were everywhere, and he was slain to the point of blood flow. Is this the legendary Konoha White Fang? It's really amazing. 3rd Kazekage gave a lofty evaluation. Damn its white teeth. Killed my son and daughter-in-law, the old man must make you pay for it. Cho's teeth tickled with hate. I saw that Sand Shinobi launched a prison car made of stainless steel with tightly sealed charms inside and out. The old man in ragged clothes imprisoned in the prison car is exactly Sand Shinobi's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Hey, it's time to get out and work, old monster. Sand Shinobi scolded roughly. Oh, how many people will die in this war? Fenfu let out a lament. Humph, you should be grateful for this war, otherwise it won't be your turn for the monster to come out. Sand Shinobi opened the cage, but there were a group of people outside who maintained the sealing technique, always coping with the latter's possible runaway. At the urging of Sand Shinobi, Fenfu had to crawl out of the cage. According to the information sent back from the front line, Konoha has already sent 9 tails Jinchuriki to the front line. We must act first. 3rd Kazekage is ambitious, has magnet style and is known as the strongest wind shadow in history. Manipulating sand and iron, a series of tiny steel needles are formed. Magnet style head-to-head exercise sand. 3rd Kazekage put all the steel needles into the brain of Fenfu, so as to manipulate the opponent's body. Seal solution. Fenfu automatically lifted the seal of Jinchuriki in the body, forming a series of complicated seals with both hands. Ninfa fake sleeping technique. This is Sand Shinobi's unique tail beastization technology, which awakens the power of one tail in the body by letting Jinchuriki fall into deep sleep. Ho 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 ho, one tail appeared and let out a roar of a beast. Wow, it's a tail beast. There was a panic in the White Fang troops. Don't be afraid. Keep the formation. As long as we stick to it, reinforcements from the village will come soon. Heitake Sakuma was in danger, trying to stabilize the crumbling military spirit. In fact, what he didn't know was, Konoha did not send reinforcements to support them. In terms of personal prestige, Konoha White Fang's name is higher than Shimura Danzo. Therefore, after the death of 3rd Hokage, Konoha had many voices to support Sakumo Heitake to replace 4th Hokage. Only because Heitake Sakumo himself doesn't like politics and has no interest in Hokage. This makes Shimura Danzo hold a grudge. In his opinion, Heitake Sakumo will always threaten his 4th Hokage position for a day. In order to eradicate dissidents, Shimura Danzo gave a false order to Heitake Sakumo, asking him to stand on the border and wait for assistance. In fact, he wanted to use Sand Shinobi's hand to help him eradicate political opponents. Rumble. One tail launches tailed beast bomb bombing. Heitake Sakumo died in a battle. In the absence of assistance, the White Fang troops finally ended in annihilation. Sand Shinobi, sure to win. Sand Shinobi everyone cheered. The victory of this war belongs to us. A wanton smile appeared on Third Kazekige's face involuntarily. Master Fengying, we should continue to take advantage of the victory and capture Kanaha Shinobi Village in one go. Cho looked proud and authentic. However, at the moment when all Sand Shinobi's mentality swelled and their vigilance was relaxed, suddenly an accident happened. A door of space was torn open in the sky, and a blonde boy floated out of it. Is that Kanaha Shinobi? Reinforcements? Only one person? What are you kidding? Just when everyone in Sand Shinobi didn't take it seriously, Ōtsutsuki Mamaki waved his hand and shot a few yin and yang black rods, which were nailed to One Tail's body. Immediately, with an astonishing speed, the chakra of One Tail was absorbed frantically. Asshole boy, what do you want to do? Third Kazekage was furious, and raised his hand to condense a sharp sand iron spear, which shot at the opponent. Inferior creatures. With a pinch of Ōtsutsuki's peach-like palm, a large amount of flames converged into a big bird. Pheasant hunting. Ba ba ba. The big flame bird instantly burned the sand iron spear into a ball of molten iron, and flew to Sand Shinobi's troops quickly. Boom. He only heard a deafening explosion, a terrifying flame storm, and instantly burned countless Sand Shinobi ninjas. Even masters such as Third Kazekage and Cho received different degrees of burns when they were out of reach. The Ōtsutsuki Peach-style blow hit Sand Shinobi's unit severely, and at the same time completely removed the chakra of One Tail from Jinchuriki's body, and Jinchuriki died on the spot. Sure enough, after unlocking the seal, it's much easier to absorb it. Third Kazekage trembled with anger. The other party actually took away One Tail by force in front of him. This simply doesn't put his wind and shadow in his eyes at all. Give me One Tail back. Third Kazekage immediately manipulated the sand iron to condense a pair of iron wings behind him, and quickly flew to the Ōtsutsuki Peach style in the sky. Unexpectedly, the peach-like figure of Ōtsutsuki escaped directly into a different space and left. Today I will kill all the tail beasts at once, and you should be thankful that you have recovered a life. One tail of Tsunagakuer, of money, was taken away. Then, the same thing happened in other Shinobu villages. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki took advantage of the battle between the major Shinobu village and Kanaha, when the two sides fought hard, succeeded in capturing the tail beast with lightning speed. 3 tails and 6 tails of Mist Shinobi, 4 tails and 5 tails of Rock Shinobi, 2 tails of Cloud Shinobi, 8 tails, 7 tails of Taken. In one day, all will be returned to Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's hands. Wonderful, really wonderful, now I feel stronger than before. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki will forcibly refine the 8-tailed beast chakra captured into a pill. After devouring all the tango, Ōtsutsuki's peach-like strength even surpassed the heyday of his lifetime. The last goal is 9 tails. Uzumaki Kushina crisis? Tomato monster girl, it's time to eat. A Kanaha shinobi, carrying a plate of stinky food, threw it into the cage. The treatment of Jinchuriki in various ninja villages is very bad, especially in the age of war. The big ninja villages who had been smashed in their eyes took out Jinchuriki one after another to join the battle. Using the power of the tail beast, the result of the war will only be more tragic. This intensified people's fear of tail beasts and hatred of Jinchuriki. However, it is different from ordinary girls. Uzumaki Kushina has a fierce nature and refuses to accept insults from others. Kicked over the stinky meal and yelled angrily, "Who did you say is a tomato? You stinky, unknown third-rate ninja. You, believe it or not, Laozi stabbed you to death." The dragon ninja was so angry that he took out a handful of kunao and waved to threaten the other party. Uzumaki Kushina's body is bound in a small cage, and both hands are tied with sealing charms, unable to escape. However, in the face of threats from others, Uzumaki Kushina still raised his chin stubbornly and shouted hard, "Do you think I will be afraid of you? If you have the ability, kill me, asshole kid." When the opponent was so excited, he was also angry, and he held Kiwu Sting in his hand. Anyway, Jinchuriki is full of vitality, and he won't die even if he stabbed him 7 or 8 times. Zi. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed through. I saw that it was a black-haired girl with slender hands lingering thunder and lightning, firmly holding the other party's kunao. A pair of scarlet sherinon, revealing a strong anger. You are from the Uchiha clan. The dragon ninja swallowed. What are you doing to my friend? Uchiha Mikato's palm released the power of lightning style, and the latter convulsed all over the body along the way without electricity, foaming at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Sister Mikato. Uzumaki Kushina looked at her only best friend with a touch of emotion. However, Uchiha Mikato's righteous shot not only did not usher in the praise of the surrounding Kanaha shinobi, but was unanimously rejected by everyone. Tiskai actually gave such a cruel hand to my companion. What a domineering Uchiha clan. You will be friends with 9 tails monsters, there must be only monsters. The vicious evaluations around him did not affect Uchiha Mikato in the slightest. She took out a few fruits from her pocket, peeled them carefully, and handed them one by one to Uzumaki Kushina who was in the cage to eat. Sorry Kushina, I can't help you. Uchiha Mikato looked at the humiliated friend, and felt a pain in his heart. Sister Mikato has helped me a lot. The fruit is so delicious. Uzumaki Kushina didn't want to make his friends sad, and barely squeezed an ugly smile on his dirty face, and pretended to be heartless and ate the fruit with his mouth open. It's just that this clumsy acting has long been seen through by the careful Uchiha Mikato, and his heart is even more sad. Why does the kind-hearted Kushina suffer such persecution? Kanaha. Naruto. What the hell is it? At this time, a young man came. Mikoto, don't get too close to Jinchuriki, it will affect our clan badly. The young man speaking is Uchiha Fugaku. As the son of the old patriarch, he has been appointed as the next Uchiha patriarch. Being young and old, he has already mastered the tactics technique. Humph. Uchiha Mikoto let out a cold snort, and without looking at him, continued to peel Uzumaki Kushina carefully. Uchiha Fugaku shrank and looked a little embarrassed. After a while, a blonde boy walked towards them. The person who came was Kanaha's genius genin Namikaze Minato, and he saw a handsome smile on his face. Kushina, I will cook it for you myself. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at the other person deeply, only to feel that the latter was always hiding something behind the sunny face. No, I already have Sister Mikoto to give me food. Uzumaki Kushina said coldly and refused. Hey, you guy is too rude. Brother Minato is also kind, how can you be so unkind? Uchiha Fugaku stood up and reprimanded him. Namikaze Minato is a rare civilian genius. As the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he is very interested in wooing the former. Don't say that, Fugaku-senpai. It may be that I am not doing well enough. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, his squinted eyes kept smiling. Na Kushina, can you tell me why you are so cold to me? Obviously we are all in the same group. I really took it. Uzumaki Kushina sighed, fixed his eyes on the latter, and said coldly, this question, I want to ask you back. I should have never provoked you before? Why do you hold me so deeply? Malicious. Malicious. Namikaze Minato was puzzled. Don't pretend. I have a special blood inheritance boundary, and I can perceive the malice of others. Uzumaki Kushina said with a cold look in his eyes, you have been close to me from the very beginning, and you have revealed a strong malice. The look in my eyes every moment is like a hungry beast. I can't wait to swallow my bones. Uzumaki Kushina's amazing remarks shocked everyone present. You guy, you really have bad thoughts about Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto stared at the latter warily. What's the mess? I think you've fantasized too much, don't you? How come Brother Minato? Uchiha Fugaku is trying to refute the opponent. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato changed the sunny smile of the past, and the whole person's breath became extremely cold. So that's it. Can you perceive good and evil? Inferior creatures, but they also have weird abilities. Namikaze Minato opened his eyes slightly, starting from the wedge mark in his hand, releasing mysterious cyan lines that filled the whole body. An antennae grew on his forehead, and his right eye became a pure eye with a white pupil on a black background. Ōtsutsuki Peach style, Gestalt. You, who are you? Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously turned on Renan, his face turned pale with fright. What a powerful chakra is this? With the pupil power of his 3-tomo Renan, he can't see the depth of the other party at all. Disappear, Ant. Renan disappeared with a wave of his hand and knocked Uchiha Fugaku into the air. The whole chest was punched through a huge hole, and the latter was killed on the spot. Ōtsutsuki Peach style is no longer pretending he is going to showdown now. You. Uchiha Mikoto also opened Renan and shielded himself in front of Uzumaki Kushina. Originally I planned to induce you to unlock the seal and actively release 9 tails. Ōtsutsuki Peach style is cold and authentic. Now your plan has failed. Uzumaki Kushina said in a deep voice, give up. I set up the 8-sign seal, which is the strongest sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Even if you kill me, you can't get 9 tails. The technology created by the mere inferior creatures. You want to stop the god Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki smiled contemptuously, and said coldly, don't get me wrong. Even if it is through the seal, I can still extract chakra, but it only takes a little time. Of course, the seal is unlocked first, and still it's the best route. So, I won't unlock the seal. Uzumaki Kushina said firmly. Don't talk so fool, little girl. A sinister smile appeared on Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's face, and immediately he turned his gaze to Uchiha Mikoto who was aside. According to my observation, when Jinchuriki's mood fluctuates extremely, the tail beast chakra in his body will overflow uncontrollably. Am I right? Uzumaki Kushina fell silent. After a stare, she suddenly realized what the other party wanted to do and shouted. Sister Mikoto, run away. Late. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki came to Uchiha Mikoto in an instant. Renan didn't see the opponent's moving route at all. Uchiha Mikoto's reaction and movement couldn't keep up with the opponent. Boom. Ōtsutsuki grabbed her neck with one hand and lifted it up in the air. Sister Mikoto. Uzumaki Kushina glared at him and roared, you bastard, something is coming at me. Under the fierce mood swings, Uzumaki Kushina's body began to overflow with translucent tail beast clothes, and his eyes became flushed. Yes, that's it a little more. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki smiled wanton, and squeezed Uchiha Mikoto's neck with his hands. Humph. Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks flushed, and he couldn't breathe. Damn it, you let me go. Uzumaki Kushina gritted his teeth became sharp, his fingers also grew beast nails, and 3 tails gradually grew behind him. Crack, click, click, click. The sealing charms tied to the body were also broken free by the powerful 9 tails chakra, and the cage made of stainless steel was also broken. No, don't fall into the enemy's tactics, Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto struggled with pain on his face. Too slow? Your hatred is far from enough. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki waved his hand, using the power of yin and yang to escape, condensed a long red sword. If you want me to chop off this woman's head, you will completely liberate 9 tails, right? Stop. Uzumaki Kushina gave a violent shout, and 8 tails grew behind him in one breath. The dark red chakra covered the skin, and the white exoskeleton grew out of his body. Boom. With his limbs kicking on the ground, Uzumaki Kushina turned into a human-shaped cannonball and slammed into the opponent. Bang, 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 bang. I saw several red swords descended from the sky, slammed into Uzumaki Kushina's body, and nailed her to the ground. This level of chakra is far from enough. Come on. Unlock the seal and release 9 tails. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki provokes the opponent wantonly. Drink Uzumaki Kushina could no longer restrain herself, completely lifted the 8-sign seal on her body and released 9 tails. Find flowers. She saw her body swell rapidly, transforming into a huge 9 tails monster. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Finally appeared. 9 tails have the strongest chakra on the planet. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki threw away the Uchiha Mikato he was carrying, and rushed towards 9 tails with a long red sword. 9 tails slapped it angrily. Base. Sweeping the long red sword, dozens of sword lights appeared on 9 tails' body. Puff, 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 puff. The body of 9 tails with extremely thick chakra was easily cut through by the opponent, splashing a lot of blood. 0, 0. 9 tails was hit hard. This is the power of Ōtsutsuki. Be my food obediently, beast. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki is ready to give the latter a final blow. But at this moment, a huge space gate opened in the sky. Suddenly, a giant purple warrior appeared completely Suzano. With a flick of the knife, he slashed from the top of the Ōtsutsuki peach style. Clang. I saw that Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki raised the red light long knife in his hand, blocking this outrageous blow. His eyes were fixed on the figure on the forehead of the purple warrior. It was the Hyuga Shiratori who crossed time and space and chased him. At this time, Hyuga Shiratori, after many days of recuperation with chakra, has completely restored all strength. Yo is the object of possession this time Namikaze Minato? It's really interesting. Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he saw the new face of the other party. Huh? This human being is the son of the legendary prophecy, with an extraordinary destiny, unexpectedly very suitable to serve as a tool for Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Momoko said coldly, I am now different from the last time. Really? Then let me see how different you are. Zhang. Hyuga Shiratori controlled Suzano completely, and drew the second Tato. Both knives came out and slashed at each other heavily. Inch. Boom. Complete body Suzano and Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki had a fierce collision in the air. Every impact will be accompanied by a deafening clang. This is the pupil power of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mikato opened his eyes wide and stared at the giant purple samurai in the sky with an incredible expression. The power from the same pedigree made her subconsciously feel good. Especially Hyuga Shiratori, standing on top of the purple samurai's head, with his hands folded flat on his chest, standing floating, giving people an air of disdain for everything. Good. So handsome. A knowing blow. Uchiha Mikato's beautiful eyes are colorful. On the other side, Uzumaki Kushina was completely beastly, turned into a state of rampage. Tucked up the thick tail behind him, tied up one of Suzano's legs and tried to force him down. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikato hurriedly shouted, Kushina, don't. That person is not an enemy. It's just that Uzumaki Kushina has lost his mind at this time and can't listen to it at all. Wielding his minions, frantically biting Suzano's armor. Haha, you are out of luck. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki took the opportunity to fly up, aimed at Hyuga Shiratori, who was on Suzano's forehead, and slashed it over. Chang. Hyuga Shiratori held the red light fishing rod and steadily blocked the opponent's red light long knife. Weapons made for both yin and yang escape. Who is afraid of whom? I am different now. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki snorted. I saw dozens of red light weapons gathered around and fired at Hyuga Shiratori from various directions. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Hyuga Shiratori centered on itself and released a powerful repulsive force. Ding 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 ding. However, the red weapon was not shattered, but after being bombed, it flew back automatically, constantly impacting Hyuga Shiratori's repulsive barrier. On the other side, Nine Tails was immediately angry when he saw that the two people on top of his head were not birding. The strongest tail beast, can it be a kitty? Opening the mouth of the blood basin, a tailed beast bomb quickly condensed. Fox that gets in the way, stay with me. Hyuga Shiratori put his hands together and used the power of wood style. Wood style wooden golem jutsu. Summoned a giant wooden golem no less than 9 tails in size. I saw wooden golem squeezed 9 tails tailed beast bomb with one hand, and hit the latter with a punch. Rumble rumbling rumbling. A huge explosion made 9 tails feel dizzy. Immediately afterwards, a large number of trees and vines rose from the ground and quickly tied 9 tails. Wood style suppressed 9 tails to death. Suppressed 9 tails with one blow, which is 2. Uchiha Mikato was stunned, and the battle before her was far beyond her imagination. You are distracted. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki waved his hand, concentrated a large number of red light weapons, and forcibly broke through the repulsion barrier. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori brandished a red fishing rod, and all the weapons that would be attacked in the future bounced off. Wow. The peach-like figure of Ōtsutsuki flashed, and slashed over. Hyuga Shiratore's eyes turned into the blue Rinnegan of a 6-gold jade. At the moment he was hit, his body turned into thousands of paper cranes and scattered. Damn. Take PU-style power. Ōtsutsuki frowned. Zi. Lightning-style instant? Hyuga Shiratore's figure turned into a flash of lightning, and appeared behind the opponent in an instant. There was a dazzling thunder in his hand, and there was still a dark flame flowing in it. This is one of Uchiha Suzuki's nirvana, the Chidori integrated into flame control. Jianyu Thor. Yin and Yang Renan. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki uses the Rinnegan in his hand to change the shape of the red longsword in his hand, and incorporates the yin and yang attributes into renan. Become a huge crimson renan. Zigsi. Squeaky squeaky. When the two touched, they immediately screamed like a howling ghost. The terrifying torrent of energy spread wildly around. The mere aftermath is to tear the earth apart. Ninetales was also implicated in this torrent of energy, and was shocked to vomit blood. At the same time, Uzumaki Kushina's runaway state was also woken up a bit. Kushina, hurry up, close the seal. Uchiha Mikato activates the Sherinan pupil technique. Although with her Sherinan, it is impossible to control Ninetales, but it is still possible to convey psychological cues to Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina immediately turned the 8-sign seal on his body as soon as he heard it. The huge Ninetales chakra began to shrink. Boom. With an explosion, the figures of Hyuga Shiratori and Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki flew upside down. I saw Hyuga Shiratori's left wrist part was blown off. In Ōtsutsuki Momoko, the whole right arm was crushed. Ba ba ba. With the restoration of wood style and yin-yang done, Hyuga Shiratori's left hand quickly grew back. The same goes for Ōtsutsuki Peach style. It's just that he grows slower. Interesting chakra who swallowed 8-tailed beasts, the power is really different. Hyuga Shiratori shook the newly grown palm without any strange feeling. Damn it. Sure enough, is it still missing a 9 tails? Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's face was ugly, and when his eyes turned, he just saw Uzumaki Kushina recovering chakra from 9 tails. Suddenly it was anxious. He finally forced the opponent to unlock the seal and released 9 tails. If Jinchuriki is in a sealed state, his efficiency in drawing chakra will become very slow. Asshole woman, 9 tails chakra is mine. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki waved his hand. Summon a lava giant? Aproc. One arm grabbed 9 tails head, slammed it to the ground, and then forcibly extracted chakra. Are you going to draw chakra in front of me? Hyuga Shiratori released the chakra of 9 tails and put a layer of Suzano on it at the same time. The difficulty of the beast. The armored golden 9 tails slashed the lava giant with one blow, thus rescued Uzumaki Kushina. 9 tails like me, who are you? 9 tails chakra was half taken away. For the remaining half, Uzumaki Kushina successfully sealed it back. That's 9 tails. She looked at the golden 9 tails in the armor of Hyuga Shiratori with an incredulous expression on her face. Involuntarily produced a strong sense of resonance. Kushina, are you okay? Uchiha Mikato ran over quickly, helping her who was weak and weak. It's okay, but that person. Uzumaki Kushina fixed his eyes on Hyuga Shiratori. It's incredible, I feel that there is a kind of magical attraction in him. Uchiha Mikato said seriously. Could it be that this is the meeting of fate? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up, and she, who was a girl, would inevitably have a spring heart. Uchiha Mikato was a few years older than her, and she was not so naive. However, the other party did have an inexplicable sense of familiarity with her blood. She couldn't help but focus on Hyuga Shiratori's body. No way, I would meet a boy whom I have never met. Love at first sight? Uchiha Mikato's cheeks are hot, and I feel so ashamed. However, it turns out that they both think too much. The resonance of Uzumaki Kushina is actually the resonance of 9 tails chakra in the body. Uchiha Mikato's familiarity comes from the future son. Hyuga Shiratori swallowed Uchiha Suzuki's chakra, so Uchiha Mikato has a strange sense of familiarity. So the question is this a Tauren? Welcome everyone to leave a message in the comment area. Back to the topic. Cut. Have only absorbed half of 9 tails. Ōtsutsuki Momosaki was interrupted in the middle of sucking. It felt like rushing halfway and not getting up. All over the body was unhappy. Relax, no matter how much you suck, in the end all chakra will be taken away by me. Hyuga Shiratori said proudly. The tone is really big, although there are only half of them, but I barely got the chakra of the god tree. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki opened his arms and saw the muscles all over his body start to swell. From the original Namikaze Minato juvenile posture, the body shape has completely grown into a peach-like adult appearance of Ōtsutsuki. P.S. Transformation is similar to the process in which Black Zetsu swallows Madara and becomes Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. A second horn grew on the forehead. The golden Rinnegan in the center of his forehead has increased to 9 go jade. Reincarnation Sherinan? This is the state that the Ōtsutsuki clan is completely resurrected on the body based on tools? Ha 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 ha. Have you seen it? This is Ōtsutsuki transfiguration, the ultimate gesture of God. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki let out a wild laugh. While laughing wildly, the world changes? Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikato were both frightened and shivered by this suffocating chakra. Such chakra. Does it really exist? The legendary sage of 6 paths is nothing but this, right? This is the power of God that mortals can never reach. Is this the ultimate transformation of the Ōtsutsuki clan? It is indeed something. Rinnegan of Hyuga Shiratori can be clearly observed. In the Ōtsutsuki Peach style at this moment, chakra is different from the previous one. The strength is more than several times stronger, but even so, it did not make him feel afraid and shaken at all. On my side, there is another way to transform. I saw that Hyuga Shiratori made a few seals on both hands. 6 paths 10 tails seal. Enveloped with a dense mist of fairy magic. Hyuga Shiratori has a white cloak full of 6 celestial powers. There are 6 black jade printed on the chest, and a total of 9 truth-seeking balls are floating behind him. In his hand is a dark mysterious staff. 10 tails Jinchuriki mode. Hyuga Shiratori opened his eyes and reincarnated Renan. How vigorous is the momentum? Can't describe it in words. What a vast existence that is. As onlookers, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto only felt extremely relieved. It's like seeing the ancestor of chakra, the true god of ninjas. As the second daughter of a mortal, there is only infinite worship. Impossible? How can the inferior creatures control such power? Ōtsutsuki Peach style right eye cleansing, mobilization ability? You can see through the essence of everything? Thousands of years ago on this planet, Ōtsutsuki Hago Romo sealed 10 tails in his body, becoming the first 10 tails Jinchuriki in the world, and the only 10 tails Jinchuriki that has ever existed. Although Sage of 6 Paths quickly divided 10 tails chakra into 9 parts, creating 9 big-tailed beasts. But the memory of 10 tails Jinchuriki's transformation has been flowing in the chakra of 9 big tails. Since Hyuga Shiratori gathered the chakras of the 9 tails, he has unconsciously realized the transformation method of 10 tails Jinchuriki. This is a unique transformation mode belonging to the Ōtsutsuki on Earth. It can be understood as the power of localization. The transformation from the alien Ōtsutsuki belongs to a completely different power faction. Damn Kaguya! How dare you pass on the power of the Ōtsutsuki clan to humans in private, you traitor? It's the shame of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Ōtsutsuki's peach-style clean eyes, you can see the source of Hyuga Shiratori's power. Tracing back to the source, I finally settled on Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. I think that if it weren't for her combination with humans, she gave birth to 2 anti-skeletal boys. Distribute chakra to humans. Then there will be no history of ninjas. As his mortal enemy in front of him, Hyuga Shiratori will not appear. Okay, well, Kaguya is pitiful for you to say that. If there is a chance, I would like to visit her for a while. So, I want your time travel treasure, the plow. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Hyuga Shiratori's heart. But for now, let's get rid of the Ōtsutsuki in front of me. That is my Ōtsutsuki treasure. With a wave of Ōtsutsuki's peach-like palm, a red long knife was once again condensed. This time, the red light long knife became larger and wider, and the details of the knife body were more numerous, showing many mysterious spells. There is a slender red dragon swimming around the blade. Red Dragon Yinyu Sword. The earth-shattering fight? This is the last battle. Hyuga Shiratori held 6 tin rods and rushed towards the opponent. Inferior creatures who rebel against the gods. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki brandished the red dragon Yinyu knife and greeted him head-on. Chiang. The collision of the yin and yang weapons made a buzzing sound of stinging eardrums. Bang, 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 bang. The two had another fierce hand-to-hand battle. The dazzling red light and pitch black are far beyond the scope of ninjas. The white hair behind Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly became hard and quickly tied Hyuga Shiratori's limbs. Then he raised his arms and slammed into him severely. Heavy current violence. Hyuga Shiratori raised his elbow and blocked the opponent's arm blow. Zizzy. The power of lightning style gushes out. Humph. The golden Rinnegan on the right palm of Ōtsutsuki's peach-style hand flashed red and quickly swallowed lightning style. The High Emperor's spiritual venerable. Released from the palm of the left hand, a tenfold thunderbolt. Rumble rumbling rumbling. I saw Hyuga Shiratori in front of him, using a shield turned into a truth-seeking ball to block all the thunder. Drink. Ōtsutsuki Momoki wielded the red dragon Yinyu knife, the blade changed into a dragon shape, and the truth-seeking ball shield was smashed with one blow. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori raised 6 tin rods to block, and even the gentle fist with fairy skills came out and patted the opponent. Ōtsutsuki kicked his foot in peach style and kicked his palm away. Hyuga Shiratori slapped 2 more hands in succession, both of which were blocked by the opponent's arm. Controlling the truth-seeking ball behind him, transforming its shape into sharp blades, pierced it. Don't underestimate people. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki waved his hand, and various red light weapons emerged around them, slamming into the truth-seeking ball blades. Ding, 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 ding. And the other party's red light weapons are even more in number. Hyuga Shiratori got up and swept across, kicking all the approaching red weapons. Swish. The peach-like figure of Ōtsutsuki swiftly moved forward and slashed. Chiang. Hyuga Shiratori used 6 tin rods to block again. However, on the side of the opponent's move, the blade was stuck on the top of the 6 tin rods, and was forcibly thrown away. The weapon in Hyuga Shiratori's hand was taken away, but his face remained calm and his hands were raised. Boom. The hands with the power of immortality grabbed the opponent's red dragon Yinyu sword. Let it go. Hyuga Shiratori furiously grabbed it and pulled the opponent's weapon empty-handed. Just as he was about to counterattack with the opponent's weapon, but he found that the weapon in his hand suddenly transformed into a red dragon with a solid body, entangled his arms. My Ōtsutsuki weapon, you can't take it casually. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki took the opportunity to bring out both palms and hit Hyuga Shiratora's chest hard. Cough. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of Hyuga Shiratora's mouth, and because the opponent moved too fast, he didn't have time to use Rinnegan's paper cranes for a while. Smash it for me. Ōtsutsuki Peach-style punched out. Boom. The violent blow of pure physical art released a terrible shock wave. Shattered the mountains in the distance? However, Hyuga Shiratori, who was hit from the front, turned into thousands of paper cranes and scattered. I have seen through your tricks. Ōtsutsuki raised his hand in Peach style and grabbed it. It was anticipated in advance that Hyuga Shiratori would attack from above with Huangquan Hirasaka. No, I predicted your prediction. Hyuga Shiratori used the ability to look back in time, after discovering Ōtsutsuki's Peach-style defensive actions. The spatial coordinates of Huangquan Hirasaka were immediately changed. Sneak attack from below? Boom. I saw a wind demon shuriken made of truth-seeking ball shot out from under the ground. Sizzle. Ōtsutsuki Momosaki couldn't reach the defense, and a hideous hole was cut in his chest. Damn it. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki suffered a loss and immediately slapped the ground with a palm. Rumbling. The shock wave that tore the ground hit the Hyuga Shiratori underground. Heavenly hand strength. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori and the truth-seeking ball that just flew out of the wind demon shuriken have undergone a spatial displacement. Putting both hands together released a purple violent thunder and lightning. Sage art yin dun lei sect. Cracking, crackling. Everything hit by the purple thunder was shattered. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki condensed a red shield on his hand, barely blocking the bombardment of thunder and lightning. It's not over yet. Hyuga Shiratori's mouth slammed, and the power of Lan escape blood succession boundary was condensed in his body, and the 6 ways of immortality was integrated into the body at the same time. Sage art Lan Dun Guangfang. Tweet. A dark purple laser shot from the mouth, piercing through all defenses with terrifying lethality. Boom. Puff. The red shield in Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki's hand was penetrated, and a blood hole was punched through his arm by a laser. Hyuga Shiratori continued to pursue the victory, waved his hand and threw a wood-style spike, and then quickly condensed a lightning lightsaber in his hand and rushed over. Ōtsutsuki leaned sideways to avoid the thorns, then raised his right hand to absorb the opponent's lightning sword with Rinnegan. Heavenly hand strength. Hyuga Shiratori activates the Rinnegan pupil technique again. Position the thunder and lightning lightsaber in your hand with the wooden thorn space that flew out just now. Puff. Rinnegan couldn't absorb the actual wood thorn, and the wood thorn penetrated Rinnegan on the palm of his hand. Ōtsutsuki's peach-like palm stings, and a terrifying energy is released from the whole body. Boom. Hyuga Shiratori was also blasted out, and his body was also injured by several energy blades. Asshole. For the money. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki rushed towards him frantically. Round 2 Edge Prison. Hyuga Shiratori activates the Rinnegan pupil technique again. The shadow on the invisible side moved quickly. But surprisingly, Ōtsutsuki's peach-style right eye can clearly see the existence of these shadows. Hastily stopped and switched to defending Yuan. Even if you see it, it's useless. While Hyuga Shiratori controlled the shadow beating, the main body also saw the right time to join the battle. With a flying kick, the Ōtsutsuki peach-style kick fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the 4 shadows grabbed each other's limbs, hands, and feet. Boom, boom. Hyuga Shiratori put his hands together, and poked his fingertips heavily on the opponent's confidant. Finally, he charged his strength and hit his chest. Boom. Endless power penetrated the peach-like body of Ōtsutsuki, the spreading boxing gang, and even flattened a mountain in the distance. 2. It's amazing. The battle between those 2 people is just a physical exercise, and they will level a few nearby mountains. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikato sighed again and again. At this moment, they are the witnesses of the Battle of Myths. Wow. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki suffered a severe injury and collapsed on the ground, vomiting blood. The originally swollen body shrank like a flat ball. One of the horns on the top of his head was also broken, and his face was generally shattered, revealing his face as Namikaze Minato. Damn it. Has the instrument reached its limit this time? Ba. The 6 fairy robes on Hyuga Shiratori turned into light and disappeared, and the truth-seeking ball behind him also shattered. Sherinon, Guyu faded and exited the 10 Tails Jinchuriki mode. Ho. Hyuga Shiratori's breathing seemed a bit rapid, and he also fought very hard in this battle, consuming a lot of chakra. But that's it. I have not lost yet. Ōtsutsuki will never fail. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki raised his head suddenly and smashed it with a fist. This is your arrogance. On the side of Hyuga Shiratori's head, he easily avoided the opponent's fist. Then he kicked the ladder to the ground again. Give up struggling. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes changed to Tensagen mode. With a wave of his hand, a green ball of light condensed from the palm of his hand. Under Tensagen's pupil power output, the green ball of light can extract the target's chakra from a long distance. Guru Lulu. I saw that Ōtsutsuki's body began to overflow chakra uncontrollably. Damn it! My chakra, my chakra. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki roared angrily. But it is also difficult to stop. The chakra in the body is losing frantically. The severely injured body made it difficult for him to resist the Tensegan power of Hyuga Shiratori. That's the chakra of the 9 big tails. Uchiha Mikato opened Sharingan wide, staring at the mixed and strong chakra group in front of him with a shocked face. I didn't perceive the reaction of life, the tail beast has been killed by it. Uzumaki Kushina expressed regret. Ōtsutsuki Peach style refines the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts into chakra pill, and swallows it completely to gain power. I have already said that no matter how much you eat, I will take away all your chakra in the end. Hyuga Shiratori opened his eyes and increased Tensegan's pupil power output. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki wailed bitterly. The chakra, which represents 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and half of 9 tails in the body, is stripped out. The next to be pulled away was his own chakra. Ōtsutsuki Peach style, itself is wedged in a special form of chakra, attached to Namikaze Minato's body. Chakra, who is now drawn away from his body, is undoubtedly equivalent to completely destroying everything he has. God Eater? My home star of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Definitely. I won't let you go. Absolutely. Destroy this everything about the planet, life. After issuing a vicious curse intermittently, all chakras of Ōtsutsuki Peach style were completely pulled out, forming a crimson fruit. Puff. Only one corpse named Namikaze Minato was left on the ground. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikato each gave a trace of sympathy. But that's it. After all, in this kind of war, there are countless people killed or indirectly killed by Ōtsutsuki Peach style. Namikaze Minato is just one of them. The most trivial victim. This is the chakra fruit of Ōtsutsuki Peach style, and it is thicker than Ōtsutsuki Ura style. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes lit up, and a fanatical smile appeared on his face. Things like chakra fruits have unparalleled appeal. Eat it and you can get strange power, infinite power. It's no wonder that the Ōtsutsuki clan will not hesitate to cross the interstellar, use the cost of draining the life of other planets, cultivate the sacred tree, and bear this demonic fruit. Crack. Hyuga Shiratori swallowed the chakra fruit in one bite. Ba ba ba. All the injuries on his body were healed, and the chakra that had been consumed in his body was also filled in an instant. Even further expansion? Such a huge chakra, an ordinary ninja may not be able to obtain it after 1,000 years of cultivation. But for Hyuga Shiratori, this process only took less than 10 seconds. That. Are you Sage of 6 Paths? Uzumaki Kushina asked curiously. No, my power is above Sage of 6 Paths. Hyuga Shiratori said proudly. It's not bragging. Now he, let alone Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, even Ōtsutsuki Kagaya himself, he can still get down. There is no doubt that the strength of Hyuga Shiratori at this moment has reached the highest point of all Hokage's works. Then, you must be the god of ninja. Uchiha Mikato cast a look of admiration. The power used by the opponent possesses a part of Uchiha's pupil technique. This made her wonder that the god tier in front of her might be inextricably related to the Uchiha clan. Whether it is a fairy or a god, I am nothing more than a passerby of your time. Hyuga Shiratori said calmly. Then he waved his hand and found the prop of the time and space shuttle from the body of Namikaze Minato. On the surface it looks like a pink tortoise. Detected that the holder possesses the power of Ōtsutsuki. Confirm the identity. Treasure Plow recognizes you as the master. The plow is controlled by an intelligent program, so there is no so-called loyalty. Only those who possess the power of Ōtsutsuki will open their abilities. Finally arrived, interesting time and space shuttle props. So now, how about going to that era? Hyuga Shiratori showed a playful smile. Take Kushina and Mikato. Are you leaving? Uchiha Mikato looked at Hyuga Shiratori with complicated eyes. There is a strange feeling of seeing the miracle appear, and then watching the miracle disappear. Yes, because I don't belong to this era. Hyuga Shiratori nodded. So, can you take me with you? Uzumaki Kushina pondered for a while, then suddenly sent out a shocking thought. Kushina. Uchiha Mikato opened his eyes wide and looked at the latter in amazement. In this era, I don't have any nostalgia. My relatives are gone for a long time. Kanaha is not home. Uzumaki Kushina said firmly. 9 tails Jinchuriki, being used as a weapon and suffering endless humiliation. I have had enough. Oh, do you choose to follow me? This is really an interesting fate. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but recall the times in the future. Uzumaki Kushina was imprisoned in Kanaha's dungeon, living a dark and inhuman life. In the end, he personally understood the pain of the other party. Unexpectedly, in this era, Uzumaki Kushina would make such a choice. Then I want to leave with you too. Uchiha Mikato resolutely said as if he had made some kind of difficult decision. Sister Mikato, what are you? Uzumaki Kushina looked at her puzzled. The other party is different from her. She is the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan of Kanaha. He has a noble lineage and status, and leads a prosperous life. One clan. I have been so disappointed with this narrow clan. Uchiha Mikato's face was full of disgust. Prior to this, Uchiha Fugaku had repeatedly persuaded her to stay away from 9 tails Jinchuriki, so as not to affect the reputation of the family. During the war, the Uchiha clan was also busy competing with Kanaha for power. It's really disheartening to stay in such a family. I have nothing to miss Uchiha or Kanaha, and I can't worry about you, my kind friend Kushina. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the latter with a distressed look. Sister Mikoto. Uzumaki Kushina's nose was sour, and his face was full of tears. While talking, the two daughters hugged each other tightly, exuding a thick orange gas. Okay, I promise you. Hyuga Shiratori did not hesitate, and he was happy to accept these two excellent girls. To put it bluntly, it is greedy, and you know what you understand. Since you have chosen to follow me, then I will not treat my own people badly. Hyuga Shiratori extracted a special set of chakra dan from the 9 big-tailed beasts just collected. Anyway, he already has a chakra of the same kind, and there is no need to repeat the same power. Eat it, this is a gift from God. Hyuga Shiratori put multiple chakra dans into the hands of the two women. This, terrible chakra. Renan, Uchiha Mikoto's wide open, couldn't see through the dan in her hand with her pupil power. All I saw was pitch black, and there was a huge amount of chakra inside. So much chakra, it will hurt your body if you eat it. Uzumaki Kushina looked worried and authentic. The chakra contained in these pills is even more than the 9 tails in her body? It's okay, I will look at you well. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes must have changed into Rinnegan's form. Seeing this, the two women did not doubt, and each put a pile of chakra dan in their hands into their mouths. The terrifying chakra torrent instantly shattered all the clothes on the body. Puff 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 puff. The body swelled and burst, and the whole body turned into a bloody man. The physical life was instantly killed. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto stared at their exploded body with dumbfounded faces. It was then suddenly discovered that they were in a state of soul, floating in the air. Human Deo. Hyuga Shiratori used Rinnegan pupil technique to pull the two souls away from their bodies. Don't worry, this is just a state of suspended animation. Hyuga Shiratori was talking while pressing both hands on the corpses of the two. Inject life with the power of yin and yang escape, and the power of wood style restores the terrible body. Find flowers. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned, not knowing what to say. Master life and death, even this kind of thing can be done. Uchiha Mikoto thought nothing but admiration at this time. At the same time, I became more determined in my heart to follow the other side's idea. That is God. Since the living cannot bear this huge chakra, then die once. With the pupil power of Hyuga Shiratori Tenseigan, he stared firmly at the two naked bodies in front of him. Seeing her unwieldy body, completely exposed to the sight of the man in front of her, the two women felt very ashamed. In this transformation between life and death, it is hard to care about these details. 0. By the way, the 9 tails sealed in Uzumaki Kushina's body, but unfortunately, because Jinchuriki is the container of the tail beast, it belongs to the relationship between the host and the parasite. Once the host dies, the tail beast will also die. Guru Lulu. On Uzumaki Kushina's abdomen, the 8-sign seal collapsed, and the huge 9 tails chakra was trying to break through. Oh, I almost forgot about half of the 9 tails. I don't like my woman, there is a beast hidden inside. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes narrowed, his palms attached the power of yin and yang to escape, and then he reached into Uzumaki Kushina's belly. Invading in the form of chakra, the spirit directly enters the tail beast space. Roar. Because of Jinchuriki's death, 9 tails can open the sealed door with a paw. Humans of damn it, I want to go out. No, your chakra will turn into nutrients and blend into Kushina's body. Hyuga Shiratori raised his hand and condensed a golden lightsaber. Golden wheel reincarnation explodes. Kill 9 tails on the spot with one sword. The latter's huge chakra ran wildly like it was out of control. Certainly. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand. Chakra, which scattered 9 tails in an instant, was forcibly imprisoned. From now on, 9 tails as the life form of the tail beast will disappear forever, leaving only pure chakra. Travel through time and space and head to the era of Kagaya. Kill 9 tails and keep the chakra of 9 tails intact. This handwriting is absolutely amazing. You know the tail beast, but thousands of years ago, Sage of 6 Paths used to create creatures. Not only has a strong strength, but also an immortal physique. Under normal circumstances, even if the tail beast is killed, the chakra of the tail beast will quickly diverge between the heaven and the earth, waiting for the time to automatically reunite, and finally complete the resurrection. In the era of First Hokage, Senjo Hashirama also thought of killing all the tail beasts, and then maintaining the peace of the world. As a result, he could only seal, and could not completely eliminate the tail beast. Now Hyuga Shiratori has done it, and fundamentally destroyed the legacy created by Sage of 6 Paths. Next, Hyuga Shiratori took half of the 9 tails harvested before 083, refined it into a pill, and integrated it into Uzumaki Kushina's body. This means that Uzumaki Kushina is not Jinchuriki, but has a complete chakra of 9 tails. Too much. Uzumaki Kushina's soul floating in midair, staring at his body in a daze, constantly being broken by the oversized chakra, and constantly reborn under the power of yin and yang. However, every time she goes through the process of collapse and rebirth, her body will become stronger. The physique continues to strengthen until it can accommodate a huge chakra. Like a phoenix nirvana. This process takes a long time. Well, mortal bodies are much more fragile than I thought. Hyuga Shiratori nodded silently. The eyes must be opened. Huangquan Hirazaka? The process of rebirth from the ashes, just wait for a while. Hyuga Shiratori used the power of the human world to forcibly imprison Uzumaki Kushina's soul in the world, and then sent her corpse into a different space. Then he set his sights on Uchiha Mikato. All the chakras from 8 tails were scattered and stuffed into the opponent's corpse. This is almost the same as Kushina. The soul of Uchiha Mikato was dumbfounded. The chakra of 9 tails is huge, but 1 to 8 tails is almost the same. The former belongs to the Uzumaki clan, possessing an extremely powerful physique, so they can become the Jinchuriki of 9 tails. Uchiha Mikato does not have such a strong physique. Indeed, with your physique, it is absolutely impossible to withstand such a large amount of chakra. Therefore, it is necessary to consume a part of it. While talking, Hyuga Shiratori reached out and opened Uchiha Mikato's eyelids. Rinnegan pupil technique? Control the chakra in the opponent's body and focus your eyes. Under chakra's action, I saw Uchiha Mikato's corpse automatically turn on Sharinon. The Sharinon of the 3-go Jade is already at my limit. According to the records of my Nanga shrine, if you want to evolve pupil power, you must witness the death of your loved ones with your own eyes. Uchiha Mikato's soul explained. There is nothing impossible. Chakra is the power to create miracles. Hyuga Shiratori guides the huge chakra from 1 tail to 8 tails using pupil technique to Uchiha Mikato's eyes. Bah! Unable to withstand the overly powerful chakra, Uchiha Mikato's eyes were bloodshot, overflowing with a lot of blood. If she were alive, she might be blinded at this time. However, after Hyuga Shiratori injected the power of wood style, the opponent's damaged eyeballs were quickly healed. Uchiha Mikato's soul, watching the other party wantonly playing with his body, it always feels a little weird. Under the continuous injection of the huge chakra, Sharinon finally changed. The 3-hook jade on the pupil gradually showed a mysterious pattern of hexagon. This is Mangekyo Sharinon. Uchiha Mikato opened his mouth in amazement. Without experiencing the death of a loved one, she actually awakened Mangekyo Sharinon. It's not just Mangekyo. Hyuga Shiratori continues to guide chakra infusion, catalyzing the further evolution of Mangekyo Sharinon. I saw the hexagonal pupil heart, and 3 hooks appeared on the periphery. P.S. Refer to the Mangekyo fusion of Suzuki and Itachi. What the hell? Uchiha Mikato was so shocked that he didn't understand. Because in the sacred place of the Uchiha clan, Nanga Shrine, the written record requires the corresponding observation of Sharinon pupil power. Only Sharinon who owns the 3-go Jade can see the process of awakening Mangekyo Sharinon. However, with the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharinon, one can see the process of awakening eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Finally, we can see the evolution of Rinnegan. This is eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. According to the normal awakening process, you must transplant a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, who are close relatives, to evolve these eyes. Hyuga Shiratori explained. It's so harsh. Uchiha Mikato said with a melancholy expression, if the price of power is the death of relatives and companions, I don't want such an evil power. This is the value of normal people. Hyuga Shiratori glanced at each other appreciatively. Unimaginable, the 2 sons of Uchiha Mikato in the original book. Whether it's a dutiful son Uchiha Itachi, or the avenger Uchiha Suzuki, it's simply not a normal person. In order to promote the evolution of Uchiha Mikato's pupil power, 1 to 8 tails huge chakra was consumed in one breath. The remaining chakras, after dozens of collapses and rebirths, Uchiha Mikato's body gradually reached the level that can accommodate these chakras. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand and shoved the soul of Uchiha Mikato back into the opponent's body. It will take some time to adapt to the new pupil power, so please come to my space to rest. He used Huangquan Hirazaka again to take the opponent into a different space. Master Shiratori, the preparations for traveling through time and space have been completed. Will you proceed? Treasure Plow issued a reminder. Let's go, it's time to leave this era. The time point is set in the Ōtsutsuki Kagaya era 1,000 years ago. Can it be done? Hyuga Shiratori asked. After 1,000 years of time, it is impossible to locate the exact time point, and there may be a certain deviation. It doesn't matter, it's almost enough. Anyway, it's okay to locate on the timeline of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's existence. Attention! Due to the long time span of this time and space shuttle, a large amount of chakra needs to be consumed. Okay, let's get started. Emperor? Kagaya's husband? A journey of time and space spanning 1,000 years. With the assistance of Treasure Plow, Hyuga Shiratori's time and space shuttle process is very smooth. It's just that the chakra that needs to be consumed is beyond imagination. Almost exhausted Hyuga Shiratori's body, all the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts. But fortunately, he also stored a part of the pill for replenishment. Otherwise, once chakra's support is interrupted, Treasure Plow will be like an airplane that has run out of fuel, causing an air crash immediately. Pay special attention that the air crash here refers to an air crash in space. As a result, Hyuga Shiratori will fall into the boundless void forever. After experiencing the last period of time and space travel with no danger, Hyuga Shiratori successfully opened the door to the new world space through Huangquan Hirazaka. Sizzle! Jumped out of the void. The figure of Hyuga Shiratori fell rapidly from the air towards a continent. The Tensagan blue light of binocular 17 disappeared, and his eyes became pure silver pupils. Chakra really isn't left at all. Hyuga Shiratori sighed softly, but there was no panic on his face. Boom! It was like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing through a big pit on the ground. Tisk-tut, it hurts. Let alone a normal person, even if the physique of a ninja, falling from such a high altitude, I am afraid it will have to become a pile of meat sauce. But Hyuga Shiratori was intact, just to the extent that it hurt a little. Although he did not have the protection of chakra at this time, his physical strength alone still reached a category beyond humans. His eyes swept around. I saw here is an endless stretch of farmland, and some small villages can be seen in the distance. The buildings are houses built of thatched wood, which look rather primitive. The most eye-catching thing is that it is located in the distant horizon. That towering tree that runs straight through the sky, the sacred tree, is still there, which means that Kaguya hasn't picked the fruit yet. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes moved slightly. After a while, hearing the news in the distance, a samurai army arrived. Wow, really? Fell from the sky, a big living person. Is this a man or a god? Everyone cast an incredible look. Aboriginal humans. Hyuga Shiratori showed a mysterious smile at the other party. There was a whim in my mind, and I just said casually, I am the messenger of God Shiratori, representing the will of heaven to rule this land. This. Everyone looked at each other, suddenly a little surprised. One of the samurai headed boldly stood up and shouted sternly, Shut up! This is the territory of the motherland? Only the emperor who rules this land. The origin of this guy is unknown, maybe it was a spy sent by that country. Come here, catch him first, catch. However, before the samurai words were finished, it was quickly wrapped up by the vines growing under his feet. Ah! What kind of magic is this? Everyone was frightened suddenly. In the current age of ignorance, there is no ninjutsu. People only fight with fists and knives and spears. This is Zanshu. Hyuga Shiratori said lightly, although he didn't have a trace of chakra in his body at this time. But you can manipulate the natural energy between the heavens and the earth, and use fairy magic. God, great Lord Shiratori. Everyone immediately put down their weapons and knelt to worship. Now, take me to see your leader. What is it called? Hyuga Shiratori vaguely remembers a plot in the original book. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya came to the world, fell in love with a certain human, and gave birth to a child. It's the emperor. The samurai added. Yes, this is it. Hyuga Shiratori nodded. He remembered? This emperor is also a ruthless person. It turns out that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is included as a side room, that is, a concubine? Later, because of the invasion of other countries, the emperor counseled one in order to beg for peace. He chose to betray Kaguya and sent someone to chase after him. Really he? Mother God? Hyuga Shiratori decided to kill the emperor first. He can replace it. Space, close to the earth. Two mysterious people dressed in white walked out of a different space, overlooking the earth in front of you. Finally arrived at the destination, World 13. Ōtsutsuki said blankly. The beautiful blue planet can perceive that this world is full of life. A strange light flashed in Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's silver-white pupils. This is just right. Cultivate the god tree and squeeze the planet dry, and you will get high-quality chakra fruits. Ōtsutsuki showed an excited smile on his face, and at the same time turned his gaze to Kaguya, who was aside. According to the family rules, you, who is one level lower than me, will become the food of the sacred tree. The concubine knows. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya didn't show any strangeness on his face, just a slightly lowered head, showing an extremely humble attitude. The inferior serving the superior is the law of the universe. Ōtsutsuki nodded in satisfaction. In Ōtsutsuki's family, he, who has a lofty status, has also developed an extremely arrogant character, never put others in the eyes. It even includes members of Ōtsutsuki's family. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is just a weak woman. He was sent by his family to be his servant, planting a living sacrifice of the sacred tree. If necessary, you can even take a one-time chakra fruit to absorb. P.S. Refer to the peach-style absorption gold style. Master Yishi, after arriving on this planet, please allow me to choose a human being to serve as a container for the wedge. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya said. Well, this is also a necessary procedure. Ōtsutsuki expresses permission in one form. One Ōtsutsuki must be swallowed to cultivate the sacred tree, which is why the Ōtsutsuki clan usually consists of two people as a team. The subordinates act as living sacrifices to the sacred tree, and as long as they leave a wedge, they can seek resurrection in the future. The star-level Huang Quan then Ryasaka consumes a lot of my strength, I need some time to recover. A look of exhaustion appeared on Ōtsutsuki's face. The concubine body will protect the law for you. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya continued to maintain the attitude of humility, but the low-hanging gaze flashed a murderous opportunity vaguely. Kaguya attacked. The palace of the motherland. It is actually a slightly larger wooden house. In this era, the struggle between countries is actually just the scale of the villagers fighting. Under the leadership of the samurai, Hyuga Shiratori met the so-called emperor. I saw that the other party was a young man with strange braids, silver-white pupils, with an extraordinary temperament exuding the body. So that's it, are you a man who claims to be a divine envoy? The emperor said calmly. The son of heaven, no matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary human being. Hyuga Shiratori looked at the opponent with scrutiny eyes, and finally came to an evaluation. Arrogant? How dare you speak to Lord Emperor like this? The loyal guard drew out angrily, the little dagger. This kind of thing is not even a toy in the eyes of Hyuga Shiratori. Huh. Hyuga Shiratori sighed. He didn't bother to talk nonsense with this group of ants. Straightforwardly. Abdicate, son of heaven. From today, I will be the ruler of this land. The emperor fell silent. You rude fanatic. The loyal guard couldn't help but rushed up with his sword. Then, after walking in front of Hyuga Shiratori, it burst into a cloud of blood. This. Everyone was silent, and then stared at Hyuga Shiratori with terrified eyes. It is weird that the other party did not move from beginning to end. It's just chakra injected with a little magic, but the ants couldn't bear it and fell apart. This is a natural result. Hyuga Shiratori said indifferently, now, you should understand. Puff. The emperor knelt first and knocked his forehead severely on the ground. Great envoy of God. If it were you, you would definitely be able to protect the people of the motherland. I am willing to be your slave. The motherland is a small country specializing in agriculture. He has been invaded and bullied by neighboring countries all the year round, so as to develop the weak character of the emperor, the son of heaven. When everyone saw that their leaders were all kneeling, they immediately put down their weapons and bowed down. What a kneeling clan. Hyuga Shiratori suddenly felt dull. I thought this so-called Kaguya husband would be a great role. Unexpectedly, it was a complete counseling bag. After all, it's just the brain-dead setting of the original TV version, so I can't take it seriously. In this case, then you can become a farmer and go farming. Hyuga Shiratori casually ordered. Yes? Thank the envoy for not killing. The emperor kowtowed again to express gratitude. In his eyes, Hyuga Shiratori is the true god. Have the right to deal with everything in the world. Moreover, the leader of the motherland is not easy to be the leader, all day long, afraid of when the neighboring country will come over. It's better to be a farmer and plant a map for peace. In this way, Hyuga Shiratori effortlessly. It is said that, things, serve, reason, the emperor abdicated and completely controlled the motherland. The name of the country was changed to, the country of forbearance, and it was announced to the public. Under the whole world, there can only be one country of forbearance. All other countries are rebellious and must be dissolved in place and merged into the nation of forbearance within 1 month. Otherwise, it will be conquered by the ninja country. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar around the world. The neighboring country is the #1 military power on the mainland, often invaded other countries for their own reasons. During the reign of the emperor, he would looted the territory of the motherland almost every month. Now a country of forbearance appeared out of nowhere, and the crowd ridiculed the anger. The other country immediately organized the 5,000 army and smashed to the country of forbearance. For this kind of ant-level fight, it is impossible for Hyuga Shiratori to participate. A little chakra was given to his guards and court ladies casually and cultivated them into the first batch of ninjas in history. With a small number of ninjas, he easily blasted the army of that country. The kingdom of Shinobu became famous in one battle, and the entire continent was mega-shocked. Hyuga Shiratori ordered the ninjas to continue their conquest. In less than a year, it is to wipe out all the major countries on the entire continent. The remaining small countries also voluntarily surrendered and automatically merged into the ninja kingdom. From then on, there is only one country of forbearance in the world. Hyuga Shiratori's whim was to complete the hegemony of domination of the world. Later, he was called the first emperor, the ancestor of the ninja. Of course, this is also a story. Okay, I feel that the style of painting is getting crooked. Back to the topic. Hyuga Shiratori is actually not interested in these. To unify the world is just to make it easier to search for the traces of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Counting the time now, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya should also be born. It is in a synchronous orbit that is 35,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Big Black Heaven. Ōtsutsuki used the right eye pupil technique to restore the size of a small celestial body collected from outer space, and dragged the small celestial body to the Earth's synchronous orbit with gravity and became a satellite on the Earth. After finishing this series of super projects, Ōtsutsuki's chakra was further weakened. In this way, the props for displaying infinite Tsukuyomi are available. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the ultimate pupil technique of Samsara Renan. The principle is to map pupil power on a small celestial body, and use starlight as the medium to release permanent illusion technique on all life forms on the planet. Then the sacred tree will wrap up all the people who have fallen into the illusion. In the end, the sacred tree will squeeze the life of the entire planet and bear the chakra fruit that the Ōtsutsuki clan dreams of. Sir, you need to take a break. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya approached the opponent calmly. Yes. Ōtsutsuki stretched out his hand to cover his right eye, and said with a tired face, Kaguya, share me a little dan. Sorry, Master Yushi. My dan has been used up while traveling through space. Ōtsutsuki Teruyoriyuki said as he walked quietly behind him. Then refine your own chakra into a pill to enshrine me. Ōtsutsuki unceremoniously ordered. According to the strict rules of the Ōtsutsuki clan, the inferior must unconditionally obey the superior. This is an iron law. Pouch. A white palm runs through the heart of Ōtsutsuki from behind. Kaguya, you. Ōtsutsuki turned his head with difficulty, his body stiffened and could not move. Arrogance is the reason for your defeat, one thing. Ōtsutsuki Yoriyuki changed his previous humble attitude, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent, coming to the world. Kaguya? You bastard. Ōtsutsuki was frightened and struggling frantically. So strong chakra. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's face changed slightly, but there was a decisive expression between his eyebrows, without the slightest sway. You have consumed too much power, and now the power of the concubine body is stronger. I saw Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's palm with a move, and a dead grey bone spur protruded from the palm of his hand. Kill the ashes. This is a force that belongs to the snare of blood, a move that will kill with one blow. Once the target is stabbed, it will surely become ashes with the bones. Crack, click. I saw Ōtsutsuki's body, and a lot of cracks began to appear. Flesh, bones, internal organs, the body collapses from the inside to the outside. Disappear, arrogant. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya continued to stretch out the bone spurs from his hands, preparing to give the opponent the final blow. Xiaoming Che Pai Qian. At the very moment, Ōtsutsuki once again activated the power of his right eye, shrink Kagaya's bone spurs and the broken wound in his chest. Drink. Performed a back kick in extreme anger. Ōtsutsuki's physique is very powerful, even in the weakest time, it still has the ability to repel Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Inferior, rebellious, and superior, you just wait to accept the sanctions of the clan, Kagaya. Ōtsutsuki cast an extremely hateful look at the opponent. Arrogant Ōtsutsuki, I will never accept it. Others control me and I will be my own god, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya exclaimed. Although she is a female stream, she also has an unwilling ambition. Why should she be a servant of Ōtsutsuki? Why should she serve as the food for the sacred tree? Ever since she was determined to stab the Ōtsutsuki back, she has been mentally prepared to confront the Ōtsutsuki family. The initial plan is to rely on the blue planet in front of you and swallow the chakra fruit of the sacred tree to create an army against the Ōtsutsuki family. The first step to do now is to defeat Ōtsutsuki and use his body as food for the sacred tree. Manipulating the long hair behind him turned into infinitely extending tentacles and quickly tied Ōtsutsuki's waist. I caught you, one step. Damn it. Daitong Mu Yishi's face flashed a cruel look. His right hand took out a machete from the pupil technique space and severely cut off his waist. What? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya opened his mouth in horror, and was shocked at once. I didn't expect the other party to be so cruel to me. Drink? Kagaya, I will be back. With a ruthless word, Ōtsutsuki's upper body shrank to infinitesimal. Byakugan. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya immediately increased Byakugan's pupil output, searching around for the opponent's chakra breath. But at this moment, suddenly dozens of mysterious cubes appeared out of thin air. These things block Byakugan's vision, even perception is disturbed. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's face sank, and he missed the opportunity to kill him. With only half of the body, I am afraid that the sacred tree will not be able to produce perfect fruits. But this is the end of the matter, and there is no better way. The hair curled up, and the half of the body left by Ōtsutsuki was thrown into a different space. I have very little chakra left. Let's land on this planet first. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya takes itself as the center, generating gravity to absorb dust and debris in space, gradually forming a meteorite covering the whole body. Under the protection of the meteorite layer, fell into the earth. Report? Lord Shiratori, a mysterious meteor appeared over the eastern continent. Is it finally here? A strange light flashed in Hyuga Shiratori's eyes. If nothing happens, this falling meteor should be Ōtsutsuki Kagaya himself? Send a team of ninjas over and check it out. Hyuga Shiratori cannot confirm the strength of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya at this time. To be sure, the other party should definitely be in an incomplete state now. But when it comes to incompleteness, why has Hyuga Shiratori himself been different? This journey through time and space for thousands of years has consumed almost all of his chakra. Part of it has been restored now, but it is far from reaching its heyday. It is better to be cautious. High above the earth, stratosphere. In the process of accelerating the fall, the meteorite violently rubbed against the air and burned. In the meteorite, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya used chakra to protect himself from high temperatures. Hey, look over there. People can clearly see it on land. A meteor in the night sky. Hurry up. A team of ninjas quickened their pace and ran towards the direction where the meteorite fell. Crack, click, click, click. With the friction of the atmosphere, the meteorite was gradually stripped clean. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya waved his hand to the ground to form an air cushion, like transparent cotton, which greatly weakened the impact of the impact. But even so, a huge hole with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters was smashed into the ground. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya let out a long sigh, and under the protection of the powerful chakra inside, she landed unscathed. Swish swish. A team of ninjas rushed over after hearing the news. Looking at the silver-haired and silver-eyed woman standing in the giant pit, she couldn't help but look dazed. A person fell from the sky. Could it be a divine envoy like Shiratori-sama? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya glanced indifferently at the people who surrounded her, without showing the slightest fluctuation on his face. It's like looking at ants. Yes. For Ōtsutsuki, life on other planets is nothing more than the existence of ants. Don't move. Master Shiratori has ordered, take back the person who fell by the meteor. The leading female ninja is a court lady from the original motherland, named Aiya. Due to the whim of Hyuga Shiratori, a part of chakra was given. This is the feeling of chakra. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's eyes bulged with blue veins and opened Byakugan. The icy face involuntarily showed a look of consternation. Why do creatures on this planet have chakra in their bodies? Capture Ōtsutsuki Kagaya? Master Shiratori is the only master of this continent. Please don't make senseless resistance. Aino's big black eyes suddenly turned into a scarlet three-tomo Renan. This is what Hyuga Shiratori arranged for her, the blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan. In a sense, this little court lady became the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. It's so evil. Renan. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya frowned. This is the power that belongs to the Ōtsutsuki clan? This is how the same thing? Could it be said that the Ōtsutsuki family also sent other races people to colonize this planet? Impossible. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was puzzled. I began to ponder. Now she came to drive to this strange planet for the first time, and the situation is unknown. Still don't conflict with the humans on this planet for the time being. Byakugan looked again at the towering tree on the ridge in the distance. It will take some time before the sacred tree matures. Let's get to know this planet first. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya lowered his eyebrows and bowed his head, showing a submissive posture. Everyone suddenly looked relieved. Although they were given chakra, they possessed much stronger power than mortals. But in any case, facing this mysterious from outsider, I can't help but scream in my heart. This woman. Not simple. Renan of Aino can see the body of the other party, exuding an unfathomable chakra. Immediately did not dare to neglect the other party. Please follow us. Oh, I finally waited for you. Hyuga Shiratori opened his eyes, revealing a pair of faint blue tensagen. Master Shiratori, this was discovered from falling from a meteor. What are you doing? Aiya is preparing to step forward and report. Unexpectedly, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya suddenly violent. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, she flew to the ninja who surrounded her, and ran away without a word. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's frosty face showed a rare panic. Those eyes. Pretty good. Tensagen? It is also very rare in the Ōtsutsuki home. Has the same power as Rinnegan? The opponent is from the Ōtsutsuki family. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was preconceived and determined that the opponent was sent by his family to hunt down her. So it is. Tensagen of Hyuga Shiratori locked the figure of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya from a distance. With Tensagen's strong pupil power, you can clearly see the chakra in the opponent's body. Weak. Very weak. There are probably only 5 chakras that add up. For ordinary ninjas, it is still very powerful. But in the Ōtsutsuki clan, it looks quite weak. Have you played a game with one style? Hyuga Shiratori quickly drew an inference. The opponent probably just fought with Ōtsutsuki just now, so he seemed so weak. Huangquan Hirazaka. Ōtsutsuki Teruyoryuki ran and used Byakugan's pupil power to open up a door of space. Prepare to escape into a different space. However, what she never expected was, Hyuga Shiratori used Tensagen's pupil power to instantly open the door of her space. Wow. Immediately walked out of her Huangquan Biliangzaka. Don't panic, I am not Ōtsutsuki. Hyuga Shiratori spread his hands toward the opponent, and a harmless and kind smile appeared on his face, showed that he was not malicious. However, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's whole body was erected, and he did not believe in the other's kindness at all. Starting from the hand is a stunt of blood following the snare. 80 God Airstrike. Shake the sky with immortality, attack, and defensively, smash your fists without mercy. Sage Art Gentle Fist. Hyuga Shiratori turned into a dazzling shadowless palm with one hand. Boom, bang, 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 bang. He took all Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's violent punches in an instant. In the end, 5 fingers and one clenched firmly grasped Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's fist. Damn it, my power. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya gritted his teeth and once again forcibly used the stunt of bleeding and trapping. Kill the ashes. One hit kills, the ashes of Sun Luo bones? Find flowers. Crack. Hyuga Shiratori squeezed the palm of his hand and easily crushed the stretched bone spurs. It's useless. Now you, chakra is too weak. Any stunt can't exert its due strength. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's pale face was full of despair. Like a frustrated ball, he completely gave up resistance. My family, what do you plan to do with me? So, you have to listen to others. Hyuga Shiratori sighed softly and continued. My name is Hyuga Shiratori. A human being on earth has nothing to do with Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya opened his mouth in surprise. 0. It looks like you are teasing me? How could a mere inferior creature possess such a powerful force? Hyuga Shiratori understood the other party's inner thoughts at a glance, and said immediately. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya fell silent again. Not long ago, she finished mocking Ōtsutsuki's arrogance, which eventually led to failure. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, I would be educated by the humans in front of me? No. I can feel that you have a strong Ōtsutsuki power. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya said solemnly. Ah, you said this. I should have defeated the 2 Ōtsutsuki and swallowed their chakra fruit. Hyuga Shiratori said calmly. Down, 2 Ōtsutsuki, swallow, chakra fruit. The shock of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya at this time is beyond words. The supreme Ōtsutsuki clan will be overthrown by mere mortals. It's unbelievable? Then, your purpose is to eat me too. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya thought of this, and an unstoppable emotion of fear emerged in his heart. She finally got rid of her family's suppression and successfully defeated Ōtsutsuki in a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of a human being now. What a sadness this is. Let go of your arrogance and become my wife. Eat it. Hyuga Shiratori narrowed his eyes, then nodded. Indeed, your chakra is delicious. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki heard it, his face even more ashamed. As the Ōtsutsuki clan, she knows the best way to inherit power. That is to make the opponent into chakra fruit. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was not reconciled, but at this moment, chakra had already exhausted her, and she didn't even have the power to resist. It's like the fish on the chopping board, which can only be slaughtered by the human being in front of him. Hehe. Looking at Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's trembling, pitiful appearance, Hyuga Shiratori couldn't help laughing. The ancestor of chakra in the original book, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. That's it. The Ōtsutsuki Kagaya in front of him is nothing more than an ordinary weak woman. But, I have to admit that you are a very charming woman. While talking, Hyuga Shiratori stretched out 2 fingers, gently supporting her chin. The impeccably refined and perfect facial features were unreservedly presented before his eyes. The two looked at each other. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was taken aback. This was the first time in her life that she had heard such an evaluation, and for a while she didn't know how to react. Because in the Ōtsutsuki family, there is only the pursuit of power. The never-ending hunger overrides the power of all living beings. Regarding appearance, there is almost no concept. I don't know anything except power, just like a piece of white paper, Hyuga Shiratori said thoughtfully. The ethereal temperament of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya originates from her purity away from the world. To put it simply, there are not so many flowers in the heart, just pure pursuit of power. In a sense, it's a bit similar to the little dragon girl. Isn't it fun to dye your own color on white paper? Hyuga Shiratori's face showed an extremely happy smile. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya will lower her eyebrows, although she can't understand what the other party means. But the only thing that is certain is that the other party's strong nasty taste. What the hell do you want? Did not answer the other party's question immediately. Hyuga Shiratori fixedly stared at each other with a joyful and very serious gaze. This is what look. So far, I have never seen the eyes. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was puzzled by this. Puff 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 puff. The heartbeat is accelerating. There was a panic in Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's heart for no reason. This is the first time she has had complex emotions in her life. As if thinking of knowing the answer, her eyes were also tightly focused on the opponent's lips. Can't help but prick up his ears, listening to the latter's words. Kagaya. With a move of Hyuga Shiratori's lips, he said the other party's name. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki heard her name directly. I just felt the blood flow all over my body, and produced an unspeakable emotion. Why? Hyuga Shiratori paused, his eyes quietly admiring the other party's panic-stricken abnormal reaction. Oha, it's so cute. Immediately afterwards, he issued a solemn declaration to hit the soul every word. Let go of your arrogance and become my wife. Boom. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki's beautiful eyes widened at this time, and her inner world seemed to have been hit by a bolt from the blue. Wait. Didn't I get it wrong? What is this human being talking about? Please. Proposal? How dare to show me Ōtsutsuki? In Ōtsutsuki's family, there has never been a concept of love. Strictly graded according to strength. Only clan members of the same level, under the auspices of the elders of the clan, the two enter into marriage. There is no emotion at all, it is purely for the purpose of reproducing excellent offspring. Therefore, in the face of Hyuga Shiratori's single-handed proposal, for Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, it is undoubtedly a matter of subverting the 3 views. It's like an unmanned virgin, and you drive a 3-cylinder direct injection field tank with her as soon as you get up. This process is too exciting? What are you talking nonsense? A mere human. Ōtsutsuki Urashiki pushed away his palm against his chin, frowning and trying to put on a harsh and cold expression. However, her delicate ears hidden in her hair were full of ripe blush. People are full of infinite reverie. Hyuga Shiratori smiled slightly and said confidently, the power you are chasing is all in my body. Marrying me is equivalent to getting unlimited power. Isn't that great? Don't be too arrogant, human. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya said condensedly, the great Ōtsutsuki clan, how can you get rid of mortals? Are you shy, Kagaya? Hyuga Shiratori snapped his fingers. With the power of yin and yang, several chains of red light were generated, which firmly tied Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's neck. You bastard. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was furious. Arrogance is the innate nature of all the Ōtsutsuki clan. How can you accept human insults? Kaka. Hyuga Shiratori grabbed the red light chain in his hand and pulled it abruptly. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, who tied his neck, was pulled to the ground. Kneeled in front of him on one knee. Kagaya, even if you fall to the ground surrounded by arrogance, you woman is still so beautiful. Hyuga Shiratori was full of admiring eyes and looked down at each other condescendingly. Damn it. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya raised his head stubbornly, a pair of beautiful eyes with monstrous killing intent, staring at him stubbornly. If the eyes can kill people, her sight had already shot through the human man in front of her 100 million times. Come and answer me. The joy of Hyuga Shiratori continues to rise. I reject. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya gritted his teeth and shouted, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, even if I am killed and refined into chakra fruit and eaten, I will never surrender to your mere humans. The arrogance of Ōtsutsuki is inviolable. Listening to the other party's plausible, mighty, and unyielding speech, Hyuga Shiratori smiled without anger, and said in an unquestionable tone, I will slowly crush your arrogance. I feel that I have missed a few chapters. Following Master Shiratori's order, I will be responsible for the daily life of Master Kagaya from today. My name is Aino. Aino kneels down on both hands, serving the mistress in front of him with a very humble attitude. Get out. You guys get out of here. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was furious and waved his sleeves. The terrible air current released in an instant almost lifted Aino into flight. Wow! I saw that Aino opened Renan, locked the foothold on the ceiling, and then absorbed it through chakra. Barely stabilized his body. Then she fell to the ground again. Kneeled down again. Kagaya-sama, please calm down your anger. You are pregnant now, it is not suitable to use chakra casually. Aino said sincerely with a look of consolation. P.S. When you see this, you may think that you have missed a few chapters, but in fact it is not. This is the thoughtful author in order to save VIP points for everyone, omitting the middle out process 17. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol underscore mathematical intersection symbol, oh, damn it. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya got more and more angry. Tang Ōtsutsuki, but now he can't even drive away a little court lady in front of him. Where is her force? The palm of his hand subconsciously covered his slightly bulging belly. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's complexion changed for a while. After 6 months of rest and recuperation, her chakra has actually been restored to its heyday. I thought that I could finally avenge the human man who humiliated her. However, an unexpected tragedy has happened. After a period of unity, friendship, and mutual help, that noble nursery belonging to Ōtsutsuki finally blossomed. For the Ōtsutsuki family, creating life is an extremely important thing. After all, reproducing offspring is also the top priority for the development and expansion of the Ōtsutsuki family, especially the female Ōtsutsuki. After creating life, most of the chakra in the body will automatically transfer to the new life. This makes Ōtsutsuki Kagaya crazy. Multiply descendants with humans. First of all, this made her unacceptable. It was obviously the other party who proposed to her. I have to hold a decent wedding anyway, right? And many more. Even if the wedding is held, it does not mean that the concubine will immediately agree. Concubine is not a casual person. Hum. Also, the man who doesn't understand pity and cherishment at all. What do you think of your concubine body? Bastard Shiratori? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is angry. Said the kind that is super difficult? Above the sacred tree, Hyuga Shiratori is suspended in midair, holding half of the body of Ōtsutsuki in one hand. This is when Ōtsutsuki Kagaya begged him for mercy and took the initiative to surrender the half of Ōtsutsuki hidden in a different space. Hope this can be exchanged for Hyuga Shiratori's letting go. It can only show that Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is stupid and naive. Hyuga Shiratori is so greedy that she is not Ōtsutsuki. Afterwards, they had a close exchange of in-depth and simple terms. As if sensing the wonderful food, the sacred tree moved like a living thing. Sure enough, the body of the sacred tree is 10 tails. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes are certain. I saw that the sacred tree had a violent change, and countless roots gathered together to form a giant claw, and then slapped it heavily on the ground. The branches and leaves shrunk, forming 10 thick tails, wagging in the air. Protruding from the back is a huge bud that hasn't bloomed yet. From the center of the tree trunk, a huge eyeball opened. Its reincarnation Renan? This is 10 tails. But it's not as huge as imagined, probably because it is not yet fully mature. Roar. 10 tails let out a weird howl. Filled with greedy and cruel eyes, it is firmly locked on Hyuga Shiratori's body. Eat it. Hyuga Shiratori threw down the half-body of Ōtsutsuki in his hand. Wow. 10 tails stretched his head and swallowed it in one bite. Guru. I saw the body of 10 tails swelling rapidly. It has become a towering behemoth. The flower buds on the back also get nourishment. A beautiful flower gradually bloomed, and a crimson fruit came out in the middle. Ho. 10 tails chewed on the blood basin, and a lot of saliva flowed out involuntarily. It's like a hungry beast with unfinished thoughts. Numerous roots grew out of his body suddenly, spreading rapidly in all directions. In order to extract more energy. Next, 10 tails will spread the roots across the continent. Until the whole planet is wrapped, everything here is thoroughly squeezed out. Too greedy. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes turned into Rinnegan, and a 6-Deo immortal robe appeared on his body. 9 truth-seeking balls emerged behind him. Enter the 10 tails Jinchuriki mode. 6 red sun formation. 6 black rods with red flames were shot from the hands, and they hit 6 directions on the earth. A crimson-red hexagonal giant enchantment was formed. The entire 10 tails is included in one go. Ba. 10 tails' roots stretched out after touching the barrier. It burned automatically. How. Like a beast locked in a cage, 10 tails roared angrily. Centering on the huge pupils of Samsara Renan, chakra focused on shooting an orange death ray. Dang. Hyuga Shiratori uses Rinnegan's pupil power to manipulate the truth-seeking ball behind him to change its shape. A shield of yin and yang power was created in front of him. The death ray of 10 tails was blocked intact. The scattered light waves hit the enchantment of the 6 red sun formation, causing violent ripples. But it was all resisted. Seeing this, 10 tails became even more angry. The 10 thick tails behind him each split into hundreds of thousands of tentacles. All added up to tens of thousands, turned into a sea of tentacles and grabbed Hyuga Shiratori. Oh? You only ate half of Ōtsutsuki, and you are not satisfied, so you want to devour me. Hyuga Shiratori waved his hand without fear. Gather the truth-seeking ball behind him, forming a spiral giant sword with a length of 100 meters. Overpower 10 tails and harvest the fruits. The sacred tree is fully mature and needs to swallow a complete Ōtsutsuki. This is why the Ōtsutsuki clan always act in pairs. Ōtsutsuki and Ōtsutsuki Kagaya came to the earth as a group. According to the upper and lower classification of the family, the latter should have served as the food for 10 tails. But Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was aloof and unwilling to become someone's chakra food. He attacked Ōtsutsuki with a backhand and tore off the opponent's body. 10 tails swallowed only half of Ōtsutsuki, obviously unable to be satisfied. Following the greed of the beast, it subconsciously shifted its target to Hyuga Shiratori, a human with a huge chakra. The dense sea of tentacles that makes people scalp numb? Hyuga Shiratori holds the spiral sword generated by the truth-seeking ball and swipes forward. Puff 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 puff. The sword light with powerful yin and yang escape easily cut off countless tentacles. But immediately, there were more tentacles, grabbing him from all directions. Ugly beast. Mysterious scales grew on Hyuga Shiratori, and crimson flames ignited. This is the fairy fire generated by the power of the 6 realms, capable of destroying everything. Cross with fire. 6 celestial fires transformed into sharp claws, tearing all the nearby 10 tails tentacles to pieces. 10 tails' wriggling body, sharp branches grew out of its skin, and then turned into a storm and shot out. Hyuga Shiratori wrapped 6 fairy fires all over his body, forming a heavy flame barrier around it. Countless wooden thorns shot at him, being burned to ashes by the fairy fire. However, wood thorns occupies an absolute advantage in number. It gradually penetrated the flame barrier. As a result, when it hit Hyuga Shiratori, it made a clanging metal clang. It turned out that Hyuga Shiratori changed part of the truth-seeking ball shape and attached it to his body to form an extremely strong bulletproof clothing. Wooden thorns cannot penetrate his defenses. Next, it's my turn. Hyuga Shiratori stared at Rinnegan. Round tomb Suzano. In one breath, 4 shadows on the invisible side were summoned, and 4 complete Susanos were activated at the same time. In reality, you can't see or perceive the existence of shadows at all. Only in Rinnegan's vision can the 4 huge and complete Suzano be seen flying towards 10 tails. Woohoo! The gigantic reincarnation Renan of 10 tails was obviously also able to observe the close shadow. Immediately waved a large number of tentacles to grab it. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 complete Suzano wielded double knives and slashed the body of 10 tails frantically. The latter was chopped so that the skin was spattered, and the flesh and blood flew wildly. 10 tails let out a scream of pain, and at the same time became more and more violent, concentrating a large amount of chakra on his mouth in one breath. Gurlo. I saw a huge flower blooming in the mouth of 10 tails, and chakra gathered quickly from it. A very large tailed beast bomb is formed. Come just right. Hyuga Shiratori put his hands together and centered on himself, producing a purple complete body Suzano. In one breath, he poured the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts into the body of Suzano, transforming it into a human form. This is also the ultimate form of Suzano. It's not over yet. Hyuga Shiratori took a deep breath and changed his handprints. Convert the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts into thunder attributes all at once. Stains and stains, 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 and stains. The violent thunder and lightning flooded Suzano. Thor Suzano. 10 tails also seemed to sense the danger, and desperately continued to pour more chakra into the tailed beast bomb. This oversized tailed beast bomb will surpass the sum of the tailed beast bomb launched by the 9 tailed beasts. This blow broke you. Hyuga Shiratori controlled Suzano, the god of thunder, opened his arms, concentrated the power of the huge lightning style, transformed into a huge longbow, and at the same time gathered into a huge arrow. Indra's arrow. Call out. 10 tails tailed beast bomb is launched. Call out. Set the thunderbolt on one arrow. When the two collided head-on, an earth-shattering explosion broke out immediately. Such a scale of confrontation is enough to leave an indelible pit of terror on the mainland. However, due to the 6 red sun formations previously arranged by Hyuga Shiratori, the barrier was extremely sealed. The energy generated by the Big Bang madly impacted the enchantment. As a result, the shape of the hexagonal prism was distorted. But as a ninja in the history, the strongest enchantment still resisted this shocking explosion. The shockwave of squeezing terror had nowhere to vent, and could only rush upwards out of the enchantment. This terrible blast rushed out of the atmosphere all the way. In the sky above the earth, a magnificent giant firework is formed. However, after enduring such an impact, the 6 red sun formation was eventually overwhelmed and forced to collapse automatically. The dense smoke and dust is the result of the big explosion turning the 1,000-meter deep ground into ashes. It can be seen that nearly half of the behemoth body of 10 tails was blown up. The breath looked a little weak, and it was obviously severely traumatized. On the other side, Thor Suzano was also directly blown up. Hyuga Shiratori's breathing was slightly rapid, and he withdrew from the state of 10 tails Jinchuriki due to the one-time consumption of the chakra of the tail beast. However, as his own power, it is still very abundant. Such a result is a matter of course. Hyuga Shiratori patted the dog casually with both hands. The face of Sage transformation appeared on his face. Sage mode. Myoshin Gate. The red torii that fell from the sky fell heavily on 10 tails. It's like staples, nailing all its 10 tails to death. The last shot of the oversized torii slammed on the top of 10 tails' head, slamming it to the ground. Wow. Hyuga Shiratori's figure flashed and came to 10 tails back. Walk to the beautiful chakra flower. Speak out loud until I hear it. Oh. 10 tails continued to resist, splitting countless clones from the body. Miscellaneous soldiers. Hyuga Shiratori's gentle fist, a group of little friends. Boom 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 boom. The clones of 10 tails flew all over the sky. At the same time, Rinnegan in the left eye initiates a pupil surgery. Amaterasu. The sea of flame formed by the black flame instantly ignited a large avatar of 10 tails. Burn it to ashes. A tentacled spike suddenly attacked from behind. Flame control. Hyuga Shiratori's right eye, Eternal Mangekyo Sherinon, activates pupil surgery, manipulating the black flame around the body, forming a black flame shield. Burn out all the approaching tentacles. The moves from Uchiha Sasuke now also serve as the skills of the clearing soldiers. Squeaky. 10 tails once again split into more clones, forming a dense army, trying to protect the chakra fruit. Heavenly hand strength. Hyuga Shiratori's gaze was fixed on one of the 10 tails near the chakra fruit, and he moved spatially with the opponent. Wow. Shen Luo Tianzhang. Hyuga Shiratori focuses on itself and releases a powerful repulsive force. Instantly all nearby 10 tails clones flew away. The bright and dark flowers exude an extremely attractive charm. Located in the center of the flower bud, is a crimson fruit. Finally got it. Hyuga Shiratori stretched out his hand and picked the chakra fruit inside. Dash. I saw that after the fruit was picked, 10 tails looked like a punctured balloon. The body of the behemoth began to shrink rapidly. In the end it became a big withered tree. The chakra fruit, you have already got it, can you let me go now? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya said coldly. How shy you are still saying this to this day, my Kagaya-ji. Hyuga Shiratori patted her shoulder lightly, watching her swollen belly tenderly. I saw her original cold expression melted away. The current Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is no longer pure, but a bit more popular. Especially the taste of being a woman. Let go of me? Who is your Kagaya? You rude human. Ōtsutsuki Teruyoruki broke free of him and shouted through gritted teeth. Yeah, you scold again? Kagaya looks angry, so cute. The joy on Hyuga Shiratori's face increased a bit. Shiratori. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's brows were stern, and his anger almost reached the highest point. However, at the moment when she was emotionally violent, Hyuga Shiratori suddenly took a crimson fruit from his arms. This. Chakra fruit. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's eyes widened, his face full of incredible expression. This is the dream treasure of the Ōtsutsuki family? Looking at the fruit in front of me, full of endless energy. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help swallowing. Want to? Really want? I really want? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya squeezed his palms, and resisted the urge of his body to pounce involuntarily to grab the chakra fruit. Said pretendingly. Why? What are you questioning? Hyuga Shiratori asked with a smile on his face, and then continued. Isn't it a duty for the husband to give his wife delicious fruits? I won't eat yours. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya reflexively refuted, but as soon as he spoke, he felt that something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth. Oh, I'm not talking about the insider. The corners of Hyuga Shiratori's mouth were raised slightly, revealing a meaningful expression. Kagaya, you have broken your studies. Shut up. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya only felt his brain congested and his anger exploded. Tisk tusk, you don't have to be so excited. It's normal for husband and wife. If Kagaya wants it, I can give it to you anytime. As Hyuga Shiratori spoke, he gently tossed the chakra fruit with his palm. Struggling appeared on Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's face. On the one hand, it is to maintain our pride and dignity. On the other hand, there is the absolute temptation of chakra fruit. At first, when she missed and was captured, she vowed to take a firm stand to the other party. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, even if I die, I will never give in to humans. The unruly rhetoric is still remembered today. Say choose. Hyuga Shiratori watched the other's tangled expression with interest. This is really an unfavorable picture. Kagaya, as long as you speak, I will give it to you. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's teeth clenched. His hands and 10 fingers kept moving. Although mentally unwilling to admit defeat, the body walked towards the chakra fruit uncontrollably. In fact, it's not that she is not firm in her will. Chakra fruit is so fragrant. White, Shiratori, give me. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head and moved his lips, making a noise like a mosquito. For Hyuga Shiratori, who has sensitive 5 senses and 6 senses, it is naturally clear. But, Kagaya, what did you just say? I can't hear you, could you speak a little louder? Hyuga Shiratori put his hand to his ear and made a listening action. How can it be repaired? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. She took a few big breaths, trying to calm her chest up and down. Hold back? I want to hold back. Shiratori, give it to me. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya said again. Loudly, I can't hear you. Hyuga Shiratori suddenly yelled, and his expression became extremely severe. Shiratori, give it to me. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya hid a violent spirit all over his body, and subconsciously followed the other's orders and shouted out. The sun and the moon are above, and the world is a lesson. Kagaya, I want you to speak aloud until I hear it. Hyuga Shiratori's face became extremely excited, and the joy in his heart rose. Shiratori, give it to me. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya used all his strength and uttered a cry that approached his soul. Driven by chakra unconsciously, the resounding voice spread throughout the earth. Well, that's pretty good. Hyuga Shiratori was happily satisfied, and gave the chakra fruit in his hand to the opponent. What? The fascinating temptation is in front of us. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya also can't be reserved at this time. He leaped forward and grabbed Hyuga Shiratori's palm, and then bit the chakra fruit in one bite. Guru. With the moment she swallowed the chakra fruit, huge power, with an unstoppable trend, is constantly pouring out of her body. I saw Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's body, transformed into 6 fairy robes representing the 10 tails Jinchuriki pattern. 2 small wing-like tentacles grew on the head, and the third eye was opened at the center of the eyebrow. Reincarnation Sharinon? Ha 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 ha. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help laughing upright after sweeping away the previous weak posture. The ultimate power also brings psychological expansion. At this time, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya has a heroic spirit that can swallow the world. With such power, even in the face of Ōtsutsuki's own family, she is qualified to challenge. However, she was under her arrogant posture. A hand was placed lightly on her shoulder. His lips were close to her earlobes, and she whispered, Kagaya, the way you smile is so cute. Huh. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was struck by thunder and struck a spirit involuntarily. The wanton smile on his face instantly solidified. The stiff neck turned his head slightly. I saw Hyuga Shiratori standing quietly beside her. Noble Ōtsutsuki. Faced with devouring the chakra fruit, her strength has reached unprecedented strength. That human man can still stand side by side with him? Do not? Can? Absolutely? Correct. Do not? Can? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's arrogance deep into his bones. I still don't want to admit it. Reincarnation on the forehead Sharinon. Unleash the pupil power. Boom. Clear sky and thunder. The wind bursts. The earth is shaking. The flood is overwhelming. Just a glimpse. It has triggered a series of natural disasters such as thunderstorms, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. The real world has changed. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya stared at Hyuga Shiratori with a sharp, deterrent gaze. Silent oppression, as if telling the other party, see it? This is the power I have now. Inferior creatures can kill hundreds of millions in an instant? Not bad. For Sharinon who just awakened samsara, being able to do this is indeed commendable. Hyuga Shiratori smiled and nodded in approval. While talking, he reached out and stroked her hair. Kagaya, you are awesome. Thank you for the compliment, concubine. Wait. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's head was blank, for some reason. After hearing the praise from the man in front of me, my heart couldn't help but rejoice. You? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya opened his mouth wide and was speechless. Why? The power of the concubine needs your approval? Who do you think you are? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's heart was roaring, but in front of Hyuga Shiratori's calm face, it was like a throat. Can't say a word. Speechless. Silence. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya took a deep breath and stared at him scorchingly. I see. Although the other party didn't say anything, he was able to read the latter's eyes in an instant. Hyuga Shiratori's eyes have turned into samsara Sharinon. This is his ultimate eye after devouring the chakra fruit of Ōtsutsuki Urashiki and Ōtsutsuki Peach style 2 people. These eyes really look like this. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's heart was shaken, and then he felt a sense of awe. No wonder the other party can withstand the pressure of her reincarnation Sharinon. This can only be done if you have the same eyes. Merely human. Obviously just a human man. The Ōtsutsuki clan adheres to the cosmic rule of the weak eating the strong. Hyuga Shiratori is indeed a respectable powerhouse. So, isn't she not allowed to commit herself to marrying? Thinking of this, the entangled heart seems to be able to accept it reluctantly. Find flowers. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya stroked his stomach subconsciously. There was a soft color on his face involuntarily. This is the glory of motherhood. From far away outer space, she is a woman, straddling the stars. Come to this strange planet. Human all in. There is unavoidable feeling of loneliness. Only absolute power can comfort her empty heart. Now she has a child, a new life connected to her. How? Kagaya, do you think I am qualified now? Hyuga Shiratori looked at the latter with a fixed gaze, his face full of confidence. I have to admit, you are indeed qualified. 0. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya struggled for a while, before finally nodded in agreement. But soon she added. But, this does not mean that I Ōtsutsuki Kagaya, I will recognize you. This is her last stubbornness. She can recognize the power of Hyuga Shiratori, but still does not recognize Hyuga Shiratori as her man. Use that method to force her, shui, to persuade her. Absolutely can't admit it. Oh, this is interesting. Hyuga Shiratori's face was not discouraged, but a look of surprise appeared. Because based on the original description of the Ōtsutsuki family, love and peace are a race that cannot communicate. It must be through strength. According to this set of logic, as long as he has absolute power, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya would naturally surrender to him. But in fact, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya still does not admit it. This means that in her inner world, in addition to power, there are some other things. Love. No, love does not work. Then the other way around, if there is love. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya will become his wife convincingly. Tisk tisk, it's really innocent. Hyuga Shiratori expresses more and more joy. Don't get me wrong. Shiratori, I'm just for children. It's my duty to give birth to outstanding descendants of Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya pretended to be strong. I need more chakra. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya stroked her belly. Can clearly feel the extraordinary and exuberant life bred inside. Such vitality is extremely rare among the Ōtsutsuki clan. It can almost be explained that this child born in the future will have extremely powerful power. According to the normal process, the sacred tree must swallow a whole Ōtsutsuki to produce the best fruit. Now only half of it is eaten, and the quality of the fruit will not be very high. Really greedy, I was so excited when I saw this chakra fruit before. Hyuga Shiratori said jokingly. Ahem, concubine body. This is also for the child. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's face looked a little awkward. Have to think twice. Greed is human nature. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is no exception. Replant the sacred tree and squeeze all the life on this planet, and it should still bear the second chakra fruit. Ōtsutsuki Teruyoriyuki said seriously. In her cognition, the human world is still a group of inferior creatures that don't need respect. Of course, the Hyuga Shiratori in front of me is an exception. I reject. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head. Why? Are you unwilling to attack the same clan? Humph, really naive. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya frowned and said coldly, in this infinite universe, human beings are so small that they are not even bugs. Her attitude is very clear. Since humans are bugs, isn't it natural to be used as a nutrient for the sacred tree? No, I don't comment on your views. Hyuga Shiratori shook his head again. There is no real understanding between people, let alone aliens. The planetary environment in which Ōtsutsuki Kagaya lives has created her thought of eating the weak and the strong. This is normal. Hyuga Shiratori didn't plan to argue with each other about right and wrong either. To put it simply, the method of extracting the lives of ordinary humans to refine chakra is too inefficient. Hyuga Shiratori explained patiently. The chakra that 100 ordinary people can provide is not as good as the chakra of a ninja. Ninja. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya narrowed his eyes and said, is that the one you cultivated? It is indeed a good way to distribute the seeds of chakra to humans, and then to make chakra bigger after cultivation. But the number of ninjas in this era, it's too little. All beginnings are hard. Hyuga Shiratori trained a group of ninjas on a whim. They are also the first ninjas of this era. There is no doubt that human society will completely enter the age of ninjas, and then evolved into the ninja world of later generations. But this historical process, it takes a long time. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya is pregnant, and the growth of new life in the body requires a huge chakra. This era is not good, then go to another era. Hyuga Shiratori took out the treasure and plow from his arms. This is the treasure of my Ōtsutsuki clan. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya gave a glance and recognized the treasure in the opponent's hand. Oh, you know this too. Hyuga Shiratori was surprised and authentic. The concubine body. I have seen it in the first class in my family. It is said that it has the ability to travel through time and space. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya said in surprise. It is estimated that Ōtsutsuki brought it to this planet in one go. The origin is not important. Anyway, this treasure is now in my hands. Hyuga Shiratori smiled slightly, with a calm expression on his face. Confirm the identity of the user. Shiratori-sama. What era will this time be? Treasure Plow asked the question mechanically. Thousands of years ago, that's the era when I came. Hyuga Shiratori replied. Attention, the time span is 1,000 years, but also the future. The amount of chakra needed is very huge. Treasure Plow made a warning. This time, Hyuga Shiratori didn't take the other party's words into ears. After all, there is a lesson from the past. When he came to this era, he almost emptied his chakra, and almost lost in the void. Kagaya, this time travel in time and space, lend me your chakra. Hyuga Shiratori said. You beat chakra's idea a long time ago, right? Ōtsutsuki Kagaya looked alert and authentic. Yes. Hyuga Shiratori nodded, unabashedly expressing his interest in the other party. I have always liked to collect powerful chakras. Kagaya's chakras are so good, why would I not be interested? Hyuga Shiratori praised each other without hesitation. Of course this is also telling the truth. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's blood following the snare, kills grey bones, 80 god's air strikes, rabbit fur needles and other unique skills. He is very greedy. The power of coveting your concubine. You are also a greedy man. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly. However, although her face was stern now, the corners of the slightly upward-turned lips still showed a hint of pride. Because in the past, Hyuga Shiratori said, Shui, the way to persuade her has always been to persuade people with physical principles. Trample her pride to the ground? Now the other party expresses coveting herself, which makes her feel a sense of superiority involuntarily. This woman. Hyuga Shiratori saw through the opponent's heart, and immediately felt funny. Since then, he simply followed the other party's temper and coaxed skillfully. Yes, my Kagaya is awesome, the best. I am your chakra. Who is your Kagaya? Humph. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but flipped him a big Byakugan. Well, you don't need to turn it over, Byakugan is enough. However, pride belongs to pride, which is not the same as arrogance. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya will not be so arrogant. Hyuga Shiratori is really begging her. The other person asked her to borrow chakra, just an attitude. Even if she said no, the other party could take it by herself? If it gets to this point, then she will only be more embarrassed. Besides, this chakra fruit was originally given to her by Hyuga Shiratori. It is also reasonable to charge her a part of the power as a price.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.